Lin Ze was merely an ordinary office worker. He had been infatuated with his girlfriend since university, devoting 6 years to her, only to be met with the shocking news of their breakup. At that moment, he grasped a profound truth. Genuine emotions could never rival the allure of cold, hard cash. Just then, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a system for conquering goddesses with cashback rewards. Attractiveness: 71 points during the conquest period. Any expenditure on her will yield a 10-fold cashback. Attractiveness: 85 points. During the conquest period, any expenditure on her will yield a 100-fold cashback. Attractiveness: 92 points during the conquest period. Any expenditure on her will yield a 1,000-fold cashback. Thus, as the beauty's attractiveness increased, so did the rewards he could reap. With his burgeoning financial prowess, the number of beautiful women surrounding Lin Ze also multiplied. Given this, he resolved to spend. Chapter 1. The Goddess Conquest Cashback System. On my period, feeling terrible. What's the matter? What's your aunt's name and address? He'll confront her in person. Get lost. You dense man. I want to file a complaint. In the office, Lin Ze stared blankly at the screen, displaying the words blocked. Did I say something wrong again? Moments later, Su Yu, clad in professional attire, stormed over to Lin Ze's workstation in her high heels, her expression dark. Lin Ze, this is the 11th complaint against you this month. Your performance bonus has been completely deducted, and if this continues, you can consider your job terminated. Understood, boss. Lin Ze nodded dejectedly. He was a recent college graduate, currently working as an emotional companion, colloquially known as a professional flatterer, tasked with reassuring clients and alleviating their negative emotions. But the question lingered. Why was he consistently receiving negative feedback despite his earnest efforts? Drinking hot water when you have a cold is not unreasonable, right? Working with a fever of 39 degrees is quite commendable, isn't it? Being rejected after offering an 800,000 yuan dowry seems rather normal, doesn't it? So where exactly did he go wrong? At that moment, a text notification chimed on his phone. It was from his girlfriend, Zhang Ting. Let's break up. Lin Ze froze at the first line, but he continued reading. I've come to realize that you simply don't deserve me, unlike my colleague Zhao Tinghua, who showers me with care and gifts. What do you do? Besides telling me to drink more hot water, what else can you offer? Pathetic loser, go be single for life. Lin Ze was instantly furious. Zhao Tinghua, isn't he just a rich second generation? This is clearly about the money. Lin Ze fished out his phone, intent on calling her to unleash a torrent of curses. Even if they were to break up, he had to be the one to initiate it. He could not accept being the one kicked to the curb. But when he dialed, he was met with the message that he had been blocked. Damn it, Lin Ze cursed, raising his phone as if to smash it. He felt a profound sense of despair. After all, it was because he had remained poor since his college graduation. His meager salary had mostly gone towards gifts for Zhang Ting. In the virtual realm, he was a flatterer. In reality, he was a romantic fool. It truly resonated with the saying, flatter until you have nothing left. A bitter smile crept upon Lin Ze's lips. Ding! Dear flattery host, your Goddess Conquest Cashback System has been activated. The sudden voice in his ear felt like mockery. Damn you, flattery. I'm done being a flatterer. Lin Ze shouted angrily, attracting the attention of his colleagues. What's wrong? If you don't want to work, just say so. Suddenly, his boss Su Yu returned, her pretty face filled with ire. No, boss, that's not what I meant, Lin Ze stammered, attempting to explain. But at that moment, conquest target, Su Yu attractiveness, 85 points. Affection level, 15 during the conquest period. Any expenditure on her will yield a 100-fold cashback. Upon reaching an affection level of 100, additional rewards will be granted. The system panel that suddenly appeared before him left Lin Ze in a state of shock. A system? A golden opportunity? He looked up at Su Yu, her chestnut hair cascading in soft waves to her shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. Not only was she beautiful, but her youth and position as a company owner made her an object of affection for many. Lin Ze, why are you still standing there? Are you ready to leave for the day? Su Yu's icy voice broke through his thoughts. Apologies, boss. Lin Ze, bewildered, wondered if he had just imagined the whole thing. With a daring spirit, Lin Ze shifted his gaze to the colleague at the adjacent desk. Su Xiaoyu, a materialistic woman with a taste for luxury. Though she possessed notable looks and charm, She paled in comparison to Su Yu. Conquest target: Su Xiaoyu attractiveness, 71 points affection level, 5. During the conquest period, any expenditure on her will yield a tenfold cashback. Upon reaching an affection level of 100, additional rewards will be granted. Sure enough, the system panel popped up once more. It was real. Lin Ze felt a wave of excitement wash over him. Could this truly be the golden opportunity bestowed upon him by fate? Noticing Lin Ze's gaze, Su Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow and tossed her hair. What's the matter? Am I so stunning today that you can't take your eyes off me? As colleagues, Su Xiaoyu was well aware of Lin Ze's circumstances. Though Lin Ze was decent-looking from the moment they met, Su Xiaoyu had ruled him out as a potential partner as she aspired to become a wealthy wife. However, that did not stop her from relishing the admiration of men who wouldn't enjoy being pursued. Lin Ze pondered for a moment. Haven't had breakfast yet? I happen to have some. Would you like it? Really? Thank you so much. Su Xiaoyu graciously accepted the breakfast without a hint of pretense. The surrounding colleagues erupted in teasing remarks. Not far away, Yin Fong quipped, "Oh, Lin Ze is already trying to woo our beautiful Su early in the morning. Is he gearing up for an attack? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Ze is just being considerate since I haven't had breakfast. It's not like you're suggesting." Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with pride, but she feigned indifference, even defending Lin Ze. Such words were music to anyone's ears. Just a few casual exchanges left one feeling immensely comfortable. Was this green tea? This was clearly his dear sister. However, at that moment, Lin Ze was too preoccupied to reflect on such matters. For before him, another system panel materialized. Conquest target: Su Xiaoyu attractiveness, 71 points affection level, 5. During the conquest period, spending 15 yuan will yield a cashback of 150 yuan. Ding! Dear user, your card ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 150 yuan current balance for 1,875.5 yuan. Almost instantaneously after receiving the message, Lin Ze was overwhelmed. With exhilaration, double the reward. It was in his account. Lin Ze had not anticipated that simply gifting breakfast would earn him over 100 yuan. And this was merely the tenfold. He recalled the earlier system prompt that promised 100-fold cash back. This meant if he had given that breakfast to his boss Su Yu, he would have received over 1,000 yuan in rewards. If it were 1,000 yuan, then the reward would amount to 100,000. What if it were 10,000? Lin Ze's breath quickened. This flattery game, he was determined to master. Chapter 2. Conquest target: Shun Shixia. At this moment, Lin Ze was filled with immense excitement. To ensure success, he decided to first test the waters with a client. Just then, a customer placed an order, and he promptly added a girl named Xiatian on WeChat. The profile picture displayed a rather adorable young woman, and, judging by her name, she seemed like an innocent and youthful girl. However, whether that picture truly represented her was uncertain, as many girls nowadays prefer to use images found online. "Hey, are you there?" he sent as his opening line, having successfully added her. After all, he had undergone some training and was well-versed in emotional companionship, typically catering to those who were lonely or heartbroken. Almost immediately, he received a response accompanied by a pouting emoji. Target: Shun Shixia attractiveness, 76 points affection level, 0. During the Bong year period, any spending on her will yield a 50-fold cashback. The system panel popped up again. Shun Shixia, was that her name? Lin Ze was momentarily stunned upon seeing her attractiveness score of 76. Was it even possible for her score to surpass that of Su Xiaoyu? In reality, most girls scored around 30 to 40 points, and anything above 50 could be deemed beautiful. Even someone like Su Xiaoyu, who had just crossed the 70-point threshold, was regarded as a goddess. Yet here was a client with a remarkable score of 76. Could it be that this profile picture was genuinely hers? With that thought, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile widely. He never anticipated that his first client after acquiring the system would be such a stunning beauty. He had to pursue her. Without hesitation, he sent a red envelope of 520 yuan along with a message. "My dear, there's no need to worry about your figure." Upon receiving the red envelope, she appeared momentarily taken aback. After a while, she inquired, "What does this mean? Am I not the one who should be treating you? Why are you sending me money instead?" Clearly, she was bewildered by Lin Ze's actions. He sent another red envelope of 520 yuan, stating, "How could my dear have gained weight? It must be the clothes that have shrunk. You should definitely buy more beautiful outfits." After a prolonged silence, she finally responded, "Bro, are you serious? Is this money really for me?" Lin Ze's gestures seemed to have astonished her. He sent yet another red envelope of 520 yuan. "Of course, my dear. Are you feeling a bit happier now?" She replied with an utterly shocked emoji. "Bro, you're not a rich second generation, just here to experience life as a companion, are you?" Another red envelope of 520 yuan was dispatched. "Identity doesn't matter as long as my dear feels better. That's what counts. My goodness, have I encountered a heavenly companion?" Shen Xixia affection level 10. Finally, seeing her accept the red envelope, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile. "So is your mood better now, my dear?" "Yes, yes. After all these red envelopes, it's hard not to feel good. But who exactly are you?" This time, she sent a voice message, her tone radiating genuine curiosity. "As long as you're feeling better, that's what matters. Remember to give me a 5-star review." Having completed these exchanges, Lin Ze withdrew his hands from the keyboard. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Spent 2,080 yuan during the Gongrir period, earning a cashback of 104,000 yuan. Ding! Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has been credited with 104,000 yuan. Current balance, 108,875.5 yuan. As the system notification echoed, a voice rang out in the office. "Lin Ze, come here for a moment." Upon hearing this, the surrounding colleagues cast sympathetic glances his way. It seemed he had received another complaint. However, this time, Lin Ze remained unperturbed and calmly entered the office. Su Yu's computer displayed real-time data from everyone's backend. To his surprise, the order Lin Ze had just completed showed an unprecedented 5-star review. And more importantly, the comment read, "Oh my goodness, I can receive red envelopes while chatting. What a divine young man. I adore him. I will definitely seek him out next time." Upon reading this comment, Lin Ze had already prepared his response. "Boss, I don't want to receive negative reviews. To ensure client satisfaction, I had no choice but to resort to this rather clumsy method." Su Yu was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed her brow. "This is how you choose to work when I expect you to perform well? The company won't reimburse any money you send to clients out of your own pocket. Don't you understand?" "I do, but I also want to meet your expectations." Lin Ze shrugged innocently. Su was momentarily stunned. Did he truly not intend to ask the company for reimbursement? Had he been planning to pay out of his own pocket to enhance his review ratings from the very beginning? Well, you do have some determination. However, this approach is not sustainable. You need to find a root cause within yourself. Su Yu affection level 2. Current affection level 17. The system notification chimed once more. Lin Ze's smile broadened. He knew he had gambled correctly. After all, what boss wouldn't appreciate such an employee? "I'm sorry, boss. I just really want to improve." Lin Ze feigned humility, bowing at a 90-degree angle. This gesture made Su Yu feel a bit awkward. "All right, I never said you did anything wrong. However, if you can maintain this momentum, a promotion and raise are not out of the question." "Really, boss?" Lin Ze had heard this promise from his boss countless times, yet he still managed to display an expression of immense surprise. Of course, Su Yu chuckled, pleased with Lin Ze's reaction. An employee with ambition was certainly a good thing. Affection level 2. Current affection level 19. Lin Ze could barely contain his smile. Just then, Su Yu suddenly shifted her tone. "But you know, the company has encountered some financial issues this quarter, and the losses are quite severe, so any raise will depend on your performance. Here it comes." Lin Ze had anticipated this statement. Every time the topic of a raise arose, she could always find some excuse. But this time he felt not anger, but elation. Financial issues meant there was a shortage of funds, didn't it? With that thought, he immediately spoke up. "If you trust me, I can find a way to cover this quarter's losses." The moment those words left his mouth, Su Yu was momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 3. 3 days will suffice. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Su Yu's brows furrowed deeply. The losses from the last quarter amounted to over 10 million. "Of course I do," Lin Ze replied with unwavering confidence. "All right, I will give you a month. If you can accomplish this task, not only will I give you a bonus and a raise, but I can also arrange for you to become a supervisor." So you promised. No need. 3 days will suffice. What a joke. Now that he had the system backing him, a month was nothing short of an insult. So you stare at Lin Ze, examining him for a long moment before finally nodding. I hope you're not just boasting. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. This man was the manager from the neighboring company, who had recently been pursuing Su Yu. Miss Su, do you have time for lunch today? Upon seeing the balding, greasy man before her, Su Yu felt a wave of disgust wash over her. No thanks, Mr. Wang. I already have plans. To her words, the man, referred to as Mr. Wang, turned pale with disbelief. What do you mean? However, in the next second, Su Yu casually linked her arm with Lin Ze's. It's nothing special, I'm just having lunch with my boyfriend, so I won't be available. Lin Ze instantly realized that he was being used as a human shield. However, this suited him just fine. Apologies, Mr. Wang, but we have other matters to attend to. You enjoy your meal alone. With that, Lin Ze disregarded Mr. Wang's murderous glare and took Su Yu's hand, striding out of the conference room. Meanwhile, in the office outside, nearly everyone was left agape. What's going on? Did Lin Ze just hold hands with the boss? Am I seeing things? Good heavens, he always seems so honest and unassuming. Turns out he was hiding a big surprise, managing to win over the boss. Wait, didn't he just say he was going after Xiaoyu? What's the situation now? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. It wasn't until they stepped into the elevator that Su Yu's teasing voice rang out. Aren't you going to let go? Reluctant to part? Only then did Lin Ze realize and hurriedly release her hand. Affection 1. Current affection level, 18. A system notification popped up. Could it be? Lin Ze glanced at Su Yu's slightly flushed face and immediately regretted it. Damn, had he known the boss had such a preference, he wouldn't have let go. But it was evident that it was too late to reconsider. You've helped me out twice today and performed admirably. Allow me to treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Su Yu appeared to be in good spirits and even took the initiative to suggest dining together. Naturally, Lin Ze had no reason to refuse. Since a beautiful woman was treating him, he certainly couldn't let her pay the bill, right? He had been waiting for a great return on investment. Let's eat something expensive, anything pricey will do, Lin Ze declared with the tone of someone eager to indulge. Upon hearing this, Su Yu chuckled, clearly amused by his enthusiasm. All right, I know a fine Western restaurant, but we need to make a reservation. We can stroll around elsewhere first. The mall buzzed with life, filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Yet, Su Yu's presence drew the attention of many around them. Clearly, she was accustomed to such scrutiny. Her gaze fell upon a luxury boutique, and her interest piqued as she expressed a desire to take a look inside. Once inside, Lin Ze was immediately taken aback by the exorbitant prices of the items on display. Items routinely exceeded 10,000, with some even reaching hundreds of thousands. So this was the kind of place his boss frequented? Indeed, the tastes of affluent women were distinctly different. At that moment, Su Yu paused in front of a jade bracelet, clearly captivated after a thorough examination. How much is this? Hello, ma'am. This is a high-quality jadeite bracelet, perfectly suited to your elegance. With the current discount, it's priced at 88,000. While the sales assistant spoke, her gaze lingered on Lin Ze, perplexed. Having encountered countless individuals, she found it curious that such a stunning and graceful woman was accompanied by a man who appeared rather unremarkable, almost possessing a certain loser vibe. Upon hearing the price, the gleam in Su Yu's eyes dimmed slightly. 80,000 was a sum she might have considered spending previously, but given the current downer in the company. Realizing this, she shook her head. Never mind, I was just asking. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance, tinged with surprise. Lin Ze? Turning to the source of the voice, he saw a man and a woman approaching hand in hand. Lin Ze's expression darkened instantly, for it was Zhang Ting and Zhao Tinghua. What's this? I didn't expect you to find someone new so quickly after the breakup, Zhang Ting remarked, her eyes wandering over Su Yu. However, after a moment, her confidence waned as she realized that Su Yu outshone her in every regard: figure, elegance, and beauty. Zhao Tinghua, standing beside her, had not taken his eyes off Su Yu since their arrival, instantly making Zhang Ting feel less appealing. Hello, I am Lin Ze's girlfriend. May I ask what brings you here? Su Yu, ever perceptive, quickly discerned the unusual relationship between Lin Ze and Zhang Ting. As the boss, She could not allow her subordinate to lose face, especially considering Lin Ze had helped her twice today. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Zhang Ting's expression soured even more. However, she quickly composed herself, for her companion was, after all, a genuine second-generation wealthy heir. "Darling, this bracelet is beautiful. Could you buy it for me?" Zhang Ting cooed, her tone dripping with a hint of boastfulness. What did her beauty matter when she was still accompanied by a poor loser? In this day and age, words meant little. It ultimately came down to wealth. Ironically, the bracelet Zhang Ting had chosen was precisely the one Su Yu had just admired. "It is indeed lovely, but I think it doesn't quite match your style. Perhaps we should look elsewhere?" Zhao Tinghua replied dismissively. He wasn't foolish. He saw Zhang Ting as merely a casual fling and had no intentions of spending money on her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting's previously proud smile froze in place. "No, I want it. Will you buy it for me, please?" Ting, I could buy you things like this, but I don't want my girlfriend to be materialistic. Are you with me, just for money?" Zhao Tinghua's tone grew serious as he suddenly turned stern. At his words, Zhang Ting felt compelled to hold her tongue. After all, her relationship with Zhao Tinghua was still unstable, and she didn't dare to be too brazen. Simultaneously, she noticed Su Ye's teasing gaze and snapped irritably. "What are you looking at? Even if I don't buy it, you couldn't afford it anyway. Poor losers can only indulge in fleeting glances." But scarcely had she finished speaking when Lin Ze interjected calmly. "I'll take this bracelet. Please wrap it up for me." "Thank you." He pulled out his phone, composed and unruffled, making his intentions clear. Chapter 4. Money must be spent wisely. The moment those words escaped his lips, the hall fell into a profound silence. Not only Zhang Ting, but even Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of astonishment was evident in her beautifully shaped almond eyes. Could it be that Lin Ze, after being reprimanded by her once, had lost his mind? At this moment, he lowered his voice and whispered, audible only to himself, "What are you doing? I am merely concerned about losing face in front of them." Spending such a significant amount for the sake of pride was more than his annual salary. The saleswoman studied Lin Ze and could not help but inquire, "Sir, are you certain?" "Absolutely, this is the one. Charge it." Lin Ze replied without a moment's hesitation, handing over his card. Zhang Ting burst into laughter beside him. "Huh, do you even have the money for this? I hope you're not handing over an empty card." She was all too aware of Lin Ze's limited means. He was undeniably impoverished. Zhao Tinghua, who initially intended to leave with Zhang Ting, halted his steps. His voice laced with mockery. "There's a difference between wanting to buy and actually being able to afford it. Now I understand why Ting wants someone else. Just look at you pretending to be affluent while being broke. Transaction successful." The cold mechanical voice of the machine echoed through the air. Zhao Tingua's forthcoming taunt was abruptly silenced. Zhang Ting, now wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Where did you get this money?" Lin Ze shot her a frosty glance. "We have already broken up. Why are you so concerned about my affairs?" Simultaneously, he felt a surge of relief. Had this been the morning, he truly could not have produced such a sum. He was grateful to Xin Shixia, who not only placed an order but also accepted his red envelope, doubling his balance. "Sir, you truly are generous to your girlfriend." The saleswoman, who had previously worn a stern expression, now beamed with delight, hastily wrapping the bracelet. Lin Ze presented the gift to Su Yu. "Here you go." A subtle sensation coursed through Su Yu's heart. Affection level 2, current affection level 20, the notification chimed. Lin Ze grinned with satisfaction. He had earned both wealth and favor, making the bracelet a worthwhile gift. He whispered, "When the company performs better, I will have finance transfer the money directly to your account." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze quickly waved his hand. "That won't be necessary." So you frowned slightly. "How can that be? Why not?" Lin Ze's mind raced. "Considering all the troubles I caused the company, think of this as my way of appeasing you. I intend to remain with the company for a longer duration." He forced a smile. However, Su Yu's good mood diminished significantly. So, he intended to use the bracelet as a means to secure favor? Affection level 1, current affection level 19. Lin Ze's expression stiffened. What was happening? Why did his attempt to please her result in a decrease in affection? Did this woman prefer men who treated her with indifference? In the next moment, a notification rang out. During the strategy period, spending of 88,000 yuan has resulted in a 100-fold return of 8,800,000 yuan. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 8,800,000 yuan. Current balance 88,208,755 yuan. Over 8 million. This figure was once beyond Lin Ze's wildest dreams, and now it veritably appeared in his account. His spirits soared. Upon looking up, he noticed Zhang Ting and Zhao Tinghua frozen in disbelief. Lin Ze stepped forward. "Spending money is a trivial matter. I now realize that breaking up with you is the right choice." After all, he flashed a smug smile. "Money must be spent wisely. You." Zhang Ting was infuriated by Lin Ze's words, stamping her foot, regardless of her looks or figure compared to Su Yu. Such words should never have come from Lin Ze's mouth. Oh, right. At least he is not the one who cannot afford it. Afterward, he took Su Yu and departed. How infuriating. Zhao Tinghua clenched his fists, ready to confront Lin Ze, but was halted by Zhang Ting. Her voice was sweet as she gazed at the array of dazzling jewelry in the counter, her eyes sparkling. Darling, if Lin Ze can afford it, you surely can too. Right? The saleswoman also presented other styles of bracelets. Alongside them was a machine. Is this truly how shallow you are? Zhao Tinghua, humiliated and furious, turned and left. In the city center, at the entrance of an upscale restaurant, Lin Ze stood before the imposing building, astonished. So this was the lifestyle of the wealthy. Had it been in the past, he would have avoided such places. In contrast, Su Yu appeared unfazed as she stepped inside. Upon seeing Su Yu, the manager's face instantly brightened. Miss Su, welcome. Su Yu nodded. Please take Miss Su upstairs. The waiter promptly gestured for them to follow, leading them upstairs. The decor was exquisite, with genuine leather sofas and elegant dining tables set before expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering breathtaking views of the cityscape. Su Yu instructed the waiter to present the menu to Lin Ze, while she ordered her usual steak and a glass of red wine. Lin Ze closed the menu and returned it to the waiter. Seated across from her, he could not help but admire Su Yu's striking features. She truly was a breathtaking beauty, rated at a solid 85. Having spent so much today, I will remember this favor. Once the company stabilizes, I will personally arrange a raise for you. Yet, at this moment, such monetary matters no longer piqued Lin Ze's interest. It's nothing. I am simply pleased to do something for the company and for you. This sentiment seemed out of character for Lin Ze. So you frowned slightly. If you have time to waste on me, it would be better spent on clients. At least your overall rating would look more appealing. Indeed. With an affection level of only 19, Su Yu's attitude towards him would not be overly warm. Not only was he unable to elicit her gentleness, but he also struggled to even receive a friendly smile. It appeared he needed to exert more effort. Suddenly, a rich, magnetic voice interrupted. Are you? Su Yu turned toward the voice, her lips parting slightly. Lu Chen. Lin Ze followed her gaze and spotted a well-dressed man approaching. Upon first glance, this man was not particularly handsome, but he exemplified the adage that attire makes the man. For some reason, Lin Ze felt a sense of familiarity. What brings you here? Just as Lin Ze pondered, Lu Chen reached their table, resting his hand lightly on the surface and regarding Su Yu with a smile. Despite this, Lin Ze could distinctly sense that Su Yu held no interest in him. While her expression did not completely sour, her demeanor was notably indifferent. Nothing much. Just here to meet a friend for business discussions. It appears he has yet to arrive. This man seemed quite at ease, casually placing his hand on Su Yu's shoulder. Lin Ze could only steal glances at her delicate skin, while this guy brazenly touched her. It was clear he was not of good character. Upon noticing the Rolex on Lu Chen's wrist, Lin Ze suddenly recalled where he had seen him before. This Lu Chen was a business partner of his boss. The last time, after a client had given a one-star complaint due to an offense, Lu Chen had been called to Su Yu's office for a private discussion. He had been in a similar position then, too. Regrettably, at that time, Lin Ze was merely a destitute youth, consumed by thoughts of earning more money to bring happiness to Zhang Ting, completely oblivious to the reluctance etched on Su Yu's face. Reflecting on this, Su Yu scolded herself for feigning anger, realizing that her true intention was to seek Lin Ze's assistance in extricating herself from an awkward situation. Ahem. Lin Ze cleared his throat, reminding himself that there were more than just the two of them at the table. Matters could be addressed without resorting to physical altercations. His interruption abruptly shattered the pleasant atmosphere. Lu Chen immediately turned his gaze towards him. Upon observing Lin Ze's attire, Lu Chen sneered. You. When did you become so understanding? Even a mere entry-level employee can dine with you now? With that, he disregarded Lin Ze entirely. I've heard that the company is currently facing a financial crisis. I inquired and learned that General Manager Zhang from the local branch is in search of projects and possesses a substantial amount of capital. With just a word from you, I can promptly introduce General Manager Zhang, and the issue will be swiftly resolved. This proposition felt like a timely boon for Su Yu. Her striking eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with amusement. I am more than willing to introduce General Manager Zhang tonight. However, the more Lu Chen spoke, the more inappropriate his words became. His hand had also reached onto Su Yu's shoulder. Such an act was distasteful, even to Lin Ze. Unable to contain himself, Lin Ze remarked, taking advantage of a misfortune is hardly commendable. Though his voice was not loud, it was sufficiently audible for Lu Chen to hear. While Lu Chen had initially chosen to overlook Lin Ze's presence for Su Yu's sake, Lin Ze's continued disruptions were akin to dancing recklessly on Lu Chen's sensitive territory. Bang! Lu Chen slammed his hand on the table, a sharp sound that drew the attention of several diners in the elegant restaurant. Lin Ze pointed to a notice on the wall. Mr. Lu, this establishment prohibits disturbances. Lu Chen's expression darkened considerably, and in deference to Su Yu's presence, he lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with malice, as if he wished to stab Lin Ze with daggers. This is my time with Su Yu. If you want to enjoy the fine steaks here, kindly remain silent. Otherwise, you can leave at once. Lu Chen's words were blunt, yet underscored by the resources he wielded. Su Yu's expression was complex. She felt grateful to Lin Ze for helping her navigate her crisis earlier, having gifted her an exquisite bracelet worth over 80,000 on their way here. It was only right to treat Lin Ze to a good meal. Yet, contemplating Lu Qin's recent remarks, Suyu hesitated to miss such a valuable opportunity. After a moment of silence, she turned to Lin Ze. Lu Qin's face gleamed with self-satisfaction, even growing impatient, as he draped his arm over Suyu's shoulder. What were we discussing earlier? The sight of Lu Qin's smugness only fueled Lin Ze's disdain. We haven't finished our meal yet. How could I leave? Besides, I stand by my earlier statement. If I had to describe his behavior in a single phrase, taking advantage of a misfortune would be most apparent. Lu Qin's demeanor grew cold. I now understand why your exceptional abilities have not prevented the company from declining. With a disdainful glance at Lin Ze, he continued. Employing such a clueless group of staff will inevitably lead to losses. Yet Lin Ze remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly. If employees are subpar, the worst consequence is a month's salary lost. However, unreliable partners can lead to the company's demise. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Qin slammed a stack of red bills onto the table. Please leave immediately. I have matters to discuss with General Su. Lin Ze had barely uttered a few words before Lu Qin resorted to throwing cash around. In the past, Lin Ze would have taken the money without hesitation. After all, it represented half a month's salary. However, now, those bills seemed laughable to him. Lin Ze scoffed. Is that all you have? You think you can bribe me like a beggar? Immediately, he summoned a waiter. I will give you 30,000 to remove this man from my sight. Lu Qin, enraged, scoffed. What a fool. I am assisting the company. Should it truly face bankruptcy, not only will General Su be at risk, but you will also be unemployed. What can you bring to the company? Lin Ze's expression remained calm. I do not need to plead with anyone. I alone can salvage the company's current predicament. Just you? Lu Qin chuckled coldly. I thought you were trying to impress Ayu, but it seems you're merely a fool. Even Suyu furrowed her brow in disbelief. As Lin Ze was not the person she remembered, the system's cold notification echoed in his mind. Affection level 1. Current affection level 18. Lin Ze felt a pang of anxiety. Why did even Suyu look down upon him? Her perception had apparently diminished in his heart. It seemed that mere words were insufficient. He needed to take action. No more pretense. I am wealthy. I have revealed my hand. Chapter 6. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ayu, I suggest you contact the HR department and have this fool pack his things. It's no wonder his performance is so dismal. The signs are evident. Suyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. A mere entry-level employee earning a monthly salary of 3,000 dared to proclaim himself a wealthy man? Is that what a wealthy person looked like? Just as Suyu's regard for Lin Ze was about to plummet, his phone suddenly rang. Have the car delivered immediately. A car? Suyu was taken aback. Lin Ze bought a car? She was unaware of this development, as Lin Ze typically commuted via public transport. When had he become capable of affording a car? Oh, so being able to buy a car makes you a rich man? You should take a good look in the mirror and see what you are. Before Lu Qin could unleash further jibes, a staff member from a luxury car dealership arrived on the second floor, wearing a broad smile. May I ask if Mr. Lin Ze is present? Lu Qin pointed at Lin Ze. That's him. He then sneered. Let us see how much your car is worth. The staff member promptly approached Lin Ze, presenting him with the car keys. Mr. Lin, this is the customized vehicle you purchased online. Here are the keys. And all other items have been placed inside the car for your inspection. The more earnest the staff member was, the more ludicrous it appeared to Lu Qin. How much could a customized car possibly be worth? Ignoring Lu Qin's taunts, the staff member continued. Mr. Lin, your total expenditure was 1,880,000. The room fell silent. Not only the others, but even Suyu widened her eyes in disbelief. $1 million car, purchased on a whim? Could it be that Lin Ze had truly struck it rich? Meanwhile, Lin Ze felt a surge of exhilaration, never imagining such a moment would occur in his life. Noticing Lu Qin's incredulous expression, Lin Ze decided to deliver a final blow. What's wrong? Has Mr. Lu never ridden in such an expensive car before? Would you like me to lend it to you for a spin? With that, he patted Lu Qin's shoulder. Lu Qin roughly shrugged off Lin Ze's hand. How can I trust that your car is genuine? Don't think you can fool me by hiring an actor. Lin Ze seized the key and declared, let me show you something remarkable. He then descended the stairs, guided by a staff member from the dealership. Lu Qin, unable to swallow his indignation, instantly followed suit. It wasn't just the three of them. Even other customers in the store were piqued by curiosity and trailed after them, eager to discover whether Lin Ze could truly afford such an extravagant vehicle. Downstairs, in the parking lot, a sleek black luxury car was parked, its pristine appearance captivating many onlookers. How is this possible? Lu Qin's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the car. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Ze appeared to be just a poor kid. Could there really be a wealthy individual who would forsake a comfortable life to toil as a mere worker? His previous haughty demeanor now felt like an invisible hand, slapping him across the face. Lin Ze, is this car really yours? Suyu was equally bewildered. If Lin Ze could indeed afford such an expensive vehicle, gifting her an $80,000 bracelet would seem reasonable. Yet, she couldn't fathom where Lin Ze had acquired such wealth. It's not my car, Lin Ze replied. Immediately, Lu Qin erupted in laughter. What did I say? This kid is just putting on a show. But in the next moment, Lin Ze's words slapped him back. After speaking, he promptly handed the car key to Suyu. Just kidding. Buying this key for myself is merely a purchase. But giving it to Suyu transforms it into an investment, one that is guaranteed to yield returns. I understand that the company's performance has been lackluster recently, and you have exhausted all your efforts. Don't worry, leave it to me. As I've said before, within 3 days, I will completely turn the company's fortunes around. Lin Ze's voice was calm yet instilled Suyu with an inexplicable sense of security. Clutching the car key, Suyu's heart raced with excitement. The system's voice chimed in. Favorability level 5, current favorability level 23. Lin Ze felt a surge of exhilaration. Who said that winning a woman's affection couldn't be achieved through spending? A luxury car worth over $1 million had garnered him such favorability. What a worthwhile investment. Even more thrilling was the text message from the bank announcing an investment of $188 million, promising a 100-fold return from a beautiful woman, an astounding reward of $180 million. Hearing the notification, Lin Ze was overwhelmed with excitement, though he maintained a facade of calm. There are unsavory elements here today, and this meal has not been particularly enjoyable. In 3 days, once I've turned the company around, you must accompany me for a proper meal, Lin Ze said, and upon meeting his gaze, Suyu instinctively nodded. She remained blissfully unaware that she was completely under Lin Ze's influence. See you at the company tomorrow, Suyu said, driving away with the car key. They had barely dined, yet the meal had cost over $10,000, more than 3 months of his salary. Fortunately, according to the system's assessment, this meal counted as Lin Ze treating Suyu, and he was awarded an additional $1 million as a reward. The 100-fold reward is exhilarating, Lin Ze thought, filled with excitement. However, a new dilemma arose. He needed to arrange for a vehicle for himself, otherwise, he would have to rely on taxis when taking a beautiful companion out. Lin Ze murmured to himself, hailing a taxi that sped toward the nearest dealership. The crowd, having lost interest, dispersed, still murmuring about Lin Ze's lavishness. Over $1 million worth of goods, gifted so casually, now that is what it means to be truly wealthy. Compared to him, we are still rather petty, they lamented. Is there a wealthy merchant with the surname Lin locally? I've never heard of one before. All the attention has been seized by Lin Ze. El Chen's face turned a deep shade of green with anger. Damn it, who exactly is Lin Ze? Chapter 7. If you can't afford it, don't pretend. Inside the dealership, various car models adorned the display stands, gleaming under the spotlight. Upon seeing Lin Ze enter, a sales associate immediately approached with a smile. Good sir, are you here to view cars? After receiving a positive response, the associate scanned Lin Ze's attire, estimating it to be worth no more than $300. There was not a single designer label in sight. Probably just a working-class individual who has managed to save a bit and is looking for an economical model, the associate mused internally, promptly guiding Lin Ze to the section featuring lower-end models. These were the latest releases for the year, ideal for commuting. However, as Lin Ze surveyed the low-end models priced under $100,000, he frowned slightly. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The difference in design and material quality was glaring when compared to the luxury car he had just customized. Going from frugality to luxury is easy, but from luxury to frugality is a challenge, Lin Ze thought, frowning at the unattractive cars. The associate, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure and led Lin Ze to a neighboring area where the models boasted better design, albeit at a higher price. But don't worry. We have partnerships with banks and can assist you in securing the most favorable loan terms. Lin Ze was almost amused by the associate's words. The most expensive car in the store was still under $200,000. Did they truly believe he couldn't afford that? However, if this had been just a day prior, he indeed would not have had the means. Where's your most expensive car? Lin Ze inquired. A hint of disdain in his tone. The associate was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining composure, his expression turned cold. Another one trying to show off. We encounter plenty of such individuals daily, claiming to just want to look but only taking a few pictures. With that, the associate's demeanor shifted to one of impatience. It's over there, he gestured dismissively, but that car can only be experienced inside the showroom, not taken for a test drive. If every poser came in here for a test drive, the car would surely be ruined. Lin Ze was no fool. He immediately sensed the associate's irritation. However, he chose not to engage further. A mere sales associate would likely spend their entire life in such a place. What was there to discuss with someone of such limited perspective? Following the direction indicated, Lin Ze made his way toward the most prominent display in the hall. Atop the central pedestal, a sleek black car stood. Money truly is a wonderful thing. With a value exceeding $1 million, the car's design was undoubtedly refined. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. In just one day, he had earned over $200 million. Surely, treating himself to a car in the $1 million range was not too extravagant. Just as Lin Ze was about to approach the car, he heard a man's voice from within. Darling, do you like this car? Lin Ze frowned. Is this where one resorts to flirting? What a high-level operation. In the passenger seat, a woman's voice was filled with warmth. Of course I like it. But at this price, it's not an issue for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze nearly burst into laughter. Was this not just an empty promise? Making someone wait 3 months could lead to reduced interest. By then, the novelty would wear off, and he could easily concoct an excuse to part ways. To Lin Ze's surprise, the woman in the passenger seat was no pushover. Your intentions are already enough for me. I can do without such an extravagant car. If you truly like me, a vehicle worth a few $100,000 would suffice. At this point, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Just imagining the man's expression was amusing enough. It seemed the occupants had heard him. The driver's door swung open. The man's face turned ashen, his demeanor suggesting he was eavesdropping outside. Observing his furious expression, Lin Ze smirked and crossed his arms. Is this car yours? As expected. The moment those words left his lips, the man's countenance darkened even further. His fists clenched tightly, indicating he was seething with rage. Lin Ze decided to cut through the nonsense. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Don't waste others' time here. With your demeanor. Do you even think you stand a chance at this car? The man, upon noticing Lin Ze's shabby attire, scoffed derisively. Are you out of your mind? My family owns a company, and while I might hesitate to spend on women, we certainly have a few luxury cars. He glanced at Lin Ze, who appeared to be a mere pretender, lacking any real wealth. The woman in the passenger seat quickly intervened. Qianming, let us not argue. I don't want this car anymore. Her voice was soft and gentle, diffusing the tension while simultaneously elevating her boyfriend's status. Such a woman is indeed rare to find. Yet, her voice struck Lin Ze as oddly familiar. When he looked up, his eyes brightened. Wasn't that his colleague, Su Xiaoyu? It was astonishing how small the world could be, running into each other after work. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Ze, what are you doing here? Qianming, surprised that Su Xiaoyu recognized Lin Ze, inquired, Dear, you know her? Su Xiaoyu nodded, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that was irresistibly charming. Yes, she is my colleague, a really nice person who even brought me breakfast today. As she spoke, her eyes crinkled into a smile, radiating warmth despite her meager affinity score of 5. Lin Ze felt a complex mix of emotions. She was indeed quite remarkable. He pondered how a mere 5 points of affinity could yield such a delightful experience. If this was the result of minimal rapport, what would happen if their connection deepened? A smirk crept onto Lin Ze's lips as he entertained the thought. However, Qianming's tone turned frigid. Your job hardly earns you anything. Keeping you in your current position seems like a waste of talent. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Ze. Do you really think a monthly salary of 3,000 qualifies you to admire this car? Is everyone losing their minds nowadays? Lin Ze's expression darkened at those words. At least I can afford it. I wouldn't lead a girl on without the means to back it up. Qianming had been pampered since childhood and was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by people of all statuses. He could hardly tolerate Lin Ze's mockery. What did you just say? Lin Ze retorted coldly, if you never intended to buy her a car, then don't bother taking her for a test drive. I would never do such a thing. His words struck Qianming like a slap to the face, igniting a furious fire within him. Especially since he had lost face in front of a beautiful woman. How could he swallow the humiliation? Yet, it was Su Xiaoyu who became anxious. She stepped out of the car and gently tugged at Qianming's arm. Darling, let us just leave. Continuing this argument won't benefit her. She perceived that Qianming would not purchase a luxury vehicle for her, yet she recognized the value of maintaining the relationship. If he were truly angered and chose to break up with her, it would be a significant loss. Who is this colleague of yours? Qianming, seizing the moment, decided to retreat gracefully. He wasn't intimidated by Lin Ze, but acknowledged he simply lacked the funds to buy the car. Moreover, even if he had the money, it was illogical to spend it on a woman he had known for only a few weeks. I'm letting this slide for Xiaoyu's sake, he said, glancing at the luxury vehicle. We'll leave now. Enjoy your fleeting experience of luxury. After all, you can only savor the sensation of being wealthy in places like this. The disdain on his face was unmistakable. Lin Ze chuckled softly. How do you know I can't afford this car? With that, he called over the sales associate. I'll take this car. The associate was momentarily taken aback, but soon adopted a polite yet impatient tone. Sir, you must be joking. The price of this car is quite substantial. Perhaps you should look at the more economical options? The mention of economical options prompted laughter from Qianming. Yes, please show him more affordable cars. I'm afraid he can't muster the funds. Lin Ze, undeterred by the mockery, handed over his card to the sales associate. As his intentions became increasingly apparent, the associate shot him a skeptical glance. Was he truly under the impression that he was affluent? The next moment, the associate stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to articulate a response as he trembled while holding the card. Is the amount on this card sufficient to purchase the vehicle? When he looked back at Lin Ze, his eyes sparkled with a mixture of astonishment and respect. Yes, please wait here. I'll fetch the vehicle's configuration list immediately. No need, Lin Ze replied, glancing at the car. I'll take the top configuration. The associate was taken aback. As if Lin Ze's request was audacious. If only he had known Lin Ze was wealthy, he would have been more courteous from the start. Upon reviewing Lin Ze's purchase history, the associate nearly fainted. Just an hour ago, Lin Ze had bought another luxury car worth $1.88 million. Registered under someone else's name. I'll contact the manager right away to expedite the arrangements. After returning the card to Lin Ze, the associate turned to leave. Wait. Lin Ze called, casting a glance at Qianming, his eyes laced with sarcasm. He then instructed the associate, select an identical car for this young lady as well. Let her choose the color according to her preference. Su Xiaoyu was left in a state of shock. She was aware of Lin Ze's financial situation and how he had previously been reluctant to spend even on a drink. What could have prompted such a sudden change? Their relationship was not particularly close, yet he was casually offering her a luxury vehicle. Su Xiao felt a perplexing mix of emotions and even regarded Lin Ze differently now. Qian Ming, seething with anger, clenched his fists unconsciously. How had Lin Ze managed to purchase such an expensive car outright? Lin Ze, we are colleagues. And I've often relied on you for support, Su Xiao said, her gaze locked onto Lin Ze's, filled with warmth. Just one look could instill a sense of accomplishment in a man. Before Lin Ze could respond, Su Xiao continued, but I truly cannot accept this car. It's far too extravagant. After all, we're all just here to work. Lin Ze's financial situation has always been the most modest among us. Now, suddenly presenting such an amount, Su Xiao felt a twinge of doubt, sensing something was amiss. As she spoke, she entwined her arm around Qian Ming's. Amin, your thoughtfulness brings me great joy. I find myself a bit weary. Shall we go dine? Qian Ming felt a surge of delight within. Very well, darling. Order whatever your heart desires. I assure you will be thoroughly satisfied today. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Su Xiao's slender waist. With a huff, Qian Ming stole a glance at Lin Ze before leading Su Xiao away. What is her demeanor today? Lin Ze murmured to himself, left in contemplation. Su Xiao was indeed quite popular at the company. Rather, one could say she garnered admiration wherever she went. It wasn't just the single male colleagues at work who sent her gifts. Many others did so as well. Logically, she should not have turned down such gestures. Yet, why did she graciously accept breakfast this morning while dismissing a luxury car worth over $1 million? Just moments ago, she had been asking Qian Ming to purchase a vehicle for her. Lin Ze found himself in a state of confusion. The salesperson, smiling beside him, remarked, "The car is available now, but the other one has already left. I have no place to park it if I buy it." That was true. Yet surely if you could afford such a lavish gift, she would soon be touched. His words sounded increasingly peculiar, as if he were merely a sycophant to Su Xiao. Shortly thereafter, the car was delivered. Lin Ze entered, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared to life. The sound alone indicated the car's remarkable quality. All eyes in the showroom turned towards him. Most could only approach to admire the luxury vehicle's appearance before being deterred by its exorbitant price. Those who could genuinely afford such a car were indeed rare, and it was surprising for them to witness one in their midst. What astonished them most was how understated such a wealthy individual could be. Chapter 9. It is time to bid farewell to unsavory people thus, under the scrutiny of onlookers. Lin Ze drove away. So this is the sensation of a wealthy lifestyle. Behind the wheel, Lin Ze felt euphoric. Such experiences were previously unfathomable to him. Yet now they unfolded in reality. His spirits soared until he arrived at his modest neighborhood. Previously, circumstances had been dire, and with his financial status, he could only reside in such an antiquated and dilapidated dwelling. To add to his discomfort, he had to share a bathroom with a roommate. The constraints of such a life were stifling, indeed. As anticipated, the moment he stepped out of the car, he was surrounded by curious onlookers. Wow, that car is incredibly striking. How could such a magnificent vehicle arrive in our neighborhood? Could it be that we have a hidden tycoon among us? Ridiculous. Who would a wealthy person live in such a place? Did they not notice that young man's attire? That car must either be rented or borrowed. The murmurs of the neighbors reached Lin Ze's ears, but he chose to ignore them and headed upstairs. After all, he would not be living here much longer. Now that he had wealth, there was no need to remain in such a shabby environment. He took out his keys to open the door, only to be greeted by a series of suggestive sounds and the melodious laughter of a woman from within. Why should he care? He was single. Let them envy him. Lin Ze's spirits plummeted. No one wished to witness such a scene upon entering their abode. He deliberately made a loud noise as he opened the door. The woman inside was startled and immediately dove into the arms of a greasy man. Lin Ze, are you out of your mind? Why are you making such a racket? Zhang Hao barked, quickly shielding his girlfriend in his embrace. You frightened my girlfriend. Moreover, how can you even mention living here? You are a month behind on rent. The landlord is coming to collect it today. As he spoke, his greasy hand rested possessively on his girlfriend's waist, revealing a smirk. If you lack funds, you might as well move out. There are plenty of vacant houses in the suburbs that would suit you perfectly, allowing your room to be freed up for CC. With that, he squeezed the woman's waist, eliciting a laugh from her as she playfully hit Zhang Hao's chest. You're such a rogue. Their gazes were so intimate that it was almost nauseating. The woman's appearance was far from impressive. With heavy makeup, her looks barely reached a score of 40. After being accustomed to the beauty around him, Lin Ze felt a wave of nausea. I truly do not wish to remain here any longer. This place is beneath me. It suits you perfectly. He added with a final remark. This kind of dwelling is a fitting match for someone like you. What did you say? Zhang Hao stood up in agitation, raising his hand as if to strike Lin Ze. What? Am I mistaken? Lin Ze paid him no mind and turned to gather his belongings. A person who could not even pay their rent dared to speak this way. He was truly deluded. Zhang Hao's shouts could still be heard from outside. Lin Ze took a deep breath, choosing not to stoop to his level. Moving away from here meant a fresh start for his life. Soon, Lin Ze finished packing his things. Just as he was about to leave, the landlord's angry voice echoed from the doorway. Lin Ze, I've finally caught up with you. When are you going to pay the rent you owe me? Upon entering, the landlord glared at him, fuming as if Lin Ze were a criminal of the highest order. This scene unfolded almost every month. Lin Ze would routinely endure the landlord's tirades, forced to smile and promise to pay earlier next month. However, today was different. Landlord, you came at the perfect time. If I hadn't caught this scoundrel in the act, he would have surely fled. Zhang Hao crossed his arms, fanning the flames, seemingly displeased at being caught by Lin Ze. What? You haven't paid your rent and are planning to run? He charged towards Lin Ze, gripping his wrist tightly. Listen to me. You must pay your rent today. And vacate the premises immediately. Do you understand? I will not rent this house to you any longer. The landlord's tone suggested he believed Lin Ze to be a rogue tenant attempting to sneak away without settling dues. All of this was orchestrated by Zhang Hao. It was this man who had embellished the story, prompting the landlord to regard Lin Ze with such suspicion. Looking over at Zhang Hao, he was now comfortably seated on the couch, enjoying the spectacle with his girlfriend. Lin Ze, I'm not trying to be harsh, but you've gone too far. The landlord has treated us well, even reducing our rent. Rather than expressing gratitude, how could you act in such a manner? Observing Zhang Hao's smug demeanor, Lin Ze felt a surge of anger. He had long known that this man was no good. Though he had tolerated Zhang Hao's unpleasant comments before, he never anticipated that today he would be schemed against. Lin Ze was unsure where he found the strength, but he forcefully shook off the landlord's grip. Who said I was planning to run? I was just about to contact you to settle the rent. Zhang Hao did not expect Lin Ze to redirect the ire towards himself. He quickly interjected, this is my girlfriend. Besides, rather than allowing you to occupy the room without paying rent, it would be better for me to rent it completely and live with my girlfriend. The landlord was already somewhat displeased with Zhang Hao's behavior. However, considering that Zhang Hao routinely paid rent promptly and now proposed to take on the full rent, he refrained from voicing any objections. Mind your own business, now pay up and get out. What was money, after all? Lin Ze found himself in a position where he didn't need to fret over that amount. He promptly pulled out a bundle of cash from his bag. Is this sufficient? Each crisp bill made the landlord's eyes widen in astonishment. Lin Ze, where did you acquire such a sum? He immediately began counting the bills. This is the amount you overpaid. As long as you can pay the rent on time, I am more than willing to rent the house to you. To my surprise, no sooner had the words left my lips than Lin Ze handed me a thick stack of cash. It amounted to 50,000, equivalent to over 2 years' worth of rent. This is all for you, a form of compensation from me, with only one request. Chapter 10, The Ones Who Should Leave Are You. The landlord was elated. Having received Lin Ze's money, what condition? As long as it isn't too excessive, I will accommodate you. Who would have thought that the once impoverished youth would transform into a veritable benefactor? There are too many unsavory elements in this house. This money is to ensure he vacates immediately, and I will not rent to him anymore. Lin Ze pointed at Zhang Hao, lounging on the sofa. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Hao exclaimed. To be honest, when Lin Ze produced such a sum, Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned. However, he was displeased when Lin Ze's gaze shifted towards him. The landlord hesitated slightly. Just moments ago, Zhang Hao had expressed his intention to rent the 2 rooms entirely. Wouldn't it be unseemly to evict him now? If you refuse, so be it. I believe my outstanding rent is less than 2,000, correct? Lin Ze's eyes were fixed on the red banknotes in the landlord's hand. If you're unwilling, then return the money to me, and we can settle this matter. Oh, I see. The landlord was becoming anxious. It was simply about making Zhang Hao leave. After all, the money Lin Ze provided was sufficient for 2 years of full rent. If necessary, he could evict Zhang Hao and rent to someone else. With this thought, the landlord's expression turned stern. Zhang Hao, you heard what was said. Pack your things and leave immediately. Seeing that the landlord was indeed intent on evicting him, Zhang Hao panicked. Why should I? You can't just throw me out on a whim. I see that you were blinded by money. The landlord's greed was evident on his face. He was unwilling to relinquish the money Lin Ze had given him. Clear out the house by tonight. Are you even being reasonable? We don't even know where Lin Ze got that money. Amidst their squabble, Lin Ze merely chuckled, choosing to ignore them as he strode toward the exit. He could still hear Zhang Hao shouting, Lin Ze, you scoundrel. You're doing this on purpose to vex me. But Lin Ze was beyond caring. Soon, he would leave this place and begin anew. He would never have to see them again and thus felt no obligation to consider their thoughts. Upon reaching the community entrance, he found a crowd gathered around his car. Hey, Annie, how much do you think that car costs? It must be worth at least $1 million. I saw a similar one on TV. It's apparently a limited edition. Wow, that is even more expensive than our entire apartment. Spending so much on a useless thing. The wealthy really are extravagant. Isn't it just like a car worth a few tens of thousands? Listening to their disparaging remarks, Lin Ze smirked. He too had once thought similarly when he was still a poor lad. Yet now, he had come to understand the distinction. It lay within the realms of class. A car worth tens of thousands merely satisfies basic transportation needs, drawing scorn from others. But owning a luxury vehicle now signifies a status symbol. At that moment, Lin Ze pressed the car key, and under the envious gazes of the crowd, he placed his suitcase in the trunk, then drove away, finally severing ties with that wretched place. His spirits were buoyant as he soon arrived at a 5-star hotel in the city center. He had yet to decide on a permanent residence. For now, he would take refuge here. Dear, I was wrong earlier today. I apologize. Once we head upstairs, I promise to make it up to you. A sultry voice reached his ears. Lin Ze frowned slightly. What a coincidence. The couple seemed to have reconciled. He felt a wave of disgust. Previously, when he had held Zhang Ting's hand and embraced her, she had acted all too innocent. Now, she was entering and exiting a hotel with another man, appearing overly familiar. Wasn't he that utterly laughable? Disregarding them, Lin Ze approached the front desk. I would like to book a suite. The presidential suite, please. At that moment, Zhao Tinghua also arrived at the front desk. The staff appeared conflicted. I apologize, gentlemen, but the hotel is fully booked today. We only have one presidential suite available. How would you like to proceed? Of course, it's for me, Zhao Tinghua asserted, handing over his card. Having been upstaged by Lin Ze earlier, he was eager to seize this opportunity to impress the woman he adored. Why does he get precedence? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Zhao Tinghua. Zhang Ting's face fell visibly, her expression one of dismay. Lin Ze, could you try acting a bit more like a man? Had she remained silent, Lin Ze would have had no inclination to engage with her. Yet her words elicited a bemused reaction. What makes you think I'm not acting like a man? Am I not entitled to check into a hotel? Zhang Ting's face turned crimson with anger as she clung tightly to Zhao Tinghua's arm, evidently fearful he might abandon her. I've already broken up with you. Please stop pestering me. At that, Lin Ze nearly laughed aloud. Had he ever pursued her? When had he ever been the one clinging? Zhang Ting, how did I not notice before how brazen you are? Please refrain from making assumptions about others' intentions. Moreover, if I were to persist in pursuing someone, it would certainly be someone far more appealing than you. I wouldn't accept you even if you were offered for free. Initially, Lin Ze had found Zhang Ting's appearance acceptable during their relationship. However, now that they had parted ways, the remnants of his infatuation had shattered entirely. His gaze fell upon Zhang Ting. Target, Zhang Ting. Appearance, 59 points. Affinity, 0. During the targeting period, any expenditure will yield a 1x reward. Note, the current reward index for the target is exceedingly low. Please proceed with caution. Out of mere curiosity, he had intended for the system to provide an unbiased assessment of Zhang Ting's looks. Yet, what he discovered was astonishing. Having been in a relationship with her for so long, her affinity for him had plummeted to 0. Perhaps it had never existed at all. To make matters even more amusing was the system's notification. A woman whose appearance barely passed muster could offer no benefits whatsoever. Chapter 11. A joke gone too far. Even the system could no longer tolerate the situation, revealing how foolish he had been to waste his feelings and time on such a woman. However, Zhang Ting interpreted his words as malicious disparagement, believing he was attempting to ruin her out of spite. Darling, I don't want to see this disgusting person again. Let us hurry to our room. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's sugary tone, Zhao Tinghua felt a surge of excitement. All right, I'll listen to you, and 1T stooped to his level. He promptly instructed the front desk staff. Surely you can tell who has more spending power? At that moment, Zhao Tinghua was dressed sharply in a tailored suit, his watch worth several thousand. In contrast, Lin Ze's attire appeared somewhat shabby, suggesting he was not someone who could afford such luxuries. I apologize, sir, but the price for the presidential suite is 8,000 yuan per night, which may not be within your financial means. Perhaps you should consider checking the inn across the street, where rates are considerably lower. To think the front desk would even question my financial capability. Lin Ze's expression darkened. Who says I cannot afford it? Just help me book it for a month. A month. The front desk staff's eyes widened in astonishment. That would amount to over 200,000. The woman's expression shifted subtly. Sir, are you certain you wish to stay for an entire month? Absolutely. Lin Ze did not blink. The front desk attendant remained skeptical, but proceeded to process Lin Ze's card. Upon seeing the impressive balance, her demeanor changed entirely. I sincerely apologize. Sir, my earlier judgment was a lapse in my duties. Please don't hold it against me. Her attitude became notably cordial as she swiftly completed Lin Ze's check-in. Seeing the last available room snatched away by Lin Ze left Zhao Tinghua seething with frustration. Are you out of your mind? Shouldn't priority be given based on star ratings? I'm a loyal customer. Lin Ze, holding his newly acquired room key, took a leisurely glance at Zhao Tinghua. I didn't realize you were so keen on staying in such a place. Have you always come here alone? Zhao Tinghua was rendered speechless with rage. Before he could formulate a response, Zhang Ting's expression turned icy, dousing his previous enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Without another word, she turned and walked out. Zhao Tinghua, anxious, called out, Ting Ting, don't go. But Zhang Ting did not heed him. Damn it. Zhao Tinghua was furious. Now that the person he intended to share a room with was leaving, remaining here was futile. He turned and glared fiercely at Lin Ze, saying, just wait. After uttering that threat, Zhao Tinghua hurried out to pursue Zhang Ting. Lin Ze, however, added insult to injury. Losing the room is of no consequence. There's a quaint inn across the street, suitable for a woman of her caliber. Zhao Tinghua did not pause. Yet, Lin Ze could easily imagine the expression on his face. Who told this fool to provoke me? He deserves it. With that thought, Lin Ze ascended the stairs with his room key in hand. Although he had seen numerous images of presidential suites on television, experiencing one firsthand evoked a profound sense of appreciation. The feeling of wealth is truly delightful. Reclining on the plush bed, Lin Ze quickly reviewed his day's events, feeling as though he were in a dream. Is this truly the life I can indulge in? Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Ze drifted into slumber. The next morning, it was not the sunlight or the housekeeping staff that roused Lin Ze, but the persistent ringing of a phone. Hello, Lin Ze, Where are you right now? Hearing Suyu's voice, Lin Ze instantly became alert. At home. What is the matter? Suyu on the other end took a deep breath. Lin Ze, I know you assisted me greatly yesterday and even gifted me a car. But that does not excuse your absence from the morning meeting. Absence from the morning meeting? Lin Ze was taken aback, quickly realizing the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Today, all the board members will be at the office. Attendance is mandatory, and you have 15 minutes. Understood. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Ze hurriedly dressed and left. Driving a luxury car worth over $1 million, heading to a job that pays $3,000 a month, it was exhilarating. Clearly, he needed to make some changes. Ever since acquiring wealth, returning to a 9-to-5 job felt beneath him. Upon arriving at the company, his colleagues were genuinely taken aback by his appearance. However, Lin Ze, has President Su finally had enough of you and demoted you to a driver? A male colleague chuckled. Others nearby joined in the laughter. After all, Lin Ze had the lowest ratings among them and was a constant source of concern for the boss. What, envious? Lin Ze brandished his car key. Look closely. This is my own vehicle. Yours? What a joke. The man erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. What, is that a problem? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. Not only is this car mine, but even President Su's vehicle was a gift from me. Don't you believe it? Today, Su drove the new car Lin Ze gifted her to work. And everyone witnessed it. Both vehicles are worth millions. Where would a penniless fellow like Lin Ze acquire such wealth? The man appeared somewhat annoyed. I say, there's a limit to your boasting, isn't there? What level is President Su at? Could she possibly accept a car from you? Moreover, even if she did, could you afford it? Let alone a car worth over $1 million. In their eyes, Lin Ze was someone who would hesitate to part with a mere few hundred. Just as Lin Ze was about to retort, suddenly, Su descended from the upper floor. Lin Ze's spirits lifted immediately. Ignoring the others, he walked straight towards Su. President Su, how did you find the car I gifted you yesterday? The employees collectively gasped. It was not that they believed Lin Ze's claims, but rather, they were astonished by his audacity to boast so boldly before the person in question. Is this fellow's bravado truly so exaggerated? Chapter 12. Grant me a chance. Under normal circumstances, one's superior would undoubtedly reprimand an employee for such brazen boasting. Given Lin Ze's previous dismal performance, his dismissal was certainly a possibility. Just moments ago, everyone had admired Lin Ze's courage. Now, they awaited the spectacle with bated breath. Work was already monotonous, so observing drama was a welcome distraction. Unexpectedly, however, Suyu did not react as they had anticipated with fury or reprimand. Instead, she maintained a serious demeanor and responded, not bad. Lin Ze immediately smiled. That is wonderful. If there's anything amiss, please let me know directly, and I will arrange for adjustments. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Lin Ze's words had not irked Suyu in the slightest. Instead, the two engaged in a pleasant conversation, akin to friends. How peculiar. Was Lin Ze a loser? How had he cultivated such a close relationship with President Su? Could it be that the luxury car truly was a gift from him? Is he perhaps wealthy beyond belief? Bestowing a car upon one's boss at work suggests either romantic intentions or complete subservience. Colleagues murmured amongst themselves. Lin Ze, of course, heard their chatter but chose to ignore it. They could never comprehend the strategies of an advanced player. His current abilities were formidable. Given the opportunity to spend lavishly on a woman, he could amass a fortune far greater than their mundane labor. Lin Ze, during the upcoming board meeting, many leaders will be present. While it may not affect your entry-level position, I must remind you to avoid drawing any complaints. If any other board members review performance reports and discover a customer complaint against you, I cannot guarantee your position. Strangely, Lin Ze remained utterly unconcerned about this matter. Rest assured, I am well aware of what needs to be done. I have decided to invite you to the upcoming board meeting. What do you say? Suyu initially thought Lin Ze was joking. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and when she spoke again, her tone carried a hint of earnestness. Lin Ze, although I am unaware of the origins of your current funds, I feel compelled to remind you that rescuing the company cannot be achieved with just a few million. Do you understand? Rest assured, I comprehend. All I require is an opportunity to demonstrate my capabilities. Observing Lin Ze's earnest demeanor, Suyu, after a moment of silence, resolved to grant him a chance. Very well, you may attend the meeting as an observer. However, she quickly added, you must refrain from making any comments about alleviating the company's crisis. Lin Ze's bold confidence left Suyu somewhat perplexed. She wondered where he derived such assurance. Lin Ze chuckled. Fine then. Even if he could not immediately stake a claim in the company's shares, at the very least, he would have the opportunity to listen in on their plans, which presented a valuable opportunity for him. All right, prepare yourself. Suyu had other matters to attend to and swiftly got to work. After all, one cannot attend a board meeting empty-handed, can they? Upon entering, she spotted Su Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat dejected. The others were busy preparing for the forthcoming meeting or engrossed in their work, leaving only Su Xiaoyu sitting alone, her brow furrowed. As if confronted with a troublesome issue, Lin Ze had initially intended to steal a glance, and then proceed with his own tasks. However, to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes welled up with tears. Startled, Lin Ze immediately produced 2 tissues and offered them to her. Are you all right? Is something bothering you this early in the day? No, I just applied some eye drops. Yet her eyes were clearly still red. Lin Ze recognized that Su Xiaoyu was lying, but he refrained from pressing further. If you are feeling down, perhaps you should take a break. After leaving that remark, Lin Ze picked up his belongings and turned to leave. Almost simultaneously, a notification pinged from the system. Affection level 3, current affection level 8. Lin Ze was taken aback. Surely he had not misheard? He had merely handed Su Xiaoyu 2 tissues, an inconsequential act that had not even warranted compensation from the system. How could she develop feelings for him over such a trivial gesture? Lin Ze found it difficult to comprehend the complexities of a woman's heart. Nevertheless, with the meeting about to commence, he was determined not to miss the more critical matters at hand and hurriedly made his way to the conference room. This was Lin Ze's first attendance at a board meeting, where every individual present was formidable. From their furrowed brows, it was evident that the company was facing challenges even they struggled to resolve. Suyu stood at the front, presiding over the meeting as the company leader. Soon, the meeting commenced, and the members assessed the situation of the current quarter. The grim expressions on their faces deepened as they locked brows, and the projected figures left them nearly despondent. The company's operations were faltering, with a lack of diverse users. If we were to embark on a new development plan, it would require at least 300 million. Someone summarized succinctly, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Suyu, though reluctant to admit it, chose to speak candidly. Indeed. Therefore, identifying new investors is of utmost importance. Unexpectedly, this statement incited ridicule from the other board members. Are you joking? If I had 300 million at my disposal, I would rather invest in a completely new venture than squander it on a project that is already in the red. Exactly. Instead of contemplating how to revitalize the company, we might as well consider how to sell it off, perhaps mitigating our losses. These individuals had never aimed for success from the outset. Even now, with uncertainty ahead, they were already contemplating selling the company. Suyu's expression grew increasingly grim. This course of action was untenable. Just as Lin Ze was about to interject, a man in the front row spoke up. Who says no one would invest? I have a suitable candidate in mind. Instantly, everyone turned to look. And upon realizing it was Lu Chen, they fell silent. Had anyone else made such a statement, they would have dismissed it. But this was Lu Chen, who had previously leveraged his connections to secure investments for the company during a critical growth phase. It was rumored that Lu Chen's network extended beyond business into official circles. His willingness to speak now was fortuitous. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the attendees, and Suyu's gaze brightened. If there was a solution, it would be best to share your plan while everyone is present. Despite a previous unpleasantness stemming from Lu Chen's questionable conduct, Suyu hoped he would assist her in light of their prior collaboration. Well, Lu Chen feigned reluctance. I do not hold any shares in your company. I am merely here as a long-term collaborator, thus qualifying to attend today's meeting. Ms. Su, being a businesswoman, should understand that seeking help involves more than mere words. The man's eyes gleamed with a mischievous smile, fixed intently on Suyu, making her feel as though he could see right through her. This sensation was decidedly uncomfortable. Suyu attempted to maintain her composure. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I am willing to transfer 5% of my shares to you and promise that during the next 3 years of our collaboration, my company will make even greater concessions. At that moment, the glimmer of greed in Lu Chen's eyes became unmistakable. With so many people present, his gaze felt as though he was undressing her, leaving Suyu quite unsettled. Does Ms. Su believe I am the sort of person who values money above all? If Ms. Su only knows to use money to maintain relationships, then let us pretend I never said anything. Suyu's countenance darkened, her slender fingers clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh, yet she seemed numb to the pain, unperturbed. The other board members began to notice the shift in dynamics, their expressions towards Suyu transforming. Ahem, allow me to say a few words. A portly man interjected. Ms. Su, this is a critical juncture for the company. If this matter can be negotiated, it is best not to put the company in a difficult position. His words were clearly urging Suyu to acquiesce to Lu Chen. With one person leading the charge, others quickly voiced their agreement. Indeed, it has not been easy for our company to reach this point. Mr. Lu is quite the catch. This could be a fortuitous pairing, wouldn't you agree? Ms. Su, do you truly wish to witness the demise of our company? The consensus in the room became apparent. It was time to pressure Suyu into compliance. Suddenly, a voice from the back, tinged with disdain, broke through. What are you doing, compelling a woman to do something she does not wish to, merely to preserve your own meager interests? Isn't that shameful? It was Lin Ze. From the moment Lu Chen had spoken, Lin Ze had sensed his ulterior motives. He had come to understand the art of opportunism quite well. Who is this? I don't know. Seems like it's my first time seeing him. When did he join the board? The others looked at Lin Ze, bewildered. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's expression turned icy. You again. Lin Ze had ensured Lu Chen's humiliation the previous day, and Lu Chen had not forgotten it. Now this person has actually made it to the high-level meeting and uttered such words. Is this not a deliberate act of self-sabotage? Lin Ze, as an ordinary employee, you have no right to be here. Get out immediately. Do you hear me? As soon as these words were spoken, the board erupted into chaos. I had never seen this individual before. It turns out he is merely a grassroots employee. How did someone from such a lowly position manage to get in here? Does he not understand the rules? Suyu's expression was grave. Lin Ze, please step outside for now. I will find you shortly. Although she understood that Lin Ze was speaking up for her, it had nonetheless incited dissatisfaction among the board members. As the company's CEO, she had to be responsible for its future. President Su, I simply cannot tolerate their behavior, Lin Ze declared, striding over to El Chin's side. His words were not only blunt but also ruthlessly exposed El Chin's FAA day in front of everyone. It seems you were already scheming against President Su yesterday at the restaurant. Had I not been there, who knows what might have happened. He had intended to use public opinion to deliver a harsh blow to El Chin. However, to his surprise, none of those present dared to utter a word. The fate of the company, it was no exaggeration to say, lay firmly in the hands of individuals like El Chin. If new investments did not materialize and funds did not flow, bankruptcy would inevitably follow. This was not a result they wished to see, nor one they could bear. Who do you think you were to speak to me like that? El Chin seized Lin Ze by the collar. If this falls through because of you, all the blame will be yours alone. Lin Ze forcefully pushed El Chin away. Stop twisting the narrative. I can turn the company's situation around without your help. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, El Chin erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. The others in the room regarded Lin Ze with a mix of sympathy and disbelief. They had initially thought him merely ignorant of the rules. But now it seemed he was also lacking in common sense. They certainly did not take Lin Ze's words to heart, and some even questioned his mental state. Even Suyu found it hard to listen. Lin Ze, please stop causing a scene. Her eyes revealed her displeasure. We are discussing the company's future development, and we need 300 million in funding. A person who needs to work for a living cannot possibly come up with such a sum. It was not that Suyu looked down on Lin Ze, it was simply the reality of the situation. Yet Lin Ze's voice grew increasingly resolute. I have never claimed this to be a joke. His gaze turned sharp as he faced El Chin. As I stated yesterday, I guarantee I can turn the company's situation around within 3 days, believe it or not. The more serious Lin Ze became, the more El Chin viewed him as foolish. Fine, I'll grant you this opportunity. 2 days remain. Let's see if you can manage to turn things around. With that, El Chin stood up and glanced in Suyu's direction. You, this is not about my unwillingness to give you a chance. It's your subordinate who insists on self-sabotage. Chapter 14. I will prove it to you. I now place the choice in your hands. Do you believe this guy can truly come up with 300 million? Or will you choose to collaborate with me? The decision is yours, he added, but my patience is limited. I cannot guarantee that I will still be willing to wait for you in 2 days. With that, the man strode out. Even the other board members wore expressions of disappointment, some unable to resist mocking as they left. With viable opportunities at hand, why choose to follow a madman? Our company is in decline because of leaders like you. These words struck Suyu like a sharp thorn, darkening her countenance further. You need not concern yourself with them. Lin Ze. Yet before he could finish, Suyu's face darkened. Did I not make it clear before? Today, you were to be a mere observer in the corner during the meeting. You were not to say a word. Now look, I've lost my only opportunity. Suyu was furious. The system's notification chimed in. Affection level 2, current affection level 21. Lin Ze was taken aback. What? Is my affection level dropping already? But he had only spoken the truth. How could he be perceived as a fraud? He had no time to expound philosophical notions to Suyu and instead needed to adjust his state of mind quickly. I know this may be hard for you to accept, but you must believe that I am indeed a wealthy man. Seeing the subtle skepticism in her gaze, Lin Ze pressed on. Give me 2 days. I will prove to you that your choice is undoubtedly correct. With that, he turned to leave. Suyu began to doubt herself. Continuing to flaunt his wealth would be futile. He needed to secure 300 million to refute those who looked down on him. Yet, Lin Ze found himself in a predicament, as he did not currently possess such funds. It seemed he needed to find someone to spend lavishly on. Emerging from the conference room, Lin Ze's expression was complex. Among the various targets of his strategy, Suyu had the highest return rate. 100-fold compensation was incredibly tempting. Yet, she was already beginning to doubt him. If he spoke another misstep and further lowered his affection level, it would be a losing battle. Suddenly, a striking figure flashed by in the distance, hastily exiting the office building. Lin Ze's spirits lifted instantly. How could he have forgotten about Su Xiaoyu? Although she could not compare to Suyu, her return rate was still tenfold. Lin Ze immediately regained his confidence and hastened after her. Hey, wait for me. Lin Ze intercepted Su Xiaoyu, who was about to hail a cab, a smile on his face. Where are you off to? Isn't it still working hours? Su Xiaoyu was surprised to see Lin Ze, but within a second, she composed herself, a faint smile gracing her lips. I have a sudden matter to attend to and need to leave the company early. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Ze took hold of Su Xiaoyu. Why take a cab? I'm off today too. Where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride. Su Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands. That's not necessary. It's too much trouble for you. Lin Ze smiled warmly. We're colleagues. What is the trouble in that? Don't be polite with me. Just get in the car. Su Xiaoyu initially wanted to say more but reconsidered. The corner was indeed a poor spot to catch a cab. She reluctantly set aside her stubbornness and climbed into Lin Ze's car. Here is a bottle of water. Drink up. Lin Ze promptly handed her an unopened bottle of mineral water. Su Xiaoyu accepted it without hesitation, thanking him before unscrewing the cap. Almost simultaneously, a pleasing notification from the system chimed in Lin Ze's ears. During the strategy period, spending 3 yuan yields a 10-fold return of 30 yuan. Lin Ze chuckled. This was the way to go. As long as he spent lavishly on Su Xiaoyu, the system would reward him with a doubled return. Although this approach might not sit well with a woman, Su Xiaoyu was indeed more financially inclined than most. Spending money on someone who appreciated wealth would not only please her but also earn him system rewards. It was a win-win situation. Lost in thought, Lin Ze could not help but laugh. What has got you smiling? Su Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, where are you headed? Su Xiaoyu quickly provided an address, which happened to be the most bustling commercial street in the area. This was precisely what he desired. Following the address given by Su Xiaoyu, the two arrived at the vibrant heart of the city. Are you meeting a friend here? Lin Ze inquired, gazing at Su Xiaoyu. Yes, she replied, her face still beaming with a smile. I should be on my way. Hey, wait for me. Lin Ze had intended to follow her, but soon saw Su Xiaoyu joyfully dash into the embrace of a man. Judging by the man's appearance, he could easily be Su Xiaoyu's father. Yet, there was no trace of disdain on her face, only a hint of eagerness. You took time off work just to see me today. Shouldn't you offer some compensation? She playfully chided, as the man immediately broke into a smile. Of course, anything you desire. Listening to him, Lin Ze felt a twinge of discomfort. He had hoped to spend more time with Su Xiaoyu and perhaps earn some money in the process. But she had barely lingered before throwing herself into the arms of that portly gentleman. The options for his pursuit were indeed limited, leaving Lin Ze feeling somewhat frustrated. However, he was already there and decided he needed to refresh his wardrobe. After all, he was now a billionaire and ought to present himself accordingly. Lin Ze pushed open the door to a luxury boutique. The sales assistant initially wore a warm smile, but it quickly faded upon seeing him. Not a single piece of his attire held any value. Combined, they likely didn't exceed 500 yuan. The cheapest socks in the store were priced over 1,000. Far beyond Lin Ze's spending capacity. Another window shopper, the sales assistant muttered, showing little interest in serving him. Could you show me that outfit? Lin Ze pointed to a casual ensemble displayed in the window. At this moment, he was not yet a business elite and had no need for an expensive suit. A well-fitted outfit would suffice. To his surprise, the sales assistant did not move. Thinking she had not heard him, Lin Ze instinctively raised his voice. Could you show me that outfit, please? Unexpectedly, the sales assistant's expression soured as she shot him a disdainful glance. What are you shouting for? Do you think this is a flea market? She retorted, muttering under her breath about the audacity of people who dared to shop in their store. Lin Ze was taken aback, then realized that she was clearly biased, having judged him based on his attire and deemed him unworthy of service. Is there something wrong with the items in your store? He challenged. The sales assistant immediately bristled. What are you talking about? We only serve high-end brands. How could she tolerate such slander from Lin Ze? Yet, Lin Ze stood his ground. Did I say anything wrong? If your items are not disgraceful, why not quote a price directly instead of being so evasive? Seeing his unwavering demeanor, the sales assistant understood she had gotten herself into trouble. Although reluctant, she handed him the price tag of the outfit. This set costs, but before she could finish, Lin Ze tore the tag to shreds. The sales assistant's eyes widened in shock, her anger boiling inside her. With the tag destroyed, the outfit was unsellable, and she wondered if he truly had the means to pay for it. She regretted that if Lin Ze couldn't afford to cover her commission this month, she might lose her entire bonus. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's polite demeanor had morphed into an icy detachment. His voice dripped with frost. I said I wanted to see the clothing. Not this. If you continue to misinterpret my words, you might regret it. The sales assistant suppressed her fury and turned to retrieve the casual outfit from the display. She mentally prepared for the worst. If Lin Ze dared to ruin that garment, she would ensure he was apprehended. As the clothing reached Lin Ze's hands, he could instantly feel the exceptional quality. Although he couldn't identify the specific fabric, he sensed it was on an entirely different level from his current attire. The material felt cool to the touch, promising comfort on a hot summer day. A smile crept onto Lin Ze's face as he handed over his card. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. The sales assistant shot him a glare. If you can't afford it later, don't blame me. Before she could finish her sentence, a notification chimed. Payment successful. 888 yuan. A single outfit costing over 10,000 yuan was beyond the reach of most, yet this man paid without a second thought. Had she truly underestimated him? When she glimpsed the balance on Lin Ze's card, she nearly fainted. It was a sum she would never earn in her lifetime. When Lin Ze called her again, the sales assistant wore an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize for my earlier attitude. It was unprofessional. Please forgive me. Observing her cautious demeanor, Lin Ze scoffed internally. Indeed, they were all quick to judge based on appearances. It's all right. Just be more mindful next time. By the way, do you have anything else to recommend besides this outfit? Now, the sales assistant dared not show any contempt. She hurriedly began to introduce him to other items. This set features fabric sourced by our designer from Paris, and it is incredibly smooth to the touch. Given your complexion, this color might suit you even better. She continued her pitch, but Lin Ze found himself lost in the jargon. He decided to ignore the extravagant descriptions and focus on selecting styles that genuinely interested him. That's enough. I can browse on my own now. The sales assistant's earlier haughty demeanor had soured his shopping experience, and he preferred to explore alone. Perhaps even selecting a few more outfits. The sales assistant's expression turned awkward, yet she nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll be nearby. Feel free to call me if you need anything. With that, she stepped aside. The service he received now contrasted sharply with his initial experience upon entering. This was the exhilarating rush that wealth could bring, Lin Ze mused, as he began to select items in the men's section. A few minutes later, he faintly heard someone entering the store, followed by a man's cheerful voice. For next week's meeting, I must dress impeccably. It's a prime opportunity for networking. I trust your judgment, so I'll leave the styling to you. Understood. I'll make sure to choose something suitable for you. Lin Ze felt that the voice sounded familiar, as if he had just heard it moments before. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and focused on finding 2 suitable outfits before moving on. As long as he dressed like a wealthy heir, others would at least regard him with greater respect. In due time, one could select a worthy target and lavishly spend, thus acquiring wealth. Wouldn't that be the case? Suddenly, a formal suit on a nearby shelf captured Lin Ze's attention. Prior to entering the store today, he had given little thought to suits. However, the design of this particular ensemble was indeed impressive. Merely gazing at it made Lin Ze unable to divert his eyes. He imagined how splendid it would look on him. Without hesitation, he reached out to claim the garment. Unexpectedly, a person at the other end of the shelf acted even quicker, seizing the suit before him. Upon seeing Lin Ze's face, a flicker of surprise passed through the woman's eyes. Lin Ze, what a surprise to see you here. Lin Ze, too, was astonished to find Su Xiaoyu, whom he had just parted ways with at the street corner, in the same store. Even more surprising was that they both had set their sights on the same formal attire. I just came to browse, Lin Ze replied, his smile unwavering, brushing off the situation with a couple of words. However, Su Xiaoyu harbored no suspicions. I believe this suit suits you quite well. The item he desired was now being handed over to another, and that too to a rather greasy-looking man. Lin Ze felt an ineffable discomfort. Such a fine outfit seemed ashamed to be worn by him. The man clearly expressed his satisfaction with the suit. Perfect. I'll take this one. Su Xiaoyu's smile remained radiant. Oh, my birthday is approaching. Why not consider this a gift for me? A glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Lin Ze chuckled inwardly, recognizing Su Xiaoyu's adeptness in this regard. Her approach to requesting gifts was exceptionally amiable and coupled with her beautiful visage. Most men with even a modest fortune would likely acquiesce. The middle-aged man smiled, wrapping his arm around Su Xiaoyu's waist. Of course, darling, if it pleases you, I would procure anything for you. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up momentarily. Really? Absolutely, he affirmed. The two leaned closer, exuding an air of intimacy that made Lin Ze feel somewhat awkward about intruding. Although Lin Ze was well aware that Su Xiaoyu had numerous admirers, even the man spinning on her now was not the same as yesterday's suitor. Yet, if she was content, why should he overthink it? Regrettably, he had failed to secure the suit for himself. Nevertheless, he preferred not to interfere and continued browsing the shelves. Before long, Lin Ze selected several garments and proceeded to the checkout. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that Su Xiaoyu and her companion had also made their choices. The man's suit and tie lay atop the counter, yet there was no sign of any item belonging to Su Xiaoyu. Upon glancing at her, Lin Ze noticed an unmistakable frown on her face. The man continued to placate her. I truly find these items too garish to match your elegance. How about I take you out to choose something better in a few days? The initial statement was evidently a pretext, and the latter carried a hint of impatience. Su Xiaoyu remained silent, her mood evidently affected. Alas, this man was among her more formidable admirers, making it difficult for her to confront him openly, forcing her to suppress her feelings. Lin Ze found himself unable to overlook the situation. Was it a lack of suitable choices? Or was he simply reluctant to part with his money? The man's expression darkened immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? When did our matters require your input? Su Xiaoyu, feeling embarrassed by Lin Ze's reprimand, quickly offered an apology. I'm sorry, she said, prompting the sales associate to assist them with the checkout. If they could leave the store, this incident would soon be forgotten. Yet, Lin Ze was resolute in his stance. This isn't your concern. Why are you apologizing to me? He then turned his gaze back to the man, a trace of sarcasm lacing his tone. If you lack the means to treat the woman you admire, why take her to a luxury store? You can spend lavishly on yourself, but won't even buy a decent birthday gift? What are you talking about? Who says I'm unwilling to spend? The man fumed, yet he genuinely wished to whisk Su Xiaoyu away from the scene. After all, he had no intention of spending money on her. His previous remarks were merely a facade. The thought of forking out tens of thousands on her left him feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, Lin Ze was truly intent on confronting this middle-aged man. How much is that necklace? Lin Ze's gaze fell upon a necklace displayed in the window. The sales associate, noticing his inquiry, flashed a pleasing smile. You certainly have an eye for beauty. This necklace just arrived this morning. The only one of its kind in the city, perfect for gifting. The sales associate displayed remarkable insight, immediately recognizing that Lin Ze intended to present it to Su Xiaoyu. Without hesitation, he handed over his card to make the purchase. Shortly thereafter, another associate brought forth a gift box tied with a light-colored ribbon. Lin Ze handed it to Su Xiaoyu. Happy birthday. In that moment, he distinctly saw a spark of joy in her eyes. Was it gratitude or astonishment? Almost simultaneously, a notification pinged in his mind. Affection level increased by 5, current affection level 13. Such a significant increase? Lin Ze was taken aback. Just yesterday, when he mentioned gifting her a car, her affection level hadn't budged. It seemed indeed that women favor those who take action rather than mere words. It was only at this juncture that Lin Ze remembered to ask, by the way, how much is this necklace? This premium blue diamond necklace is priced at exactly 1 million. Lin Ze was overjoyed. This necklace was valued at such a sum? According to the system's rules. Did this not equate to a benefit of 10 million for him? Indeed, Su Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude, ultimately accepting the necklace. Almost simultaneously, another notification chimed in his mind. During the courting period, spending 1 million yields a tenfold return, 10 million. Lin Ze felt a surge of satisfaction. A gift worth 10 million. Although the reward wasn't as exhilarating as Su Yu's, it still promised considerable benefits. If he continued to shower Su Xiaoyu with gifts, he might soon amass 300 million in funds. Just the thought of it filled Lin Ze with glee. Oblivious to the darkening expression on the face of the intermediary bystander, whose hands had unconsciously clenched into fists. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Why should my woman accept your gift? With that, he grasped Lin Ze's collar. Unfortunately for him, he only possessed the capacity for bluster. In middle age, his physical prowess had waned compared to his youth. Lin Ze simply pushed him away, then disdainfully smoothed out the wrinkles left on his clothing. What is wrong with you? Xiaoyu and I are colleagues. What's wrong with gifting her a birthday present? If you were capable of providing the best for the one you cherish, you wouldn't have let such an opportunity slip into my hands. He then glanced at Su Xiaoyu. At your age, still reluctant to spend money, what do you see in him? His words struck like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening Su Xiaoyu. Indeed, upon reflection, despite the man's possession of a luxury car and frequenting upscale venues, he had rarely spent lavishly on her. The only notable gift he had offered was a handbag worth a few thousand. Compared to Lin Ze, the middle-aged man appeared rather pathetic. As Lin Ze began to unveil his true self, the man was genuinely anxious. I see you are courting death by daring to utter such words. With that, he raised his fist, aiming to strike Lin Ze's face. Enough. At this crucial moment, Su Xiaoyu's voice prevented the farce from escalating. When she turned her gaze toward the man, the softness in her eyes had vanished. I believe my colleague is right. You simply refuse to spend money on me. Seeing Su Xiaoyu seemingly ready to abandon him, the middle-aged man grew frantic. How can you trust the nonsense of this young lad? I believe the items here are unworthy of you. Unworthy? Su Xiaoyu held the necklace Lin Ze had gifted her, questioning its lack of value. The attendant nearby could hardly contain herself. Our brand has engaged numerous master-level designers, and our target clientele is rather youthful. The implication was unmistakable. Either his outdated views could not keep pace with contemporary aesthetics, or he was miserly to the core, unwilling to part with his money. Unexpectedly, these few words turned him into the target of ridicule. The middle-aged man was seething with rage, yet found himself at a loss for words, merely pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Ze. Just wait. With that, he stormed off, leaving behind the carefully selected outfit he had chosen. What purpose do such empty threats serve? Lin Ze shot him a disdainful glance as he departed. Thank you for earlier, he said to Su Xiaoyu, who blushed slightly, her demeanor seemingly more favorable than before. A level of 13 in affection was indeed more tangible than a mere 5. It's nothing. I simply cannot stand his demeanor. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the necklace in Su Xiaoyu's hand. Receiving just one necklace for your birthday seems rather pitiful. Why not select a few more items you like? I shall purchase them for you. It would also lend me the opportunity to earn a bit more. To his surprise, Su Xiaoyu was taken aback by his offer. How could I? I have already accepted such an expensive gift from you. Holding the necklace, she felt a flutter of emotion. After all, it was worth 1 million. Just the previous day, while watching Lin Ze acquire a new car, she had harbored some doubts. Now, it appeared he had indeed struck it rich. Lin Ze smiled. This amount is inconsequential to me. Perhaps you could provide me with more opportunities to showcase my generosity? Initially, Su Xiaoyu had felt discontented about losing a wealthy suitor. However, Lin Ze's words made her chuckle softly. Thank you. I'm not a greedy person. This is already more than enough. Clutching the necklace, Su Xiaoyu soon parted ways with Lin Ze. Yet, the image of her enchanting smile lingered in his mind. Truly beautiful. Lin Ze's spirits soared as he decided to collect the clothes the middle-aged man had rejected. Here's your card, the attendant said, bowing and smiling. The items Lin Ze purchased would fulfill his monthly quota and even yield a substantial bonus. This man was indeed a veritable fortune bringer for him. Yet, Lin Ze remained unperturbed. After utilizing the changing room to don a set of designer attire, he examined his reflection in the mirror. It is often said that one's appearance is paramount. He had once novelly believed that everything could be accentuated by mere charisma, even thinking that wealth could not compensate for a lack of it. Now he realized he had harbored a bit of a loser mentality. Truly, the quality of high-end brands is unparalleled. Although Lin Ze could not yet name the fabric, he found it undeniably delightful. Exiting the store, he climbed into his car. Just as he contemplated where to acquire more funds, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a message from a client, the very one who had given him a rare favorable review yesterday. While chatting with her had not been particularly enjoyable, Lin Ze had recently received an abundance of negative feedback, and compliments had been all too scarce. Typically, such clients often alternate between orders, seeking varied conversational experiences. Could it be that receiving a red envelope yesterday had elevated her spirits? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Of course, this Shin Shixia was a stunning beauty with a score of 76. Any expenses he incurred in courting her would yield a 50-fold return. If he were to lavish her with a bit more money, he could certainly profit from the endeavor. Apologies for the wait, he typed, adding a smiley face. Normally, clients would complain if left waiting for such a duration. It's all right. I'm just feeling a bit down and wanted someone to chat with. Feeling down? This presented an opportunity. Lin Ze's fingers danced across the keyboard. Don't be upset. Here is a bouquet for you. He sent a red envelope with a casual flourish. Although the phrase was somewhat kitsch, the monetary gift was real. What woman could truly resist the allure of such words? To his astonishment, she declined his offer. You are far too generous, but I've inquired in the comments, and your platform has no obligation to issue red envelopes. Lin Ze chuckled. Isn't it to cheer you up? Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. What was this? In this day and age, could one truly be unable to spend money? Just chatting with you is already delightful. With his funds still intact, disappointment washed over him. He felt it imperative to treat her well. So, what is going on? After all, if he had some time on his hands, he might as well indulge in some gossip while getting paid for it. As the words breakup appeared on the screen, Lin Ze began to comprehend. No wonder she had sought solace online for 2 consecutive days. It seemed she was nursing a broken heart. During such times, one must be kind to oneself. With that thought, he sent another red envelope. Meanwhile, in the office, Siyu scrutinized the chat records on the back-end screen, her expression shifting subtly. Lin Ze indeed had some funds at his disposal, as evidenced by his expenditures over the past couple of days. However, he was not rich enough to distribute money indiscriminately. If that girl refreshed her comments about red envelopes in the back end, others might mistakenly believe their platform offered such perks. With the company struggling even to manage basic operations, there was no budget for surprise events. Just conversing with you brings me joy. You seem like a very considerate young man, she replied, sending a smiley face. Lin Ze grinned. A beauty with a score of 76 complimenting him was certainly noteworthy. Chatting with you has made me feel much better. Tonight, I plan to go to Lance Bar with friends for a drink. It's just a breakup. It's not a big deal. It seemed he had successfully cheered her up. Just like the previous day, Shun Shishao left Lin Ze a favorable review on the platform. Observing his overall rating increase slightly, Lin Ze felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He was no longer reliant on performance reviews to sustain himself. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he resigned immediately, the funds in his bank account would suffice to support him for a lifetime. Yet, through these past 2 days of interaction, Lin Ze had developed a slight fondness for Shun Shishao. It was quite apparent that someone had been showering him with favorable reviews for 2 consecutive days. His colleague, Sun Ping, flashed him a smile. On the surface, it appeared to be a compliment, yet it was laced with a hint of sarcasm. It was as if they were implying that Lin Ze's praises were merely fabricated. Lin Ze could hardly be bothered to engage with such individuals. After all, he was now a wealthy man, and there was little to discuss with this crowd. The Lancer Bar? There seemed to be one with the same name on this commercial street. Could it be that one of his online clients happened to reside in the same city? If that were the case, it would be quite a coincidence. Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Yet, there was a twinge of intrigue within him. Since he was living alone, why not take a look? The bar was filled with beautiful women. If he managed to charm one, it could present another opportunity for fortune. Without further ado, he decided to act. After work, Lin Ze made a special trip to a nearby hair salon to style his hair before heading straight to the bar. As night fell and the lights illuminated the streets, the atmosphere inside the bar was entirely different. The deafening music stirred the emotions of everyone present, and the dance floor was alive with couples swaying to the rhythm. This was not a place Lin Ze frequented before. With his meager salary, there was scarcely anything left after paying rent and expenses, let alone indulging in a beer that would pinch his wallet. However, circumstances had changed. Watching the scantily clad women sway beside him, Lin Ze felt a rush of excitement. This could indeed be a delightful venue. Hey there, are you alone? Suddenly, a hand rested on Lin Ze's shoulder. The heavy makeup made it difficult to discern her true features. Lin Ze quickly scanned her with his system. Target, Zhang Hongying, attractiveness, 61, favorability, 30, during the campaign. Any expenditure will yield a 3-fold return. Her looks barely passed muster. Yet, she possessed a base favorability of 30 points. How could she possibly be attracted to him upon their first encounter? After surveying the beautiful women, Lin Ze felt little affinity for someone so average in appearance. However, the 3-fold return was tempting. Perhaps he could exploit it. I'm sorry, but you're not quite my type, Lin Ze stated plainly. The woman's expression darkened. Favorability, 20. Current favorability, 10. It was evident that someone who could easily notice him would also be affected by his words. Seizing the moment before she departed, Lin Ze casually ordered a drink. This drink is a peace offering. It's on me. The woman shot him an irked glance. Favorability, 10. Current favorability, 0. The last remnants of her favorability evaporated. However, they were all there to have fun, and who could resist a free benefit? She took the drink nonetheless. Spent 80 yuan, received 240 yuan in return. This tactic proved effective, even with a stranger, as long as he intended to engage. The system would adhere to its basic rules of return. Yet, relying solely on this method, how long would it take to accumulate enough wealth? After all, Suyu required 3 billion for her salvation, and he was still a bit short. Moreover, he had come to the bar not only to achieve his goal, but also to see if he might encounter Shin Xiao by chance. However, he pondered that her name might not be her true identity. After surveying the women, he noted that very few exceeded the standard of attractiveness. Today, he was likely to leave empty-handed. Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, someone else approached him. Observing her barely passing score of 63, Lin Ze, out of politeness, offered her a drink. Spent 120 yuan, received 360 yuan in return. A bold idea flashed through Lin Ze's mind. He dashed onto the stage and seized the microphone. "Excuse me, I have a few words to share." The crowd turned their attention to him, most likely anticipating a spectacle. What was this person thinking? Did he drink too much so soon after opening? Perhaps he wanted to declare his feelings for someone here. The audience urged him to step down, eager to continue dancing. Lin Ze remained unfazed. "Tonight, I'm hosting a game for the lovely ladies present. I will sit at the bar and rate your attractiveness based on my observations. Regardless of the outcome, each participant will receive a complimentary drink. If you are confident in your looks and figure, come and give it a try." With that, he stepped down amidst the crowd's gaze. It was better to let the prey come to him rather than seeking them out. Perhaps there were rare beauties in the crowd that he had simply overlooked. As anticipated, murmurs filled the air. Who would participate in such a ridiculous activity? Seriously, this guy is quite dull. With my looks, I could score at least a bottle of champagne. Despite the disdainful comments, the competitive spirit amongst the women was undeniable. Soon, individuals began approaching the bar, eager to know their score. "How much do you think I'm worth?" Chapter 19. He is the tycoon. This method was indeed effective. The women who had previously scoffed at Lin Ze's rating activity now flocked to him, eager to know their scores. Most were accompanied by friends, each hoping to attain a high score from Lin Ze. 57, 42, 65. As expected, few were particularly attractive. Lin Ze had little expectation for their appearances. After all, his goal was to earn money. "Hey there, could you rate me?" Suddenly, a striking figure caught Lin Ze's eye. Almost simultaneously, a notification chimed from the system. Target, Li Xingyue, attractiveness, 72, favorability, 0. During the campaign, any expenditure will yield a 20-fold return. Achieving a favorability of 100 will grant an additional reward. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. Finally, after encountering so many ordinary-looking women, a high-quality prospect had arrived. Affecting a serious demeanor, Lin Ze assessed Li Xingyue and confidently declared, 72 points. This score was not arbitrary, it was based on the system's evaluation. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. So high? She had observed that very few women achieved even a score above 60. The fact that she had received such a high rating delighted her immensely. "My ratings are always fair," Lin Ze replied earnestly. After all, there was no reason to deceive in such matters. "You're quite intriguing. Do you come here often?" A bottle of champagne, Li Xingyue gasped, astonished. The previous women had barely managed to order drinks worth 200 yuan at most. This champagne was valued at 10,000 yuan, and yet, they had only exchanged a brief introduction. "Are you really a wealthy man?" Li Xingyue exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lin Ze offered a subtle smile. "What do you think?" While Lin Ze's appearance was certainly not unappealing, a bit of grooming revealed a hint of the affluent heir he could be. The attire of the individuals present was indeed quite exquisite, with brands that were intimidating merely by their appearance. I had long heard tales of affluent young masters frequenting bars, yet I never anticipated encountering one today. However, what perplexed me was his behavior. While other wealthy heirs might lavishly spend in pursuit of charming women, this man seemed to buy drinks for nearly every girl who approached him to converse. His intentions did not appear to lie with the aesthetically pleasing. Even those whose looks were less than impressive, as noted by Li Xingyue, could still exchange a drink here. Was this young gentleman merely flaunting his wealth? If so, his method of ostentation was indeed rather unconventional. Soon, the waiter uncorked the bottle, and an announcement echoed through the venue. "We thank Mr. Lin Ze for purchasing a bottle of Ace of Spades, and we hope you enjoy your time at our bar." While many had previously criticized Lin Ze's erratic behavior, at this moment, he was perceived as a true tycoon. The girls who had just rated him began to gather, eager to discover who could prompt such extravagant spending. The girl in question was indeed strikingly beautiful, arguably the most attractive among the 2 or 3 dozen who had just rated him. The wealthy young master certainly knew how to play the game. Was this not a subtle form of fishing for attention? Hearing the murmurs around her, Li Xingyue's expression turned somewhat complex. It appeared that this fellow was using the rating as a pretext for selection. The thought of being chosen by others left her feeling slightly displeased. Nevertheless, he had at least graciously offered her a complimentary drink, and she did not wish to squander the opportunity to indulge in fine wine. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," she said, taking the Ace of Spades and turning to leave. Lin Ze made no effort to stop her, nor did he even request her number, as he was currently preoccupied with the system's notifications. During the strategy, a consumption of 10,000 yuan has yielded a 20-fold return, totaling 200,000 yuan. Lin Ze scoffed. Just when he had encountered a high probability of doubling his investment, she took her leave without granting him the chance to engage further. Was this evening destined for failure? As Lin Ze wallowed in his disappointment, Li Xingyue spoke up. "Why do you not converse with me a bit more?" She took a seat directly across from him. "What would you like to discuss?" Lin Ze replied casually, lifting his drink for a thoughtful sip. You summoned the girls to rate you. Did you not intend to use that as an opportunity to flirt? As she spoke, she tossed her hair back. Her beauty, already striking, appeared even more exquisite under the ambient lighting. Noticing Lin Ze's earlier indifference towards her, she felt a twinge of annoyance and resolved to showcase her most appealing side to him. Surely, I must be the most attractive among the girls who approached you for a rating. Do you truly have nothing to say to me? Lin Ze maintained his nonchalant demeanor. No, not really. Given her previous display of disinterest, he felt no obligation to shower her with attention, while he was willing to spend on strangers. It had to be a mutual interest. He had no desire to be a fool, squandering money on someone who did not reciprocate his feelings. Surprisingly, this attitude piqued Li Xingyue's interest. You cannot genuinely be here just to rate girls, can you? If Lin Ze had initially appeared to Li Xingyue as merely a wealthy second-generation heir selecting beautiful women, his lack of reaction when she walked away had now made her increasingly curious about him. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Lin Ze's ear. Favorability 5. Current favorability 5. Lin Ze was taken aback. He had acted indifferent, yet she was now peppering him with questions, seemingly intrigued by him. Just bored, really, he replied, stealing a few more glances at Li Xingyue, a smile beginning to form in his eyes. Of course, if you wish to continue our conversation, I would not mind indulging you for a while. You make it sound as if I am the one pursuing you. She feigned displeasure, though a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. May I inquire if the name you provided earlier was your true name? Chapter 20. Meeting a beauty offline. Li Xingyue rested her chin on her hand, scrutinizing the man before her. I don't recall any local tycoons with the surname Lin. Lin Ze found her remark somewhat amusing. Indeed, in the past, he had been a mere ordinary citizen, looked down upon by many, even losing a girlfriend to someone wealthier. It was hardly surprising that she had never heard of him. Yet, he maintained a facade of seriousness. Perhaps I am just more low-key. He then promptly instructed the waiter to bring another fine bottle of wine for the lady. No, make it 5. Li Xingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, you are indeed wealthy. At that moment, as she began to harbor a slight admiration for Lin Ze, the system chimed in his ear once more. Favorability 3, current favorability 8. A smile crept onto Lin Ze's lips. Indeed, a woman's favorability seemed to correlate with the level of expenditure. The more he spent, the more she admired him. Who said money could not buy affection? The waiter swiftly placed 5 bottles of exquisite wine before them, each uncorked with a flourish. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your generous purchase of 5 bottles of Ace of Spades. The atmosphere exploded with excitement. 5 bottles. That amounted to 50,000 yuan. In an era where everyone claimed to be affluent and well-connected, 50,000 yuan might not seem like much. However, when it came to actual cash spent at a bar, most would instantly concede defeat. The women Lin Ze had previously rejected began to bemoan their lack of beauty, lamenting the missed opportunity to befriend a wealthy man. During the strategy, a consumption of 50,000 yuan has yielded a 20-fold return, totaling 1,000,000 yuan. A grin spread across Lin Ze's face. This was becoming rather intriguing. If he could manage to spend 1,000,000 yuan tonight, given the doubling probability, he could potentially reap 20,000,000 yuan. This was far more rewarding than wasting money on those unworthy of his attention. Mr. Lin, is this how you typically make friends? Li Xingyue chuckled, eyeing the 6 bottles of wine laid before them with a hint of exasperation. Though fine, she could hardly consume them much. Besides, she had come to accompany friends, not solely to indulge in drinking. You brought friends? Lin Ze inquired, surprised. Indeed, replied Li Xingyue, her face lighting up with a smile. My friend is both beautiful and gentle, a true darling adored by all. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's interest peaked. If even Li Xingyue considered her a beauty, her rating was surely above 70. No, it might even surpass 75. The doubling probability for such a beauty should be around 50 times. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. The previously calm Lin Ze now had a glint of excitement in his eyes. Where is your friend? Li Xingyue, sensing the sudden shift in Lin Ze's demeanor, shot him a knowing glance. You men are all the same. The mere mention of a beauty makes you nearly leap out of your seat. With a long sigh, she continued, sometimes I truly fail to understand you men. You shower us with sweet words while pursuing us, yet once you have us, you fail to cherish what you have, leaving my friend quite unhappy. Where is she now? Could you perhaps introduce me? I might have a way to make her happy, Lin Ze inquired with a smile. However, he soon received an eye roll from Li Xingyue. I see that your intentions to make a girl happy are feigned. You truly wish for me to introduce you to a beautiful woman. Lin Ze did not refute this, merely chuckling. It should be arriving soon. As Li Xingyue spoke, her gaze suddenly caught sight of something in the distance. She's here, she exclaimed, waving towards the entrance. Xiaoxia. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. What did she just call her friend? Xiaoxia? Shin Xiaoxia? Could it be the one he knew? He had come here on a whim. And yet the world seemed so small. Just as Lin Ze was mentally lamenting, Li Xingyue approached the girl. Did I not tell you to arrive early? Why are you so late? I was here, bored to death. Li Xingyue linked her arm with the girl. In an instant, a melodious voice reached Lin Ze's ears. I couldn't help it. There was a traffic jam. Besides, I'm not as leisurely as your every day. Li Xingyue smiled. The voice was quite pleasant. The next moment, their eyes met. The girl possessed an exquisite beauty, with her hair cascading naturally down her back. Dressed in a white gown that starkly contrasted with the overtly sensual attire of the women in the dance floor. She was gentle yet vivacious. Beautiful with a hint of elegance. Such a visage was truly extraordinary. Simultaneously, a system notification emerged. Target, Shin Xiaoxia, appearance, 76 points, favorability, 0, during the campaign. Any expenditure on her will yield a 50-fold return. It was indeed her. Lin Ze was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his seat. What a coincidence. He had merely come here with a casual mindset. Yet, in a heartbeat, he sensed something amiss. Previously, the software indicated that Shin Xiaoxia's favorability towards him had reached 10. Why was it now reset to 0? At that moment, Shin Xiaoxia scrutinized Lin Ze with an inexplicable expression, subtly tugging at Li Xingyue's arm. Who is this person? Why has he been staring at me since I entered? Lin Ze quickly realized that his familiarity with Shin Xiaoxia stemmed from being able to see her username in the back end. To his surprise, she had indeed used her real name. However, on his end, it displayed only a virtual alias. Shin Xiaoxia was unaware that he was the same young man who had sent her a red envelope the day before. To her, he was merely a stranger, and thus her favorability must begin anew. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Lin Ze's mind. Since Shin Xiaoxia's favorability online and offline did not synchronize, if he could maximize both simultaneously, would he not be able to reap double the rewards? As Lin Ze contemplated this, Li Xingyue had already led Shin Xiaoxia to the bar. This is my new friend, Lin Ze. She then leaned closer to Shin Xiaoxia's ear, whispering, he's a super wealthy guy. He has already treated quite a few people to drinks tonight. After saying this, she pointed to the 6 bottles of Ace of Spades on the table, as if boasting. You're prettier than I am. Why not let him rate your beauty? With your looks, you could probably score more fine drinks. However, Shin Xiaoxia showed little interest. No, thank you. Moreover, I'm not particularly fond of wealthy men right now. As she spoke, her expression noticeably cooled. Earlier, Shin Xiaoxia had mentioned online that she had just gone through a breakup. Even Li Xingyue had alluded to it. This moment must be a low point for her emotionally. If he offered her some comfort, perhaps he could gain some favorability and simultaneously increase his rewards. After all, she was a beauty with a 50-fold reward. If he let this opportunity slip by, you would indeed be a fool. Since you're not interested in this activity, let us forget I ever suggested it. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you, Shin Xiaoxia replied with a smile. I don't like accepting favors from unfamiliar men, especially when it comes to drinks. Lin Ze couldn't help but scoff internally. She had accepted his red envelope online in seconds. Why was she now refusing? Meeting his fate. You seem quite down today. Would you like to chat? I might be able to help. Shin Xiaoxia maintained her cheerful demeanor. I think not. I came here to uplift my spirits, and I don't need anyone's assistance. With that, Shin Xiaoxia took Li Xingyue's hand. Didn't you say this place was lively? Let us go dance over there. Li Xingyue hesitated for a moment but quickly agreed, casting Lin Ze a helpless glance as they departed. Lin Ze sat there, feeling utterly frustrated. What was happening? They had shared such a good rapport online. Why was she now so guarded in person? Should he just break the ice and reveal that he was the one who had been comforting her online and had sent her the red envelope? But within a second, he discarded that thought. No. The offline Shin Xiaoxia seemed to possess a strong sense of caution. If he revealed himself, she might think he was a stalker, deliberately creating an opportunity for a face-to-face meeting. He would not only lose out on double rewards, but might even lose the favorability he had accrued online. The irony of being unable to spend his wealth left Lin Ze feeling bemused. Just as he was strategizing on how to create more opportunities to showcase himself before the beauty, a commotion erupted behind him. What are you doing? If he heard correctly, that voice belonged to Li Xingyue. Lin Ze instinctively turned to look. There, at the edge of the dance floor, Li Xingyue glared angrily at a burly man beside her. He was clearly intoxicated, swaying unsteadily, yet his gaze lingered on the 2 women with a smirk. Beautiful ladies, I mean no harm. I just want to chat. The man wore a greasy smile. Chat. We have nothing to discuss, and besides, we don't know you. Li Xingyue retreated. The man seized Li Xingyue's arm, startling Shin Xiaoxia. In a bar, one could encounter all sorts of characters, and they certainly seemed to be having a stroke of bad luck. Seeing her friend being harassed, Shin Xiaoxia hurriedly pushed the man away. How dare you push me? He seethed, but upon realizing it was a beautiful girl who had done so, his face twisted into a lewd grin. But I'm not angry. I like feisty girls. This man appeared to be nearing 40. Yet he still referred to himself as brother in front of 2 young women. Even Lin Ze found his greasy words repulsive. No way. I cannot stand by and watch these girls suffer. Moreover, both had considerable beauty. He was counting on them to help him secure system rewards. With that thought in mind, Lin Ze stepped protectively in front of them. As Lin Ze approached, Li Xingyue looked as if she might burst into tears. The fat man did not expect anyone to intervene. His expression instantly darkened. What do you want? He snapped, gesturing for Lin Ze to step aside. Under normal circumstances, Lin Ze might not have had a definitive advantage against such a burly figure, but the effects of the copious alcohol he had consumed today rendered him somewhat unsteady. As if he were walking on clouds. With a swift motion, he pushed the man aside. The off-balance rotund fellow stumbled and fell to the ground. eliciting gasps from the staff present. Mr. Qian, are you all right? That was quite a fall. The portly man immediately erupted with indignation. Do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me? With that, he slammed a card onto the table and shouted at the bar staff. I am a gold card member and a long-standing patron here. Is this how you conduct business? The supervisor hurried over, wearing a fawning expression. I sincerely apologize. What good is just talking nonsense? The man retorted, ungrateful. Get this ill-mannered brat out of here. I don't want anyone ruining my good time. Hearing this, the supervisor looked troubled. That might be difficult. This gentleman just spent over 60,000 yuan tonight. Mr. Qian is indeed a valued customer. And we can't afford to lose potential big clients. 60,000? I've spent nearly 600,000 here. The portly man slammed the table. Bring me 100,000 yuan worth of drinks. I'll treat everyone here. 100,000. The supervisor's eyes brightened. Who would turn down such an opportunity? He quickly turned to Lin Ze. I apologize, sir, but our bar does not permit physical altercations. I will ensure the 6 bottles you ordered are refunded. Perhaps you could return another day. He then gestured for Lin Ze to leave. Lin Ze smirked. It was clear this was a place where money spoke volumes. The wealthier one was, the greater the respect accorded. So, in your bar, one can simply spend 100,000 yuan to have someone thrown out? The supervisor's face turned somewhat awkward at this remark. I will deposit 1 million, and I expect you to clear out the trash. With a smile, Lin Ze turned to Shen Shixia. This will be under the name of this young lady. Shen Shixia was taken aback. She had only known Lin Ze for less than an hour, and here he was, being so extravagant. 1 million? Have you lost your mind? The rotund man wore a mocking smile. He then waved at the supervisor. What are you waiting for? Don't let money slip away. Get this kid to swipe his card, and if he can't afford this much, kick him out for good. It seemed he was certain Lin Ze could not produce such funds. The supervisor was also stunned. You really intend to deposit that much? Of course. Lin Ze promptly handed over his card. Seeing his serious demeanor, the supervisor had no choice but to take the card and call for the machine. My goodness! After merely glancing at the balance on the card, the supervisor gasped in disbelief, nearly fainting at the sight of the numerous digits. Mr. Lin, the payment has been processed. He swiftly arranged for the 1 million yuan prepaid card to be presented to Shen Shixia. Miss, this is for you. Shen Shixia felt as if she had been struck by a blow to the head. He just spent 1 million on her? What was his motive? The man who had been at odds with Lin Ze was also dumbfounded. 1 million? Is it really 1 million? He would rather believe it was just a dream than accept the reality. Lin Ze, however, was unbothered by him. He turned to the supervisor. I've spent my money, so I expect to enjoy my time here. Upon hearing this, the supervisor's face immediately broke into a smile. Understood. He then gestured for Mr. Qian to leave. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. It was unexpected that the supervisor, who had initially called for Lin Ze, was now eager to show him the door. Mr. Qian's face darkened, but he dared not confront Lin Ze. Anyone who could casually spend 1 million in such a place was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Was he perhaps some wealthy heir? However, he knew many affluent locals and had never heard of anyone named Lin. It was indeed a dismal day. Mr. Qian muttered under his breath as he headed towards the exit. With the trouble resolved, Lin Ze let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to the 2 lovely ladies beside him with a smile. In such establishments, it was not uncommon for drunken patrons to cause a ruckus. It was wise for 2 young ladies to be cautious when out alone. Li Xingyue's eyes gleamed with intrigue. You even gifted Shixia a 1 million yuan prepaid card? She scrutinized both of them. You aren't developing a crush on my friend, are you? Lin Ze chuckled lightly. I simply cannot stand those who bully others, flaunting their wealth of 100,000 yuan here. He then turned to Shen Shixia. Are you all right? This unexpected concern left Shen Shixia momentarily flustered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I'm fine. That's good. Perhaps warmed by Lin Ze's concern, the system notification chimed in. Favorability 5, current favorability 5. During the mission, spending 1 million yuan grants a 50-fold reward, totaling 50 million. Lin Ze's heart soared with joy. His initial assumptions had proven accurate. The balance on his card was now well over 300 million, exceeding his target. He could now address the troubles with Suyu. He left Li Xingyue with a phone number. I'm not far from here, so feel free to call me if you need assistance. He then strode confidently towards the exit. Let us go, Shen Shixia said, losing interest in the place. Li Xingyue nodded. I agree. I'm ready for a change of scenery. They both headed towards the door, just in time to see Lin Ze leave in his car. Wow, he's driving an extravagant vehicle. Li Xingyue recognized the car's emblem instantly. It was at least $1 million car. No wonder he spent so liberally. With a smile, she leaned closer to Shen Shixia. Who would have thought? Your charm is undeniable. You've barely broken up, and already someone is vying for your attention. What are you talking about? Shen Shixia playfully punched Li Xingyue's arm. The two shared a laugh. Yet, with the 1 million yuan prepaid card in her hand, Shen Shixia felt a strange sensation. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune? Reclining on the soft bed, Lin Ze let out a contented sigh. He took out his phone to check the balance displayed in the messages, feeling elated. Good days are indeed upon me. The sun shone brightly, filtering through the window into the conference room. When the board members entered again, They immediately spotted Lin Ze sitting in the front row. Unlike the last time, Lin Ze was particularly ostentatious, even greeting them as they entered, as if afraid they might forget him. "This guy is bold," one member remarked. "It's a pity for Suyu. The company is on the brink of collapse, and he has to deal with such a troublesome employee. I wonder if it's too late to seek help from Luchin. They wouldn't dare pin their hopes on an unreliable person like him." Lin Ze overheard their comments, but chose to ignore them. For today, he had come prepared with ample funds. His intentions were unmistakable. The purpose is to decisively strike at this group of individuals. As Lin Ze observed the gathering crowd, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. He pondered whether Lu Chun, who had previously boasted in his presence, would grace the event with his presence today. If he were to achieve a resounding triumph, but the true adversary remained absent, would his efforts not be in vain? Just as he contemplated this, the sound of high heels echoed from outside. The familiar cadence of footsteps conjured an image of Su Yu's alluring long legs in his mind. His esteemed female boss possessed beauty that surpassed that of ordinary women. Lin Ze had prepared himself to greet Su Yu, yet when the footsteps reached the door, they abruptly halted as though someone had called out to her, and then retreated in the opposite direction. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. What was happening? Outside. Su Yu listened intently to Lu Chen's words, her expression grave. Was President Zhao truly willing to invest? The Zhao family was renowned locally as a wealthy and extravagant household. It was said that they had previously disbursed millions merely to secure a plot of land. If such a commercial giant were to invest, the crisis facing her company would surely dissipate. Chapter 23. I hope you won't regret it. Perhaps this could even lead to a long-term relationship with the Zhao family. Of course, how could I ever deceive you regarding such matters? Lu Chen replied with a smile. Just say the word, and I can assure you they will transfer the funds. In due time, wealth and prosperity will be entirely yours. This statement undeniably bore a certain allure. However, Su Yu was not one to be swept away by elation. What are the conditions? I have already negotiated most of the business terms for you. But there are indeed two personal requests. Lu Chen leaned in closer, producing a room key and placing it in Su Yu's hand. She furrowed her brow tightly, fully aware of what this represented. That is one. The second matter is that once we enter, you must publicly dismiss that Lin fellow. I do not wish for anyone else to interfere between us. Recalling the two occasions he had suffered defeats at Lin Ze's hands, Lu Chen felt a simmering resentment. He could not allow such a person to remain in the company. Otherwise, numerous troubles awaited him in the future. Noticing Su Yu's tense expression, Lu Chen understood that this was not a matter to be rushed. The choice is entirely yours. This is pivotal for the future development of the company. With those words, he stepped into the room. Upon his entrance, he feigned nonchalance, intentionally positioning himself close to Lin Ze. The two men locked eyes, and the air crackled with tension. Lin Ze was acutely aware that Lu Chen must have said something to Su Yu, for otherwise, his boss would not have hesitated at the door. Just as Lin Ze contemplated stepping outside to investigate, the conference room door swung open. Su Yu entered, her brow furrowed as though she had encountered a challenging dilemma. Since everyone is here, let us not beat around the bush, Lu Chen began, shattering the silence in the room. Some among us claimed they could gather 3 billion within 3 days to save the company. The time has come. Where's the money? His gaze fixated on Lin Ze, laced with a hint of mockery. That was indeed my claim, Lin Ze replied calmly, turning to face Lu Chen. And you? What have you accomplished in the past 3 days? Anything more useful than your bluster? Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Su Yu. I have already submitted my proposal to President Su, and I believe she has weighed her options thoroughly by now. On one side, there is a reliable investor, and on the other, a mere employee earning the minimum wage. Only a fool would choose Lin Ze. Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk at this thought, feeling assured of victory. The others in the room exhaled in relief, with some even beginning to lecture Lin Ze. It's good to have ambition as a young person, but you cannot make empty boasts. How could you possibly conjure 3 billion out of thin air? Indeed, Mr. Lu has a broader vision. I imagine he has devised a solid plan by now. These individuals were oblivious to Su Yu's gradually darkening expression, entranced instead by the potential benefits of Lu Chen's words. One of them ventured, President Su, I believe we should adhere to Mr. Lu's approach. This way, our company may finally find salvation. They were entirely self-serving, unaware that behind this facade lay a perilous cost to Su Yu. I apologize, Mr. Lu, but I cannot accept your generous offer, Su Yu suddenly interjected, her words landing like a heavy blow upon Lu Chen. Not only was Lu Chen stunned, but the other board members were equally taken aback. As they regained their composure, their gazes towards Su Yu were filled with skepticism. At this moment, Su Yu cast aside any concern for their doubts and insults, throwing the room key at Lu Chen's feet. I will not compromise my integrity for the sake of the company's interests. You underestimate me. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he rose abruptly from his seat, pointing at both Lin Ze and Su Yu. Do you realize what you are doing? You would rather forsake the opportunity to collaborate with the Zhao family than trust this man? The mention of a partnership with the Zhao family only deepened the confusion among the attendees. Some even contemplated selling their shares, believing it wiser to withdraw from a company with no future than to persist in its stagnation. Are you serious? Lin Ze suddenly interjected, fixing a direct gaze on Lu Chen, who was clearly enraged. Of course I'm serious. Do you think it's wise to entrust the company's fate to someone like you? Lin Ze disregarded him, turning to Su Yu instead. What is the value of your shares? After a calculation by her secretary, Suyu revealed a figure of approximately 10 million. With 300 million in his account, even after setting aside the 300 million, he still possessed enough to acquire the shares in question. I'll buy them. I hope you won't regret it. The man scoffed. Very well. Let us see if you can back up such a claim. He promptly instructed his secretary to draft a contract. Lin Ze wasted no time, signing a check and handing it over. The man's confidence wavered slightly, but he still instructed his secretary to contact the bank to verify the check's authenticity. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Lin Ze could actually produce 10 million. Suyu's secretary soon received the news. What? Are you serious? After confirming the information, the secretary excitedly relayed to Suyu that a massive sum of 300 million had just been transferred to the company's account, with Lin Ze as the sender. As Lin Ze's name was uttered, Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had spoken the truth. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. Lin Ze frowned slightly. This was not what he had envisioned. Under normal circumstances, these individuals should have immediately changed their tune and sought to curry favor with him. Why were they all in shock? It was Lu Chen who broke the awkward silence. Suyu, even if you refuse to follow my guidance, there is no need to concoct such a tired lie, is there? Rather than allow Lu Chen to believe Lin Ze was an unseen wealthy benefactor, he preferred to think this was a scripted performance by Suyu to placate the crowd. Unexpectedly, Suyu's secretary had already secured the documents from the finance department, promptly placing the bank's receipts on the table. Fake? Can you collude with the bank to fabricate this? Chapter 24. The worth of this money. Elchin was utterly astonished. Could this impoverished young man truly amass such a fortune? How did he accomplish this? Could it be that he had underestimated him? Meanwhile, the most agitated person was likely the one who had just sold his shares. The man stood frozen, stammering for words, unable to utter a single syllable, and ultimately collapsed to the ground. I've suffered a great loss. His lips trembled at the thought. If only Lin Ze would show mercy and return the shares he had already sold. Unfortunately, in the world of commerce, there is no room for sentiment. The contracts were signed, and with Lin Ze investing so much capital, there was no way he would retract it. Indeed, when Lin Ze turned back around, his eyes gleamed with triumphant satisfaction. Thank you for facilitating my swift acquisition of the company's shares. The man felt a wave of excitement wash over him, accompanied by a sharp pang in his heart. Boss, are you all right? The nearby secretary was visibly alarmed, quickly assisting him away. Lin Ze, meanwhile, approached Suyu leisurely under the scrutiny of the onlookers. I apologize, I was too modest before. I can now confirm to everyone that I am indeed a wealthy individual. With that, he cast a glance at Suyu, his eyes twinkling with amusement. So, do you now see I was not deceiving you? Even though Suyu had mentally prepared herself, witnessing Lin Ze produce such a considerable sum still stirred her emotions. At this moment, the tension in her heart finally dissipated, and a flicker of delight crossed her gaze. Affection level 10, current affection level 31. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze widened his eyes in astonishment. How much? Could it be that he had misheard? Suyu had elevated his affection level by a full 10 points. The more he spent lavishly in front of women, the quicker their affection grew. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. However, given the varying personalities and receptiveness of these women, he realized that overly extravagant gifts might backfire. It seemed he needed to refine his approach in this regard. Regardless, Lin Ze had undoubtedly made a strong impression today, and he felt elated. Suddenly, a chilling glare fell upon him. The penetrating gaze was so sharp that even with his back turned, Lin Ze immediately recognized it. It was none other than Elchin. Observing Elchin's nearly murderous expression, Lin Ze was determined not to let him off easily and deliberately approached him. My apologies, Mr. L. It seems our company does not presently require your assistance. Thank you for your kind offer, and I hope we can collaborate in the future. Lin Ze extended his hand. Having just acquired shares, he now held the position of a company shareholder. Engaging with Elchin as the owner was rather gratifying. However, Elchin coldly disregarded Lin Ze's handshake attempt, shooting him a disdainful glance. What are you? Do you truly believe that a mere handful of money allows you to engage with me? Let me inform you, you are far from my level. His brazen attitude caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Ze had just invested significantly to save the company. It was inconceivable that someone capable of such financial maneuvering could be an ordinary individual. They should be eager to curry favor with him. Why was Elchin choosing to ignore him with such arrogance? Even Lin Ze's observers felt a surge of indignation. Would Lin Ze simply accept this? As the crowd speculated on the ensuing chaos, Lin Ze, unexpectedly, broke into laughter. At least I won't barter a woman's body for future cooperation. Perhaps you are correct. We are indeed not of the same ilk. Not only did he relinquish his stance, but he also cleverly mocked Elchin, referencing Suyu's earlier actions. The man's expression darkened further, fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the remnants of reason within him, he would have likely struck Lin Ze at that moment. Fine. We shall see. With that, Elchin strode out swiftly. The others in the conference room finally seized the opportunity, despite having previously looked down upon Lin Ze. Their demeanor had transformed drastically. Indeed, we owe you a great deal for your willingness to invest. Otherwise, we would be uncertain of our company's fate. With this financial infusion, not only could they mitigate their losses, but they could also stage a remarkable turnaround. The company's initial positioning was no longer viable. to continue making substantial profits. They needed to pivot. Previously, due to financial constraints, even those with ideas hesitated to speak up. Now, the situation had changed with Lin Ze's presence, making discussions much easier. Lin Ze beamed with joy. Once, these board members wouldn't even spare him a glance. Compared to them, he felt like a mere speck of dust. Yet here he was, now being lauded by them. The sensation was indescribably delightful. Since the financial issues have been resolved, let us conclude today's meeting. I will discuss the subsequent arrangements with my secretary and inform everyone once we have results. Naturally, no one objected. They had come merely to await this outcome. Now that it had been delivered, they had no reason to linger. Soon, they departed, some even seizing every opportunity to win Lin Ze's favor, leaving their business cards behind. Observing the middle-aged man's beaming smile, Lin Ze could only respond with a polite smile, refraining from further comment. Ridiculous. His money was meant to be lavishly spent on beautiful women, not squandered on such elderly gentlemen. With the system's rewards, he wasn't short on funds. After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Ze finally exhaled in relief. He half-jokingly remarked, his eyes glinting with a hint of flirtation. I will surely seek your guidance in the future. Chapter 25. The company is truly mine. Suyu sensed the playfulness in Lin Ze's tone. Clearing her throat to alleviate the awkwardness, she said, Indeed, I can no longer treat you as an employee. She quickly instructed her secretary, if I recall correctly. The adjacent room is still available. Please prepare it for Vice President Lin as an office. The title of Vice President made Lin Ze feel somewhat elated. After all, he had just invested $300 million to save the day. Calling him Vice President seemed appropriate enough. The secretary nodded in agreement, stealing a few glances at Lin Ze, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Your secretary is quite astute. She even managed to stand up to Elchin just now, Lin Ze remarked with a smile, subtly closing the distance between himself and Suyu. Yet, it was uncertain whether his eagerness was too apparent or if Suyu truly possessed a heightened sense of awareness. As she immediately turned toward the door as he approached. After leaving those words behind, Suyu stepped towards the office. Although the issue of funding had been resolved, the subsequent tasks still required meticulous arrangement. My gentle and charming boss truly possesses a keen acumen in this regard, Lin Ze murmured to himself. Yet he was in remarkably high spirits. After all the arduous efforts spent at the bar yesterday, enduring the company of several unattractive women, it was all in anticipation of this moment of sudden triumph. Just the thought of the board members fawning over him filled Lin Ze with immense satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, they exited the conference room and made their way downstairs, gathering their belongings in preparation to move to the office above. The prospect of being in the presence of a beautiful boss every day was a delightful thought that made Lin Ze's lips curl into a grin. He was so lost in his daydreams that he failed to notice a figure blocking his path, and in his distraction, he collided with the person. Steadying himself, he realized it was his former team leader, who was now scrutinizing him with an austere expression. What time do you think it is? Lin Ze, still somewhat dazed, glanced at the clock on the wall. Almost 12. Why? The team leader, Li Feng, was instantly filled with frustration. You've been absent from your workstation all morning. Do you even realize that more board members are arriving in the coming days? You're tarnishing our collective reputation. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze was initially taken aback but soon found it rather amusing. It appeared that this fellow was utterly oblivious to the recent developments among the higher-ups. He was no longer a mere subordinate under Li Feng. He was now a legitimate shareholder of the company, and just moments ago, so you had addressed him as the vice president. Considering the man's ignorance, Lin Ze decided not to stoop to his level and gently push Li Feng aside. So what? Even if I spend the whole day away from my workstation, it's not for you to dictate. What did you say? Li Feng was nearly ready to slam his hand on the table. You must be out of your mind. Are you really willing to forfeit your salary? Observing Li Feng's genuine anger, a team member who had previously mocked Lin Ze hurried over. Team leader, don't be angry. Let me tell you. Lin Ze's been acting strangely for a while now. Just a few days ago, he claimed that the car belonging to President Su outside was a gift from him. This was not common knowledge within the team, but the commotion had stirred up gossip around the room. Although everyone remained at their workstations, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Li Feng's ire only intensified with each word. He directed all his frustration at Lin Ze. Instead of boasting, you ought to focus on how to improve your dismal performance. Do you have any idea how many complaints you've received last month? Oh wait, let me ask you, do you know how many complaints you Haven T received? Pointing to a nearby team member, he continued, look at Chen Ning. He scored a perfect mark on the comprehensive test last month. When will you be able to achieve the same? You can boast later when you've proven yourself. If Lin Ze had previously considered sparing Li Feng due to his ignorance of his true identity, it was now time to teach him a lesson. Why should I concern myself with those things? They won't be of any use to me in the future. Besides, even if I score 0, President Su wouldn't dismiss me. Chen Ning, who had been basking in the team leader's veiled praise, couldn't help but scoff at Lin Ze's words. Look at Lin Ze. He truly thinks the company is his personal playground. Li Feng's expression darkened further. Only Su Xiaoyu, sitting at her workstation, ventured to speak a few words in Lin Ze's defense. Perhaps he had urgent matters to attend to today. Besides, performance evaluations are merely tests. They don't define everything. Su Xiaoyu was well regarded in the office for her beauty, and the men were reluctant to offend her. Meanwhile, a female colleague discreetly tugged at Su Xiaoyu's sleeve. Why are you defending someone like him? Don't let this affect you. Su Xiaoyu, feeling anxious, replied, but we can't let them bully Lin Ze like this. Lin Ze smiled, casting her a grateful glance. It was commendable that a woman who harbored some affection for him was willing to speak up on his behalf at a crucial moment. However, his smile was misinterpreted by others. Li Feng, exasperated, exclaimed, our team hasn't been able to fulfill the company's assigned tasks because of you, and you're still here smiling. He continued, it would be better to let you go and not waste everyone's time. He prepared to draft a termination request. I'll take your performance from last month to the HR department and see if they still want to keep you. Lin Ze made no effort to stop him. Go ahead. Do as you please. If you manage to have me removed from the company, I'll kneel and call you sir. Li Feng, seething with anger, marched towards the door just as Su Yu's secretary was about to enter. Upon seeing Li Feng's demeanor, she frowned and inquired, what is going on? Li Feng immediately perked up at the sight of Su Yu's secretary, his tone becoming enthusiastic. Secretary Wang, you're just in time. He pointed towards Lin Ze. We can't let this guy stay here any longer. He hasn't shown up for work all morning, and look at his performance from last month. Can someone like him remain in our company? Li Feng was filled with discontent, and his gaze towards Lin Ze was as sharp as a knife. The others in the office were observing the scene with bated breath, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. Some were even speculating that Lin Ze was about to be ousted from the company. After all, with such poor performance and multiple complaints last month, he had only remained due to Su Yu's favor. Skipping work today was simply unacceptable. However, Secretary Wang's expression turned icy as she assessed Li Feng, then stepped into the office, taking the documents from his hand. She respectfully presented them to Lin Ze, her tone now courteous. Mr. Lin, leave this matter to me. Mr. Lin. The office erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. They would rather believe their ears were deceiving them or that Secretary Wang had misspoken than accept that Lin Ze, who had seemingly accomplished nothing, was indeed a person of significant stature. The most astonished of all was undoubtedly Li Feng, his eyes wide in shock. Secretary Wang. Are you joking? What did you just call him? Secretary Wang turned to him, her tone now cold. Didn't you say Lin Ze was absent this morning? Let me inform you where he was. This morning, the finance department received a transfer of 300 million from Lin Ze, and he has just acquired part of the company's stock for 10 million. He is now genuinely the vice president. With those words, the previously noisy office fell into complete silence. Those who had mocked Lin Ze for his fanciful notions now felt as though they had been slapped in the face by an invisible hand. The swiftness of this turn of events was astonishing, and the fortune had seemingly landed squarely in Lin Ze's lap. How could this be? The most shocked of all was Li Feng. Secretary Wang, you mean enough? Don't talk to me. Secretary Wang's expression was grim, having offended General Manager Lin. He still had the audacity to speak to me like this. Shouldn't he be contemplating how to persuade General Manager Lin to retain him? When Secretary Wang turned to face Lin Ze, a flattering smile adorned his face. The office upstairs has been cleared for you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call on me. Lin Ze merely acknowledged with a grunt, which was tantamount to an agreement. Secretary Wang promptly turned to leave. Lin Ze pondered the documents in his hand. Just now, with Secretary Wang present, why didn't you instruct the HR department to terminate my employment? Li Feng had certainly made a colossal fool of himself, his countenance shifting from pale to flushed with embarrassment. He wished he could find a crevice to hide in. Were you all waiting to witness my downfall? Waiting to see how he would expel me from the company? A moment of silence enveloped the room, followed by justifications from some individuals. I didn't say anything earlier. We are all colleagues. I merely remarked on how one should not bully another person. Deputy General Manager Lin, we had no idea how offensive our actions were. Observing these sycophants grinning at him, Lin Ze felt no warmth in their flattery. Instead, he felt an increased aversion. He slowly approached Su Xiaoyu. You all ought to take a lesson from Xiaoyu. Shed those narrow-minded attitudes. His hand gently rested on Su Xiaoyu's shoulder. She instinctively lifted her gaze, their eyes locking. She was truly beautiful, her large eyes radiating warmth. Yet, Lin Ze found himself uncertain whether that gaze was uniquely for him or if she directed it similarly toward others. After all, many pursued Su Xiaoyu, and he had never seen her treat anyone poorly. Perhaps Lin Ze's intense gaze caused Su Xiaoyu's cheeks to flush with an unnatural hue. Ultimately, she was still a girl concerned about appearances. Lin Ze had no intention of squandering precious moments here. He would take today's events as a lesson. He then turned to Li Feng. By the way, didn't you just say that my previous failures were solely due to me? Now that I am no longer responsible for the grassroots work, starting next month, I will be reviewing your performance. Should it fall drastically short of my expectations, the consequences will be yours to bear. A gentleman does not harbor resentment, yet Lin Ze found himself disinterested in playing the role of a gentleman. He had not forgotten how this group had bullied him in the past. Now, as the deputy general manager, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He strode toward the office upstairs. In the employee's office, a protracted silence lingered until someone finally broke it. Am I dreaming? Has Lin Ze truly become the deputy general manager? The team leader's expression turned grave. If you ask me, who should I ask? Just recalling Lin Ze's gentle demeanor towards Su Xiaoyu brightened Li Feng's countenance. He rushed to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, is your relationship with deputy general manager Lin quite good? Su Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. No. My interactions with him have been the same as everyone else's. We are merely ordinary colleagues. Don't be modest. Just a few days ago. Didn't Lin Ze bring you breakfast? Su Xiaoyu blushed. It was merely a trivial matter. Internally, she sighed in relief. Grateful they were unaware that the necklace around her neck was also a gift from Lin Ze. Otherwise, who knows what rumors might spread. Li Feng, however, could not afford to dwell on that. Clutching onto any lifeline, he implored, Xiaoyu, I'm truly at my wit's end. Please discuss it with Deputy General Manager Lin and ask him to spare me. Our company is currently in a downturn, and even if I exert every ounce of effort, I cannot meet the performance standards. Please assist the team leader. After all, we will continue to work together. Su Xiaoyu showed hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. I can only speak a few good words on your behalf, but it may not yield results, as I am not well acquainted with him. In truth, even without their urging, Su Xiaoyu intended to seek out Lin Ze. She wished to ascertain whether he truly was an invisible millionaire while also seeking to understand his feelings toward her. Their murmurs successfully triggered a sneeze from Lin Ze upstairs. What is going on? Is the air conditioning set too low? Lin Ze furrowed his brow as he pushed open the door before him. In the next moment, he was captivated by the vastness of the office. The space was even larger than he had anticipated. A respectable desk occupied the center, complemented by a bookshelf and a sofa for guests. This office suited his current stature perfectly. Lin Ze settled into the soft office chair and gazed out the window. The floor-to-ceiling windows allowed ample light, offering a view of the nearby streets. The pedestrians below appeared minuscule in his eyes. No wonder these individuals carried themselves with such arrogance. Looking down from above was indeed exhilarating. Just as Lin Ze envisioned a promising future, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He instinctively picked it up, only to find it was a message from his class group. Before even checking the message, his brow furrowed in discontent. It is often said that university friendships are superficial, and Lin Ze could attest to this. Due to his humble background, he rarely participated in extracurricular activities. Throughout his 4 years in college, he scarcely purchased a new piece of clothing, quickly becoming the subject of mockery among his peers. As memories of their disdainful expressions resurfaced, Lin Ze felt a flicker of curiosity. If they were to discover that he had now become affluent, would they regard him with newfound respect or even fawn over him? With such thoughts, Lin Ze clicked into the class group. The message came from the conspicuous Zhou Cheng, a well-known figure in their university. What have you all been up to lately? Shall we gather tonight? Zhou Cheng hailed from a reasonably affluent family. During their freshman year, he donned a full designer outfit. While not truly luxurious, a shirt priced at 500 yuan was enough to evoke envy among many male students. At least, Lin Ze had felt quite envious back then. I'm free. I can come. Lin Ze couldn't help but scoff. How long had it been since they parted? What was there to reminisce about? They merely desired to convene, observe each other's progress, expand their networks, and flaunt their accomplishments. Lin Ze glanced at Zhou Cheng's profile picture. It was a commercial photo, and at first glance, he did appear to resemble a successful individual. Next to it was labeled, Project Director Zhou Cheng. Lin Ze smirked, knowing that Zhou Cheng wouldn't organize such a reunion without ulterior motives. So he had been promoted. Clearly, he was not the only one to notice this. Soon after, someone else chimed in the group. Zhou Cheng, you're doing well. You've become a project director so quickly? Isn't that the mark of a true life winner? I'm still just a team leader at my company. Knowing Zhou Cheng, Lin Ze could picture him grinning from ear to ear at this moment. No, I'm just a bit luckier. Zhou Cheng quickly deflected. In the next moment, Zhou Cheng even specifically inquired about Lin Ze in the group. By the way, what has Lin Ze been up to lately? I haven't seen him around. This individual had always enjoyed belittling others to elevate himself during their school days, yet he continued this behavior even after entering society. Lin Ze had little interest in such gatherings, but since they had come to him, he had no qualms about taking the opportunity to prick Zhou Cheng's inflated ego. Lin Ze sent a message. As expected, upon seeing Lin Ze, Zhou Cheng became exceptionally enthusiastic. Lin Ze, it has been such a long time since we last met. Why not join us for the class reunion tonight? It would be wonderful to sit together and have a good chat. Though he spoke of chatting, it was evident that he was eager to hear the boastful aspirations of their more successful classmates. Lin Ze promptly replied with a simple yes. Zhou Cheng's face lit up with a smug grin. Shortly after, he sent the address of a local upscale hotel. Let us keep it simple for this gathering. We've chosen this location, and everyone who can make it is welcome. This maneuver quickly garnered a new wave of enthusiasm from their classmates. As if Zhou Cheng believed that such a lavish hotel was only suited for a modest gathering. Only those who felt the pinch would truly understand. Lin Ze immediately turned off his phone, choosing to disregard it for the moment. Closing his eyes, he reflected on his university life, which had not been particularly smooth. He alone was aware of the disdain he had endured. Soon, he would be meeting his former classmates again, and this time, he vowed not to be bullied. Just as Lin Ze was lost in thought, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Come in. Upon granting permission, the person outside entered. Lin Ze was somewhat taken aback to see Su Xiaoyu. A warm smile broke across his face. What brings you here? Mr. Lin. I'm here on behalf of our project team. Hearing Su Xiaoyu address him as Mr. Lin felt peculiar to Lin Ze. Something about it struck him as subtly awkward. Is there a problem with your project team? She tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ears with her slender wrists. It's not a problem. I'm just here to relay a message from the team leader. Li Feng? The memory of that arrogant individual from earlier filled Lin Ze with contempt. Li Feng had often tried to assert his superiority over him, concocting various reasons to make Lin Ze's life difficult, even when his performance was satisfactory. Lin Ze had endured it before, but now that he was the vice president of the company, why should he submit to a mere team leader? Our company's reputation has not been great lately, and last month's performance was affected. It's uncertain how the company will handle the performance metrics. Su Xiaoyou's unfinished thoughts left the implication clear. Achieving their targets this month would indeed be a challenge. Lin Ze, however, was unconcerned. Didn't he claim that our underperformance was solely my fault? Now that I'm no longer part of your team, the performance should ideally improve. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Su Xiaoyou. She did not appear troubled by his words. She had already made it clear that her role was merely to convey messages. If Lin Ze disagreed, there was little she could do. Yet, she seemed reluctant to leave, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer. I'll inform team leader Li about what you said, but I have a personal question for you. Is our company really planning something big? Did you truly invest 300 million? It felt surreal, as if it were a dream that seemed too good to be true. Of course, Lin Ze replied, pride swelling within him. Otherwise, do you think Mr. Su would have assigned me a private office for no reason? Upon reflection, it was evident from Lin Ze's previous expenditures that he was indeed in a more favorable financial position than before. Su Xiaoyou's expression hinted at a realization. Don't worry. Lin Ze reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Though the attitude towards me has always been positive, I won't take things too far. Especially since you've been quite helpful to me. Her heart finally eased, and a radiant smile illuminated Su Xiaoyou's face. Lin Ze nodded in agreement. Though she departed, the faint scent of her perfume lingered in the room, uplifting his spirits. To be addressed as Mr. Lin was a delightful sensation, filling Lin Ze with a sense of satisfaction. As twilight descended, he estimated that others had likely gathered at the Marriott Hotel by now. With a calm demeanor, Lin Ze entered his car and accelerated away. His former classmates had always looked down on him, and he was determined to make a notable impression this time, to show them who was truly thriving. At the entrance of the Marriott Hotel, many had already arrived. Zhou Qing, the organizer of the reunion, stood at the door, cheerfully greeting everyone. Zhou Cheng, is that your car over there? A girl in a fitted dress noticed the keys hanging at his waist. Yes, it's nothing special. Just something I bought for fun. As he spoke, he pressed the unlock button, and a luxury car worth over 200,000 lit up with its headlights. It's impressive that you bought a car so soon after graduation, she remarked, filled with admiration. It's not a big deal. I was just lucky, Zhou Qing replied, revealing a Rolex watch on his wrist. Wow, that watch must be expensive. While they had known Zhou Qing's family had some wealth, they were astonished at how his lifestyle had outstripped theirs. The other classmates could only look on enviously as Zhou Qing reveled in the attention. It dawned on him that this was precisely the feeling he sought when organizing this reunion, just as Zhou Qing was lost in his thoughts. A luxurious car approached from a distance, its striking appearance causing everyone to stare in awe. Whose car is that? It must be worth a fortune. Could any of our classmates afford such a vehicle? They speculated, concluding it was likely another guest at the high-end hotel, where patrons were undoubtedly affluent. The opulent car parked right next to Zhou Qing's modest sedan, casting a shadow over his earlier achievements. Suddenly, Lin Ze stepped out of the car. The sight of him left his classmates agape in disbelief. Lin Ze? This cannot be real. When did he become so successful? It must be a dream, someone exclaimed, while others nodded in agreement. Lin Ze has always been the least fortunate among us. There is no way this car belongs to him. It's either borrowed or rented. The doubt in their minds only bolstered Zhou Qing's confidence, dismissing any notion that Lin Ze could surpass him. As he approached Lin Ze, a self-assured smile spread across his face. A large hand gently patted Lin Ze on the shoulder. It was hard to believe that Lin Ze, with his current favorable circumstances, could afford such a luxury car. Listening to his praise, Lin Ze merely smiled faintly. Instinctively, he moved aside, lightly brushing the spot where Zhou Qing had just touched. Interacting with such individuals left Lin Ze feeling quite irked. He preferred not to let them tarnish his reputation. However, Zhou Qing's remarks grew increasingly obnoxious. If you say you drove this car here, some classmates might still believe you earned it through your own efforts, but isn't that a bit exaggerated? He said, gesturing toward the nearby luxury vehicle. Zhou Qing had heard a bit about Lin Ze's current situation, working as a junior staff member in a company, earning a meager salary of 2,000 to 3,000 a month, with 1,000 already allocated for rent. How could he possibly drive a car worth over $1 million? Lin Ze felt no urgency to explain himself. Zhou Qing's words were becoming more distasteful, and Lin Ze's expression darkened as he shot him a glance. When did I ever know you cared so much about my affairs? Zhou Qing mistakenly thought Lin Ze was upset by his comments, a smug smile spreading across his face. All right, old classmate, I was just joking. Everyone's here now. Let's head to the private room. The others can join us later. With that, he strode to the front of the group. Observing his self-assured demeanor, many classmates admired Zhou Qing. He had enjoyed better living conditions during university and was now thriving after graduation. If only they could achieve the same success, their parents would surely be overjoyed. Securing a managerial position at such a young age, he was indeed remarkable. Among their group, Zhou Cheng would undoubtedly fare the best, leaving the rest to merely watch and envy. Some praised Zhou Cheng while subtly disparaging Lin Ze. They hadn't expected Lin Ze to have changed so drastically. After all, they were all old classmates who knew each other's backgrounds. Why pretend? Their disdainful words filled the air. Lin Ze understood that none of them truly respected him. He chose not to stoop to their level, especially since the gathering hadn't officially commenced yet. Soon, they would witness his true capabilities. As everyone settled into the private room, many were experiencing a high-end restaurant for the first time, unable to resist capturing the moment on their phones. Zhou Cheng, exuding an air of authority, remarked, "The seafood here is exceptionally fresh. I dined here before and was quite impressed." His words only deepened the envy among his peers, who typically hesitated to visit such places. Zhou Cheng treated it as a commonplace venue. Lin Ze, meanwhile, chose a corner table where he wouldn't be scrutinized and could observe the others. Most of his classmates were in similar situations, working for companies with only a few achieving commendable positions. Scanning the room, he noted that many of the female classmates barely scraped by academically, with some scoring in the 30s. Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of having spent 4 years with them. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. "I'm so sorry for being late." A woman in a form-fitting dress appeared before Lin Ze. She possessed an enviable figure and exquisite features, her long black hair cascading down in large waves, enhancing her allure. Lin Ze's eyes widened in recognition. It was Liang Yu, the school's acknowledged beauty and the object of many male classmates' affections. Despite her infrequent participation in school events, no one could deny her stunning appearance. To his surprise, she had attended the reunion. Lin Ze's system promptly assessed Liang Yu's profile. Target: Liang Yu. Attractiveness: 78 points. Affinity: 0. During the campaign, any expenditure on her will yield a 50-fold return. Indeed, she lived up to her reputation as the school beauty. The system had provided a fair evaluation of her looks, and the reward was a remarkable 50 times. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Initially intending to remain discreet, Lin Ze could not help but rise to his feet. "You busy person, it's wonderful that you could come." Before Lin Ze could utter another word, Zhou Cheng immediately stood up, donning a sycophantic smile. With so many people present, only Liang Yu could elicit such special treatment from him. The other male classmates gazed at her with admiration, showering her with compliments. Exactly. A beautiful woman deserves to keep others waiting. This only fueled the envy of the other female attendees, who felt overshadowed by her beauty. "I'm thrilled to see all of you again today," Zhou Cheng exclaimed, quickly requesting the waiter to bring out the wine he had set aside. This action drew a wave of admiration from their classmates as the server presented a bottle of wine worth 1,000 yuan. Many were wide-eyed, as such high-end liquor was usually only seen on their phones, with little opportunity to taste it in person. Zhou Cheng, observing their awe, feigned humility. "I hope everyone can handle it," he remarked, instructing the waiter to pour a glass for each person. Lin Ze couldn't help but smirk at the waiter's discomfort, which Zhou Cheng caught immediately. "What are you snickering at, Lin Ze?" It was evident that Zhou Cheng was deliberately provoking him. Knowing that most people looked down on Lin Ze, sure enough, the expressions of others turned subtly judgmental. "He can't even afford it, and still looks down on those with wealth," someone whispered, prompting laughter from the group. Zhou Cheng discarded any pretense. "If you think so little of me, why don't you treat everyone to something better? If you had the means, I wouldn't say a word. I'm just trying to let you taste fine wine, yet your attitude is puzzling." Realizing that the confrontation was escalating, Lin Ze decided to drop his facade. He pointed at the bottle. "You think this single bottle is enough to share with everyone? Each person will be lucky to get a sip. And you call this treating us?" The words hung in the air, eliciting mixed reactions from the classmates. While the wine was indeed expensive, Lin Ze's assertion rang true. There wouldn't be enough for everyone. The atmosphere shifted as some attempted to ease the tension. "Good things come in small quantities," they chimed in. "Exactly. This bottle costs over 1,000 yuan. The tide seemed to turn, bolstering Zhou Cheng's confidence. "The ability to treat everyone to a bottle, I certainly lack. If you, Lin Ze, possess such a talent, then do showcase it for us, so I may witness how someone of your wealth hosts a gathering." He particularly emphasized the phrase "someone of wealth" with a hint of disdain. Lin Ze chose not to engage in a petty exchange. The other party had played their part sufficiently. It was time for them to face some consequences. Lin Ze called over the waiter. "What is the price of the most expensive wine you have here?" The waiter approached Lin Ze with honesty. 38,000 per bottle. Upon hearing this price, laughter erupted among the onlookers. In their eyes, Lin Ze was merely attempting to pretend he was affluent. What strength did he possess to afford such a luxury? Everyone awaited the spectacle of his folly. Lin Ze smirked. "I'll take that one." As the waiter was about to place the order, someone intervened. "Lin Ze, don't be foolish. We were just joking, we meant no harm. If you truly purchase that wine, you won't be able to return it later. That bottle alone surpasses your annual salary." In their eyes, he remained the impoverished lad with nothing to his name. Little did they know, Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. "What is one bottle? If we are to celebrate, let it be a bottle for each person." He then instructed the waiter, "Count how many of us there are and bring one for each. Charge it to my account." The room fell into a stunned silence. 16 people had gathered today, totaling over 600,000. This amount could easily buy an apartment in the city. Even the waiter's expression turned awkward as he glanced at Lin Ze. Sir, are you certain? Lin Ze's demeanor remained calm. What uncertainty could there be? Although he had just invested 300 million, he was confident in his available funds. Moreover, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Liang Yu. As expected, after his grand display, her eyes were fixed on him, her smile bright and her eyes twinkling like the moon. Had Lin Ze struck it rich? Perhaps. Noticing the waiter still hesitating, Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Is there an issue? Yes, the waiter replied seriously. Your expenditure has exceeded 500,000. According to our hotel policy, such a transaction must be settled in advance to avoid future disputes. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze handed over his card. Others intended to intervene, but were halted by Zhou Cheng. What are you doing? Lin Ze is generously treating us to drinks. Why stop him? At that moment, Zhou Cheng's expression was one of schadenfreude, relishing the unfolding drama. In his mind, Lin Ze was undeniably a destitute loser. The notion that he could afford even one bottle was astonishing. 16, impossible. Yet, the reality can shift in an instant. Transaction successful. The sound of the machine's cold notification silenced the room. Even the waiter's demeanor transformed as he beamed at Lin Ze. I sincerely apologize for my earlier attitude, sir. He promptly exited. Moments later, a cart arrived, delivering 16 exquisite bottles to the table. As the reality of the situation dawned on everyone, they gasped in disbelief. Goodness, Lin Ze, you truly have become wealthy. Previously, their gazes had been laced with contempt, disbelieving that the former underdog could rise. Yet, the truth resounded like a slap across their faces, forcing them to accept the reality. Listening to the praises from others, Lin Ze simply smiled, remaining silent as he approached Liang Yu with a bottle in hand. Liang Yu, we've been classmates for 4 years. It seems this is the first time you've spoken to me. This is a gift for you. I hope you enjoy your day. His words were indeed charming. Liang Yu smiled. Thank you. Seeing her accept the gift, Lin Ze felt a surge of delight. This could be seen as a strategic expenditure. As per the system's reward, during the strategy period, spending 38,000 yuan earns a 50-fold return of 1,500,000 yuan. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze felt as if he could soar with excitement. What could be more exhilarating than this method of earning money? 1,500,000 had easily fallen into his hands. Others began to shower Lin Ze with compliments, completely forgetting that Zhou Cheng had organized the reunion. Observing the 1,000 yuan drink placed before him, Zhou Cheng's expression darkened. This was not the plan. He had hoped to flaunt his achievements but had inadvertently allowed Lin Ze, the once poor boy, to steal the spotlight. Witnessing Zhou Cheng's complex expression, Lin Ze couldn't resist delivering another blow. Oh, by the way, Zhou Cheng, didn't you just mention sharing a fine drink with everyone? Let us start with your bottle, so I may savor what a few thousand yuan tastes like. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with pride. You. Zhou Cheng was so enraged he slammed the table and stood up. But what could he say? Would he admit that his anger stemmed from being outshone by Lin Ze? I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. He genuinely turned to leave. Others considered stopping him, but thought better of it. After all, he had just mocked Lin Ze. To defend Zhou Cheng now would only risk offending Lin Ze. No one wished to be that person, so they fell silent. After a few drinks, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lin Ze could hardly keep track of how many people approached him, their attitudes shifting dramatically upon learning of his newfound wealth. He found no desire to engage in lengthy conversations, merely smiling faintly, as if indifferent. Among our old classmates, you seem to be doing the best now. If I ever need assistance, I might require your support. A boy sidled up to Lin Ze, draping an arm around his shoulder. Lin Ze felt neither dislike nor fondness for this interaction. Are you treating us? Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice interrupted. Lin Ze looked up to see Liang Yu's enchanting eyes. Indeed. Lin Ze replied casually. Zhou Cheng intentionally chose such an expensive venue. We've only recently begun working. How could we afford this? Allow me to take care of it. Lin Ze, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Her lovely eyes sparkled, and simply gazing at her was enough to stir excitement within him. Lin Ze's smile broadened, feeling elated. Who said money couldn't buy affection? Hadn't he just garnered Liang Yu's admiration? Soon, the reunion concluded, leaving only Lin Ze and Liang Yu. Liang Yu hesitated at his proposal but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. She then provided him with an address. Under Liang Yu's astonished gaze, Lin Ze started his car. Is this your vehicle? It wasn't until she settled into the passenger seat that she could hardly believe it was real. Indeed. Lin Ze, there is a question I have long wished to pose to you. Chapter 31. The Beauty Approaches. Liang Yu's eyes seemed to harbor a glimmer of light. How did you manage that? I mean, your wealth, surely you cannot claim to have achieved it solely by lavishly spending on goddesses. At the very least, one cannot say whether Liang Yu would believe the words you speak. It is already commendable that you do not consider yourself mentally unstable. Seeing Lin Ze hesitating and struggling to articulate a coherent response, Liang Yu began to wonder if she had ventured into forbidden territory with her inquiry. Meanwhile, Lin Ze could only offer an awkward smile. It is not that I am unwilling to share, rather, I am at a loss for words. Just assume I experienced an overnight windfall. Indeed, that term perfectly encapsulates my current state. With the support of the system, the more I spend on women, the more I earn, An overnight fortune, indeed. However, Liang Yu evidently perceived this explanation as mere evasion. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of an upscale residential complex. I will get off here, Liang Yu remarked, a faint smile gracing her features. Thank you so much for today. With that, she exited the vehicle and departed, watching her graceful silhouette fade into the distance. Lin Ze felt an indescribable sensation stir within him. Nevertheless, he believed he had put forth a commendable display before Liang Yu, yet had collected not a shred of goodwill in return. This sentiment left Lin Ze feeling somewhat uneasy. Oh well, at least there are profits to be made. And that is comforting. Lin Ze turned the car around, heading straight for the hotel where he was staying. Wow, you guys are quite generous. You actually opened such fine wine today? This remark came from a classmate who had not attended the gathering. This wine is worth 38,000, and everyone has a bottle. Someone is treating. Upon hearing this, the chat exploded with messages. Once it became clear that Lin Ze was the true tycoon, praise flooded in. Reading through the messages, Lin Ze could not help but scoff. One after another, they claimed to disregard money, yet ultimately worshipped material wealth mindlessly. The realization that he had been mocked by such a crowd for 4 years made Lin Ze feel rather foolish. Soon, he noticed skepticism arising within the group, with some questioning whether he truly possessed such capabilities. Lin Ze chose not to respond, dismissing their doubts entirely. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message, an invitation from Suyu. Accompany me to an event tomorrow morning. Lin Ze's spirits lifted. His current position as the vice president of the company warranted a solid enhancement of his commercial knowledge. Attending the event would not only elevate his visibility, but also allow him to be in the company of the beautiful boss, Suyu. The thought was utterly delightful. However, Suyu did not send any further messages, and for some reason, she seemed even more aloof online. As Lin Ze contemplated whether to initiate a conversation with her, a sudden knock on the door disrupted his thoughts. He frowned. He had not requested room service. What was going on? Yet the knocking persisted. Reluctantly, Lin Ze approached the door to investigate. Upon opening it, a woman, reeking of alcohol, stumbled into his arms. Huh? Strange, she mumbled, seemingly perplexed by his presence. Li, I asked you to book me a room. Why did you send a man into mine? Lin Ze's brow furrowed. How much had this woman drunk? Suppressing his irritation, he said, Miss, I believe you have walked into the wrong room. This is mine. Before he could finish, the woman began to cough uncontrollably, clearly intoxicated. I want hot water, she declared before promptly collapsing into unconsciousness. Lin Ze's face turned ashen. Miss. No matter how he called out, there was no response. He was at a loss. What was this? They had barely exchanged 2 words, and she had already passed out? With no other option, Lin Ze carried her to his bed and hurriedly contacted hotel staff. I'm sorry, sir, but without this lady's identification, we cannot ascertain which room she belongs to. The staff member looked at Lin Ze with a hint of suggestiveness in his gaze. Lin Ze found the situation absurd. Ever since acquiring the system, his appeal to the opposite sex had skyrocketed. Staying in a luxury hotel had led to an unexpected encounter. Surely this wasn't a new form of scam? With a resigned sigh, Lin Ze ascended to his room. Upon opening the door, the scent of alcohol hit him. He frowned, finally getting a chance to examine the woman's features. He had to admit, she was indeed quite attractive. Despite her smeared makeup, her facial features revealed an undeniable beauty. Target, Shun Shui. Appearance, 80 points. Favorability, 0. During the campaign, any expenditure on her will yield a 50-fold return. 80 points, an 80-fold reward. Lin Ze struggled to contain his excitement. For the sake of her beauty, I will begrudgingly keep you here. A beauty arriving at my doorstep, and as a gentleman, I not only can maintain my composure, but also offer her attentive care throughout the night. Surely, I could gain a significant amount of favorability from this encounter. Just imagining it lifted Lin Ze's spirits immensely. However, this woman seemed rather naive, carelessly intruding into the room of a stranger without concern for her safety. Soon, Lin Ze realized a critical flaw. There was only one bed in the suite. If he kept her in the room, where would he sleep? Frustrated, Lin Ze had no choice but to settle for the side. After all, it was his room. He couldn't allow a stranger to inconvenience him. At least he hadn't thrown her out, which could be considered an act of kindness. With that thought, Lin Ze quickly drifted into slumber, expecting to have a peaceful night. However, the following morning, he was abruptly awakened by a woman's scream. Lin Ze, still groggy, was struck on the head by a pillow. The sudden jolt diminished his drowsiness. As he opened his eyes, a woman was glaring at him, her hands protectively shielding herself. Pervert. Lin Ze's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Miss, you needn't fear. I will help you. Before he could finish, another blow landed on his head. I'm talking about you. Tears welled in Shun Shui's eyes. Whether from excitement or indignation, Lin Ze could not tell. He clearly sensed her aversion towards him. But why? He was her savior. Had he provided her shelter last night? If it weren't for his kindness, she might have been left on the streets. Yet, Lin Ze quickly understood the reason for her agitation. They were sharing the same bed, and he was clad in sleepwear, which indeed suggested something had transpired. Listen to me. You came to my room last night on your own accord. I did not actively pull you in. Besides, there is only one bed here. If you sleep here, where am I supposed to rest? Although Shui was somewhat agitated, she was not entirely devoid of reason. Furthermore, Lin Ze's demeanor did not seem to suggest he was a villain. Are you telling the truth? Why should I believe you? Observing the continued wariness in her expression, Lin Ze could only resort to the most exasperated explanation. Take a look at the clothes you're wearing. If I were truly a rogue, would you still be dressed properly? Shui glanced down and indeed found herself adorned in the same dress from the previous evening. Could it be that she had drunkenly stumbled into someone else's room? Why didn't you contact anyone else or get another room? Lin Ze found himself caught between laughter and frustration. Shui, too, felt her earlier statements were somewhat unreasonable, the earlier bravado diminishing significantly. Forget what happened last night. I'll act as if it never occurred. Now please leave. I need to change. Miss, are you mistaken? Lin Ze replied, his expression one of mock despair. If memory serves, this is my room, so if anyone should leave, it ought to be you. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to go? Upon seeing Lin Ze's refusal to yield, Shui's countenance darkened, revealing a hint of her high-born temper. I covered your room fee last night. Consider it my hospitality. Now, I kindly ask you to exit immediately, or I will summon someone. Lin Ze was genuinely amused by her unreasonable stance. He had encountered many women, but none had spoken to him in such a manner. Yet, who could blame her for being beautiful, especially one so extraordinarily captivating? Suppressing his irritation, Lin Ze had no choice but to acquiesce. Changing his clothes in the bathroom before stepping outside. Standing in the hallway, he felt a sense of helplessness. Had he known this woman would be so difficult, he would not have subjected himself to such humiliation the previous night. It was better than being unjustly accused. His grievance did not stem from her attitude, but rather from the unjust blame he had received without any gain. What kind of world was this where helping others led to such misfortune? Just then, his phone began to ring. Lin Ze promptly answered. Hello, Lin Ze. Don't forget about the meeting later. Come pick me up at the company. We'll go together. It was Suyu's voice. Am I being treated like a chauffeur? Lin Ze chuckled ruefully. Nevertheless, as the genuine head of the company, he was compelled to comply with her request, as his authority paled in comparison. All right, no problem. See you, seemingly preoccupied, quickly ended the call. He had pressing matters to attend to. Glancing at his room's door, he noted it showed no signs of being opened. What on earth was she doing in there? If he were late, would Suyu not be displeased with him? Miss, are you ready yet? Lin Ze knocked on the door, which only drew the attention of the staff nearby. Sir, is everything all right? The staff member wore a smile, but it was clear they were there to remind him that he was becoming a disturbance. It has nothing. We're just sorting out a few matters, and we'll be done shortly. With no other option, Lin Ze dismissed the staff and knocked again. When no response came from within, he sighed in resignation. If you're ready, please close the door behind you. I must take my leave. After all, there was nothing of value in his room. He could not waste all his time there. He needed to find Suyu. With that thought, he hurried downstairs and exited. Moments later, the room door finally creaked open. Shui emerged still clad in her attire from the previous day, devoid of any makeup, appearing remarkably innocent. Honestly, I didn't intentionally use his room. He kept pressuring me. How ridiculous. Shui muttered to herself, fully aware of her own fault. Luckily, she had not lost her phone. Checking it revealed dozens of missed calls, all from her secretary. Lily. Hello, Lily. I mistakenly entered the wrong room last night. Please come and pick me up, as if nothing had happened the previous night. At the company entrance. As Lin Ze drove in, he saw his former colleagues engaged in conversation. This was likely the quietest time of their day, stealing a moment amidst their busy schedules. However, upon spotting Lin Ze, their expression shifted. He was no longer one of them, but rather Vice President Lin. Everyone greeted him with utmost respect. Among them, the group leader, Li Feng, was most eager to curry favor. Vice President Lin, you've arrived. His grin was exaggerated, nearly stretching to his ears. In contrast, Lin Ze remained quite composed. What are you all doing here so early, chatting? Before Li Feng could explain, Lin Ze continued. You haven't forgotten the tasks I assigned, have you? If this month's performance isn't met, I'll have to find someone else to take your place. Was this a demotion for Li Feng? The embarrassment on Li Feng's face was palpable. He had hoped to salvage the situation, but feared that saying too much would only worsen it. Lin Ze denied him any opportunity for further flattery. These individuals had made his life difficult before. Now, they would experience what despair felt like. Just then, Lin Ze's phone buzzed again. He glanced at it, surprise flickering in his eyes. It was a notification from the company's backend. Shun Shixia had placed another order. Technically, as vice president, such menial tasks should be delegated to others. It seemed his subordinates had neglected to unlink the notifications from him, allowing them to reach his device. The realization that he could pursue Shun Shixia further excited him. This was a perfect opportunity to continue his courtship. Lin Ze refrained from heading directly to the office. Upon his arrival, the staff responsible for the relevant tasks appeared visibly panicked. I am truly sorry, Lin Zong. It was my failure to manage the orders properly, leading to this one being sent to you again. But rest assured, give me a minute, and I'll ensure this issue is resolved and won't trouble you again. Seeing the staff member's distressed expression, Lin Ze couldn't help but laugh instead of becoming angry. I'm not blaming you. Why the alarm? The staff member was taken aback. They had heard that new leaders typically brought a wave of change. Now, They had mishandled their work, causing issues for Lin Ze. Yet he showed no signs of resentment. I can forego the other clients. From now on, all orders from Xia should be directed to my computer. Do you understand? The staff member was taken aback, thinking they had misheard. Lin Ze, are you sure you're not confused from anger? Upon receiving a positive response from the other party, Lin Ze finally relaxed and promptly ascended the stairs. After Lin Ze had previously confronted him, his subordinates became significantly more efficient in handling matters. Over the past few days, he had visited numerous places with friends and felt his spirits had greatly improved. Just a couple of days ago, he had intended to go drinking with friends, but unexpectedly encountered a peculiar individual who, despite not appearing malicious, exuded an inexplicable oddity. As Lin Ze read the 2 lines of text on his computer screen, he nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that Xia truly had an abundance of wealth with nowhere to spend it. Was she treating him as a paid confidant? Nevertheless, Lin Ze remained unoccupied, immediately continuing the conversation in accordance with Xia's remarks. If even you cannot pinpoint what is strange about this person, perhaps he truly is a good man. He mused to himself. Such self-praise had previously made Lin Ze feel uncomfortable, yet if he could subtly elevate his status in Xia's eyes, it seemed rather advantageous. After all, she remained oblivious to the fact that the person engaging her online was the same individual delivering wine and gifts to her offline. Do you think I really attract those wealthy young heirs so easily? He typed. Were this a face-to-face conversation, Xia would undoubtedly refrain from voicing such a thought. Lin Ze immediately began typing furiously on his keyboard. That merely indicates you are sufficiently beautiful to attract others. A smiley face quickly appeared from Xia. Chatting with you truly brings joy, but I must return to work now, so I'll take my leave. Following Xia's words, their current interaction reached its conclusion. A system notification chimed in. Xia's favorability level, 5, current favorability, 15. It appeared that she was more inclined to develop fondness for those she interacted with online. The disparity between her favorability for offline versus online interactions was notable. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to meet her in person. Lin Ze murmured to himself while seated at his desk. Come in. The next moment, the door to the room swung open, revealing Suyu's visage before him. We are leaving, she stated calmly. Lin Ze quickly acquiesced, rising to his feet. All right. Noticing the hint of fatigue on Suyu's face, he inquired with concern. Did you just finish an early morning meeting? Yes, Suyu replied as she joined Lin Ze in the car, exhaling deeply. Thanks to your funding. The upper management just held a meeting, and the transformation plan will soon be implemented. As she spoke, Suyu regarded Lin Ze with curiosity. Why is your previous account still visible in the system? Given your current status, those basic tasks should have been delegated to others. The entire company's operational records could be accessed through Suyu's backend. While Lin Ze could deceive others, he certainly could not evade Suyu's discerning gaze. I just thought I should complete my final duties properly. Besides, this young lady has a rather positive impression of me, and I take pride in my accomplishments, he smiled. Concealing the truth of his motivations, he could not very well admit that he was diligently striving to garner more favor and system rewards. That would certainly earn him a label of insanity in Suyu's eyes. Fortunately, Suyu was not one to pry excessively. Soon, she provided Lin Ze with an address. The Marriott Hotel? Lin Ze's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the location. Wasn't this the venue for his classmates' gathering just yesterday? He had only recently made a splash there by consuming 16 bottles of wine. Now, unexpectedly, he would accompany the female boss to conduct business at the same place. The world seemed remarkably small. Is there a problem? Suyu appeared oblivious to the surprise in Lin Ze's tone. No, nothing at all. It's just a destination like any other, he replied, at least aware of the establishment's caliber. When Lin Ze's vehicle arrived at the parking lot of the Marriott Hotel, it was already filled with luxury cars. His once proud vehicle now seemed rather ordinary in the presence of these business magnates' chariots. Just how wealthy were these individuals to willingly spend their money in such places? Chapter 34. Is it enjoyable to drive someone else's car? Even Lin Ze, who possessed a system, had to consider his expenditures. Yet he was entirely unaware that he had vocalized this thought. Suyu, with utmost seriousness, remarked. That is precisely why I said today's event is crucial. Once we enter, you need only follow my lead. Doing nothing else and avoiding causing trouble for the company would suffice as assistance. Suyu had not forgotten what Lin Ze was like in the past. She harbored genuine concerns that he might cause her complications. However, as Lin Ze was the vice president who had recently contributed a significant sum, it seemed inappropriate to exclude him from such an important event. Suyu's anxiety was palpable, while Lin Ze appeared more relaxed and at ease. Rest assured, I will not be a source of trouble for the company. He added with a confident smile, perhaps today I can even enhance your reputation. Suyu was skeptical of this claim, but chose to remain silent, exiting the vehicle directly. Lin Ze followed suit. Lin Ze? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice called from behind. A hint of derision quickly crept into the speaker's eyes. I was wondering how you could afford such a nice car and spend so much money yesterday. Turns out you're just riding on your boss's coattails. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze instantly understood. It seemed that Zhou Cheng had mistaken him for someone faking wealth and misappropriating company funds. Lin Ze had intended to clarify, yet Zhou Cheng had already formed his opinion. He then slapped the car twice, scoffing, "Is driving someone else's car that impressive?" Lin Ze was left speechless. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Today marked his first appearance as vice president alongside Su Yu, and he ought to conduct himself appropriately rather than waste time arguing with someone unnecessary. "Think what you like," he retorted, striding ahead. He did not wish to fall too far behind Su Yu. "You're just making excuses. You barely spoke for 2 sentences before trying to brush me off." Zhou Cheng interpreted Lin Ze's words as an admission of guilt, feeling even more triumphant as he watched Lin Ze walk away. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a sycophantic smile spread across Zhou Cheng's face, erasing any trace of disdain from earlier. "Mr. Liu, I have arrived at the hotel. Please hold on a moment. I will bring the materials up shortly. Why are you dilly-dallying with those documents? If you can't handle it, you might as well get lost." The voice on the other end was furious. Zhou Cheng could only endure it for now, waiting for the right moment to deal with Lin Ze later. He hastily gathered his things and headed upstairs. When the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by a lavish party hall. Although Lin Ze had anticipated the event would not be modest, witnessing the opulent decor firsthand left him breathless. This was the life of the affluent, he mused. In contrast, Su Yu appeared somewhat unfazed. She attended dozens of such events annually and had long since grown numb to the extravagance. Rather than focus on the decor, she was more concerned about the progress of their work. "Did you see General Chen over there?" Su Yu immediately pointed out a plump middle-aged man to Lin Ze. Lin Ze's gaze involuntarily lingered on the man before him. However, apart from the person's corpulent figure, there was nothing particularly noteworthy to observe. This Mr. Chen was a pioneer in the realm of internet economics, an esteemed elder in this domain. As the company sought transformation, collaboration with such a leader was imperative. "I shall introduce you to him shortly. You need not say much." This was, in fact, the true reason Su Yu had brought Lin Ze here today. The company's performance had been rather lackluster in recent months, and larger corporations were unwilling to extend a helping hand. Today, she had brought someone capable of investing 300 million directly to Mr. Chen's doorstep. Should he decline to cooperate, it would signify a missed opportunity for profit. The stakes had already been laid bare, leaving the decision solely in Mr. Chen's hands. "Very well, let us proceed," Su Yu gestured. "It is not yet the time. The banquet has not officially commenced. Being overly proactive may only draw more scrutiny from him." Just then, someone recognized Su Yu and engaged her in brief conversation. A hint of embarrassment crossed her features. However, the attendees were distinguished individuals, making it unwise to offend anyone. "Lin Ze, please wait for me over there. I will speak with Mr. Chen for a moment and then join you." Observing the troubled expression on Su Yu's face, Lin Ze refrained from further comments and simply nodded in agreement. Unlike Su Yu, this was Lin Ze's first time attending such an event. Everything appeared novel, and he did not recognize a single person present. He decided it was best to remain cautious, avoiding aimless wandering that might inadvertently offend a significant figure. With this thought in mind, he positioned himself to the side, observing the guests. Their attire revealed their social standing, with some exuding a unique aura that set them apart from ordinary individuals, a presence that even the most expensive suits could not convey. "When will I ever be like them?" Lin Ze murmured to himself, not in terms of wealth, but in terms of presence. After all, with such a reliable system, even living as a dandy would yield substantial profits. Lost in thought, Lin Ze suddenly spotted a familiar figure. A woman clad in an elegant gown entered the venue, possessing striking beauty that immediately captured the attention of many. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ze's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not Shen Shui? Why was she here? He would not mistake her. She was the very woman who had spent the entire night in his room, only to reject him at dawn. Excitement surged within him, prompting him to step forward. However, a crowd had gathered around Shen Shui, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. Shortly thereafter, a woman in work attire gestured for Shen Shui to follow her away. Chapter 35. A master of incitement. Today's event was destined to be extraordinary. Soon, the banquet commenced in earnest, yet Su Yu was nowhere to be found. Lin Ze felt quite unfamiliar with the surroundings, but fortunately, his attire was presentable enough to blend in with the crowd. He held modest expectations for himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the Xia Group holds a position in this locality that is unparalleled by most. Today, Mr. Xia has invited everyone here to share a lucrative opportunity," the host announced, beaming at the audience. The name Xia Group was one Lin Ze had encountered through television and news, albeit infrequently. It stood as one of the foremost enterprises in the city, involved in real estate, fashion, and catering, permeating various facets of daily life. Thus, the Xia Group enjoyed considerable local renown. However, whether it was genuinely successful from a business perspective, Lin Ze was uncertain. He did not take the announcement to heart, merely accompanying Su Yu. Yet, the Xia Group's proposition sparked a wave of excitement amongst the attendees. Is this news credible? The Xia Group rarely invites external companies to collaborate. What has prompted this high-profile search for partners? The murmurs grew louder. Perhaps the previous tourism investment failed. Although Ms. Xia is a top student from the Finance Academy, she lacks practical experience. With the Xia Group's funds tied up, they must be seeking investors. The crowd continued to chatter animatedly. Lin Ze remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst the din. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the front row squinted, questioning. What is the specific project? If the Xia group seeks partners, clarity is essential. The truth of his words silenced the room. They were eager to earn money. Yet they needed to ascertain where their funds would be allocated. Should it turn out to be a poorly conceived venture, they would have to weigh its feasibility. The host, reminded by this remark, kept his smile intact. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all astute individuals. I shall be forthright. The lucrative opportunity is the development of the New World Trade Center. This announcement rendered the previously lively venue silent. The Xia Group had originally undertaken the development of the New World Trade Center, which presented unprecedented prospects. Not only could it generate substantial profits, but it also offered a chance to network with officials. However, the funding required was considerable, and few in attendance could truly afford such an investment. This realization led to an atmosphere of awkwardness as they faced a project that guaranteed profit yet required funds beyond their means. As the crowd fell silent, the host's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the unexpected response. This was indeed a remarkable opportunity. It was the plump middle-aged man from the front row who spoke again. Upon recognizing him, the others nodded in agreement. Wasn't he Mr. Liu from Taihe Group? The strength of Taihe Group was unquestionable should their two companies join forces. The rest of them would likely remain mere spectators. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Could this man truly possess such influence? Seeing no competition for the business, Mr. Liu displayed a satisfied smile. Mr. Xia, it seems we are destined to become partners. I have heard about the New World Trade Center project. I have brought along the profit report from the last 3 months. Zhou Cheng, please present the documents to Mr. Xia. Hearing Zhou Cheng's name, Lin Ze's gaze turned slightly disdainful. He had suspected that someone of Zhou Cheng's standing should not be present at such an event, only to discover he was brought along by his own superior. Observing Zhou Cheng's cautious demeanor as he presented the materials, Lin Ze could not suppress a laugh, and indeed, he burst into laughter at that moment. If it weren't for the sudden silence enveloping the scene, Lin Ze might have gone unnoticed. However, his unexpected move immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Zhou Cheng, too, spotted Lin Ze standing amidst the crowd. This presented a splendid opportunity to severely embarrass Lin Ze. Zhou Cheng, originally intending to approach General Manager Liu with documents in hand, deliberately halted, a flicker of displeasure evident in his gaze. Lin Ze, do you have an issue with our General Manager Liu's bidding? His words instantly distorted the meaning behind Lin Ze's earlier smirk, which had been laced with disdain. General Manager Liu, who had been comfortably seated, turned his head upon hearing this. Upon realizing that Lin Ze was merely a young man in his 20s, a hint of scorn flickered in his eyes. A mere junior dares to mock me? Do you have any thoughts on this project as well? Zhou Cheng was indeed maliciously cunning. Lin Ze could feel the smugness radiating from him. It was evident that Zhou Cheng was being deliberate. However, Lin Ze could do little but seek a way to alleviate the awkwardness in front of everyone. He certainly couldn't cower in front of all these witnesses, could he? Thus, he attempted to salvage the situation. Not at all. I merely wish to know the approximate investment required for this project. It seems no one has mentioned a specific figure thus far, has it? This statement initially plunged the room into silence for a second, before erupting into laughter. Even General Manager Liu, who had exhibited hostility towards Lin Ze moments ago, couldn't help but chuckle derisively. I thought I was dealing with a serious competitor, but it turns out to be a complete novice. Zhou Cheng reveled in the moment, his eyes brimming with derision as he regarded Lin Ze. Lin Ze, how dare you ask such a question? You truly are the epitome of foolishness. Chapter 36. Expel him. As Lin Ze observed the contempt in others' expressions, a surge of indignation welled within him. After all, they were the ones who needed investors. Was it inappropriate for him to inquire about pricing? Lin Ze was acutely aware that these businessmen likely had a rough estimate in mind. Yet, being newly affluent, he was unfamiliar with their customs and simply had money to spend. What was wrong with inquiring about prices? The host summoned by the Xia Group wore a subtly bemused expression, but ultimately provided a concrete figure. The entry price starts at 1 billion. Upon hearing this amount, Lin Ze began to comprehend why the others had hesitated to engage with the project. Even someone like him, endowed with system rewards, felt a slight twinge of anxiety at such a figure. Moreover, the others had earned their wealth painstakingly, making it a daunting task to part with such sums. Noticing Lin Ze's sudden silence, Zhou Cheng's voice dripped with satisfaction. Well, Lin Ze, are you frightened? This figure is likely beyond your lifetime's earnings. To think you would dare oppose our General Manager Liu is nothing short of delusional. With that, he displayed a sycophantic grin, handing over relevant company documents to General Manager Liu. Here is what you requested. After having deflated Lin Ze's bravado, General Manager Liu appeared considerably more at ease, eagerly accepting the documents. Observing Zhou Cheng's triumph, Lin Ze felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Although the 1 billion price tag was substantial, it was not insurmountable for him. Zhou Cheng immediately retorted, Lin Ze, must you cause a ruckus here? The Xia family requires companies with genuine strength, and here you are, merely a chauffeur, who grants you the audacity to speak in such a manner. The term chauffeur resonated with the crowd, eliciting scornful glances towards Lin Ze. The wealthy despise those who toiled at the bottom. General Manager Liu's expression shifted as well. He really is just a chauffeur? Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Cheng leaned in closer, stating, to be honest, he is my college classmate. the least financially fortunate among us during our 4 years. I have no idea how he managed to secure a job as a chauffeur, only to flaunt himself now. Zhou Cheng's words painted a vivid image, eliciting further derision from General Manager Lu. Today's youth are so impatient. They think a modicum of resources endows them with immense capability. With that, General Manager Lu turned to the head of the Xia group. Given this blunder, should we not clear the room? The man's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. We are discussing significant matters today, not something any random individual can intrude upon. The head of the Xia group felt a surge of irritation. Initially, they had thought they had found a second prospective competitor, only to discover it was merely a driver. He promptly instructed the security personnel to escort Lin Ze out. I'm sorry for my tardiness. What seems to be the issue? Suddenly, a woman's voice approached, and within moments, she stood before Lin Ze. Although clad in a black work dress, her exquisite features and alluring figure captured many gazes. Upon seeing Suyu, General Manager Lu's face lit up with a smile. He had intended to greet her, but was taken aback when Suyu ignored everyone and directly approached Lin Ze. What is going on? Before Lin Ze could respond, someone nearby embellished the situation for her. Your driver has caused quite a stir. The Xia family is seeking partners for an investment in the New World Trade Center. And this driver dared to compete with General Manager Lu for the project. I could hardly believe my eyes. Today's youth truly possess an extraordinary audacity. Listening to the chatter, Suyu seemed to grasp the situation. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed in. Suyu's favorability 1, current favorability 30. Lin Ze felt immensely wronged. By all that is just, he had no intention of causing any disruption. It was all a result of Zhou Cheng's meddling. He was the innocent victim here. How could he have his favorability diminished without uttering a word in his defense? Lin Ze shot Zhou Cheng a furious glare. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng wore a smug expression. Reveling in his misfortune, Suyu would undoubtedly not suffer in such matters. Even if she disliked being implicated, she composed herself in a second and approached General Manager Lu. I apologize, General Manager Lu. My friend has caused you trouble. Upon recognizing Suyu, General Manager Lu's face brightened with a lecherous grin. It's no trouble at all. But little Su, you mustn't bring just anyone here. Not everyone is qualified to be in this space. He adopted a patronizing demeanor, adding, it is fortunate that you encountered me today. Had it been someone else, who knows how they would have reacted? Suyu's expression turned serious. I understand. My friend indeed lacks decorum, but he is a shareholder in my company, not merely a chauffeur. I'm unclear who propagated this misinformation, but I genuinely wish to avoid misunderstandings. Zhou Cheng had no objection to Suyu, but could not help but voice his contempt for Lin Ze. In an impulsive moment, he unwittingly revealed his true feelings. Suyu shot him a disdainful glance, although she was still unclear about the relationship between Lin Ze and him. The attitude of the other party indicated that there was definitely something amiss between the two. General Manager Lu had some doubts about Suyu's earlier statement. Xiao Su, are you joking with me? A company as large as yours would invite a young person to partner with you? Suyu's expression was serious. To be honest, our company's performance has not been very good in recent months. We lost 10 million last month alone. General Manager Lu felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed that this young girl was still lacking in business acumen. Chapter 37, the 7-day agreement. The Xia family was currently seeking suitable partners. Suyu's immediate mention of the company's losses was akin to intentionally undermining her company's strength. Just as Lu was about to take advantage of the situation and eliminate Suyu, she spoke again. Thanks to Lin Ze, who provided a timely funding of 300 million. With this capital, we not only salvaged our current difficulties but also completed the company's transformation. How could I possibly treat such a talent poorly? 300 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes toward Lin Ze shifting dramatically. Such a young man casually dispersing 300 million. Especially to a company that was currently at a loss. Either he was extravagantly wealthy or he had taken a fancy to Suyu. Otherwise, who would invest such a sum in a woman? Suyu's earlier words were like an invisible slap, striking Zhou Cheng squarely in the face. Lin Ze was not Suyu's driver. If Lin Ze could truly produce 300 million, then his expenditure of over 60,000 yesterday on drinks would also be understandable. But why would Lin Ze have such wealth? If he were indeed so affluent, how could he have been looked down upon by his classmates during university? It was illogical. Zhou Cheng, increasingly perplexed, approached General Manager Lu and whispered, do not take their words at face value. I know Lin Ze's character well. Over the past 4 years, his entire wardrobe has cost less than 500 yuan. How could he possibly have such funds? General Manager Lu, already skeptical of Suyu's claims, felt even more convinced after Zhou Cheng's words. This was undoubtedly a trap set by Suyu and Lin Ze, likely to extricate Lin Ze from trouble. Since she intended to portray him as a wealthy individual, he might as well play along. With this thought, a greasy smile emerged on Lu's face, his eyes glinting with malice toward Lin Ze. I apologize, young man. I did not realize you possess such capabilities. Lin Ze frowned slightly. This sudden shift in attitude was suspect. It seemed less about genuinely wanting to please him and more about setting a trap. Reflecting on what Zhou Cheng had just whispered, Lin Ze grew increasingly vigilant. Nevertheless, he kept his composure. It's all right. I have only just joined the company. It is normal for everyone not to recognize me. And I trust we will get along well in the future. General Manager Lu quickly seized the opportunity to respond. Since Ms. Su just mentioned that you had previously invested 300 million, then investing in the Xia Group's project should be a mere trifle for you. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. This was an excellent opportunity to expose their facade. If Lin Ze could truly back his claims, he would be in for a challenge. Should Lin Ze fail to respond, it would be a resounding slap in the face. With so many people present, those eager to participate in the project but hesitant to step forward would be silenced. Su Yu's expression darkened. Even though she was reluctant, she had to soften her tone. General Liu, you jest. Lin Ze has only just provided 300 million. How could he possibly invest more? Before Su Yu could finish, Lin Ze interjected, his eyes widening in surprise. What are you doing? Can't you see that I'm trying to help you? Now is not the time to escalate matters. You should be using this chance to find a way out. Lin Ze, Su Yu's tone was serious. Isn't our company planning a transformation? I believe venturing into real estate is not a bad idea. I will invest in this project on behalf of the company. General Manager Liu, fearing Lin Ze might retract his statement, thought, a gentleman's word is his bond. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. People exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The head of the Xia Group's demeanor darkened, as if today was not about recruiting partners but rather offering a grand opportunity to these two. When he finally spoke, his tone was considerably colder. Are both of you genuinely interested in our project? General Liu, without hesitation, replied, of course I am. I even brought the documents. He shot a look at Lin Ze, laced with derision. As for what this young man thinks, I cannot say, having blocked off any chance of retreat. The participants faced a dilemma. If they surrendered now, they would become the laughingstock of the day. It's just money, and I'll invest it, Lin Ze declared. Su Yu quickly pulled Lin Ze aside, her eyes ablaze. In a low voice only he could hear, she cautioned, don't be foolish. They're intentionally setting a trap for us. This is an investment of 1 billion. Lin Ze had already astonished Su Yu by producing 300 million. How could he possibly have more? Yet, Lin Ze remained earnest. Why don't you believe in me? His steadfast gaze met Su Yu's, leaving her momentarily speechless. In the end, it was Su Yu who chose to concede, falling silent. This was no trivial matter. Failing to produce the funds would indeed lead to humiliation. After General Liu spoke, he turned to the head of the Xia Group. I propose we settle this matter for now. Such a large sum will require time to process. In 7 days, both of our companies will come prepared with the necessary documentation. By then, the outcome will be revealed. Liu's eyes glinted with mockery. I hope you can maintain your composure until then. Lin Ze, unfazed, countered, I hope losing this project won't cause you too much distress. General Liu's expression soured immediately. Today, his primary goal was to secure this project, but he had inadvertently gained a competitor. His mood was decidedly foul. I apologize. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. We shall reconvene in 7 days. Chapter 38, the ideal candidate for investment with that. General Liu rose abruptly and departed. The most disconcerted person at that moment was undoubtedly Shou Cheng. He never anticipated that Lin Ze would have Su Yu to shield him. He had merely intended to embarrass Lin Ze in front of everyone, but Lin Ze had directly challenged his boss for business. Upon returning, Liu would surely be furious. Shou Cheng contemplated in his heart that he could only proceed forward at this moment. The most significant event of today had reached its conclusion. The remaining time was reserved for everyone to engage in casual conversations. Before long, the host relayed the day's proceedings to the room upstairs. The man on the sofa narrowed his eyes slightly. The cigar in his hand was lit, yet he did not rush to smoke it. His somewhat murky gaze was fixed intently on Lin Ze, who appeared on the monitor. One couldn't help but wonder what thoughts occupied his mind at this moment. Although Su Yu's company held some local renown, it had merely profited briefly from a novel industry. She had just mentioned that they had begun incurring losses last month. Was collaborating with such individuals not fraught with risk? The secretary expressed her concerns. However, the man on the sofa merely chuckled. I find myself more intrigued by the one named Lin Ze. He dares to challenge the local tycoons at such a young age. His presence exudes an aura unmatched by others. Moreover, he clearly grasped what was discussed earlier. To possess 300 million at such a young age suggests he may indeed have amassed a considerable fortune. Such individuals warrant our special attention. The secretary, taken aback by his words, inquired, are you suggesting we truly extend them an opportunity? Why not? Let us not forget that while the Xia family holds some power locally, our lack of liquid assets puts us at a disadvantage. We are here precisely to seek potential partners, so why be so choosy? The secretary quickly recognized her misstep. We must remain impartial to both companies and not show favoritism. Should any developments arise, inform me immediately. Understood. The crowd that had gathered in the conference room had since dispersed, and hushed murmurs filled the air as they discussed the recent events. Su Yu's expression was notably grim. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she hurriedly pulled Lin Ze aside. President Liu is not an easy adversary. Xia Group profits handsomely merely by suppressing new companies. Why would you provoke him? Lin Ze, feeling aggrieved, shrugged lightly. This predicament isn't solely my fault. Shou Cheng insisted on placing the blame on me. I have no intention of crossing paths with President Liu. Ultimately, this mess is Shou Cheng's doing. Had he not sought trouble with me, would we have arrived at this juncture? Enough of that. For now, we must maintain appearances. I will seek another opportunity to discuss matters with President Xia. Lin Ze quickly sensed something amiss. What do you mean? Are you considering withdrawing? Su Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What other choice do I have? I am acutely aware of my company's situation. Had it not been for the funds Lin Ze previously provided, I doubt we would have lasted this long, now that we have finally stabilized. Asking me to invest 10 billion is akin to a death sentence. In stark contrast to Su Yu's anxiety, Lin Ze exuded calmness. Do you not trust me? His eyes, tender and profound, locked onto hers. In that moment, her initial agitation inexplicably subsided. Before Lin Ze, she found it difficult to remain truly angry. I merely hope you understand the implications of your actions. Su Yu sighed deeply. Just as she intended to engage Lin Ze further on business matters, someone approached them. The newcomer was a well-known local tycoon, having amassed a fortune in new media. Su Yu did not wish to miss the opportunity to consult with him. Casting a glance at Lin Ze to signal him to refrain from causing any further trouble. My beautiful boss is wonderful in every way, except for her tendency to distrust others. Watching Su Yu's retreating figure, Lin Ze let out a long sigh. However, he had calmed down somewhat. Earning money was indeed not a challenge for him, but the dilemma lay in finding suitable partners for investment. For example, to obtain a 10 billion reward, he would need to spend $1 million on Su Yu. Given the current climate, he was already met with skepticism regarding his lavish spending. If he continued to act ostentatiously, he might squander the little goodwill he had accrued. Yet, the reward values from others were disappointingly low. Until now, Lin Ze never imagined he would be cornered by such absurd dilemmas. He was not afraid of lacking funds. Rather, he feared having money on hand that could not be spent. Spending more could yield additional rewards from the system, which was far from undesirable. While Lin Ze was lost in thought, a delicate hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. His mood soured. Who is this? Why are they playing tricks on me? Lin Ze frowned. Upon turning his head, he was met with a pair of clear eyes. She wore no elaborate makeup, instead radiating a natural beauty. I initially thought I was mistaken, but it truly is you. Shen Shui, arms crossed, scrutinized Lin Ze and couldn't help but smile. It seems we are quite fated. Waking up in the same hotel and encountering each other at the same event. I assumed you were just another nonchalant rich heir, yet it appears you possess some capability. Clearly, Shen Shui had witnessed the earlier incident. Lin Ze cast a sidelong glance at her. What s with that gloating expression? I helped you out last night, remember? If it weren't for me, you might still be in someone else's bed. There was a hint of aggression in Lin Ze's tone. Shen Shui's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Being a woman, her face flushed with an unnatural hue. She quickly diverted her gaze, unwilling to meet Lin Ze's eyes, and after a moment, managed to regain her composure. I asked my secretary yesterday, and she did indeed book me a room, albeit next to yours. I didn't expect to have walked into the wrong one. Shen Shui spoke earnestly. To make amends, please accept this. She handed Lin Ze a check. This morning, I mentioned I would cover last night's accommodation, but I hadn't the chance to give it to you. Lin Ze looked at the check in his hand, bemused. Ever since acquiring the system, he had never spent money on any woman. Even when dealing with those of lower reward values, he treasured every opportunity to earn. This was the first time he had received money from a woman, and the sensation was undeniably peculiar. I'll return this to you. Shen Shui appeared astonished. What is your situation? Even if you're not in need of money, you shouldn't refuse someone else's offer. If she didn't give Lin Ze the money, she would feel guilty. Lin Ze had been fretting over his own issues when a thought suddenly sparked in his mind as he glanced at Shen Shui. Of course, how could he forget that she offered an 80-fold reward? While it paled in comparison to Su Yu's 100-fold, it was still among the highest. Lin Ze's gaze brightened with a hint of mischief as a sly smile crept onto his face. Are you genuinely intent on compensating me, or is this merely lip service? Shen Shui froze for a moment, then caught a glint of mischief in Lin Ze's eyes, sending a shiver down her spine. Could this individual truly be such an eccentric person? Otherwise, why would he regard her with such a peculiar gaze? He even took a step back, as if to say, what are your intentions? Observing the cautious demeanor of the other, Lin Ze chuckled. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill will. Did you not seek to compensate me? Since I have no pressing engagements today, why not accompany me for a stroll? Shopping. They had only known each other for a day. Had it not been for her inadvertently entering the wrong room yesterday, Shen Shui would have had no interaction with Lin Ze whatsoever. The notion of wandering about with a stranger felt rather awkward. Moreover, what could possibly motivate a grown man to desire shopping? Surely, there must be an ulterior motive at play. Seeing her increasingly defensive explanations, Lin Ze decided to relax. I am simply bored and looking for company. What is the harm in that? Noticing Shen Shui still hesitating, he added, if you are unwilling, then forget I said anything. I can easily occupy myself with friends. Shen Shui's eyes widened. Are you threatening me? Not at all, Lin Ze replied, his smile stretching with insincerity. Dealing with a woman like Shen Shui required a different approach. Yielding would only exacerbate her already spoiled temperament. Instead, a counterintuitive tactic seemed to yield better results. As expected, Shen Shui's expression grew cold, her hands clenched tightly. As the daughter of a prominent family, she certainly did not wish for rumors to circulate about her drunken escapades with a stranger. Should such gossip reach the ears of others, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. All right, I understand. Since I have no plans after the meeting concludes, I will dedicate today to accompany you, with all expenses on me. Lin Ze felt a surge of joy. It appeared his strategy had succeeded. It was no wonder he deemed her a classic example of a spoiled young lady, easily provoked into action. However, as for who would ultimately foot the bill, Lin Ze had his own considerations. He swiftly retrieved his phone and sent a text to Suyu, explaining that he had business matters to attend to and would be leaving early. Upon receiving the text, Suyu was momentarily perplexed. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled her previous disdain for Lin Ze, questioning his capabilities. However, reality had proven otherwise, as he had indeed presented her with over $1 million to purchase a car and invested $300 million into a company. Perhaps she had underestimated him. President Su? A man conversing with Suyu called out to her. She offered a polite smile and resumed her discussion with him. As for Lin Ze's early departure, Suyu paid it little mind. Her intention in bringing him along was to expose him to the grandeur of the occasion. If Lin Ze were indeed preparing to secure funding, it would not be to her detriment. It was preferable to keeping him around and risking offense to influential figures. Upon exiting the event, Lin Ze invited Shen Shui into his vehicle. You seemed quite ostentatious earlier, boasting about investing $10 billion. I assumed your mode of transportation would reflect that, yet here we are. Shen Shui glanced at Lin Ze's car. To Lin Ze, the vehicle was quite satisfactory. However, upon arriving at the parking lot and seeing the array of luxury cars valued in the millions, he found himself contemplating an upgrade, sitting in the passenger seat. Shen Shui cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ze. Surely you jest? Do you genuinely possess the means to change cars? You shall see shortly, Lin Ze replied, pressing the accelerator and driving off. Where are you taking me? Shen Shui inquired, her brow furrowing in skepticism. You aren't suggesting I buy you jewelry, are you? In her subconscious, she believed that she should be the one paying today, with Lin Ze merely accompanying her. She could accept covering the cost of the room or offering a token of gratitude, but outright gifting jewelry was unthinkable. Was she perhaps dealing with a gold digger? What absurd thoughts crossed your mind? Lin Ze shot her a disapproving glance. Rest assured, I have my reasons for bringing you here. Just tell me whether you will accompany me. Given Lin Ze's earnest expression, Shen Shui clenched her jaw. After all, she had unwittingly knocked on his door just the previous day. Did she truly have an alternative? Upon entering, the counter was adorned with an array of luxurious jewelry that captivated her gaze. Not only Lin Ze, but even Shen Shui, accustomed to such venues, could not help but linger a little longer. Is this the latest collection? I don't recall seeing it before. Chapter 40. Encountering a green tea bitch. Shen Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. In stark contrast, Lin Ze could not discern the specific value of the items. Was this necklace truly so precious? Of course, Shen Shui replied without hesitation, reaching for her credit card. I'll take this one. I find it quite appealing. The sales associate promptly accepted her card. Just then, a woman's voice, tinged with sarcasm, pierced Shen Shui's ears. Oh, am I mistaken? Is that not my dear sister Shen Shui? Truly, a woman of means, choosing to pay for her own desires. The moment her joyous gaze had been fixed on the jewelry, Shen Shui's expression darkened upon hearing that voice. Turning towards its source, she spotted a meticulously dressed woman standing nearby, wearing an identical necklace to the one in Shen Shui's hand. Ming Lin, what brings you here? It was evident that Shen Shui was not particularly fond of this so-called friend. What else would I be doing here but shopping? The woman delicately touched the necklace around her neck, a hint of amusement in her eyes. What do you think? This necklace is quite exquisite, is it not? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the piece Shen Shui was holding. Limited to just 2 pieces in the city, and you've managed to snag one as well. It seems our tastes truly align. Ming Lin chuckled. Yet, Shen Shui's expression grew increasingly sour. Please, spare me the humiliation. Our tastes are hardly the same. You truly have a talent for self-deception. Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Standing beside Shen Shui, Lin Ze could sense the tension in the air. Were these two truly friends? Was this the expected demeanor between friends? He could not comprehend the complexities of a woman's mind. Perhaps it was his intense gaze that drew Ming Lin's attention. Oh, so you were with your boyfriend today? I hardly recognized you. Your standards seem to have lowered considerably. Her words dripped with derision. Weren't you once quite discerning? How is it that you can now settle for anyone? The moment Ming Lin uttered those words, Shen Shui's expression darkened further, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists, as if suppressing her fury. Although Lin Ze remained oblivious to the intricacies of their relationship, being unexpectedly chastised by a stranger was hardly a pleasant experience. His gaze swept over Ming Lin. Target, Ming Lin. Appearance, 67. Favorability, 0. During the engagement period, any expenditure on her behalf will yield a tenfold return. Appearance, 67. In theory, she could be considered a rather attractive beauty. Yet, reality can be quite cruel. After all, her comparison is with Shen Shui. One is rated at 80, the other at 67. It is clear that Shen Shui holds the advantage. Lin Ze's tone carried a hint of disdain as he remarked that, in terms of appearance, the distinction was glaring. One simply could not compete. His words struck a nerve with Ming Lin, whose countenance darkened ominously, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. What did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat that? Her eyes widened in fury, unaware that her reaction only rendered her more absurd. Was she truly inferior in looks and physical prowess? She had spoken so loudly. Yet he seemed deaf to her cries. Ming Lin felt as if she might perish from Lin Ze's nonchalant, yet deeply hurtful demeanor. Meanwhile, Shen Shui beside Lin Ze erupted in laughter. She had not anticipated that the man, who had been put in a difficult position earlier, could possess such a capacity for mockery. Just witnessing Meng Lin's furious yet speechless expression was utterly gratifying to Xin Shui. Darling, what's wrong? Suddenly, a man clad in an exquisite suit approached Meng Lin, his hands laden with shopping bags, evidently having accompanied a woman on an extensive shopping spree. Upon seeing him, Meng Lin instantly revived, exclaiming, "Darling, you finally arrived." Her demeanor transformed entirely as she rushed to the man's side. "I didn't expect to encounter Shui here. We were once quite good friends, and I intended to greet her before seeking you out. Yet she directly insulted me." Meng Lin's voice grew more aggrieved with each word, her overly delicate demeanor eliciting a sense of disgust in Xin Shui. Xin Shui? Upon hearing the name, Wu Yong glanced over, locking eyes with Xin Shui. He appeared somewhat uneasy. However, he mustered some courage in front of Meng Lin. "What a coincidence," he remarked. "Indeed, quite a coincidence. Had I known you two were here, I would never have entered." The sales associate, holding a necklace, appeared increasingly uncomfortable as the confrontation escalated. "Miss, regarding this necklace," Xin Shui interrupted, "I don't want it." She shot a disdainful glare at Meng Lin and Wu Yong. "I refuse to adorn myself with something that trash would wear." With Wu Yong by her side, Meng Lin seemed to regain her composure. "How can you speak like that? Who has trash?" she retorted, leaning closer to Wu Yong. It was amusing to recall how she had once wept inconsolably when he broke up with her, still yearning for reconciliation. With a boastful tone, she clung to Wu Yong's arm. "Xin Shui, I know I'm just an ordinary person. My family background couldn't compare to yours. But I'm about to marry Wu Yong and become a wealthy lady. Who knows who will prevail in the future? Don't always act as if you're above everyone else." Lin Ze finally grasped the situation. This woman was a scheming opportunist, attempting to steal her best friend as partner. No wonder Xin Shui had initially displayed such disdain towards Meng Lin. No one could greet with a smile someone who had taken their former lover. Meng Lin's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you just say?" But Lin Ze had not yet finished speaking. Chapter 41. The disparity in strength. He turned to Wu Yong. "You don't genuinely believe it's your charm that attracts him, do you? He is merely tired of the high-end steak, looking to sample something new. It won't be long before he falls for someone else." Observing the grimace on Wu Yong's face, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief. After all, this woman had insisted on dragging him into her quarrel. He then approached the counter. "Apologies, but we don't need that necklace. Please bring me the most expensive one." Xin Shui looked on in astonishment, perplexed by Lin Ze's unexpected behavior. She had initially accompanied him for a leisurely shopping trip, yet it had escalated to this point. "Sir, this necklace is unique to our store, adorned with large blue diamonds, crafted by 10 designers in collaboration." As the sales associate unveiled the necklace, not only Lin Ze but also other patrons in the store turned their gazes toward it. Lin Ze, though unable to articulate why, found himself drawn to its beauty. However, the necklace bore a hefty price tag of 10 million. Upon hearing that figure, even Xin Shui frowned. Did Lin Ze intend to feign gifting it to her, only to expect reimbursement? She certainly didn't have such funds at her disposal. Yet, given that this was their first encounter, it was ludicrous to expect a stranger to spend 10 million on her. Nevertheless, Lin Ze showed no hesitation, handing over his card without a second thought. He swiped the card. Although his balance was currently low, the bank had loosened his loan limits due to substantial financial transactions. Once this payment went through, he would obtain even greater returns. A chime indicated a successful transaction. Observing the sales associate's smile, Lin Ze exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the payment had succeeded. Otherwise, he would have faced humiliation in front of so many people. "Sir, you truly are generous to your girlfriend," the sales associate remarked while preparing the item for packaging. "It's nothing," Lin Ze replied with a smile, handing the necklace to Xin Shui. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xin Shui accepted it. Almost simultaneously, a cold notification from the system echoed in his mind. During the strategy period, spending 10 million yields an 80-fold return of 800 million. Ding. Dear user, your card ending in 4835 has been credited with 800 million. Current balance, 800 million. Concurrently, a message from the credit card service arrived. Dear user, you have spent over 2 million using our credit card. Please ensure timely repayment. In the past, such a sum would have terrified Lin Ze. Now, however, he was a man with 800 million in savings. 2 million was merely a trifling amount. Lin Ze felt elated. Within less than an hour, he had acquired 800 million. With a remaining 200 million and a full week to spare, he was confident in managing it. As he contemplated, he turned to Wu Yong, his eyes brimming with derision. However, the two of them seemed quite well matched, ensuring Xin Shui encountered someone better suited. Such sentiments pleased Xin Shui immensely. "We shall see," she retorted. At that moment, Meng Lin found herself at a loss for words, her desire to continue shopping evaporating. Grabbing her partner's hand, she turned to leave. What a pair of useless fools. They just walked away after a few barbs. How pathetic. Lin Ze muttered under his breath. "I appreciate your help with the earlier matter." Xin Shui's gaze towards Lin Ze now held a hint of gratitude. "However, this necklace is far too extravagant. I really can't accept it." As she spoke, Xin Shui prepared to return the necklace. "How could that be? It suits you perfectly. And no one else could highlight its beauty like you do." Lin Ze interjected immediately. Xin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? You can't just give away something worth 10 million. Or are you merely waiting for me to reimburse you? Lin Ze found himself in a rather bewildering situation due to her words. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? When I said I would gift it to you, I meant it. Shinshue still seemed somewhat taken aback, confirming with Lin Ze several times, yet ultimately receiving the same response. To present such an extravagant gift upon their first meeting was something even a wealthy scion might not accomplish. A subtle sensation stirred within Shinshue. Nevertheless, she could not contest Lin Ze any longer and simply turned to point at a watch displayed on the counter, asking him to wrap it up for her. Before Lin Ze could react, Shinshue had already placed the watch in front of him. There was an undeniable air of arrogance about this young lady. She never allowed herself to be shortchanged in any situation. Lin Ze could only chuckle resignedly. Well, now we're even. Initially, he had wished to spend more time shopping with Shinshue, especially considering the substantial reward she carried with her. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a phone call summoned Shinshue away. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lin, but I have another matter to attend to today and cannot accompany you any longer. Her captivating eyes met Lin Ze's, and a genuine smile finally graced her lips. It was a pleasure to meet you. I hope we will have the opportunity to interact again in the future. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ze heard the system's notification in his ear. Shunshue's affection level 10, current affection level 10. He refrained from further detaining her. Soon, a luxurious vehicle came to a halt at the curb, and Shunshui hurriedly entered. A wealthy heiress indeed. Her car must be worth at least 10 million. It was no wonder her demeanor carried a hint of haughtiness. Had he grown up in such an environment, one could only imagine how proud he might have been. Regardless, he had already accrued 800 million from Shunshui. Even if he withdrew 2 million to settle his credit card bill, he would still have over 790 million at his disposal. Chapter 42. The car was crashed. This exceeded his initial expectations by a considerable margin. Lin Ze felt inclined to express his gratitude towards the two individuals who had just stirred the pot, without their interference. He might not have found the impetus to present Shinshue with a gift. As he contemplated this, his phone buzzed incessantly with new messages. Upon checking, his expression darkened. It was Zhou Cheng, who had just met him moments ago. Lin Ze, you cannot continue to make things difficult for me just because we were not on good terms in college. I am here accompanying my boss for a business discussion, and you insist on intervening, claiming you can casually produce 10 billion. As an old classmate, I feel obliged to remind you to be mindful of your reputation in society. As Lin Ze read through Zhou Cheng's barrage of messages, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. This man was being intentionally provocative. He had his contact information, yet he chose to air these grievances in the group chat, clearly aiming to tarnish Lin Ze's reputation. Unsurprisingly, classmates who were unaware of the context began to chime in, eager to witness the unfolding drama. What is going on? Didn't you just finish a reunion? You met again? Wait, did I misread? 10 billion? The classmates feigned sympathy, but their true desire was to revel in the spectacle. The messages circulated wildly in the group chat. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng smirked coldly in his office. So, you wish to seek fame, do you? I wonder if you can afford to lose such a reputation. If it weren't for Lin Ze's sudden provocation, Zhou Cheng wouldn't have felt this agitated. Having suffered 2 setbacks at Lin Ze's hands, he was becoming increasingly irate. If Lin Ze craved the spotlight, Zhou Cheng would ensure to ruin his reputation in front of everyone, making it difficult for him to flaunt in the future. Zhou Cheng feigned a victim's demeanor, posting various statements in the group, pretending to be magnanimous, as if Lin Ze had unjustly incited a conflict. Within seconds, he garnered a fair share of sympathy. Don't be too upset. No one wishes to see this. Lin Ze, if you see this message, please come out and explain. Zhou Cheng had successfully rallied several supporters, not out of genuine concern for him, but because the notion of Lin Ze producing 10 billion was simply astonishing, far exceeding normal comprehension. As time passed, Lin Ze decided against engaging in further discourse. He promptly shared 2 screenshots in the group chat. The first displayed the record of his 300 million transfer to Suyu's company, and the second showcased his account balance. The group erupted in disbelief. Did I just see that right? Hundreds of millions, truly a billionaire among us. I had no idea. Lin Ze, is it still possible to cling to your coattails? The group chat was flooded with various reactions. Zhou Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he typed furiously on his phone. Lin Ze, if you're going to edit photos, at least make it believable. Wealthy individuals have neat balances, and yours is only 790 million, still far from 10 billion. Don't tell me you can gather that much in 7 days. The phrase what if struck Zhou Cheng as both a taunt and a gamble with fate. He scoffed audibly, unable to suppress his disdain. Meanwhile, some classmates were scrutinizing the screenshots Lin Ze had posted. The news was so surreal that they struggled to process it. I really have nothing to say to these broke individuals, Lin Ze muttered to himself. He resolved to no longer waste time on their antics. Let them stir the pot as they pleased. Lin Ze dismissed the messages, glancing at the luxurious watch on his wrist, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was now a wealthy individual, driving a luxury car and adorned in designer attire. Did he truly need to concern himself with their criticisms? The sun shone warmly, casting a comforting glow upon him. A proper rest would enable him to summon the energy to pursue beautiful women. Lin Ze felt as though he had transformed into a charming rogue, treating every beautiful woman as a potential conquest, welcoming all. As he calculated his next move, he headed towards his car. However, in the blink of an eye, he witnessed an event that left his jaw nearly on the ground. His vehicle was struck right before his eyes by an old car worth no more than 100,000. Although such an amount seemed insignificant to Lin Ze now, the sight of his car being damaged was undeniably disheartening. A surge of anger welled within him. Could the driver not operate a vehicle properly? Yet, he refrained from voicing his frustration as he soon spotted a young and lovely girl stepping out of the car with an air of nonchalance, her eyes reflecting a hint of innocence. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. My boss insisted I drive to meet the client. And I just got my license not long ago." Upon realizing that the driver was Lin Ze, Li Xingyue's eyes widened in surprise. Although they had only met once before, their initial interaction had been rather pleasant. Unfortunately, in the following days, Li Xingyue was preoccupied with work, and Lin Ze did not disturb her. He initially thought they wouldn't meet again for a while, but unexpectedly, they ended up encountering each other in such a manner. "It's you." Upon seeing the guilt etched on the other's face, Lin Ze's anger diminished significantly. After all, she was a beauty. He had previously gained quite a bit from Li Xingyue, particularly regarding her relationship with Shin Shixia. He was hoping to leverage Shin Shixia for a double reward from the system in the future. Chapter 43. This car is a gift for you. The previous gloom lifted, replaced by a smile. "I'm sorry, I should compensate you," Li Xingyue said, her eyes involuntarily glancing at Lin Ze's car. "How much would it cost to fix this car?" she muttered, feeling a pang of sympathy. Her monthly salary was only a few thousand. If the repair cost exceeded 10,000, it would be akin to throwing away her entire year's earnings. Although Lin Ze had been extravagant at the bar, they had only met once, and Li Xingyue felt reluctant to ask him to cover her expenses. At that moment, Lin Ze was earnestly calculating. If sent to the original manufacturer for repairs, it would cost at least 30,000, right? Indeed, it was quite expensive. Lin Xingyue's heart raced, regretting her hasty agreement with her boss. Otherwise, she wouldn't have incurred such a hefty debt. Yet, she did not wish to appear as a person who would refuse to repay Lin Ze in front of him. She could only grit her teeth and say, "I don't have that much savings right now, but I can write you an IOU." Fearing Lin Ze wouldn't believe her, she proactively took out her ID card. "Rest assured, I will repay you." Seeing her serious demeanor, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Simultaneously, a bold idea flashed through his mind. "That's not necessary. But you must accompany me to the repair shop first." Li Xingyue felt a twinge of worry. She had scheduled a meeting with the client. If she arrived late, they might impose stringent conditions or even cancel the collaboration. However, she had just incurred a repair debt to Lin Ze, and outright refusal would surely offend him. She found herself in a dilemma. Lin Ze, however, was somewhat domineering. He immediately called the repair station, informed them of his location, and pulled Li Xingyue into the car. The smile on her face faded to one of distress. "I am representing the company in negotiations today. Being late would be inappropriate," Lin Ze replied calmly. "How much do you earn in a month?" This statement solidified Li Xingyue's earlier apprehension. "Oh no, Lin Ze must be displeased. He will certainly demand compensation from me." Her heart raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. But in the next moment, Lin Ze's actions rendered her utterly speechless. He casually pulled out a stack of cash from his bag and tossed it before her. "Is this enough? Consider it a day off from work. Now accompany me to the repair station." This act genuinely shocked Li Xingyue. Although she had not counted it precisely, she estimated that the cash amounted to several thousand. Had he truly lost his mind? She had crashed his car, yet he was giving her money. Li Xingyue felt compelled to comply, sitting in the passenger seat with resignation, busily typing on her phone. Before long, the repair personnel indeed arrived. Upon witnessing the luxury car, which had only been driven for a couple of days, now in such a state, even the staff couldn't help but frown. The other car also needed to be towed for repairs. The staff quickly nodded in agreement, and both vehicles were taken away. After an assessment, the manager personally approached Lin Ze to discuss the repair costs. The rear bumper was severely deformed, and if repairs were to be undertaken, it would take a long time. Conversely, if they opted for a replacement, the car could be ready for pickup today, albeit at a higher cost. Li Xingyue instinctively wanted to proceed with repairs, but Lin Ze interjected, "Money is not an issue. The sooner, the better." Li Xingyue was frantic. "What do you mean money is not an issue? For me, money is a significant problem." Of course, these thoughts were merely internal complaints. She lacked the courage to vocalize them in Lin Ze's presence. The manager's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly calculating the costs. "The repair fee for your vehicle will be 42,000 yuan, while the other vehicle's repairs will amount to 4,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue nearly leaped from her seat. Her mistake had cost her 46,000 yuan, and she alone would bear the consequences. A hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. "Is it possible to pay in installments?" The manager looked astonished, then glanced at Lin Ze's car, seemingly understanding something. His tone grew colder. "Miss, this is not a sales center. Repair costs cannot be paid in installments." Without hesitation, Lin Ze produced his bank card. "Swipe it." The manager appeared taken aback. From the evidence at the scene, the fault does not lie with you. Yet, Lin Ze was disinterested in explanations, insisting that the transaction proceed. Reluctantly, the manager complied. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's actions left Li Xingyue feeling both astonished and grateful. "Thank you for being willing to front this payment," But rest assured, before she could finish. Lin Ze chuckled, turning to her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Foolish girl, who said you needed to pay? Li Xingyue was taken aback. Regardless of the circumstances, she was the one at fault. Didn't I just say? The quicker, the better. Your driving skills are lacking. You should take this opportunity to practice. With that, he pointed to his car. This car is yours. Li Xingyue stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. What was happening? She had made a mistake. Yet Lin Ze not only refused her compensation, but also gifted her a car worth $1 million, under the guise of offering practice. She quickly pinched her arm to ensure she was not dreaming. Once convinced of her reality, Li Xingyue completely revised her opinion of Lin Ze. Was this how the wealthy amused themselves? Was this a form of reward? Lin Ze found her interpretation amusing. If you insist on viewing it that way, so be it. His car, among the many luxury vehicles, did indeed appear somewhat modest. He was uncertain how to address the situation. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it would truly be foolish of him. Stop hesitating. Do you want the car or not? Chapter 44, Cast as the Villain. It turned out Lin Ze was not jesting with her. This overwhelming fortune had finally come her way. Lin Xingyue felt a surge of excitement and quickly nodded. Yes, absolutely. She even added, one should never refuse a gift that comes free of charge. His sincerity was unmistakable, with nearly all his thoughts laid bare on his face. During the campaign, spending 1 million yuan grants a 20-fold cashback of 20 million yuan. Ding, dear user. Your card ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 20 million. The current balance. Lin Ze chuckled. Not only did he now have enough money to buy a car, but he could also make a profit from it. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Shen Shixiao's face appeared before Lin Ze, brightening his mood instantly. Shen Shixiao was truly beautiful. Even with a stern expression, she was captivating. As soon as she entered, she approached Li Xingyue. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Li Xingyue smiled back. No, you really startled me just now. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. My friend lacks driving experience. Before Li Xingyue could finish, Shen Shixia turned her gaze towards Lin Ze, taking out her bank card. Here are 50,000 yuan. I'm not sure if it's enough for compensation, but consider it a repayment from me as a friend. Seeing the earnest look on Shen Shixia's face, Lin Ze quickly waved his hand. This money, if it's insufficient, I can write an IOU. But I hope you won't make things difficult for my friend. Realizing Shen Shixia's serious demeanor, Lin Ze suddenly understood. Earlier, Li Xingyue had been typing away in the passenger seat. He wanted to pry into what the young lady was writing, assuming she was checking repair costs. It now appeared that all those messages had been sent to Shen Shixia. Shixia, you misunderstood. Li Xingyue quickly stood up, her face flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Lin wasn't making things hard for me. It was my misunderstanding. We don't need to compensate. Shen Shixiao looked surprised. What do you mean? It seemed she could hardly believe it. Li Xingyue assured her, it's true. Not only do we not need to compensate, but he is even considering giving me the car. As she spoke, Li Xingyue felt a bit embarrassed. After all, her driving skills weren't the best. Lin Ze, who had been silent until now, finally found his voice. Miss Shen, I understand that you both are ordinary office workers and may not have much money. I brought her along because I was worried she might damage the company car. How had he unintentionally become the villain in this situation when he was merely trying to do a good deed? Shen Shixia's tone softened significantly. I'm truly sorry. Mr. Lin, I misunderstood the situation. She then glanced at Li Xingyue. What are you still doing here? Hurry and go discuss the collaboration. Li Xingyue suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. We're running out of time. The excitement of unexpectedly receiving a car worth $1 million had made her momentarily forget her business. My car is outside. I'll drive you, Shen Shixia said, preparing to leave. Lin Ze quickly followed. Let me drive. You two can sit in the back. It was that he was particularly altruistic. He simply didn't want to miss the chance to interact with Shen Shixia, a stunning woman who could provide him with a 50-fold reward. This opportunity was too precious to squander. Are you sure? Shen Shixia hesitated at first, but then recalled that Lin Ze's driving skills would indeed be steadier than hers, so she agreed. Besides, she had almost missed her chance with Lin Ze earlier. She couldn't let his kindness go unacknowledged. Seeing Shen Shixia accept his offer, Lin Ze beamed and quickly got into the car. Following the address provided by Li Xingyue, the trio soon arrived at a commercial building in the city center. This is the place, Li Xingyue said, hurriedly taking the documents and heading downstairs. See you soon. She even winked at Shen Shixia, implying that they shouldn't miss this opportunity. Lin Ze and Shen Shixia instantly understood the implication, and a slight blush crept onto Shen Shixia's face. Ever since Lin Ze had gifted Li Xingyue a $1 million card at the bar, Li Xingyue had been convinced that Lin Ze harbored feelings for Shen Shixia. Otherwise, he would be just another rich kid oblivious to money. Now that Li Xingyue was gone, the two had the perfect chance to converse. Shen Shixia couldn't help but murmur, what is she thinking? Quickly, she reassured Lin Ze, don't misunderstand. My friend just likes to joke around. You'll understand better as you get to know her. Lin Ze's smile remained. So, does that mean we'll have more opportunities to interact in the future? The awkwardness on his face was unmistakable, but thankfully, Lin Ze was perceptive enough to notice Shen Shixia's discomfort. So, where should we go next? He asked. realizing that they couldn't simply sit in the car waiting for Li Xingyue. That would only heighten the awkwardness. Shen Shixiao seemed to have no particular ideas and tossed the question back to Lin Ze. Wherever you want to go, I can accompany you. Lin Ze found himself at a loss for suggestions. How about I treat you to a meal? A warm smile spread across his face. We first met at the bar. And now here, I don't think I've ever invited you out for a meal. However, Shen Shixiao quickly dismissed the idea. Not really. It's neither early nor late, and it feels a bit awkward. Besides, I'm not hungry. This was the first time he had been turned down by a girl since acquiring his system. Other than dining, shopping, or watching movies with girls, he couldn't think of anywhere else to take her. Speaking of which, you gave your car to Xingyue. What about yourself? Shen Shixiao's comment reminded him. Lin Ze's face lit up with a smile. How about you accompany me to buy a car? He quickly added, they offer free air conditioning and drinks over there. And your taste is surely better than mine. I want to choose a car that suits me. This time, Shen Shixiao didn't refuse and willingly took the passenger seat. Let us go. Lin Ze was elated and promptly agreed, revving the engine and driving away. Chapter 45. A heartfelt glance as soon as they entered. A wave of cool air greeted them. Meeting in such a place during the scorching summer was indeed a splendid idea. However, Lin Ze felt a twinge of doubt. He had never heard of any successful person taking their date to such a location. If he did something wrong, would Shen Shixiao's impression of him plummet? If it gets boring, we can always switch places. Upon entering, Lin Ze felt like retreating. In contrast, Shen Shixiao appeared quite relaxed. No worries, we're already here. Let us take a look. Who knows, you might actually find something you like. Soon, an automotive salesperson approached them with a smile, easily discerning their situation from their attire. Shen Shixiao, youthful and beautiful, though not clad in designer brands, exuded an extraordinary charm. Lin Ze, on the other hand, looked every bit the part of a wealthy heir after a bit of grooming and wearing high-end fashion. The salesperson's face lit up with a smile. You two must have just gotten married, right? Looking to buy a new car for the family? Mistaking them for a newlywed couple. Shen Shixiao's face turned a shade of pink. We're not. Before she could finish, Lin Ze interjected, as if deliberately solidifying their relationship. We're looking to buy a car that is presentable. The automobile salesperson quickly grasped the situation. Joining the elite, acquiring a new car. This seems to be the prevailing pattern. Thus, the gaze directed towards Shen Shixiao bore a hint of subtlety. I understand. Please wait here for a moment while I retrieve the catalog, the salesperson said, ushering the two to the sofa and having refreshments brought in before he departed to find the materials. Why won't you let me explain? Shen Shixiao's face remained flushed. Undeniably adorable. Lin Ze, however, chose to embrace the misunderstanding. Why bother explaining when they had no real comprehension of our relationship? All he wished was to see the car as soon as possible. Despite the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, he found himself at a loss for words. An awkwardness enveloping him. Lin Ze, on the other hand, reveled in this sensation. Any beautiful woman accompanying him would be perceived as a gold digger. Now, he had finally become the object of envy, a wealthy individual in his own right. What a delightful feeling. You may take a brief look. We have all the new models for this year. Naturally, the prices are significantly higher than those of ordinary vehicles on the market. He gestured towards a sleek black sedan in the catalog. This car is valued at $1 million. It certainly projects prestige when driven. In their establishment, encountering a sale of such high-end luxury vehicles within a month was already quite rare. Observing Lin Ze adorned in designer labels ignited excitement within the salesperson. His monthly sales performance was bound to see a remarkable boost. However, Lin Ze merely glanced at it, his expression suddenly turning cold. He flipped to the last pages of the catalog. After perusing the entire volume, he realized none of the vehicles suited his current needs. The initial enthusiasm had been doused like cold water, leaving him feeling disheartened. Are you jesting with me? Lin Ze's impatience grew. I wish to see models that exceed the prices listed here. I can afford to gift a car worth millions. Is there anything pricier? At that moment, Lin Ze had come to a resolution. If he was to spend, he would do so extravagantly to avoid being outdone soon after. The notion of making frequent trips to the dealership was far from appealing. Are you referring to models in the tens of millions? The salesperson nearly gasped in excitement upon hearing Lin Ze's words. He had long suspected the two were affluent but was astounded by Lin Ze's wealth. Without even glancing at the models, he directly requested to see the most expensive. The hallmark of a true rich second generation, indeed. I did not realize you possess such capabilities. The salesperson's smile grew warmer, laced with flattery. It's evident you are a person of significance. I simply did not anticipate your personal circumstances to be so favorable. This individual certainly had a way with words, and his praise caused Lin Ze to feel somewhat elated. So this was the life enjoyed by the wealthy. He could scarcely fathom how much he had missed before. Here, take a look at this, the man said, handing Lin Ze a flyer. This was the first time Lin Ze found himself enamored with a car's appearance at first sight. The vehicle was a matte black, and its premium texture was evident even on paper. The interior was nothing short of opulent, featuring a starry ceiling, massage seats, and top-tier sound systems, features he could only dream of until now, all encompassed within this single car. Just gazing at the flyer sent a thrill through Lin Ze's heart. That's the one. Where's this car located? Seeing Lin Ze's eyes light up, the salesperson discerned that he had successfully hooked this prized client. To be candid, This vehicle was named Phantom Flash, and there were only 3 in the entire country, with 1 spot available in the city. The starting bid was set at $8 million, and the highest bidder would prevail. For typical affluent families, merely hearing an $8 million starting price would send them fleeing. $8 million was merely the starting price. With so many people present, the final price would likely escalate to tens of millions. Yet Lin Ze, without hesitation, inquired, "How do I participate?" His interest was not solely because he had taken an immediate liking to the car, it was also due to its rarity. With only 3 in the nation and 1 being unique to the city, if he could secure this vehicle, he would never lose face amidst luxury cars in the future. Others would inevitably regard him with greater esteem, for he had learned firsthand that appearances matter. Lin Ze, however, was unfazed by the implications of wealth. The experience of being affluent was undeniably exhilarating. Previously, 100,000 yuan had seemed a fortune, but now it was mere pocket change. After successfully processing the payment, the salesperson turned with a smile and walked away, astonished to have encountered a genuine wealthy second generation today. Just securing his participation in the bidding could yield him a substantial commission. Once the salesperson departed, Lin Ze and Shen Shixia were promptly invited into the inner chamber. "Isn't this car a bit too expensive?" Shen Shixia, seated before Lin Ze, scrutinized the vehicle on the flyer. It was indeed stunning, but she felt it was beyond her financial reach. Just contemplating the listed price gave her a headache. After all, it was merely a means of transportation for her, which made little difference. Lin Ze, however, held a different perspective, viewing it as a symbol of a man's status, conveying significance. A smile crept onto his face as he spoke. "Is that so? You previously mentioned helping me choose. I didn't expect you to find a suitable car so quickly. Your presence alone is more than enough support." As he spoke, he subtly leaned closer to Shen Shixia. "Hey kid." Lin Ze had hoped to seize the moment to engage in further conversation with Shen Shixia, deepening their connection, but was abruptly interrupted. Nobody relishes such a disruption. Lin Ze's expression darkened abruptly. Who is that? The stranger's appearance, with a brutish demeanor, suggested he was not to be trifled with. Lin Ze was taken aback that such a person would be present here. Yet the man quickly spoke up. "Are you interested in this car?" he asked, gesturing towards the promotional image. "Why would I be seated here if I wasn't?" Lin Ze retorted irritably, his curiosity piqued. What was this person's deal? He seemed out of place. Wasn't access to this area restricted to those who had paid a 100,000 yuan deposit? What was the situation now? How had such an odd figure gained entry? To Lin Ze's surprise, the man responded with a cold chuckle. "It's not that I look down on you. It's just that your appearance lacks credibility. In my opinion, someone capable of affording such a car should at least be a significant businessman, and you simply do not measure up." He then pointed to a burly man behind him. "Our General Yang is interested in this car as well. If a bidding war ensues, it won't be clear who will come out on top, and losing face would be undesirable. So, here's what I propose. I'll give you 100,000 yuan to leave early." 100,000? Lin Ze scoffed, realizing he had never considered such a profitable scheme before. Yet he had to admit, the other party was indeed clever. Today, there were barely 20 individuals present at the venue. If it could all be settled with this 100,000 yuan, the total expenditure would barely exceed 2 million. He was the sole bidder. Even if he raised his offer by just a single yuan, it would still count as a successful auction. At that point, he could acquire the vehicle for a meager 10 million. This was certainly preferable to allowing numerous competitors to linger in the room. However, I must confess, I inherently detest being subservient to others. To me, this 100,000 yuan is merely a drop in the ocean. How liberating it felt to voice that sentiment. Lin Ze himself felt he had just displayed an excessive bravado. Perhaps I should offer your esteemed Mr. Yang 100,000 yuan to encourage his early departure, so he doesn't cause me further annoyance. Upon saying this, he gently tapped his forehead, almost forgetting that his ability to propose such a condition indicated he was not lacking in funds. Thus, he decided to increase the offer to 150,000 yuan. No more than that. He was only worth this much. Upon hearing this, the man before him darkened, his expression growing more ominous. His naturally sullen face now appeared downright frightening. "What did you say? Repeat that if you dare." The man seized Lin Ze by his collar. Alarm bells rang in Lin Ze's mind. Although he was wealthy now, he had not undergone any transformation like those depicted in novels. In truth, his physical capabilities were still those of an ordinary person. It would be unwise to provoke a confrontation where he might be beaten. Fortunately, the staff of the auction house were not oblivious to the situation and quickly intervened, separating the two. The staff's authority proved effective, and as they left, they cast Lin Ze a disapproving glare. To an outsider, it might appear Lin Ze had committed some egregious offense. Meanwhile, the previous scene had thoroughly unsettled Shen Shixia, who now appeared pale, tugging gently at Lin Ze's sleeve. "Perhaps we should reconsider this car. If we offend the wrong person over this, it could lead to trouble." She had no desire to jeopardize herself merely for accompanying Lin Ze to view a vehicle. If it implicated her, the consequences would be dire. "Rest assured, nothing will happen," Lin Ze replied earnestly. The other party merely seemed like a nouveau riche. Once he maximized his potential, he would insist on having his body enhanced by the system. Remaining in such a vulnerable state was simply unacceptable. Lin Ze's thoughts simmered with indignation. He must not show any signs of weakness in front of the beautiful woman. In the back row, Yang observed Lin Ze confidently seated in the front, his expression dark and calculating. His subordinates wore annoyed expressions. Most others who had received their money had obediently exited, and even those who chose to remain spoke courteously. Only this young man, oblivious to the stakes, showed no respect and spoke so brazenly. The mere recollection of Lin Ze's audacity made Yang wish to confront him directly. Yet, out of consideration for the staff, he refrained from engaging. It was typical for the young to be arrogant, especially with a woman by his side. Yang took a second to regain his composure. If there were only a handful of participants in this auction, it would indeed lack excitement. He needed a worthy competitor. When the bidding truly commenced, he would demonstrate that in this world, wealth spoke volumes. Indeed, what could such a brash young lad possibly compare to you? Yang waved dismissively. Instructing his subordinates to step aside, he perused the brochure in his hand. With an opening bid of 8 million, he hoped to keep the final price under 12 million, which would not exceed his expectations. Previously, Mr. Liu from Taiha Group had hinted that securing the project from the Xia Group would ensure a favorable position as a material supplier. Working for the official sector would also curry favor with both Taiha and Xia Groups. He certainly needed a respectable vehicle to maintain appearances. The other attendees? Frankly, Yang had hardly given them a thought. They were merely there to run alongside him. Soon, the disparity in strength would be made clear. A glimmer of avarice flickered in Yang eyes as the auction commenced. Almost immediately, bids began to escalate. Within a minute, the price soared past 10 million. Yang subordinates were electrified. This increase is happening far too rapidly. It might exceed our expectations. One lamented, regretting not having pushed harder to drive away more competitors earlier. In stark contrast, Yang maintained an air of nonchalance. What is there to fear? Don't you see they are all at their limits? Crossing the 10 million mark is a significant hurdle. After that, few will have the courage to proceed. Everything remained well within his grasp. And a smug expression crept onto Yang face. 15 million. As soon as this figure was announced, the room fell silent, followed by a flurry of murmurs. Even Yang was taken aback. What is going on? I've attended many auctions, and prices typically rise incrementally. How could someone jump the bid by half so abruptly? This price had already surpassed his expectations. This isn't feasible, Yang muttered, bewildered. Who called that bid? Meanwhile, Lin Ze reveled in the attention directed solely at him. This sensation was delightful. A broad smile graced Lin Ze's face, and his eyes sparkled with pride. Even Shun Xia looked at him with newfound astonishment. You're not joking, are you? You really have that much money to spend? Of course. Otherwise, why would I bring you to see such a car? Lin Ze was confident in his financial standing, as evidenced by the substantial balance in his bank account. Observing that Shun Xia had fallen silent for a moment, Lin Ze seized the opportunity to lean closer to her. Once I secure this vehicle, let us celebrate with a splendid meal together, he added with a wink. I must express my gratitude for your willingness to accompany me on this adventure. You will certainly benefit from today's endeavors. Shun Xia felt a flutter of excitement in response to Lin Ze's words, but maintained her reserve. Let us discuss it after the auction concludes. Observing her bashful demeanor made Lin Ze chuckle. He knew that girls were often easily flustered. Ultimately, in the face of strength, all must yield. Winning Shun Xia's heart was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Yang realized the price had originated from Lin Ze, causing him to slam his hand against the armrest in frustration. Even his subordinates appeared perplexed. No wonder he had been unable to sway Lin Ze with 100,000 yuan earlier. Anyone genuinely interested in the vehicle would never so easily abandon it for such a trifling sum. No way, I cannot allow this young upstart to win. The man thought darkly. He swiftly raised his offer by another 1 million, a smug expression crossing his face. He did not believe Lin Ze truly possessed the means to compete with him. This brash youth likely had no understanding of auction protocols, thus recklessly revealing his spending limits. Although this meant he would exceed his original plan by 4 million, acquiring such a limited edition vehicle would still be worthwhile. For a businessman, power and reputation were paramount. Obtaining this car would undoubtedly open up new opportunities. Yang had already begun to contemplate the path that lay ahead of him. However, his momentary elation was swiftly dashed when Lin Ze announced a staggering price of 18 million. Goodness, this person is exceptionally wealthy. That was an additional 10 million beyond the original plan. 18 million just for a car. What an extravagant individual. The murmurs around him were incessant. The sheer audacity of Lin Ze's lavishness left Yang momentarily speechless. What should we do now? Should we raise the bid further? His subordinates inquired. Yet, after a brief moment of silence, Yang could only shake his head. It's no longer necessary. Did you not see that lad remains utterly composed, unfazed? Though reluctant to admit it, Yang undeniably sensed a unique aura about Lin Ze. This was a man of genuine capability. We cannot compete with him. Moreover, to exhaust all our funds on a car would be sheer folly. Upon hearing this, Yang subordinates felt a pang of sympathy for their boss. It was a pity that the previous incentives we offered amounted to 1 million. This remark struck Yang's heart directly, causing his eyes to sharpen with intensity. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had successfully overshadowed everyone present. They were no match for him. The car salesmen were already beside themselves with excitement. unable to calculate the commissions they would earn. They hastily approached Lin Ze with the documents. "Congratulations, Mr. Lin, this magnificent vehicle is now yours." Without hesitation, Lin Ze signed the documents and handed over his card. Listening to the successful transaction notification, a thrill surged within him. Although he had just gifted Li Xingyue a car worth $1 million and had received system rewards, spending so rapidly felt somewhat extravagant. However, he genuinely adored this car. Furthermore, he had the chance to impress Shen Shixia. He hoped this vehicle would bring him good fortune and smooth sailing in his future endeavors. "Now that we have the car, let us be on our way," Lin Ze said, a smile hidden in his eyes. "Today, I must express my gratitude to you. Wherever you wish to dine, I shall accompany you." "Mr. Lin, you need not be so enthusiastic. We can take our time to cultivate a friendship," she replied earnestly. Chapter 48. He had no desire for friendship. Yet, noticing her serious demeanor, Lin Ze seemed to grasp something. At the very least, she did not find him disagreeable. Lin Ze smiled subtly. "Very well. If I can elevate Shen Shixia's favorability towards me just a bit more, I shall soon gain system rewards." Among the crowd, Shen Shixia was the one he held in highest regard, not for any other reason, but for the double rewards she possessed, which was enough to excite Lin Ze for quite some time. "Mr. Lin, the paperwork has been completed. You may take the car now." "Congratulations." The sales staff soon presented all the documentation to Lin Ze. He acknowledged with a grunt, rising with Shen Shixia to depart. The car was indeed stunning. As Lin Ze stood before it, he felt the awe it inspired. It was even more captivating than depicted in the promotional materials. Lin Ze's heart swelled with joy. This was akin to gifting himself a delightful little present. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle and leave with Shen Shixia, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Unlike before, Yang Wan now lacked his earlier arrogance. Standing before Lin Ze, he wore a countenance of eager friendliness. "I never anticipated, Mr. Lin, that you would possess such considerable assets at such a young age. I had not heard your name in this city before. Might you share what business you are engaged in? Perhaps our paths may cross in the future." Observing Yang Wan's beaming expression, Lin Ze nearly burst into laughter. This man was truly adaptable. Just half an hour prior, his subordinates had nearly clashed with Lin Ze. Yang Wan had clearly witnessed it yet had shown no inclination to intervene, merely watching from a distance. Now, seeing that he could not match Lin Ze's financial prowess, he had completely altered his demeanor. One might think he was there to cultivate a friendship. "No matter, I suppose this is what it means to rise from nothing. I am not lying. I was indeed a poor lad. Who could have predicted that the system would grant me such an extraordinary opportunity?" Lin Ze's words were carefully crafted, revealing not a shred of useful information to Yang Wan. Yang Wan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he acknowledged, "I have indeed seldom encountered someone capable of so effortlessly calling such a high price." The previous 2 price reductions had sent everyone else fleeing. Yang Wan remained unsure whether this young man was merely lucky or genuinely wealthy. "It matters little, for this sum is but a drop in the ocean for me." A peculiar expression crossed Yang Wan's face. Truthfully, he found it difficult to ascertain whether Lin Ze was boasting or possessed true capability. "I have just spent a considerable amount of time with you and still do not know your name." After just a few sentences, honorifics had already been employed. Yang Wan proactively handed over his business card. "My surname is Yang. I primarily engage in the transportation of building materials in the city. For anything related to construction materials, you may reach out to me. Perhaps we may collaborate in the future." Lin Ze merely glanced at him. "Lin Ze." With those 2 words, he acknowledged Yang Wan. Lin Ze was disinclined to engage further and promptly took Shen Shixia's hand, turning to leave without wasting a moment. At the instant their hands intertwined, Shen Shixia's heart skipped a beat. Lin Ze also heard the system's notification. Shen Shixia's favorability, 5. Current favorability, 10. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Despite his previous efforts to appear gentlemanly and composed before Shen Shixia, he had garnered little favorability. Even when he had offered her a gift, she had remained unmoved. Yet, with this casual gesture of taking her hand, she had exhibited increased favorability towards him. It is often said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. It seems I must ponder this further. Soon, the 2 of them entered the car. Lin Ze pressed the accelerator, propelling them forward. The onlookers could only feel envious as they watched the vehicle depart. Yang Wan's subordinates could no longer contain themselves. What is there to be so proud of? It's merely a car. Yang Wan shared a similar sentiment. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard Lin Ze's name before. Lin Ze, such a familiar name. Suddenly, one of his subordinates exclaimed, quickly earning a disapproving glance from Yang Wan. The subordinate pressed on. Could he be the Lin Ze who challenged Taiha? "The project of the Xia family is under scrutiny from Taiha Group and Su U.S. Company. I heard Su Yu brought along a partner, the one who directly opposed General Liu from Taiha Group, causing quite a stir." Yang Wan had been unable to attend that day due to prior commitments, and he had only heard about it through others. As for the young man who had opposed General Liu, he had merely regarded it as idle gossip and had not taken it seriously. Little did he know that this person might very well be standing before him now, having just demonstrated his prowess by driving away in the car he desired. If this fellow truly was the Lin Ze opposing Taiha Group, that would spell significant trouble. The ability to casually spend nearly 20 million on a car likely indicated that he possessed substantial financial reserves. Otherwise, how could a brash young man possess such audacity? If he truly were the one, it would spell considerable trouble. My relationship with Mr. Liu is merely one of collaboration. Whoever secures the project with the Xia Group shall receive my support. I certainly offended that individual just now, and should this Lin Ze truly prevail, I would have missed a lucrative opportunity. Contemplating this, Yang Wan felt a surge of pent-up emotions and immediately reprimanded his subordinates. They, bewildered, could only nod and bow in response to Yang Wan's accusations, not daring to utter a single word more. At that moment, Yang Wan's mood soured, his countenance darkening considerably. Before any formal agreement is finalized, I must find an opportunity to invite Su Yu and this Lin Ze to dinner, ensuring that today's incident does not jeopardize my profits. Chapter 49. Dining through determination in the evening, before an office building in the city center. When Lin Ze's car appeared before Li Xingyue, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if her jaw might drop to the ground. Get in, Lin Ze said casually. However, Li Xingyue hesitated, instead scrutinizing the luxurious vehicle beside her. My goodness, where on earth did you go this afternoon? This car must be worth at least 3 to 4 million. Observing her friend's exaggerated expression, Shinshixia couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the car was not inexpensive. It had cost a staggering 18 million to acquire. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue gasped in disbelief. It seems poverty has truly limited my imagination. Compared to this luxury vehicle, my newly acquired one worth 1 million feels utterly ordinary. Just standing next to Lin Ze's car made her feel somewhat inadequate. All right, are you getting in, or not? Tonight, I'm treating you both to a sumptuous meal, Lin Ze declared, in high spirits. Accompanied by 2 beautiful women was a dream for many. Moreover, today had been fortuitous, allowing him to secure a substantial 800 million, alongside purchasing a car he fancied. Thus, even after spending some of the remaining balance, he was left with over 200 million. Perhaps he could find further opportunities to indulge himself at the dinner table. Lin Ze felt like a walking ATM, ready to fulfill the desires of any beautiful woman, ensuring not only to garner goodwill but also to make a handsome profit, a win-win situation indeed. Li Xingyue's eyes sparkled as she hurried to get in the car. As Lin Ze drove, she leaned closer to Shinshixia, whispering conspiratorially. I think this Lin Ze has quite the affection for you. I truly benefit from your presence. Shinshixia, taken aback, blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who met him first, and we've only seen each other twice. There's no such thing as liking or disliking. Recognizing her friend's displeasure, Li Xingyue chose to remain silent. Lin Ze, seated in the front, had not caught a word of their conversation. But he did receive a prompt from the system, Shinshixia's affection level 5, current affection level 15. What? The affection level increased again. What on earth did Li Xingyue say to her? How is it that these 2 girls being close to one another boosts my affection level? Lin Ze pondered. Feeling grateful to Li Xingyue, in a good mood, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the car sped up. Soon, they arrived at a star-rated hotel. Let us dine here for the evening, Lin Ze suggested nonchalantly, as he was footing the bill. Treating these 2 lovely ladies could certainly be seen as a generous gesture, and the system must reward him for such kindness. Even if it did not succeed, the company of 2 beautiful women made it worthwhile. Lin Ze couldn't help but smile broadly at the thought. As the trio exited the vehicle and made their way inside, they were abruptly halted by the receptionist at the entrance. Though wearing a smile, her tone was unmistakably unfriendly. I apologize, but may I ask if you have a reservation? Reservation? Lin Ze furrowed his brow. What is that? We are a star-rated restaurant, and prior reservations are required for dining, she replied. Lin Ze felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had merely searched for the most expensive dining option nearby and had not anticipated the need for a reservation. Now, accompanied by 2 beautiful women, he faced humiliation. What to do? Li Xingyue stood at the entrance, feeling awkward for Lin Ze. It was dinner time, and passers-by cast judgmental glances their way. They had yet to taste a morsel and already felt the sting of disdain. I don't know. If it doesn't work out, perhaps we should just leave, Shinshixia suggested, unwilling to linger at the entrance any longer. If they remained, the entire restaurant might soon know of their failure to secure a reservation. That would be too embarrassing. Before the 2 girls could voice their thoughts, Lin Ze's gaze fell upon a woman walking confidently toward the entrance. The receptionist seemed oblivious, allowing her to enter without question. Lin Ze's brow furrowed. You just said a reservation was necessary. How is it she can enter freely? The receptionist shot him an incredulous look. That is Miss Xiaqing, the daughter of the Xia Group. Her family status here is well known. She is a top-tier member who spends lavishly at our establishment. Lin Ze might have dismissed this information, but upon hearing Xia Group, he instantly perked up. What is so remarkable about the Xia Group? In a few days, we shall be partners. Haven't you heard that they are planning to subcontract part of the new World Trade Center development? The receptionist was taken aback by his boldness, but Lin Ze strode past her without hesitation. Excuse me, you can't just walk in like that, she called after him. Leaving Shinshixia and Li Xingyue exchanging glances at the entrance, they realized they could not abandon Lin Ze. They exchanged a look of understanding, knowing they had no choice but to wait. Chapter 50, Preemptive Courtesy inside the restaurant. Just as Xiaqing was about to enter the elevator, a man stepped into her path. Who are you? She inquired, scanning his unfamiliar face. She had not seen him before, and his interruption was unwarranted. Xiaqing frowned slightly. Lin Ze, unperturbed, said, Miss Xia, you may not know me, but I've heard quite a bit about you. You are indeed the daughter of the Xia group, correct? Xia Qing's initially curious gaze hardened. Yes, and what do you want? Lin Ze smiled faintly, recalling the disdainful comments he had heard about the Xia heiress. He had expected her to be a spoiled brat, yet he was taken aback by her beauty. Target of strategy, Xia Qing. Appearance, 86, favorability, 0, during the strategy period. Any spending on her will yield a 100-fold return. This individual's beauty is remarkable, surpassing even Su Yu, who previously held the highest score by a point. Indeed, Lin Ze had encountered many stunning women, yet few possessed the elegance of Xia Qing, with the 100-fold reward. It was precisely the time when the Xia family was facing financial strain. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Ze completely forgot that he was currently in the presence of Xia Qing. Noticing his demeanor, Xia Qing's expression grew colder. The Xia family's reputation was well known, and many had approached her seeking to curry favor, often with ulterior motives for business or personal gain. She had grown accustomed to such flattery. But encountering someone like Lin Ze, who approached yet remained silent, was a first for her. Who are you, exactly? Lin Ze feigned seriousness. The Xia family's plans for the new World Trade Center project were common knowledge, and he had heard that it was somewhat related to her. As expected, upon hearing this, her expression instantly turned icy. Simultaneously, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Current favorability of the target is 0. If it continues to decline, the strategy cannot proceed. Lin Ze was taken aback. Could it truly be so? The system had never warned him of this before. Reflecting on it, he realized he had directly mentioned a significant misstep by the Xia group upon their first meeting, a blunder that she was responsible for. Such matters are not easily forgiven, especially by a stranger. He needed to quickly diffuse the awkwardness. Miss Xia, I did not intend to trouble you. I merely wished to introduce myself. I am Lin Ze, the vice president of Su Group. He felt it was appropriate to offer his business card at this moment. However, having only recently taken on this role, he had yet to develop that habit. Merely speaking the words lacked persuasive power, and he realized he should prepare some business cards in the future. Su Group? Xia Qing frowned. She was familiar with Su Yu, the strikingly beautiful president of Su Group, known for her decisiveness and unique taste. Having built the company from the ground up at such a young age, although Xia Qing had heard rumors of financial issues within Su Group last month, the situation hardly warranted the presence of such an impolite individual seeking to contact her. As a member of Su Group, you should understand certain decorum. It is foolish to come to me now. I detest under-the-table dealings. Lin Ze was momentarily stunned. What did she mean by under-the-table dealings? He simply wished to ingratiate himself with Xia Qing and perhaps leverage her connections to secure a dining opportunity. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and without a second thought, Xia Qing stepped inside. She truly offered no chance for Lin Ze to respond. Growing anxious, he hurriedly followed her into the elevator. Why did you follow me? Xia Qing asked, surprised. Miss Xia, I did not come to you to ingratiate myself. I wanted to inform you that our Su Group is determined to secure this project, and we will be partners moving forward. I merely wished to introduce myself. Xia Qing's eyes widened. She had met many people, but none had greeted her in such a refreshing and unique manner. Observing Lin Ze, he seemed to exude a certain confidence. Before Xia Qing could respond, Lin Ze continued. As your partner, I would like to utilize our relationship to request a reservation for a meal. What kind of maneuvering was this? Just moments ago, he had dismissed a billion-dollar business, and now he merely sought assistance in securing a table? Xia Qing regarded Lin Ze, unsure how to assess him. The elevator doors opened, revealing a sharply dressed man waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Xia Qing, he rushed to her side. Xiao Qing, why are you only just arriving? President Zhang has been waiting anxiously. He attempted to usher her away. Lin Ze felt urgency, realizing that the person who could assist him was about to leave. Fortunately, Xia Qing did not wish for Lin Ze's presence to interfere with her affairs. This is our company's partner. There are no reservations available today, so please ensure a space is saved for him. The man was taken aback that Xia Qing would concern herself with someone else's matters. But considering the importance of the individual they were about to meet, he reluctantly agreed. Understood. Lin Ze felt a surge of joy. Watching Xia Qing's retreating figure, he thought, Miss Xia, we will meet again soon. Xia Qing remained silent, perhaps not having heard him or choosing to ignore him. With Xia Qing's goodwill as a foundation, the manager quickly arranged a table for Lin Ze and his companions. The dining area on the upper floor was circular, with elegantly arranged tables by the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing every guest to enjoy the expansive view outside. It must be said, Xia Qing certainly wielded significant influence. Just moments ago, they had been turned away. Yet now they were being offered such a splendid table. The floor manager even approached to inquire about their needs. Lin Ze felt a swell of pride. This strategy had indeed proven effective. Who said favors couldn't be leveraged? Hadn't he succeeded? Lin Ze, how on earth did you manage this? As soon as they sat down, Li Xingyue eagerly inquired. Lin Ze merely smiled enigmatically. I have my methods. He felt too embarrassed to admit that he had sought out Xia Qing specifically to secure this opportunity. Once inside, the three were treated as esteemed guests. Despite their earlier rejection, the staff now greeted them with warm smiles. Everything here looks quite expensive, Li Xingyue whispered. Though Shen Shixia said nothing, her brow furrowed. The price of a single dish equated to half their monthly salary. The drinks were even more daunting to consider. While Lin Ze had some financial means, they were firmly rooted in the working class, and accepting such high prices was not easy for them. This one, and this one. The two deliberated for a considerable time before settling on two relatively inexpensive dishes. Why are you both being so modest? We can't just eat so little tonight. Lin Ze exclaimed, feeling anxious as he observed their cautious demeanor. Sometimes, these girls were too considerate of others if they spent less. He would miss out on an opportunity to earn system rewards. Noticing their lingering hesitation, Lin Ze decisively took the menu. 3 lobsters, some abalone, and 3 servings of snow swallow. The sheer audacity of his order left both women astonished, regardless of whether they could finish it. The cost was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yet Lin Ze was undeterred, ordering an extravagant feast. Also, please bring your finest wine. Lin Ze glanced at the wine selection on the menu and instructed, please prepare 2 bottles, one to open now and the other to give to the 2 young ladies. The 2 girls were quickly served, leaving them no opportunity to decline as the waiter beamed and placed the order. Ah, the joys of wealth. To purchase so lavishly without a second thought. If given the chance, I too would aspire to be a spendthrift, Li Xingyue remarked with a grin beside him. Having money isn't everything. It's merely about the freedom to indulge and acquire what one desires. It had been a few days since Lin Ze had risen to affluence through the system, a sentiment he had come to appreciate. It sounds simple for you. But the life you lead is one we can only dream of, Li Xingyue responded, as if suddenly recalling something. Oh right. Xixia has previously lived a life of luxury, she continued, prompting a moment of reflection from Lin Ze. In that regard, among the 3 of us, my background seems the most ordinary, lacking any intrigue. Is that so? Lin Ze's gaze fell upon Shen Shixia. What did Li Xingyue mean by that? Had Shen Shixia once been wealthy? Yet, her current lifestyle seemed to suggest otherwise. Perhaps Lin Ze's curiosity was too evident, as Shen Shixia's attention shifted to him. What is it? Fortunately, she did not press further. Shortly after, their food arrived, filling the table to the brim, stirring appetites all around. Other patrons could not help but marvel. The dishes here were both expensive and scant, most merely seeking a taste. Yet these 3 seemed intent on feasting. Judging by their level of expenditure, the bill for this table would surely exceed 200,000. Before long, the 3 had satisfied their hunger. Lin Ze finally understood the delight of indulging in abalone. No wonder the wealthy often flaunted such delicacies. I can't eat another bite, Li Xingyue declared, pulling out her phone to capture the moment. Opportunities to dine in such a high-end restaurant were rare, after all. In contrast, Shen Shixia appeared more composed, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings. As Lin Ze prepared to leave, Li Xingyue jokingly said, "You're not planning to sneak away, are you? We certainly can't afford the bill." With just the wine Lin Ze ordered costing over 100,000, even their combined assets would fall short. What? Are you worried about me? Lin Ze chuckled, handing his car keys to Li Xingyue. Here, take these. If I make a run for it, you can use my car to settle the bill. This elicited a laugh from Li Xingyue. All right, I trust you. Hurry along. Just as Lin Ze turned to leave, he faintly heard Li Xingyue's voice. I find Lin Ze rather intriguing. He is more reliable than any other guy I've encountered. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Li Xingyue's favorability increased to 18. In comparison to Shen Shixia, Li Xingyue appeared considerably easier to win over. Unfortunately, pursuing Li Xingyue would yield only a single reward, whereas Shen Shixia's double reward was far more enticing. In high spirits, Lin Ze made his way towards the restroom. The facilities were elegantly divided into male and female sections, sharing a common washroom in between. The decor was indeed exquisite. Even the restroom door was of superior quality compared to that of his previous rented apartment. It was no wonder the wealthy often showcased their affluence through such details. Just as Lin Ze was about to enter, he overheard a deep male voice. Xiaoqing, please don't make a scene. I brought Mr. Zheng here for business today. All I ask is that you raise a glass, not that you engage in anything else. Why the anger? Lin Ze furrowed his brow. What was happening? Was he about to witness a quarrel while merely trying to use the restroom? It felt inappropriate to intrude, yet staying outside was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Then, a woman's voice caught his attention. It was Xiaoqing. I'm only here for your sake today. Do you think I usually associate with such people? Her tone was icy. Lin Ze could almost visualize the expression on the man's face as he scoffed. You think the Xia Group is still as untouchable as it once was? Everyone knows you're relinquishing the project for the New World Trade Center. Chapter 52. Offering $1 billion to block this remark undoubtedly struck a nerve with Xiaoqing. From her words, Lin Ze could imagine the despair she felt in confronting such realities. The sentiment was so palpable that even Lin Ze, as an observer, felt a surge of discomfort. However, he could no longer hold back and stepped inside. The 2 individuals inside were taken aback by his entrance. The man, losing patience, sighed heavily. I've already relinquished the choice to you. Contemplate your next steps wisely. But heed my warning, do not regret your decisions. With that, he exited, leaving Lin Ze in silence. The audacity to shift all blame onto a woman was utterly absurd. Reflecting on their conversation, Lin Ze felt a tightening in his chest. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to pry into their affairs. After all, He and Xiaoqing were not even friends yet, merely future partners. It was best to refrain from meddling in others' matters. With this mindset, Lin Ze prepared to leave, only to find Xiaoqing leaning against the sink, her expression grave. Throughout her life, she had been the pride of her family, especially after gaining admission to a prestigious business school. Now, with the first project in disarray, her reputation was tarnished, and her family faced significant financial losses. The more she pondered, the more distressed she became, trapped in her emotions. Business endeavors are never smooth sailing. Lin Ze approached her, washing his hands as he offered words of comfort. Their acquaintance was too brief for him to know how to uplift her spirits. Upon realizing it was Lin Ze, Xiaoqing's demeanor cooled further, her emotions quickly stabilizing. Are we acquainted? Lin Ze chuckled softly. I'm not so idle as to meddle in your affairs. I simply dislike seeing you suffer alone. If you were truly at ease, why linger here for so long? Xiaoqing's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed in. Current target's favorability is decreasing. If it continues, you will be unable to pursue her. What was her issue? She had shown such impatience toward him despite their limited exchanges. Lin Ze knew he could not allow her favorability to decline unchecked. He cleared his throat gently. I mean no offense. As an investor now, could you share how much investment Mr. Zhang could potentially bring you? This inquiry clearly struck a chord with Xiaoqing. Given that Lin Ze had overheard their conversation, there was no point in concealing the truth. 1 billion. As she uttered this figure, her tone softened noticeably. However, I find myself uncertain whether I should approach Mr. Zhang for further discussions. The Xia family has already invested 1.5 billion in this project, and I feel quite embarrassed to request additional funds from home for this further injection of capital. Observing her demeanor, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. The downfall of the wealthy can be far more devastating than that of the impoverished. If this investment were to incur losses, he couldn't predict how others might react. But he knew he would be utterly disheartened. If only I had 100 million, perhaps I could lend you a hand, Lin Ze lamented. Indeed. He currently possessed 100 million in his account. If this sum were not treated as an investment, but rather a simple donation, could it not also yield a reward from the system? Lin Ze pondered the matter. His expression suddenly turned cold. What a predicament. Relying on the system was futile. He could only gamble blindly. If it succeeded, it would be 100 billion compensation. If it failed, that 100 million would be lost. Even as a wealthy individual, he could not afford to squander his money in such a reckless manner. Lin Ze deliberated, his expression shifting subtly. Forget it. You cannot assist me in any meaningful way. And besides, this is our first meeting. Your comforting words have already brought me joy, he said. Xiaoqing managed a faint smile. Thank you for your kind words. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, the system, which had remained silent, finally provided a notification. Xiaoqing's affection level, 3. Current affection level, 3. Lin Ze couldn't help but grumble inwardly. At last, this unfortunate system has chosen to speak. She was already moved by his words. Why not take a gamble for the sake of beauty? Wait, I have 100 million. What does this fellow mean by that? To be honest, the moment those words escaped his lips, Lin Ze felt a pang of regret. Wagering 100 million was an exorbitant price. Yet, he couldn't bear to see the beautiful woman in distress. Taking a risk, if he lost, he would simply find another way to earn it back. Moreover, 100 billion subsidy was an irresistible temptation. Lin Ze boldly stepped forward. After all, we will be partners in the future. If I can assist you, it would pave the way for my own endeavors, which would be beneficial for me. With that, he produced his checkbook and swiftly signed a check for 100 million. Here is a check for you. I hope it alleviates your current difficulties. Xiaoqing stood in astonishment, speechless. It took her a while to regain her composure. You cannot be serious, can you? Is this man always so unpredictable? Just moments ago, he had earnestly followed her, discussing a myriad of matters, only to offer her a fortune after just a brief conversation. Xiaoqing had never encountered such an unusual man, completely unable to fathom his next intentions. Who would joke about such a large sum of money? Lin Ze disregarded whether Xiaoqing would accept or not, directly placing the check into her hands. Chapter 53, 20-fold settlement? I will repay you for this money. Just as Lin Ze reached the door, he halted abruptly. No need. The money I have given away does not require repayment. In that moment, Lin Ze felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Were he a woman, he would likely fall in love with himself at this very moment, he mused narcissistically. At the same time, he was concerned about one matter, whether this 100 million would indeed qualify for compensation. Xiaoqing's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 13. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze chose not to linger on the previous issue. Achieving a rise of 13 in affection in one evening was no small feat. Money could always be earned back. But if his affection levels were depleted, he would have no opportunities left. A total of 243,000. This figure was enough to leave the two women before him utterly astonished. This meal surpassed their combined salaries for several years. The moment the payment was successful, the system chimed in with a notification. During the strategy period, a total expenditure of 243,000 was made, resulting in a 20-fold cashback of 486 million. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 486 million current balance. Lin Ze frowned slightly, instinctively glancing at Shen Shixia. Did Shen Shixia not possess a 50-fold reward? Why was the settlement only at 20-fold now? Was it possible that Li Xingyue's presence necessitated the system to compensate at the lowest multiplier? Lin Ze pursed his lips. He had imagined that with two beautiful women accompanying him, he would receive greater rewards, yet the reality was somewhat disappointing. What's wrong? Li Xingyue noticed Lin Ze's unusual demeanor. She glanced at the bill. Oh, it's nothing. I had a bit of a stomach ache earlier, but it's resolved now. He couldn't afford to lose composure in front of the beauties. The two women did not refuse and followed Lin Ze into the car. Li Xingyue's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 28. Shen Shixia's affection level, 5. Current affection level, 20. Watching the two beautiful girls exit the vehicle, Lin Ze felt a wave of emotion. Today, not only had he profited from their company, but he had also significantly garnered affection points. In any case, it was not a loss. However, it was regrettable that the 100 million he lent to Xia Qing seemed to have gone down the drain. Lin Ze sighed deeply, pressing the accelerator as he drove away. During the strategy period, an expenditure of 100 million was made, resulting in a 100-fold cashback of 10 billion. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has received. The sudden system notification startled Lin Ze, causing him to almost collide with the car in front. He hurriedly steadied himself, controlling the speed of the vehicle, and quickly picked up his phone to check. Indeed, the bank notification confirmed that he had acquired 10 billion. Lin Ze's heart raced with excitement. What did I tell you? Taking a gamble was undoubtedly the right choice. Lin Ze felt exhilarated. The affluent Xia Qing, though appearing reserved, still needed his funds for her operations. Yet, Lin Ze was perplexed. Why did the system not provide any notification when he gifted the money to Xia Qing, but only rewarded him after he had bid farewell to the two girls? Did Xia Qing truly not intend to use the money until just now? Lin Ze found himself unable to discern the reasoning, feeling a peculiar sense of ambiguity. Meanwhile, in the hotel's private room, a middle-aged man in his 40s sat in a chair, his expression dark. Observing the visibly troubled Xia Qing seated across from him, the man decided not to press her further, instead turning to another individual. Hiyun, I came here for your sake to share this meal. And I genuinely wish to invest in this project, but it seems that Ms. Xia does not require my assistance any longer. Upon hearing that Mr. Zhang intended to leave, Hiyun hastily offered a smile. How could you say that? We are currently in dire need of your investment. With that, Hiyun shot a fierce glare at Xia Qing. Xia Qing, you must not be so inconsiderate. Mr. Zhang has come here specifically for my sake. And all he asks is for you to share a drink with him. What are you doing? He lowered his voice to a tone only they could hear, reminding her discreetly. Then, he turned to Mr. Zhang, his eyes filled with a knowing smile. The implication was unmistakable. This fellow was using his status to secure benefits for himself. Xia Qing had been observing for a while and understood the situation all too well. At this moment, Summer Qing resolutely declared her indifference, stating that those who wished to drink could do so without her assistance. Her tone was icy as she stood up and turned to leave. Hiyun and President Zhang were taken aback by her unexpected reaction. President Zhang pointed at Summer Qing, questioning, what is this? Didn't you previously express the need for my investment? I made a special trip today, and you treat me like this? Hiyun, now desperate to appease, hurriedly chased after her and finally caught up with Summer Qing in front of the elevator. With a furrowed brow, Hiyun grasped her arm. But Summer Qing, displaying clear disdain, swiftly shrugged off his grip, insisting, don't hold me like that. Just say what you need to say. Noticing her resolute demeanor, Hiyun realized that she was genuinely angry. Weren't we in agreement before? Just a meal, and if you can win her over, that billion is merely a trifling matter. Do you really want to offend her now? Seeing that Summer Qing remained unmoved, Hiyun shifted his approach. Summer, if you have the capability, figure it out yourself. The investment is right there. Whether you want to go in is your decision. The rapid change in his demeanor amused Summer Qing. Do you truly believe I am without options? What else can you offer? The Xia family has already refused to provide you with funds, hasn't it? From Hiyun's expression, it was evident that he felt she was cornered. Summer Qing then produced a check, revealing, to be candid, I have secured the investment, and it does not require repayment. As for President Zhang, you can manage that on your own. I'm not involved. Chapter 54, A Change of Car? What is happening? Is the Xia family willing to invest again? Yet, upon closer consideration, it seemed unlikely. The Xia family had already disbursed a significant amount of money. Even if they had funds now, they would be tightly held for the investment in the New World Trade Center. How could they possibly have spare cash for Summer Qing? This woman was indeed peculiar. From where did her wealth originate? Hiyun stood at the elevator entrance, casting a glance toward the private room, feeling deeply unsettled. President Zhang would not let this matter rest. He had undoubtedly offended someone today. The following day, dawn broke. The gentle sunlight warmed the earth, uplifting the spirits of all. In front of the Su Group's office building, Ziyu stepped out of her car. Although the company's financial issues had been resolved recently, Lin Ze had now put her in a predicament. 1 billion. Despite Lin Ze's confident claims that he could handle it alone, Ziyu remained skeptical. If he truly could not manage, she would have to find another opportunity to invite President Liu and the Xia family to dinner. Ziyu sighed in resignation, hoping to handle the situation with her own capabilities. As she pondered, a few employees nearby suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. Their shocked expression suggested something remarkable had occurred. What is going on? Su asked, but unable to elicit a response, she followed their gaze. Not far down the street, a limited edition car made a striking entrance, capturing the attention of everyone. It was said that this car had cost nearly 20 million. Is this for real? This is utterly extravagant. The lifestyle of the wealthy is beyond our imagination. One employee remarked, "Hey, why is that car coming towards us? Is it a big client?" The employees buzzed with speculation. Even Su felt an indescribable sensation as she watched the car approach. To her surprise, it pulled into her company's parking lot. The moment Lin Ze stepped out of the car, gasps erupted from nearby. I was already shocked to hear Lin Ze became the vice president yesterday. Now he owns this car? They marveled at how someone who had previously shared an office with them could suddenly be so affluent. Who is the real hidden wealthy individual here? You should have warned us so we could cling to your coattails. This car seems even more expensive than President Su's. Approaching Lin Ze, someone inquired, "So you've changed cars?" Lin Ze smiled. "Indeed, I managed to acquire it for just under 20 million. He affectionately stroked his new vehicle. Isn't wealth meant to enable us to purchase what we desire? However, Su did not share in his joy. Lin Ze, I trust you haven't forgotten yesterday's events? Her tone held a hint of exasperation. A project worth 10 billion, and you casually mention it while spending money on this? Su regretted bringing Lin Ze along yesterday, as it had led to her current awkward predicament. Lin Ze, appearing unfazed, seemed oblivious to the trouble he had created. Don't worry, he replied nonchalantly, 10 billion is nothing. I can handle it without your concern. Seeing Suyu's lingering skepticism, Lin Ze felt compelled to validate his capabilities. Yet, Suyu waved him off, never mind. As long as you are aware. Today, I've invited several technical staff to discuss the future transformation of the company. Would you like to attend? Truth be told, Lin Ze had little interest in such meetings. He realized his aversion to meetings was innate, unrelated to his current position. Even as a vice president, he found them tedious and quickly declined, stating, "I'm not interested in that. My focus is more on investment." As he was about to leave, he couldn't help but remind Lin Ze, "If acquiring funds proves too challenging, just let me know. With a bit of influence, I can smooth things over. Worst case, I'll simply be polite when I next meet President Liu." Hearing Su's concern for in touch Lin Ze, how had he overlooked her kindness before? Now, freshly appointed as vice president, amidst the company's crucial transitional phase, he felt rather idle. As Lin Ze was heading upstairs, he noticed Su Xiao standing at the entrance, engaged in a phone call. She appeared troubled, though he couldn't discern the details of her conversation. It was undeniable that beauty exudes an aura. Just her presence radiated an extraordinary grace. Lin Ze found his gaze drawn to her. As the elevator arrived and he prepared to leave, a man's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Are you planning to work or just standing here chatting during office hours?" Li Feng stormed towards Su Xiao, snatching the phone from her hands without regard for her ongoing conversation. Startled, she was momentarily speechless but dared not protest against Li Feng's anger. "Su Xiao, I know you had good performance before, but this is a critical period. You wouldn't want to see me dismissed due to poor results, would you?" His loud reprimand startled everyone busy in the lobby. While his intimidation tactic was effective, Lin Ze found it quite displeasing. "I've completed my work, and besides, it's not even time to start yet." Li Feng's admonishment only worsened Su Xiao's already poor mood. "I'm the team leader. Am I not allowed to say a word to you? Do you still want to keep your job?" Observing Lin Ze's demeanor, he was truly repulsed. Li Feng had always relished exerting his meager authority to intimidate others. It was time for him to face the consequences of his actions. Chapter 55, from today onwards. "You shall assume the role of team leader." What is all this commotion? Lin Ze's voice rang out, startling Li Feng. Previously, Li Feng would have joined in on the scorn directed at Lin Ze, but now he was left with nothing but attempts to appease him. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was merely discussing work matters with her," he feigned. "Who are you trying to deceive?" Lin Ze cast a scathing glance at Su Xiao. "Did you not notice how frightened she was just now? Did you think I did not hear what you said?" With that, Li Feng's anger dissipated entirely. There was little he could do, given Lin Ze's superior position. Although he held Lin Ze in contempt, he found himself rendered speechless. After all, Lin Ze had suddenly transformed into a wealthy man and the company's vice president. To oppose him would be to jeopardize his own career. A folly Li Feng was not foolish enough to commit. "I expect you to fulfill the performance targets set by the company, and this is how you treat your employees?" Lin Ze had long been dissatisfied with Li Feng. The company would soon embark on more lucrative projects, and the work would only become more challenging. "With your mental fortitude, how can you possibly fulfill your current role?" Li Feng attempted to flatter him further, but Lin Ze raised his hand dismissively. "Enough. There is no point in discussing this. You are unlikely to change. It would be best to pass this position to someone more capable." With that, he turned his attention to Su Xiao. "From today onwards, you shall assume the role of team leader." At this, Li Feng could hardly contain himself. "Mr. Lin, I admit my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. And I assure you it will not happen again." Lin Ze was unswayed by Li Feng's pleas. "Enough with the superfluous words. I have made myself clear. If you truly possess the capability, you will eventually rise again. It all depends on your performance." With that, Lin Ze turned and ascended the staircase, leaving no room for leniency. Not only Li Feng, but even Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. She had yet to witness Lin Ze lose his temper, and now, out of the blue, she had become the team leader. Was this merely Lin Ze's disdain for Li Feng, or was it an opportunity bestowed upon her? Regardless, it was a fortunate turn of events for Su Xiaoyu. Now in a position of power, she would no longer yield to Li Feng. You heard what Vice President Lin said. I am the team leader now, and you must follow my directives. Veins bulged on Li Feng's forehead. Yet, he was at a loss for words. This matter cannot simply conclude like this, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu felt elated. This was quite a gratifying experience. In the office above, Lin Ze had just received the system notification. Su Xiaoyu's favorability, 3, current favorability, 13. Lin Ze smiled faintly. Not only had he thoroughly reprimanded Li Feng, he had also alleviated the long-simmering resentment within himself. Moreover, he had reaped a small benefit from Su Xiaoyu. This felt quite satisfying. However, to his surprise, just 30 minutes later, there was a knock on his office door. Vice President Lin. To his astonishment, it was Su Xiaoyu who entered, her expression somewhat complex. President Su requests your presence. Noticing the peculiar expression on Su Xiaoyu's face, Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Isn't she just next door? Why did she send you to fetch me? It's about Li Feng. President Su has learned of the earlier incident. The nuance in Su Xiaoyu's expression deepened. Mr. Lin, do you think this will affect you? Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. I managed to secure a significant sum at a critical moment. Surely, arranging someone's responsibilities should not be an issue. Yet, he could not fathom why Su would summon him over such a trivial matter. Deciding against further internal deliberation, he rose and followed Su Xiaoyu to the adjoining office. Inside, Su Yu was waiting, accompanied by Li Feng, whose face darkened upon seeing them. All I did was express some concerns regarding her work. And suddenly Vice President Lin came down on me with a barrage of reprimands, even handing my position to Su Xiaoyu. Li Feng's indignation grew with each word. Knowing he would have to work under Lin Ze in the future only made him more subdued. Lin Ze, however, showed no leniency. This is not the first time this has occurred. Li Feng, while you may deceive others, you cannot deceive me. Remember, I worked under you for several months. He then turned to Su Yu. The company is bound to face increasing challenges ahead. Is it truly worth it for him to create such a ruckus over trivialities? If we secure future projects, will he not disrupt your peace? Li Feng still sought to justify his actions, but Su Yu nodded. I share your sentiments. Moreover, Vice President Lin's decisions are made for a reason. As entry-level employees, you lack the standing to raise a ruckus before me. Consider this a warning, henceforth. You will follow Vice President Lin's directives without question, or come prepared with your resignation. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was left speechless. He had thought that Su Yu was willing to retain him, and that she had called Lin Ze and Su Xiaoyu to resolve the matter amicably, perhaps granting him another chance. To his dismay, it had merely served as a cautionary reminder and inadvertently elevated Lin Ze's standing in the process. Li Feng clenched his fists, feeling a deep-seated resentment, yet he realized that it was futile at this point. Su Yu seemed to sense his frustration. Do you have anything else to say? If you believe my handling of this matter lacks fairness, feel free to voice your concerns. Dismissing an employee is not a difficult task for us. The company is large enough to find someone to take over your duties. There is no need to waste emotions on someone unworthy. Regardless of how furious Li Feng had been, hearing Su Yu's willingness to let him go extinguished his anger in an instant. It was my fault. I will reflect on my actions and strive to improve moving forward. Chapter 56. The Xia family invites guests no matter how audacious he was. He did not wish to lose his job over this. He could only resign himself to his misfortune and leave. At this moment, Su Yu glanced at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu, you are no longer needed here for the time being. You may leave, and I will summon you if necessary. It was evident that Su Yu's demeanor had become significantly more courteous. Did beautiful women also show leniency when dealing with their own kind? Su Xiaoyu said nothing and turned to exit. After today's upheaval, her position within the company would only solidify further. Su Yu was, in a sense, aiding her. With this thought, a smile graced Lin Ze's face. I sincerely apologize for not informing you of such significant matters in advance. You are the vice president. You can manage these affairs without my input. Moreover, the staffing issues at the grassroots level require proper rectification. For a fleeting moment, Lin Ze questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. Was this the same Su Yu he remembered, who was almost unapproachable? Now, she seemed to have gained a broader perspective regarding these matters. While Lin Ze pondered, his thoughts drifted. I summoned you not solely for this matter, but primarily to inquire whether you truly intend to engage in the business dealings of the Xia family. Of course, I do. Lin Ze replied earnestly, not having jested at all. Observing Lin Ze's demeanor, Su Yu hesitated for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from dissuading you. To be frank, I have received word from them. They plan to invite us for dinner this evening. As she spoke, Su Yu's expression darkened considerably. I have encountered such situations often. Although they claim it is merely a dinner, it is, in truth, an opportunity for them to probe into our affairs, a chance to prepare in advance. I am concerned that you may not be a match for that general manager Liu. Witnessing Su Yu's ongoing worry for her own matters touched Lin Ze deeply. Yet, her concern was indeed unwarranted. Rest assured, in terms of funding, their Taya group is no match for me. It is no exaggeration to say that my current assets could easily surpass those of Taiha. This is largely thanks to Xia Qing, who enabled me to secure a substantial subsidy. Otherwise, this matter would have been quite challenging. Do not leave after work today. I will accompany you. Very well. He had not stepped out all day. Gradually, the sky outside dimmed. The setting sun cast its warm hues across the heavens, painting it with delightful shades of orange. By this time, most employees had already departed. Lin Ze, unable to contain his anticipation, left his office to seek out Suyu. I understand that you need not worry about these matters. Besides, Lin Ze is also laying the groundwork for the company. If this project comes to fruition, it will benefit us. Through the door, Lin Ze could hear Suyu's voice. She seemed to be on the phone. He distinctly heard his own name. Unable to resist, Lin Ze knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, Lin Ze found Suyu had already ended the call, her expression calm. You have arrived. Lin Ze nodded, remarking that it was nearly time, and inquired if she was ready to depart. Driven by curiosity, he could not help but ask. Were you on the phone with someone just now? Yes, just with the board members. Suyu did not conceal anything from Lin Ze, explaining that the sudden changes at the company had left them somewhat unsettled. Do not worry, I will handle it. It will not affect you. Lin Ze, naturally, did not dwell on such matters. Soon, the two set off. They drove in Lin Ze's striking vehicle, though Suyu said nothing. The slight furrow of her brow signaled her disapproval. We are no longer in a position of lacking funds. We ought to be more ostentatious. Furthermore, didn't General Manager Lu look down upon us last time? I intend to flaunt a bit before him. Lin Ze declared proudly. Lin Ze, today is not the time for a formal confrontation. We are merely going for a meal to gauge the situation, Suyu cautioned him. Lin Ze, however, was not inclined to heed such advice. Perhaps he truly harbored a mindset shaped by past hardships, having endured difficult times now that he had finally acquired wealth. Was it not time to revel in it? He could not allow himself to be looked down upon any longer. Before long, their vehicle arrived at the Marriott Hotel, where they had last met. This was Lin Ze's third visit to such an establishment, and each time, his status had evolved. If his former classmates were to see him now, they would no longer question his affluence. Ah, Mr. Su has arrived, came a somewhat sleazy voice as Lin Ze stepped out of the car. His earlier good spirits vanished in an instant. Following the sound, he spotted General Manager Lu, who was accompanied by Zhou Cheng. Ordinarily, Zhou Cheng, as a mid-level manager, would not attend such events, which were typically reserved for secretaries accompanying their superiors. Yet, Lu had brought Zhou along, perhaps hoping to leverage their former camaraderie to sway Lin Ze. Lin Ze chose to ignore them. After Zhou Cheng's previous attempts to undermine him in their group chat, any semblance of cordiality had been irrevocably severed. Lin Ze had no intention of accommodating Zhou Cheng's antics. Surprisingly, Suyu greeted General Manager Lu with a semblance of a smile. General Manager Lu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Ms. Su. I never anticipated that we would find ourselves as rivals one day, Lu remarked, his demeanor overly familiar, his gaze lingering on Suyu as if reluctant to look away. Lin Ze found this amusing. Did Lu truly believe he would willingly relinquish what he coveted? Lin Ze was resolute in his disbelief. However, should you have regrets now? It is not too late. We need not escalate matters with the Xia family. If we cross that threshold, we will indeed become adversaries. Lu's voice was laced with a hint of menace as he grasped Suyu's delicate wrist. I am merely considering your best interests. Chapter 57, 15 million? Merely a trifle. The man's eyes glimmered with avarice. As anticipated, he sought to garner both fame and the project while attempting to exploit the situation. In an instant, Lin Ze intervened, positioning himself between them. Although he wore a smile, his words were frosty, his gaze sweeping across the duo. I suggest you keep that opportunity for yourself. We have no need for it. Furthermore, even if we become competitors, the one who should be anxious is not us. With that, he firmly grasped Suyu's hand and led her through the entrance. Lu's expression soured significantly. He had yet to savor the warmth of Suyu's hand before Lin Ze's interruption. Furthermore, this young man had shown him no courtesy, even daring to oppose him. Lu's voice was frigid. Did you not say that your classmate is inept, merely adept at pretense? I see no evidence of that. Prompted by Lu's rebuke, Zhou Cheng hastily chimed in. Indeed, during our 4 years at university, he never possessed a single decent outfit. How could he possibly have the means to invest such a sum? Zhou Cheng was unwilling to accept Lin Ze's competence, preferring to believe that Suyu had lost her senses or had developed an infatuation with Lin Ze, prompting her to elevate him to the role of vice president. Humph. Should this matter falter, I suggest you prepare for your departure, Lu warned, striding into the venue without regard for Zhou Cheng's thoughts. Damn it, it's all Lin Ze's fault. Zhou Cheng muttered under his breath, though he hurried to follow Lu inside. In the hotel's private dining room, the Xia family had already arrived. Xia Hongtian occupied the head of the table, nodding slightly as the others entered, a mere gesture of acknowledgement. He exuded an aura far superior to that of General Manager Lu. Mr. Xia, Suyu greeted. In contrast, General Manager Lu appeared far more effusive. However, Mr. Xia showed little interest in such theatrics, merely gesturing for them to take their seats. Let the dishes be served. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xia's secretary promptly nodded and exited. Shortly thereafter, a server entered, placing the dishes on the table. Although the food had arrived, no one seemed inclined to begin dining. General Manager Liu maintained his cheerful demeanor. Mr. Xia, you are well aware of our company's capabilities. The development of the World Trade Center will indeed require a substantial investment. I do not enjoy beating around the bush, so I will be direct. I can offer more than 10 billion. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere at the dining table became immediately tense. Suyu's expression was far from pleasant. She was unsure whether Lin Ze even had 10 billion at his disposal. If the other party truly intended to use money to oppress her, she found herself utterly powerless. It was as if someone were implying that no one could produce such funds. Lin Ze, observing this, couldn't help but smirk. He then respectfully smiled at Mr. Xia, stating that Mr. Xia had invited them for an important discussion, and before the host had even spoken, why was Liu so eager to draw attention to himself? Such a remark was truly remarkable. It not only flattered Mr. Xia but also chastised Mr. Liu. Listening to the system's voice, Lin Ze felt an exhilarating rush. He instinctively glanced at Suyu, and their eyes met, each harboring their own thoughts, yet neither spoke a word. Mr. Liu, stung by Lin Ze's retort, found himself at a loss for words, an unbearable feeling. Mr. Xia's gaze towards Lin Ze now bore a hint of admiration. Indeed, the purpose behind inviting them today was to discuss a matter of significance. Perhaps it was Lin Ze's imagination, but Mr. Xia's aura seemed markedly diminished. The previous 10 billion investment had been a miscalculation on our part, and now we are willing to offer 30% equity in exchange for 15 billion in funding. Lin Ze immediately comprehended the situation. No wonder Mr. Xia's presence had softened. He had invited them for a meal to solicit more funds. It was undoubtedly a matter requiring tactful negotiation. The previously respectful Mr. Liu now wore a troubled expression, as if the boastful claim of easily providing over 10 billion had never been made by him. Mr. Xia, while money is not an issue, might I suggest that the equity offered is rather insufficient? Mr. Liu was not particularly concerned about the funds. In truth, his company could easily manage this amount. However, he sought to extract more from the deal. This sum was substantial, and if allocated to other projects, he could yield greater profits. Mr. Liu's perspective was refreshingly pragmatic. Xi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Ze. Could they genuinely produce such a sum? Noticing Lin Ze's prolonged silence, Suyu suspected that the figure might indeed surpass Lin Ze's capabilities. Mr. Xia, does this price not differ significantly from our previous agreement? Seeing Su Yu's hesitation, Mr. Liu felt a surge of elation. His only competitor now was the Su Group. If Xi withdrew due to financial constraints, no matter how unreasonable his subsequent demands, Mr. Xia and his team would have no choice but to acquiesce. Zhou Qing's assessment was indeed accurate. Lin Ze was utterly inept. Yet, in the next moment, reality delivered a stinging rebuke to Mr. Liu. 15 billion is not an issue. Let us proceed as you propose. Observing Lin Ze's nonchalant demeanor, Mr. Liu could not help but remind him, Lin Ze, do you comprehend? That is 15 billion, not merely 15,000. Could he possibly be mentally unfit? How else could he agree so readily? I am fully aware, Lin Ze retorted with a cold smile. What? 15 billion is considered a fortune in your eyes? Such hubris. Even Mr. Xia could not help but steal a few glances at Lin Ze. This young man seemed intent on asserting dominance, yet Mr. Xia refrained from further comments, recognizing that this was not yet the time for formal competition. Since both parties have expressed their intentions, I am now informed. I hope we can reconvene in a few days. Mr. Xia raised his glass in a toast. However, the guests at the table had little desire to continue dining. Mr. Liu quickly sought an opportunity to leave. Shortly thereafter, Su Yu and Lin Ze also departed. Mr. Xia, can the Su Group truly muster this amount? While Taya Group's demands are higher, they at least provide reliability. Chapter 58. What do you take me for? Mr. Xia remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Let us observe for now. Lin Ze does not appear to be a person lacking depth. Remembering Lin Ze's confident demeanor, Mr. Xia felt it prudent to grant him an opportunity. Upon exiting the private room, Su Yu suddenly halted. Lin Ze, were you serious just now? Can you truly produce such an amount? Su Yu's gaze bore into Lin Ze's. Of course, he replied, adding, when I initially invested 3 billion into the company. You posed a similar question. I am not short of funds. 15 billion is hardly a substantial sum for me. Simultaneously, Lin Ze felt a surge of satisfaction. The exhilaration of uttering such words could only be fully appreciated through personal experience. Very well, I believe you. Su Yu's affection level, 3. Current affection level, 38. It turns out that providing a woman with a sense of security can indeed enhance her affection. Lin Ze was elated. In response to Lin Ze's suggestion, Su Yu did not decline but promptly provided him with an address. This marked the first occasion Lin Ze learned of Su Yu's residence. Half an hour later, Lin Ze's car came to a halt in front of an upscale villa community. The grandeur of the villas far surpassed any previous accommodations he had experienced. It was already 8 in the evening, yet few lights illuminated the area. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Was the occupancy rate low here? Su Yu found Lin Ze's remark amusing. There is no such notion here. Besides, fewer inhabitants mean greater tranquility and a better environment. With that, Su Yu exited the vehicle without offering Lin Ze a chance to bid farewell. Yet, gazing at the luxurious villas, Lin Ze felt a strong desire to reside in such a place. After leaving that shabby shared apartment, he had been living in hotel suites. While he could easily afford to live here for a lifetime, it still did not feel like home. He needed a stable, personal space to settle down. Perhaps purchasing a villa nearby and becoming Suyu's neighbor would be a splendid idea, but he was wary of moving in too soon. Fearing Suyu might misinterpret his intentions, holding his room key, Lin Ze approached the suite on the upper floor. Hey! Suddenly, a hand landed on Lin Ze's shoulder. What are you still doing here? It was Shen Shui, who had mentioned previously that she was temporarily staying here. From their past interactions, it was evident that she was a quintessential young lady of privilege. Why do you care so much about where I stay? Lin Ze retorted. Shen Shui shot back, leaving Lin Ze momentarily speechless. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Have you eaten? Initially, Lin Ze intended to decline. However, considering the sparse meal he had during the earlier gathering, his stomach began to grumble. Shen Shui grinned. I'll arrange something. Come to my room. That's not. Lin Ze's protest was cut short as Shen Shui took his hand and led him into her suite. The two rooms were nearly indistinguishable aside from their arrangement. However, the subtle fragrance in a girl's room was unmistakable. Lin Ze felt somewhat out of place. Make yourself comfortable. I reckon it will be a while before the food arrives. With Shen Shui's calm demeanor, Lin Ze found himself reluctant to remain in the dark. Speak your mind. Surely you did not seek me merely for a meal? Shen Shui remarked, appearing far too occupied for such triviality. There must be a purpose behind this encounter. You seem quite astute, she continued, resting her chin on her palm as she sat across from Lin Ze. I have heard that your company has genuinely engaged with Taiha Group, and I wish to inquire about your prospects in this venture. Her captivating eyes blinked as they focused intently on Lin Ze, evoking the impression of a flirtation to any onlooker. Lin Ze's enthusiasm waned instantly. I initially arrived for business matters, having been preoccupied with work all day. I never anticipated discussing this with Shen Shui just before bed. His tone was casual, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. Just share a few insights. I ask on behalf of my father. As Lin Ze attempted to leave, Shen Shui stepped forward to intercept him. You wouldn't have arranged this meeting merely to extract information from me, would you? Shen Shui's eyes darted with a hint of mischief, almost as if Lin Ze had hit the nail on the head. Quickly, she redirected the conversation. I genuinely mean it. If Su Group secures this project, we could have numerous future collaborations, which would benefit you as well. However, she remained oblivious to Lin Ze gradually encroaching upon her personal space. When she finally noticed, he had breached her comfort zone, his breath palpable against her skin. I am discussing business, and yet you. Shen Shui's brow furrowed. Though she exhibited no intention to reject him, her acquiescence suggested a glimmer of opportunity. Lin Ze smirked, contemplating that perhaps sharing information with such a striking woman could lead to a more intimate atmosphere, allowing him to gain some advantage. Unexpectedly, Shen Shui's demeanor turned frosty, pushing him away. What do you take me for? Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Had he misinterpreted the situation? He had hoped to gain some leverage, but found himself dismissed instead. The distance between them widened as Shen Shui crossed her arms, her gaze filled with displeasure. Lin Ze could only manage an awkward smile. I was merely jesting. What were we discussing? Nothing at all. I do not wish to converse with you further. I shall inform my father of today's discussion. If he insists on pursuing collaboration with your company, I will reach out again. She gestured for him to leave. Realizing he had been perceived as insincere, Lin Ze acknowledged that any chance of advancing their relationship had slipped away. Nonetheless, as he departed, he imparted, today, the Xiao family summoned us regarding additional investments. Their finances are struggling, and they require at least 1.5 billion. Shen Shui appeared taken aback, yet she masked her vulnerability. Can your company truly provide such a sum? Lin Ze scoffed. Rather than worrying about us, you should be concerned for Taiha Group. With that, he exited without further elaboration. Standing alone, Shen Shui found Lin Ze's intentions difficult to decipher. However, he had indeed conveyed the company's situation. Contemplating, she promptly dialed her family. Hello, this is Shen Shui. Having expected to be on guard after the awkward encounter the previous night, she was surprised to find Shen Shui waiting at her door the following morning. Despite their low rapport, she greeted him with a warm smile. Lin Ze felt a tinge of discomfort. What brings you here? Shen Shui's soft voice reached his ears. I apologize for my reaction yesterday. It was rather excessive. Were it not for her displayed affection, Lin Ze might have doubted her intentions. Did you require something? He inquired. Of course. I wanted to discuss business. Can your Su Group really afford the 1.5 billion you mentioned yesterday? Clearly, she had relayed the situation to her superiors, who were now eager to engage further, prompting her to leverage personal connections with Lin Ze. Initially, Lin Ze had no intention of manipulating her. Yet, her approach rendered denial impractical. I haven't had breakfast yet. Discussing this on an empty stomach is hardly productive. Promptly, Shen Shui contacted room service to arrange a meal. Sensing her sincerity, Lin Ze decided against prolonging the charade. Come with me. He led her into his room. Good heavens, can you genuinely muster such funds? Shen Shui gasped upon viewing his recent expenditure records, momentarily speechless. Lin Ze chuckled at her astonishment, realizing that a mere glimpse of his spending would leave her astounded, let alone the balance in his bank account. Regaining her composure, Shen Shui felt increasingly confident in her earlier assessment. The Su Group could easily secure the project solely through Lin Ze's capabilities. Regret washed over her as she reflected on her previous demeanor. Fortunately, Her father's quick response allowed her to reevaluate Lin Ze's potential. Turning to him, she began, "I apologize for my earlier attitude regarding our collaboration." Before she could finish, Lin Ze interjected, "You wouldn't want a repeat of last night, would you?" Her smile faltered. Lin Ze chuckled at her reaction. "I was merely jesting. Negotiations are not my responsibility. I only handle the funding. Speak to Suyu. If she agrees, I have no objections." Though he did not provide an immediate affirmation, he did offer her a chance to discuss the collaboration. Shui did not hesitate. "Very well, I will accompany you." After breakfast, Lin Ze escorted Shui to the office. Upon her arrival in the lobby, she immediately drew the attention of many men. Who is she? Absolutely stunning. Could she be Vice President Lin's girlfriend? Is this for real? His sudden wealth was already shocking enough. Now he has a beautiful companion? What a fortunate life. Such remarks seeped into Lin Ze's ears, much to his delight, a smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Shui remained blissfully unaware of Lin Ze's deliberate attempts to blur the lines of their relationship in front of others. "After escorting you upstairs, my task shall be complete. I hope everything proceeds smoothly on your end," Lin Ze said to Shui, his captivating eyes blinking, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I understood that this was already sufficient. As the elevator doors opened, it was the bustling morning rush. People hurriedly exited, preoccupied with their own affairs. Lin Ze swiftly pulled Shui close to him to avoid her being jostled. The woman's body pressed against Lin Ze's, yet he remained focused on the elevator's situation. Entirely disregarding Shui, Lin Ze was somewhat astonished. Had he gained more affection? It seemed that the previous increases in affection had also occurred after he had shown concern for or assisted Shui. Could it be that this woman responded positively to such gestures? His eyes narrowed slightly. If that were the case, had he discovered the key to his strategy? Chapter 60. Finding a beautiful woman for practice merely contemplating would not suffice. The crux lay in practice. Initially, Lin Ze intended to send her upstairs and depart. However, he revised his decision. Upon reaching the top floor, he led Shui directly to Suyu's office. The hour was still early, and Suyu was organizing matters for the day when a knock on the door interrupted her. "Come in." After receiving Suyu's permission, Lin Ze entered with Shui. "Is there something you need?" Suyu, upon seeing Lin Ze, did not initially sense anything amiss. However, her expression shifted upon noticing Shui behind him. "This is Shui, a friend I met a few days ago," Lin Ze introduced with a smile. "You need not introduce her. I have some acquaintance with General Manager She replied, her gaze towards Shui still tinged with amusement. "I'm merely curious about what brings you two together." Just as Shui was about to speak, Lin Ze interjected, "We are here regarding the project with the Xia Group. If we can secure it, there will be ample opportunities for collaboration." He added, "Mission is genuinely interested in this project and has sought me out twice about it. I believe you two should have a thorough discussion." Hearing Lin Ze's words, Suyu nodded and promptly instructed her secretary to prepare the meeting room. "Miss Shun, let us converse in that room. To be honest, there are numerous aspects of this project requiring collaboration. Securing this would be a significant achievement." Shui's eyes sparkled, and she readily agreed with a smile. Turning to Lin Ze, her gaze shimmered with a hint of starlight. Lin Ze felt elated. Even the system's cold mechanical voice seemed particularly pleasant at that moment. Upon returning to his office, Lin Ze sank into the sofa, unable to contain his laughter. He had elevated Shui's affection from a mere 2 to 17. It appeared his earlier assumptions had been correct. These women had particular sensitivities. As long as he navigated the general direction of his approach, garnering affection would be significantly easier. At last, he felt he had discovered the secret. Lin Ze felt as if he had stumbled upon a martial arts manual, eager to practice his newfound skills. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Come in." After granting permission, Su Xiaoyu entered. "General Manager Lin, this is the document you requested." She presented a file to Lin Ze. Su Xiaoyu's appearance brightened Lin Ze's mood. He had been seeking someone to practice with, and she had appeared at the perfect moment. "I'll take my leave if there's nothing else." After placing the document on the desk, Su Xiaoyu turned to exit but was halted by Lin Ze. His gaze was filled with mirth, which made Su Xiaoyu feel a bit uneasy. "General Manager Lin, is there something you need?" "Indeed, there is." Lin Ze feigned seriousness. "The company has been busy with the Xia Group project. You are aware of this, correct?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "This matter is well known, even outside our company. While everyone remains outwardly silent, they are internally calculating the implications of securing this project, which would significantly alter the status of our Su Group." "Precisely. Therefore, I believe we require a suitable outfit for such an important occasion. It would reflect well on our company, and your taste is superior to mine. Would you accompany me shopping?" Su Xiaoyu was somewhat taken aback by Lin Ze's proposition. Shopping for clothes during work hours for a project that was still uncertain? "Are you joking with me?" she asked, her lips twitching slightly. Lin Ze maintained his earnest demeanor. "Why would I jest? I am quite serious." Though Su Xiaoyu was still unsure of Lin Ze's intentions, as the deputy general manager, she had no grounds to refuse a paid outing. "Very well." Lin Ze felt a surge of triumph. As far as he remembered, Su Xiaoyu had no shortage of admirers, and she appeared to relish the attention and gifts from them. After leaving the office, Lin Ze took Su Xiaoyu to a large upscale dress shop. In the past, he would have hesitated to enter such a place. But now he had become a regular patron. "The men's section is over there," Su Xiaoyu seemed quite familiar with the store layout, leading them with ease. This suit would suit you well. Your complexion is already quite good, and this will enhance it further. This style incorporates many trendy elements. And this one is also quite nice. Indeed, Su Xiaoyu had a unique flair for fashion. And Lin Ze did not need to call for a sales assistant to assist him. However, Su Xiaoyu appeared a bit flustered. Both suits are nice. What should we do? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze replied, "Let us take both." He truly instructed the sales assistant to process the payment. He also decided to present her with an exquisite women's wristwatch. This watch is a token of gratitude. Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise at Lin Ze's generosity. "General Manager Lin, this is rather extravagant. A watch like this costs 500,000. What's the issue?" Lin Ze merely smiled. "You have assisted me immensely today. It is only right that I express my gratitude." The sales assistant observed the exchange with an air of intrigue. Su Xiaoyu did not refuse the gift and accepted it. During the strategy period, a total expenditure of 500,000 yuan has been recorded, resulting in a tenfold return of 5 million yuan. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has been credited 5 million yuan. Current balance. The notification sound of the transaction no longer captured Lin Ze's interest. What intrigued him most was how much affection he could accumulate. Soon, the system's mechanical voice resonated in Lin Ze's ears. Su Xiaoyu's affection level, 3. Current affection level, 16. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 61. Am I overthinking this? Logically, having spent such a substantial sum on Su Xiaoyu, one would expect her to develop a greater fondness for me. A full 500,000 yuan. Yet I have gained not even 5 points of affection. This left Lin Ze feeling somewhat disheartened. Based on Su Xiaoyu's previous behavior, she seemed to be rather materialistic. Could it be that my expenditure was insufficient? While they had yet to depart, Lin Ze hastily gifted Su Xiaoyu a necklace worth 600,000 yuan. During the course of the strategy, spending 600,000 yuan yields a tenfold return of 6 million yuan. Ding. Dear user, your card ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 6 million yuan. Current balance. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze felt a swell of pride. Surely this would resolve the matter. A full 600,000 yuan. Surely this would earn me more affection? Lin Ze's optimism was commendable, yet the execution proved to be rather challenging. Soon, the system's notification chimed in again. Su Xiaoyu's affection level, 2. Current affection level, 18. At this point, Lin Ze could no longer remain composed. Although the affection level was indeed rising, the increase was less significant than before. What was the reason behind this? Was my understanding of Su Xiaoyu insufficient? Or had I miscalculated the approach entirely? The shop assistant's attitude towards Lin Ze was exceedingly cordial, showering him with compliments. Regardless, the affection level had increased by 5 points. And Su Xiaoyu's demeanor towards Lin Ze was improved. Yet, something felt amiss. Despite spending over 1 million in this establishment, Lin Ze had not procured the joy he sought and left the store in a daze. Xiaoyu, that watch of yours is dazzling. Are those diamonds inside? My word, 12 diamonds, surely worth over 200,000 yuan? Who could it be? Such extravagance surpasses all your previous suitors. Who else could it be but Vice President Lin? Didn't you see them leave together? Xiaoyu has truly transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix, though, to be fair, she was already beautiful. The colleague's remarks caused Su Xiaoyu's cheeks to flush. Please, don't say that. Vice President Lin simply gave it to me as a token of appreciation. There is no other intention. Though Su Xiaoyu attempted to clarify, the outcome was scarcely different from remaining silent. The glances from her colleagues were still laden with insinuation. It was not long before someone approached Su Xiaoyu directly. In my opinion, you should seize the opportunity Vice President Lin has provided you. Su Xiaoyu smiled. Yet a tumult of emotions surged within her. Had she truly caught the eye of Vice President Lin? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Ze was steeped in frustration. Seated on the sofa, engulfed in self-doubt. This doesn't make sense. I thought I was catering to her preferences. Su Xiaoyu has always favored wealthy men. And I chose gifts she would like. Why, then, has the affection level not risen more significantly? Lin Ze began to suspect he had misinterpreted the means to enhance affection. This initial attempt had ended in failure, delivering a considerable blow to his confidence. Throughout the day, Lin Ze remained confined to his office, tirelessly seeking a shortcut to win over women. While Lin Ze's plans faltered, Shun Shui was making considerable strides. She lingered at the office until the afternoon, seemingly engaged in extensive discussions with Su Yu about the future developments of their companies. By evening, Lin Ze received a message from Shun Shui. Thank you. Let us have a meal together sometime. I genuinely mean it. The message concluded with a smiley face. Lin Ze smiled faintly, saying nothing. Although he had endured a fruitless endeavor with Su Xiaoyu, he had at least gained 5 points of affection and a substantial compensation, an outcome he deemed profitable. A few days later, in front of the Xia Group's office building, a throng of reporters awaited at dawn. Cameras were trained on the nearby streets, ready to pivot at the slightest indication of an approaching vehicle, eager not to miss any valuable footage. Today marked the day the Xia Group would officially announce its partners. A matter of significant import concerning the construction of the New World Trade Center, one of the most prominent projects in the area. Reporters were determined not to miss this news. and business elites shared the same sentiment. Although they were aware they could not enter the bidding process, they stood vigil outside, hoping to secure the information as soon as it became available. The number of attendees was indeed substantial. President Liu sat in his car, gazing out the window. Even from across the street, he could see the reporters gathered at the entrance. The frenzy among the reporters was palpable. Zhou Qing, eager to curry favor with President Liu, had taken on the role of driver, his face beaming with anticipation. Today, this project is undoubtedly ours. We have prepared nearly 2 billion yuan in funding. Even if Lin Ze possesses some capability, he cannot match our financial resources. President Liu chuckled. Make sure to park the car right in the center. I want to be the center of attention from the moment I step out. In President Liu's eyes, Lin Ze appeared to be nothing more than an inexperienced youth. He intended not only to overshadow Lin Ze in terms of capability, but also to deliver a resounding blow to his reputation, ensuring that Lin Ze would never dare to oppose him again. However, the next moment, a black car sped out, coming to a dramatic halt in front of the Xia Group's office building. The manner of parking was undeniably eye-catching, and the limited edition vehicle's design was equally striking. The reporters immediately rushed forward, cameras in hand. Amidst the crowd's gaze, Lin Ze and Su Yu exited the vehicle. President Liu's expression darkened. This was clearly not how he had envisioned the day preceding. That brat had stolen the spotlight. He shot a fierce glance at Zhou Qing, who was taken aback but dared not utter a word. After all, they had missed their opportunity. Approaching now would only serve to diminish their standing against Lin Ze. Zhou Qing's disdain for Lin Ze intensified. Indeed, as President Liu's car arrived, all attention had been claimed by Lin Ze. However, President Liu had been in business locally for many years. If he could not handle such a minor situation, his efforts would have been for naught. See you, Lin Ze? You two certainly made quite the entrance today. Aren't you afraid of losing face in front of the public later? President Liu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Lin Ze, unperturbed, responded without hesitation, you should be more concerned about your own situation. Don't let your defeat be too embarrassing. Chapter 62. You can resign now. The relationship between the two parties had never been particularly amicable, and now tensions were even higher. President Liu's expression turned icy, and without uttering a word, he strode briskly inside. Lin Ze paid him no mind. In truth, such a person was hardly worthy of his attention. Rest assured, this project will be ours, Lin Ze whispered to Su Yu in a tone only they could hear, his eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. Having already negotiated a collaboration with Shen Shui, Lin Ze was determined to secure this project. After all, who would pass up a lucrative opportunity? Before long, the two entered the conference room on the upper floor. The meeting was presided over by Secretary Xia Hongtian. After confirming that both parties were indeed qualified for the competition, the secretary promptly displayed all project materials on the large screen for both sides to review. These matters need not be considered. No one would be foolish enough to invest without conducting due diligence. Mr. Liu's tone was laced with a hint of disdain as his gaze flickered towards Lin Ze. Regardless of the circumstances, this fellow was a university classmate of Zhou Qing, and Zhou would not deceive him. Mr. Liu was increasingly inclined to believe the notion that Lin Ze was merely a kept man of Su Yu. The funds Lin Ze had previously presented were likely cobbled together by Su Yu herself. After all, where could a young man who had just begun his career possibly acquire such substantial sums? As for Su Yu, a cursory investigation would reveal that her account could not possibly hold much more. Mr. Liu was resolute about securing this project and decided to be forthright. We consent to an investment of 1.5 billion, but we must hold a 40% stake. This is the bottom line for our company. Additionally, we will prepare an extra 500 million as a reserve fund, which can be accessed should any issues arise with Xia's financial firm. The 40% stake is indeed quite excessive for the Xia family. However, if they can provide an additional 500 million to lend to the Xia Group, it would effectively resolve their current financial crisis. The secretary cast a hesitant glance at Xia Hongtian. Although Xia Hongtian felt disgruntled at conceding so much, the allure of the 500 million was undeniable. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Without waiting for the secretary to consult with them, Lin Ze interjected. Seeing your audacity, I assumed you possessed some genuine capability. Yet here you are, seeking terms for a mere 500 million, which seems rather presumptuous. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Ze declared, we offer 1.5 billion for a 30% stake, and we shall additionally provide 2 billion as a reserve fund for the Xia Group. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Not only others, but even Su Yu appeared somewhat taken aback. 1.5 billion, coupled with a 2 billion reserve fund, amounts to a staggering 3.5 billion. Lin Ze's earlier mention of 300 million had already astonished Su Yu. When had he become so affluent? It far exceeded her expectations. Mr. Liu scoffed. Lin Ze, do you truly believe this sum can be merely stated? Whether it exists must be verified through your accounts. In his view, Lin Ze was merely an audacious youth prone to boasting. Otherwise, who would dare speak so brazenly? I can deliver on my words. Can you? Lin Ze crossed his arms, his gaze tinged with provocation. He promptly presented his bank statements along with his card. You may investigate at your leisure. The balance on this card will reveal all. The secretary of Xia Hongtian, skeptical yet intrigued, accepted the card. Xia Hongtian's eyes sparkled with realization. Very well, I understand now. After careful consideration, We have decided to entrust the project collaboration to the Su group. Su Yu was elated, embracing Lin Ze in a moment of excitement. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and her already striking features became even more captivating. In this embrace, her form pressed against Lin Ze's chest, a sensation that turned his face crimson. How had he not noticed the alluring figure of his female boss before? The unique fragrance she exuded made it difficult for Lin Ze to divert his thoughts. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, she remained blissfully unaware of Lin Ze's flustered state, reveling in the triumph of securing the project. Su Yu's favorability, 10. Current favorability, 40. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze felt a surge of satisfaction. What does it mean to be a winner in life? Surely, this moment epitomized such a victory. Wealth, opportunity, and beauty by his side brought him immense joy. If this pace continued, he would soon completely win over Su Yu. Both Lin Ze and Su Yu were exhilarated, while Mr. Liu found himself in a dire predicament. He hastily approached Xia Hongtian's secretary. Are you certain? Can this Lin Ze truly produce 5 billion? To him, it felt like a jest, an impossibility. Indeed, and his assets far exceed what you might imagine. How is that even possible? In an instant, Mr. Liu felt as though his worldview had shattered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mr. Liu. Zhou Qing was equally startled, rushing forward to support him. However, upon seeing Zhou Qing's face, Mr. Liu's fury ignited. You, what did you tell me? Did you not say Lin Ze was a worthless fellow, not worthy of concern? The so-called trash has now produced 5 billion, and what about you? Zhou Qing was now bewildered, gazing at Lin Ze as if he were some fearsome creature. Lin Ze sensed this shift and cast a scornful glance at him. Did this fellow still wish to compete? That was utterly foolhardy. It was time to demonstrate his strength. Let us go, Lin Ze urged Su Yu. There are numerous reporters awaiting us outside. This is an excellent opportunity for publicity. Su Yu quickly agreed, and after signing the contract with the Xia group, she followed Lin Ze outside. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu had truly become Lin Ze's vanquished foe. The man's complexion was ashen, his hands clenched into fists. Chapter 63, a bunch of afterthoughts. Zhou Qing's eyes flickered with astonishment. Enough. Do not say another word. Mr. Liu left with a grim expression. Outside the Xia Group's office building, reporters eagerly awaited. Standing in the lobby, Lin Ze could feel their enthusiasm radiating. A smile unconsciously graced his lips. I have never been welcomed like this in my life. Once we step through this door, Su Yu and I will truly become the center of attention. Suddenly, Lin Ze's gaze fell upon a woman not far away. She possessed an extraordinarily captivating visage, clad in a chic outfit, her hair cascading naturally behind her. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to divert one's gaze. Is that Xia Qing? What is she doing here? Xia Qing had evidently noticed Lin Ze, but did not approach him. Yet, Lin Ze perceived that she had something to convey. Su, you should go out first. I am rather anxious about facing these reporters alone. Lin Ze wore an awkward smile. He needed to detach himself and seek out Xia Qing immediately. What? Su was taken aback. You do not intend to accompany me for the interview? You alone are sufficient. After all, you are the company's owner. And this is a splendid opportunity for us to promote the company. Surely, you do not wish for me to falter and say something amiss before the reporters? The earlier remarks may not have been persuasive, yet the final statement struck a chord with Su Yu. Very well, you wait here. Once the reporters have thinned out, you may exit. Su Yu sighed, clutching her documents and authorization letter, and hurriedly made her way outside. As Lin Ze had anticipated, the moment Su Yu stepped outside, she was promptly surrounded by a throng of people. Miss Su, is it true that your company has secured this project? Your company was in the red last month. How did you manage to obtain such a substantial sum in such a short time? Is there any secret to your success? Your company and Taya Group certainly have their fair share of issues. Even Su Yu, who has encountered numerous grand occasions, must tread carefully when dealing with these individuals. Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. It was fortunate that he had refrained from accompanying them outside, for otherwise he, as the newly promoted vice president, might have become their primary target for criticism. He approached Xia Qing and remarked, Miss Xia, what a coincidence it is to see you again. Xia Qing shook her head, clarifying that it was not mere chance. She had specifically come to wait for him. Isn't today the day you officially signed the contract? Waiting for me. Lin Ze chuckled, feeling flattered. Observing Lin Ze's usual nonchalant demeanor, Xia Qing's expression turned serious. Thank you for your assistance last time. I have already invested that sum of money, and I have informed my father about this matter. The Xia family will not accept favors without reciprocation. If this project begins to yield profits, I will ensure you receive a proportional share. Lin Ze smiled. You were too gracious. I should be thanking you for granting me this opportunity. Were it not for Xia Qing providing him with a chance to spend 100 million, he would not have been able to amass his current fortune. From this perspective, it was Xia Qing who was his benefactor. To be honest, Mr. Lin, when we first met, I did not find you particularly likable. However, my opinion of you has changed. With that, Xia Qing produced an invitation from her pocket. In 3 days, the Xia family is hosting a banquet for guests. Here is your invitation. You must attend. Lin Ze held the invitation in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. Truth be told, he held little affection for such events, having previously encountered trouble at the last one he attended. Although he managed to resolve it easily and secured a significant project for the Su Group, the feeling of being looked down upon lingered in his memory. Nevertheless, How could he refuse an invitation from such a beautiful woman? He smiled. Very well, I shall attend if time permits. I have some matters to attend to now, so I must take my leave. Thank you once again for your willingness to assist me. Xia Qing, already beautiful, smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, stirring a flutter of excitement in Lin Ze's heart. Glancing at the invitation in his hand, he smiled again. Who would be foolish enough to decline an invitation from such a captivating lady? By now, the reporters outside had significantly dwindled. Suyu seemed to have disappeared, likely whisked away by her secretary's car. Lin Ze dismissed these thoughts and swiftly entered his vehicle. Suddenly, his phone vibrated incessantly with notifications. He picked it up to find breaking news about the Su Group securing the project. The speed of the reporters' actions was astonishing. They had barely received the news before publishing it. No wonder they had all vanished in mere minutes. They were racing to break the story. Meanwhile, the class group chat erupted with fervor as someone shared the news of the Su Group's success. Is this for real? This is certified financial news. It must be true. Lin Ze, are you really the vice president of the Su Group? And you helped secure a contract with the Xia Group? Those who had previously looked down on Lin Ze were now in disbelief. Some even questioned the authenticity of the news, fearing Lin Ze had deceived them. When Shoucheng had announced news before, they had scorned Lin Ze. Though some remained silent, he could feel their disdain. Now was the perfect moment to deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Lin Ze quickly shared the invitation from Xia Qing in the chat. Having just finalized a business deal, Lin Ze's confirmation of the news changed many people's attitudes toward him. Lin Ze, you were truly impressive. How did you manage this? Please share your secrets. You're so young and already a vice president. You are a true success. Do you need a secretary? Consider me a favor for an old classmate. As Lin Ze observed the flurry of compliments, he couldn't help but smirk at their sudden change of heart. Just a bunch of fair-weather friends. Just as he was about to silence his phone, a message from Suyu arrived. Celebration banquet. A simple three-word invitation accompanied by the location of a hotel. Excitement surged within Lin Ze. He paid little heed to the chatter in the class group. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped towards the hotel. Suyu was genuinely jubilant today, having invited not only the company's directors but also several supervisors. Congratulations, Su General, on securing today's project. Soon, someone raised a glass to toast Suyu. However, her gaze shifted to Lin Ze. For the achievements of our company today, you should not thank me, but rather extend your gratitude to Vice President Lin. As she spoke, she raised her glass. Thank you, Lin. The fact that the beautiful boss would express such words to him filled Lin Ze with immense joy, his face beaming with a smile. No need to mention it. With Suyu's endorsement, others naturally began to ingratiate themselves with Lin Ze as well. If they had previously harbored doubts about his suitability for the vice president role, Lin Ze's successful acquisition of the Xia Group project had undoubtedly proven his worth and delivered a resounding blow to their skepticism. The atmosphere around the table grew lively as the drinks flowed. Someone became so emotional they nearly cried, recalling the significant financial troubles the company had faced. I thought we were finished. Who could have imagined we would see a day like this? A colleague comforted them, clearly sharing the same sentiment. To the future of our company, let's raise another glass. The mood became exuberant, while Lin Ze sat quietly in the corner, merely observing the revelry. It was clear that he was now the true harbinger of hope for these individuals. This feeling was undeniably gratifying, just as Lin Ze was lost in thought. Suyu approached him. In Lin Ze's eyes, Suyu was undeniably stunning. A few drinks in, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, enhancing her allure. Lin Ze found himself momentarily captivated. Su General, are you intoxicated? He inquired, concerned as she leaned in closer. It is only fitting, otherwise. What was the point of the celebration? With a 40-point favorability rating toward Lin Ze, Suyu was more relaxed under the influence of alcohol. To be honest, I never thought you could make a significant contribution to the company. You were well aware of your past performance, and many suggested you be dismissed. I hesitated, but today, you have truly surprised me. A smile illuminated Suyu's face, though her eyes began to show signs of intoxication. Upon closer inspection, it appears that you are indeed quite remarkable. The scene is not solely occupied by the two of them. Members of the board have also taken notice. Lin Ze understood that he could not allow Suyu to continue in such a state of disarray. As he spoke, he draped his coat over Suyu's shoulders and lifted her in his arms. The onlookers initially gazed at Lin Ze's actions with astonishment, but their expressions quickly transformed into knowing smiles. Some even regarded them with an unmistakably suggestive glint in their eyes. The implications of their gazes were abundantly clear. In response to their teasing, Lin Ze merely offered a faint smile, said nothing, and carried Suyu away. Where is your residence, Su? Lin Ze suddenly recalled as he drove to the outskirts of the villa district. Previously, he had only escorted Suyu to this location, and now he was entirely unaware of where she might have gone. This predicament posed a challenge. He certainly could not knock on every door. If Suyu were to discover this, it would likely result in a complete loss of goodwill. Glancing at Suyu, who had already succumbed to slumber in the passenger seat, a bold thought crossed Lin Ze's mind. After all, Suyu was not in a state to awaken. It was unthinkable to leave an intoxicated woman outside. I am a gentleman. I merely wish to assist her, he reminded himself internally, and with that, he pressed the accelerator. Driving away. As dusk settled, Lin Ze indeed returned, carrying Suyu inside. Upon seeing their condition, the hotel staff seemed to grasp the situation and hurried forward to assist. Their gazes bore a hint of ambiguity. "Please do not misunderstand. I am merely tending to her inebriation," he quickly interjected, yet the mirth in their eyes only deepened, suggesting they understood perfectly well. Lin Ze found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that mere verbal explanations would not suffice. Fortunately, once the door was opened, the staff departed, allowing him to carry Suyu into the room without further hindrance. He laid her gently on the large bed. Her beauty was striking, not only possessing a visage that rivaled that of a star but also an enviable tall and graceful figure. Such a stunning woman was someone Lin Ze had only dared to admire quietly in his thoughts. Never had he imagined he would have the opportunity to care for her. No, Suyu is my partner now. I must not overstep, he continuously reminded himself, though his gaze involuntarily wandered to her ample bosom. Suddenly, Suyu's delicate hand reached up, unfastening the buttons of her outer garment, revealing an even more pronounced décolletage. The sight nearly caused Lin Ze to lose his composure. "Do not gaze," he admonished himself, hastily grabbing a nearby blanket to cover her. "It's hot," Suyu murmured. At that moment, Lin Ze felt a surge of panic. He had never encountered such a situation before. His intentions had been straightforward. He was not the type to take advantage of others. Yet now the circumstances were such that he remained passive while she offered unintentional allure. Fortunately, Suyu soon fell into a deep slumber, ceasing her movements. Lin Ze, preoccupied with caring for her and flustered by her alluring form, found himself perspiring profusely. After a quick rinse, he collapsed onto the bed in his bathrobe. That night, Lin Ze enjoyed a most restful sleep. The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, Lin Ze awoke to find himself gazing into a pair of striking eyes. Surprised, he sprang from the bed, while Suyu, clearly taken aback by his reaction, blushed slightly, tucking stray strands of hair behind her ears. Their attire spoke volumes. Suyu's clothing appeared slightly disheveled, while Lin Ze still donned the bathrobe he had put on post-shower, having carelessly tossed his clothes in the room. The atmosphere grew palpably charged. Lin Ze quickly grasped the implications and scrambled to clarify the situation. "I am eager to explain," he stammered. But Suyu's serene expression seemed to grow colder. "Even if something did occur, I can understand. Yet why are you so hasty to distance yourself?" Just then, a notification chimed in Lin Ze's mind. Suyu's affection level 1, current affection level 39. He was taken aback. What was this? Generally, one would expect a woman to be shocked and seek comfort from the man in such a scenario. Yet, with Suyu, it had the opposite effect, inexplicably deducting 1 point from his affection level. "I didn't mean it that way. I volunteered to care for you. I simply wish to clarify that I am not the sort to take advantage of a vulnerable moment." Perhaps Lin Ze's words softened her heart, as her expression relaxed slightly. Suyu's affection level 1, current affection level 40. It seemed she was no longer upset with him. Lin Ze, however, felt compelled to continue. "But you really must refrain from drinking again. Thankfully, it was me who encountered you last night. Had it been someone else?" Suyu's gaze urged him to elaborate. Lin Ze shrugged. "Well, you know how things go." Observing the flush creeping across her cheeks, he realized that further teasing might lead to another deduction in affection. "You should freshen up. I will change clothes," he said, grabbing his garments from the floor. Suyu stepped into the bathroom as the sound of running water filled the air. Lin Ze felt an unwelcome warmth rising within him, battling the urge to misbehave. "Control yourself. I do not wish to be perceived as a rogue," he reminded himself, managing to dress just as the sound of water ceased. When Suyu emerged from the bathroom, she had tidied herself. Perhaps due to her recent shower, her skin glowed with a delicate pink hue, and droplets of water clung to her hair, cascading down her neck, inviting intrigue. She reached for the phone to call the front desk, but Suyu waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I have a morning meeting, and my secretary is on their way to pick me up." "A morning meeting? Should I?" Lin Ze's awkward expression prompted Suyu to chuckle lightly. "Now that I've been promoted to vice president, you have work to do. And I haven't had the chance to delegate tasks yet. But rest assured, I will assign you some responsibilities today. Nothing overwhelming. Take your time to adapt." Surprised by Suyu's thoughtfulness, Lin Ze was about to respond when a phone call interrupted, and she answered, heading downstairs. He pondered whether her secretary might comment on her appearance, still slightly damp. However, waking up beside a beautiful woman was a rather pleasant experience. It took Lin Ze some time to compose himself fully before he stepped out the door. Since Suyu mentioned assigning him work, he resolved to take things seriously. After all, his previous work had been for others. Now, he was working for himself. With this new perspective, Lin Ze's spirits lifted significantly. Considering things from a different perspective, it seems that working in the office is not as dreadful as one might have imagined. Initially, Lin Ze harbored aspirations of showcasing his talents within the company. However, he was taken aback when the first document sent by Suyu left him perplexed, staring at the multitude of clauses. Lin Ze found himself at a loss for how to proceed, his lips twitching slightly in embarrassment. Was this the sort of material that President Su typically managed? The secretary, with a serious demeanor, confirmed that indeed, this was among the simpler content the company dealt with. President Su had mentioned that Lin Ze had only just taken on these responsibilities and that many matters required a gradual process of acclimatization. After gesturing towards the document before him, the secretary added, "You simply need to handle this." At that moment, Lin Ze grasped the distinction between himself, a suddenly affluent vice president, and the genuinely capable president. Su Yu's proficiency in office affairs was truly exceptional. Nevertheless, Lin Ze had studied finance during his university years, and with a bit of patience, he believed he could manage the task at hand. His expression grew increasingly serious as he began to discern some insights from the document. He spent the entire morning engrossed in the paperwork, and by lunchtime, his stomach growled in hunger, prompting him to finally complete the task. It appeared that this vice president role indeed required a period of adjustment. Lin Ze muttered to himself as he gathered his belongings and exited the office. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his shoulder from behind. Lin Ze turned, his face lighting up. "What brings you here?" Shen Shui waved the contract in her hand, exclaiming, "I'm here to sign a contract, of course." As she spoke, Shen Shui's spirits were exceptionally high. "Thanks to the information you provided, I was able to collaborate with President Su ahead of schedule. If I had waited until now, with so many companies vying for a partnership with the Su Group, I might not have secured this project." As she spoke, Shen Shui extended an invitation. "Let me treat you to dinner." Lin Ze recalled that she had made a similar remark before, but he had not taken it to heart. However, with the beautiful woman inviting him once more, he felt it would be rather unrefined to decline. "All right, I would be grateful." Observing the genuine delight on Shen Shui's face, Lin Ze sensed that she was truly pleased. He couldn't help but wonder what terms she had negotiated with Su Yu. "By the way, what is that you're holding?" Shen Shui asked, noticing the document he had been clutching since earlier. "Oh, I've only recently assumed the role of vice president, and I'm still unfamiliar with many projects. So I need to start with the basics," Lin Ze replied candidly, without any pretense. Shen Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. "You were truly just an ordinary employee before?" Lin Ze had heard whispers of how he had suddenly come into wealth, but it seemed implausible that such a thing could occur without warning to an ordinary person. Besides, when they first met, it was in a high-end hotel, so Shen Shui had not given it much thought. Now, hearing Lin Ze's admission, memories of their earlier encounters resurfaced. "Yes, that's correct," Lin Ze affirmed, not wishing to conceal his past. "How did you manage to acquire such wealth and become a vice president so swiftly?" Shen Shui pressed, her curiosity palpable. Lin Ze smirked and leaned in closer. "Do you truly wish to know?" This only intensified Shen Shui's eagerness, as she instinctively leaned toward him, promising, "I swear I won't tell anyone." With a playful glint in his eyes, Lin Ze whispered near her ear, "It's a secret." Shen Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she lightly swatted at him. "Are you teasing me?" "Aha, I did indeed work as a grassroots employee. But the details of my sudden wealth are something I must keep to myself." With that, he resumed savoring the delicious food before him. Seeing that Lin Ze was unwilling to divulge further, Shen Shui chose not to press him. "Fine, if you want to share, I want to pry. Oh, by the way, the Xia family's family banquet is coming up soon. They should have invited you to attend, right?" Lin Ze, who had been slicing his steak, suddenly paused. "What is going on?" "It seems you are unaware," Shen Shui continued. "Miss Xiaqin from the Xia family is about to get engaged. I've heard her temper isn't the best, so who knows if this engagement will actually go through." Lin Ze's expression turned complex at this revelation. Xiaqin was getting engaged? He recalled the scene he had witnessed in the restroom a few days prior. The person standing beside her must have been her fiancé. It was astonishing that they were considering marriage under such circumstances. "I initially planned to attend, but having just taken over the company's affairs and after mistakenly saying the wrong thing at the last event, my father forbade me from going," Shen Shui lamented. Then glanced at Lin Ze with her chin resting on her hand. "Will you be going?" "Perhaps," he replied. Fortunately, Shen Shui regarded this matter as mere gossip and soon shifted the conversation to another topic. Instead of heading directly to his office, Lin Ze made his way to Su Yu's office. "Come in." After receiving permission from inside, Lin Ze pushed open the office door. Su Yu seemed to be on a call and only hung up once she noticed Lin Ze's presence. "Is there something you need?" Noticing the document Lin Ze held in his hand, Su Yu didn't dwell on it too long. "You can leave it here for now. These documents aren't urgent. Take your time to acclimate." Lin Ze acknowledged her with a soft but did not leave. Instead, he leaned lightly against the desk, scrutinizing Su Yu from above. When Su Yu looked up, their eyes met. A flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes, but she composed herself within a second. "Is there something else?" "Yes." Lin Ze replied directly, informing her about the Xia family banquet. "As our partnership has begun, it would be appropriate to show our support by attending." However, Su Yu appeared somewhat awkward at the mention of the Xia family's invitation. "They did invite me, but I have other matters to attend to that day. So I fear I won't be able to make it." "You're not going?" Lin Ze expressed his surprise. Previously, Su Yu had always seized opportunities to participate in relevant events, as they were advantageous for her networking. "Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it," Su Yu explained. Glancing at Lin Ze, "Why don't you attend instead? After all, the Xia family knows you, right?" If Lin Ze had once been an inconspicuous junior, after securing the Xia family's project, he had gained a modicum of recognition in the business circle. It should not pose any major issues for him to attend alone. Lin Ze nodded in agreement, though he remained curious about Su Yu's priorities. What could possibly be more important than cultivating a relationship with the Xia family? However, these matters were not his concern. On the day of the banquet, Lin Ze prepared a gift to bring along. He was astounded to discover that the Xia family possessed a grand estate. Arriving at the magnificent building, he was overwhelmed by a sense of awe. Holding the invitation Xia Qing had given him, Lin Ze entered smoothly, guided by the family's servants to the main venue. The Xia family had invited a considerable number of guests for this occasion. However, those eligible to enter are all distinguished individuals with ties to the Xia family. When Lin Ze arrived, he found that conversations were already underway. His unfamiliarity and youthful appearance led to speculation about his identity. Could he be the vice president of Su Group who recently secured a project? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Lin Ze felt a surge of satisfaction. Confident that his efforts were not in vain, there were indeed some who recognized him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, these individuals did not approach him. Instead, they pointed and whispered from a distance. Chapter 67. His opportunity has arrived. This left Lin Ze with an inexplicable discomfort. Logically, as a sudden rise in wealth within the business world, he should be the center of attention. Even among the affluent, one would expect at least a greeting. A subtle unease stirred within him. He realized he needed to make a few more notable appearances to amplify his reputation. Soon, ignoring his presence would be impossible. As Lin Ze pondered this, he suddenly heard Xia Hongtian's voice from a distance. Not only did Lin Ze hear it, but others also turned their attention toward him. Though Xia Hongtian remained outside and was not visible, his voice was unmistakably clear. Xiaoqing, you are well aware of the trouble you've caused the company. I hope you understand the gravity of your actions and refrain from repeating your mistakes. After speaking, Xia Hongtian entered the room. Upon seeing the attendees, he effortlessly resumed his usual demeanor, engaging in conversation with a few familiar faces. Lin Ze, puzzled, instinctively glanced toward the entrance. What was happening? Through the door's crack, he caught a glimpse of Xiaoqing's silhouette. What were these affluent individuals up to? Lin Ze murmured to himself, yet he felt it inappropriate to meddle in their affairs. Gradually, more attendees arrived, and the atmosphere began to liven up. The later arrivals were no longer as aloof as the initial guests, and more people approached Lin Ze to chat. Now, Lin Ze profoundly understood the concept of superficial relationships. He was experiencing it firsthand. As the crowd grew, the ambience became increasingly vibrant. Among the attendees, a man named He Yun was conversing with others, his face adorned with a smile. From their discussions, Lin Ze discerned that He Yun's background was not particularly distinguished. He had reached this point only through the insistence of Xiaoqing. The He family was not a prominent name in the area, and He Yun was the youngest son, who had gained entry into the company largely due to the Xia family's influence. It was evident that Xia Hongtian was doing everything possible to support his daughter. Inviting everyone here today was undoubtedly for a significant purpose. The event's host soon directed everyone's attention toward this matter. He Yun understood the implications of this moment and confidently walked toward that direction. In just a few minutes, his engagement to Xiaoqing would be firmly established. Who would dare to claim the He family was of no consequence now? As He Yun envisioned a promising future, a woman's voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. I disagree. The speaker was none other than Xiaoqing. Dressed in a formal gown, she was prepared to embrace this pivotal moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of He Yun's face made her increasingly nauseous. He Yun, startled, stepped forward to Xiaoqing, addressing her in a low voice meant only for their ears. Xiaoqing, please don't cause a scene. Today is a significant day for both of us. Although he maintained a smile, his expression was decidedly unfriendly. Xiaoqing, however, was resolute in her refusal to proceed. She forcefully withdrew her hand from his grasp, causing an uproar among the attendees. Even Lin Ze was taken aback. What was going on? While he had reservations about their relationship, witnessing such a public reversal was unprecedented. However, Lin Ze soon realized something significant. Xiaoqing had previously attempted to pursue him, and after his efforts, she had developed a favorable impression of 13 points. If she canceled the engagement, could this mean an opportunity for him? Excitement surged within Lin Ze, nearly prompting a smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing's actions were clearly baffling to the others. Even Xia Hongtian was perplexed by his daughter's intentions. His expression darkened as he confronted Xiaoqing. You were being unreasonable. This man was your choice. You resisted breaking up then, and now you refuse to be together. What do you truly desire? Xiaoqing remained silent. Yet it was evident that the man before her was not the one she wanted. Then, I believe we need not even maintain a friendship, let alone a partnership. I hereby announce my withdrawal from the investment in the Xia Group's harbor tourism project. His words disgusted the gathered guests. The family had only gained a foothold thanks to the Xia family's investments when they were still an unknown enterprise. Xiaoqing and He Yun had merely been dating. Yet they had already indirectly provided the He family with significant advantages. Was this not akin to cutting the bridge after crossing it? What did you say? Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. But this project was your idea. Now you stand aside as if it were none of your concern? And what of it? My dear young lady, this is business. Unless we've signed a contract, our verbal agreements hold no weight, He Yun replied, his gaze laced with arrogance. If you wish for me to continue investing, we can proceed with the ceremony as planned. I can pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise, He Yun surveyed the crowd. Who besides me would foolishly invest in this project? Despite the attendees' disdain for He Yun's recent actions, he spoke a harsh truth. They had no inclination to waste their funds. Xia Hongtian was seething with anger, but found himself at a loss for words. Not only was he grappling with his daughter's obstinate behavior, But the Xia family also lacked the financial means to counter He-yun. Otherwise, they would not have allowed the Su group to benefit from sharing the same project. A heavy silence fell over the room. Suddenly, Lin Ze's voice shattered the quiet. I am willing to invest. Chapter 68. I will fund this project. All eyes turned to Lin Ze, skepticism evident in their gazes. Setting aside Lin Ze's earlier pledge of $3.5 billion to support the World Trade Center project, it was clear that this business venture was a certain loss. Was Lin Ze's judgment clouded? Why would he engage in such a venture, essentially throwing money away? Did I hear correctly? He-yun, evidently unfamiliar with Lin Ze, spoke with an air of mockery. Do you truly think you are capable of handling this project? Sensing He-yun's arrogance, Lin Ze smirked. At the very least, I have previously assisted Miss Xia, and I would never coerce my partner into entertaining other men for the sake of investment. Lin Ze recalled the events of that night with clarity. What? Miss Xia would attend such an event for investment purposes? It is truly difficult to comprehend. I wondered why Xia Qing suddenly disagreed. And encountering such a person made me want to flee. The phrase crossing the river and demolishing the bridge must refer to such individuals. The onlookers, as is their nature, often sway like reeds in the wind. Upon hearing Lin Ze's explosive announcement, the atmosphere instantly ignited. What? You are investing? He-yun's brows furrowed slightly, suddenly reminded of something. You are that person from the hotel last time. Lin Ze smirked, seemingly pleased with her memory. Indeed, last time, you were the one who secured my dining privileges. He-yun would never forget that day. She had initially intended for Xia Qing to accompany General Zhang for a drink, hoping to ingratiate herself. If all went well, General Zhang could not only assist with the Xia family's tourism project, but also provide some benefits to the He family. Yet, at a critical moment, Xia Qing unexpectedly produced a 100 million yuan check, completely derailing her plans. Instead of gaining favor, she inadvertently offended him. Now, upon seeing Lin Ze, He-yun understood completely. You were the one stirring the pot, ruining my good fortune. With a fierce glare at Xia Qing, she exclaimed, Is it because you fancy this guy that you refuse to get engaged to me? Xia Qing, equally irate, showed no intention of refuting her. Lin Ze felt a peculiar sensation. This young lady certainly knew how to engage in a quarrel. Our relationship has yet to reach such a level, he thought. Just wait. Meanwhile, the host hurriedly attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Thank you. A woman's voice pulled Lin Ze from his thoughts. Observing Xia Qing's embarrassed countenance, he smiled gently. It's fine. I also find that person intolerable. I understand that your mention of investment was an attempt to ease the tension. But He-yun is not someone to be trifled with. It would be wise to avoid offending her. Lin Ze scratched his head. Who said I was joking? I genuinely wish to invest. I currently possess funds, yet I remain a mere shadow, invisible to others. I must undertake something to elevate my visibility. Otherwise, I will always be regarded as an ordinary person. Lin Ze had truly had enough of feeling looked down upon. What? Are you serious? Xia Qing initially dismissed Lin Ze's words. However, upon his earnest declaration, her eyes widened in astonishment. Of course, I am serious. Lin Ze replied with utmost sincerity. I have plenty of money. What I lack at the moment is a project. If you are willing, I can issue a check immediately. A complex expression crossed Xia Qing's face. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your goodwill, but to be frank, I cannot guarantee that you will profit from this project. As she spoke, her voice faltered slightly. Fear not. I trust you. Your willingness to invest must stem from your own reasons, and I have faith in your judgment. Besides, if there are losses, it is merely money. Such a lavish approach to communication can indeed offer great comfort. A spark of light glimmered in Xia Qing's eyes. Xia Qing's favorability. 15. Current favorability. 28. Hearing the system's notification felt like a sudden jolt to Lin Ze. He stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to utter a single word. An increase of 15 points. He was certain his hearing was intact. There could only be one explanation. He had indeed identified what mattered most to her. For Xia Qing, this project was a hot potato, a source of shame. His willingness to invest was a means of assisting her, which accounted for the surge in favorability. Yet, why had he failed in his previous attempt with Su Xiaoyu? Was it that he had not grasped the correct approach? Or was it simply that Su Xiaoyu had no interest in those jewels? Regardless of the explanation, the outcome was advantageous for Lin Ze. In Xia Qing's presence, he endeavored to act as a gentleman. Although his blunt remarks occasionally caused her embarrassment, they did not detract from her favorability. When parting, Xia Qing even proactively exchanged contact information with Lin Ze. He also reminded her, just approach me directly for investments, do not attribute it to the Su Group. Within the company, his recent maneuvers had already garnered considerable astonishment. His reputation had soared to remarkable heights. Moreover, if the company became involved, the profits would not only be shared with Suyu but also with the board of directors. Lin Ze did not mind if Suyu received a portion. As she was currently the woman with the highest favorability towards him, he was confident that one day he would completely win her over. However, he was disinclined to share profits with unrelated parties. Very well, I understand. With Xia Qing's agreement, Lin Ze swiftly departed in his vehicle. This individual is indeed quite different from the rest, Xia Qing mused, turning to see Xia Hongtian accompanying her out. Dad, Xia Qing, since you have made your decision regarding He-yun, I shall not interfere. However, I find Lin Ze quite impressive. His investment seems to hold more than just the promise of profit. Xia Hongtian's insinuation was clear to Xia Qing, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. I have no other relationship with him. We have merely met a few times. Xia Hongtian, gazing at Lin Ze's car in the distance, could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 69. A fortuitous encounter in the early morning. As Lin Ze stepped into the company building, he was met with the beaming face of Li Feng. Good morning, Mr. Lin. You truly work hard. Even as the vice president, you do not afford yourself a moment's respite. Previously, Li Feng could hardly have imagined that he would one day come to curry favor with Lin Ze. Lin Ze, however, felt a twinge of distaste. Li Feng, if you have something to say, please be direct. To be candid, Li Feng was the person Lin Ze disliked most within the company. His arrogant demeanor had irked Lin Ze even when he was just an ordinary employee. Now that he held a leadership position, his dislike had only intensified. What could I possibly want? I was merely expressing my honest thoughts. Observing Li Feng's obsequiousness, Lin Ze could not be bothered to respond and turned to ascend the stairs. Noticing Lin Ze's indifference, Li Feng could no longer contain himself. Mr. Lin, I actually wanted to discuss the possibility of transferring me to the new department. Oh? Lin Ze halted, looking at Li Feng. What new department? The project team for the new World Trade Center, of course. This was just mentioned in yesterday's meeting. Did you not attend? Lin Ze's expression shifted subtly. He had indeed missed the meeting the previous day, not intentionally, but because he had promised to attend a family gathering at the Xia residence and simply could not find the time. Presumably, Su Yu had also skipped the Xia family event for the same reason. Seeing Li Feng's demeanor, it seemed he believed that the company as previous projects held little promise for profit, prompting his desire to switch teams. However, fine, if you wish to go, then go. Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to process Lin Ze's words. He was well aware of Lin Ze's aversion to him and had never expected Lin Ze to allow him to transfer at this moment. Are you serious? That would be fantastic. Yet, Lin Ze's next statement felt like a plunge into despair for Li Feng. Lin Ze's words had been crystal clear. If Li Feng were to attend an interview and faced rejection, he might risk losing his current job. Rather than tempting fate, it would be wiser to remain in his secure position, ensuring his livelihood. Lin Ze chose to ignore him and ascended the elevator. As Li Feng muttered to himself, he unexpectedly bumped into Su Xiaoyu, who fortunately paid him no heed. It seems he must be more cautious in his conversations at the office henceforth. Meanwhile, Lin Ze initially intended to consult Su Yu about the company's project group. To his surprise, Su Yu was not present at the office. Upon opening his computer, he discovered that someone had placed an order online. Lin Ze was no longer responsible for attending to others, leaving him with only one person to reach out to, Shenxixia. Hey there, I'm back. He messaged her. I'm here, she promptly replied, accompanied by a surprised emoji. Previously, Lin Ze found such exchanges rather corny, yet now they seemed more agreeable. By the way, you've been ordering a lot. Are you spending too much money? He then sent a 520 yuan red envelope, saying, thank you for your continued support. Shenxixia's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a first for her, as she almost forgot that the platform had such red envelope benefits when her friend introduced her to it. Soon, a system notification chimed in. Favorability level 5, current favorability level 15. Shenxixia accepted the red envelope, and another notification followed. During the strategy period, spending 520 yuan earned you a 50-fold cashback of 26,000 yuan. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has received 26,000 yuan. Current balance. Indeed. No woman could resist the allure of monetary temptation. A slight gesture of generosity could swiftly elevate one's favorability. The notion of resolving everything with money was undeniably appealing. I actually came to find you today because I've been feeling down. Life has presented numerous challenges, and my romantic affairs have been particularly tumultuous. Upon reflection, Lin Ze recalled that Shenxixia had seemed quite downcast during their last encounter. Suddenly, a bold idea flickered through his mind, prompting immediate action. If you're feeling low, perhaps a stroll nearby could lift your spirits. You might even discover something new. It's essential to cherish the talents around you. Shortly after, she sent him a picture, seemingly on her way to the beach. You're right. I've decided to give it a try. Chatting with you has brightened my mood significantly. Favorability level 5. Current favorability level 20. Soon, Shenxixia exited the chat, leaving Lin Ze a 5-star review. In the office, everyone was abuzz upon seeing Lin Ze's glowing feedback. How had Vice President Lin achieved such success? Yet, Lin Ze remained unfazed by a mere review. Although the locality boasted numerous coastal areas, only the eastern seaside permitted public access. Well, let us take a look. If I can spot Shenxixia, that would be splendid. If not, it's still a chance to unwind. With that thought, he grabbed his car keys and set off. At the beach, the sun shone brilliantly, the sea breeze wafting gently with a hint of saltiness. The beach was lively, with children frolicking and laughter ringing out, significantly lifting one's spirits. However, Lin Ze was not in the mood for a leisurely stroll. After parking, he began to search the area. Logically, Shenxixia should have arrived before him. Yet there was no sign of her. Could it be that I misjudged? Perhaps she isn't at the eastern seaside at all, he murmured to himself. Nevertheless, Lin Ze was not one to dwell on uncertainties. Even if he couldn't find Xinxixia, the effort was not in vain, for he could still relish the beautiful scenery. After living in this city for so many years, he realized he hadn't often visited the coast. The caress of the sea breeze against his face was indeed pleasant. Lin Ze? A familiar voice called from behind. Turning to the source, he spotted Xiaqing. What brings you here? She asked, noticing his puzzled expression. I'm here to inspect an island for a tourism development project. She pointed towards the distance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ze noticed several individuals accompanying her, dressed as if they were staff members. It took him only a second to grasp the situation. Is the island you mentioned for the tourism project? He asked, astonished. Xiaqing nodded. Yes. What is the matter? Seeing Lin Ze rendered speechless, she squinted slightly. You didn't know where this project was taking place, did you? Her words struck a chord with Lin Ze. He had become somewhat of a nouveau riche, mainly concerned with how his money was spent on women, indifferent to other matters. It was no wonder Xiaqing had ambitious plans, hence the substantial financial outlay. Observing Lin Ze's expression, Xiaqing sighed. Thanks to your support. This project is still progressing. She then extended an invitation. How about joining me on the island? Faced with the choice between the melancholy Xinxixia, whom he had persuaded to visit the beach, and the serendipitous encounter with Xiaqing, Lin Ze chose the latter without hesitation. After all, he had yet to see Xinxixia. It was essential to value those present. Very well, I'm curious to see where my money is going. He replied as he boarded the speedboat with Xiaqing and her team. The island's scenery surpassed that of the beach. Nestled between mountains and water, enhanced by artificial eco-friendly constructions, it resembled a paradise. Although Lin Ze had a bit of money now, he was just beginning to savor life. The breathtaking views captivated him entirely. It's worth every penny. Is this how Mr. Lin praises my labor? Xiaqing remarked, catching his earlier compliment. Lin Ze felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing she had overheard him. I mean, the scenery here is quite remarkable, and there are inns at the foot of the mountains, indicating some established infrastructure. Why is so much funding still necessary? Xiaqing's expression became subtly complex. While it's developed, we haven't secured a transportation company. I can't expect guests to figure out their own transportation. Lin Ze was taken aback. Logically, a family like the Xias should find it easy to negotiate such projects. Moreover, even someone like Lin Ze, who knew little about business, could see that if Xiaqing's project succeeded, it would be a lucrative venture. Surely others would not let it slip by. Xiaqing seemed to encounter a dilemma. Though she didn't speak it, Lin Ze perceived her discomfort. So once the transportation issue is resolved, operations could commence soon? Lin Ze inquired. Upon receiving confirmation, a thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could resolve this matter. You? Xiaqing regarded him with skepticism. She quickly clarified, Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't believe in you. It's just that this situation is a bit complicated. Besides, I've already troubled you enough. Before she could finish, her high heel stumbled over a stone on the ground. Xiaqing suddenly lost her balance entirely. Lin Ze hurriedly stepped forward to protect her. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity to play the role of a gallant savior? However, Lin Ze evidently overestimated his reflexes. Xiaqing collided into his embrace, and he too lost his footing, tumbling directly to the ground. It didn't hurt. In fact, Lin Ze felt a peculiar comfort in the situation. After all, the woman in his arms possessed an exquisite figure, and her closeness stirred a wave of excitement within him, flooding him with energy. I'm sorry, Xiaqing began, but in the next moment, she sensed something amiss about Lin Ze's body. Her previously apologetic gaze turned noticeably colder, and her delicate face blushed unnaturally. She quickly extricated herself from Lin Ze's hold, gently brushing off the dust from her clothes. Witnessing her reaction, Lin Ze suddenly understood. He hadn't heard the system's notification just now, which indicated a cancellation of the effects. A wave of frustration washed over him. Why was his body so uncooperative at such a crucial moment? He had hoped to gain some favor with Xiaqing from that encounter. But now it seemed he had exerted himself for naught. Ahem, let us continue walking, Lin Ze suggested, rising to his feet. Xiaqing had already composed herself as quickly as possible and strode ahead. Lin Ze felt it best to remain silent and merely followed her. After circling the island, Lin Ze gained a general understanding of the area, and his sympathy for Xiaqing deepened. Such a promising opportunity for profit, squandered due to the inefficacy of the passenger transport arrangements, left one feeling quite despondent. Anyone would be disheartened by such circumstances. If only he could assist Xiaqing in resolving this, given his understanding of her, garnering more goodwill wouldn't be particularly challenging. Suddenly, a man's sarcastic voice echoed from a distance. What is this? No progress on the project yet. You, Xia family, aren't seriously considering handling the passenger transport yourselves, are you? As expected, Heian had arrived on the island with his entourage, disdain evident in his tone as he observed the lack of progress. Xiaqing, after all this time together, do you really think I would harm you? Just admit your mistake, and we can formalize our partnership. I assure you, everything will proceed smoothly thereafter. Trust you? Xiaqing felt a wave of disgust for him. Have you looked in the mirror? How dare you come to me with conditions? Chapter 71. Leave it to me. Seeing Xiaqing's refusal, Heian lost his patience and forcefully grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. You really think of yourself as some noble phoenix, don't you? To be frank, I've managed to integrate myself with your family as former partners over the years. thanks to the opportunities you've provided. Do you know why the project has faced continuous setbacks? It's all part of my design. As long as we remain unmarried, this project will lose money day by day. Lin Ze could hardly bear to witness the scene, setting aside the audacity of Hiyun to confront Xiaqing before him. He was a guest of the Xia family, and Hiyun's blatant disregard for him was infuriating. Let go of her. Lin Ze intervened, separating the two and shielding Xiaqing behind him. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Hiyun was reminded of the humiliation Xiaqing had brought him during the Xia family's banquet. All of his meticulously laid plans had unraveled because of this man. A surge of anger coursed through Hiyun, his voice laced with sarcasm. Xiaqing, I thought you would enlist someone impressive to alleviate your current predicament, but instead, you've brought this unremarkable fellow. Unremarkable? Lin Ze frowned slightly. If it weren't for his unaltered state, he would surely have subdued this man easily. Xiaqing's expression was equally fierce. He is leagues above you. At least he can be considered a gentleman, unlike you, who resorts to underhanded tactics. The tension escalated between the two, as Xiaqing realized she now held significant resources. Even if she wasn't concerned for herself, she had to consider the future of the company. Yet, she was stubbornly provoking Lin Ze. Let me tell you plainly. Xiaqing, unless you submit to me, no major company will collaborate with you. The Xia family can expect to incur losses. At that moment, Lin Ze scoffed. Your arrogance is astounding. How can you assert that the project cannot succeed without you? His words halted Hiyun in his tracks, observing Lin Ze's serious demeanor. Hiyun spat on the ground. Fine, I'll await your good news. He added with a parting shot, should you find yourself struggling, feel free to come to me. I'll purchase this place at a fair price. Xiaqing felt a wave of regret wash over her, lamenting her past with Hiyun, which now felt like a dark chapter in her life. How could I have been so blind as to be entranced by such a man? Don't worry. I'm here for you. In a few days, when we officially launch, we'll make him seethe with rage, Lin Ze reassured her. Don't joke around, Xiaqing replied. Casting a glance at Lin Ze, do you know anyone in the passenger transport business? Lin Ze shook his head. To be honest, Xiaqing had anticipated such a result. She felt grateful rather than resentful towards him. You've already helped me maintain my dignity in front of Hiyun. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your goodwill. But this collaboration requires more than mere words. Unexpectedly, Lin Ze persisted. How can it be just talk? Did your family initially know so many partners? Xiaqing paused, taken aback by his question. Seeing her reaction, Lin Ze continued. Relationships are built gradually. Trust me, give me a few days, and I guarantee a satisfactory response. Xiaqing didn't wish to dampen his spirits. Seeing his earnestness, she could only nod in agreement. All right. Meanwhile, her fondness for Lin Ze grew. Xiaqing's favorability, 5. Current favorability, 32. Lin Ze felt a surge of pride. To win a woman's heart, enhancing one's credibility in her eyes is paramount. Thus far, he had performed admirably. After surveying the island, he had gathered the necessary data, and it was time to return. Sitting on the speedboat, gazing at the endless vistas, Lin Ze could almost envision the excitement that would accompany its grand opening. Money truly is a remarkable entity, capable of procuring anything one desires. A month ago, he would never have imagined that he would invest so heavily in developing an island alongside the daughter of the Xia family, Xiaqing. Such a day would have been beyond the realm of his wildest dreams. Mr. Lin, were you really just an ordinary person before? Xiaqing listened curiously to Lin Ze's recent words. Of course, Lin Ze replied, having nothing to hide. Until last month, he had been a penniless boy, unable to even afford a monthly rent of over 1,000. It was truly unimaginable. She refrained from questioning the source of Lin Ze's newfound wealth. Yet her curiosity about him deepened. Soon, the speedboat arrived at the dock. Xiaqing's shoes were ill-fitting, prompting Lin Ze to instinctively offer her support. Affection level 3. Current affection level 35. When Lin Ze lifted his gaze again, he found himself locking eyes with Xiaqing's enchanting orbs. The corners of her lips curled into a subtle yet captivating smile. That fleeting glance left Lin Ze momentarily spellbound. He felt as if his very soul had been ensnared. The sensation was indescribable. Surely, no one could resist Xiaqing's smile. This thought made him wonder how Hiyun could be so cruel as to hurt her, a truly despicable individual. At that moment, Xiaqing had disembarked and stood beside Lin Ze, her voice now imbued with a touch of gentleness. Thank you, Mr. Lin. If the matter becomes too troublesome to handle, it's all right. I'll have my father think of other solutions. With that, she followed her companions, while Lin Ze gazed at her retreating figure, a smile lingering on his face. This excursion had certainly not been in vain, he mused. Chapter 72. Would you accompany me for a drink? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a woman not far away. Wasn't that Shen Shixia? At that moment, she was also looking directly at Lin Ze. Upon making eye contact, Shen Shixia instinctively raised her hand in greeting. Lin Ze's heart raced with excitement. Today, he had come specifically to see Shen Shixia. Unexpectedly, he had encountered Xiaqing instead, which had consumed most of his day. He had not anticipated seeing Shen Shixia again, yet here was an opportunity. He hurried over, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. You're here too." Lin Ze's smile was unwavering. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. What brings you to the seaside today? Are you here to unwind? I was feeling down and just wanted to take a stroll. I didn't expect to run into you, Shen Shixia replied. Lin Ze quickly understood. It was no wonder Shin Shixia had seemed distant earlier. She must have misunderstood his relationship with Xia Qing and was intentionally keeping her distance. She's just a friend. A few days ago, I invested some money in a business venture with her. Upon hearing Lin Ze's clarification, Shin Shixia's expression softened somewhat. You mentioned feeling down. Have you encountered some trouble? Lin Ze inquired with genuine concern. His primary motivation for bringing Shin Shixia to this location was to create an opportunity for a serendipitous encounter, ultimately to alleviate her worries and draw closer to her. The matters of a beautiful woman were now his own. Yet, in response to Lin Ze's caring inquiry, Shin Shixia merely smiled and shook her head. Observing her demeanor, Lin Ze felt a peculiar sensation. Would you like to join me for a drink? Shin Shixia suddenly suggested. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback, but Shin Shixia had already produced the card he had gifted her previously. I've yet to use this card you gave me. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Lin Ze had no objections to drinking. He was merely concerned that Shin Shixia might change her mind. All right. As evening fell, the nightlife of the bar district thrived. The dance floor was alive with young men and women swaying to the rhythm of the music. Reveling in the moment, near the bar, Shin Shixia had already consumed several drinks. Lin Ze sat across from her, feeling an indescribable tension. He had initially thought that Shin Shixia's invitation was an opportunity for them to spend time together. However, to his surprise, she immediately ordered a plethora of drinks and downed them in quick succession. Seeing Shin Shixia in such a state made Lin Ze uneasy. Are you all right? He reached out to stop her. You can't drink like this. It's bad for your health. But Shin Shixia simply pushed him away. I'm fine. I just want to feel a bit more awake. With that, she downed another glass. Her beautiful eyes were now clouded, and her pitiful appearance tugged at Lin Ze's heartstrings. She had not been like this the last time he saw her. What had happened today to cause her such distress? Before long, the effects of the alcohol began to take their toll, and Shin Shixia leaned against Lin Ze, her voice slurred yet filled with reluctance. Why is it that, despite being human, the differences can be so stark? Lin Ze was taken aback by her words. Shixia, what's wrong? What are you saying? He couldn't comprehend her. Shin Shixia, however, paid him no heed, a tear slipping down her cheek, intensifying Lin Ze's feelings of concern. She collapsed into his embrace, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Given Shin Shixia's temperament, Lin Ze dared not take her to his place. If she were to misconstrue the situation, his affection points would surely plummet. And he had no desire to take such a risk. Fortunately, he had retained Li Xingyue's contact information from their last encounter. It would be most fitting to call her for assistance now, especially since she shared a close relationship with Shin Shixia. Upon hearing that Shin Shixia was intoxicated at the bar, Li Xingyue rushed over without delay. What happened? Upon seeing Shin Shixia, concern flooded Li Xingyue's eyes. Now, this is what true friendship looks like. Lin Ze had just been reflecting on the depth of their bond when he suddenly found himself flustered under Li Xingyue's scrutinizing gaze. No, it's not my fault. I didn't let her drink a single drop. Lin Ze felt genuinely aggrieved. He had done nothing wrong. If he were to be misconstrued as someone taking advantage of a vulnerable moment, it would be troublesome. She was the one who insisted on coming out for drinks because she was feeling down. Li Xingyue seemed poised to say more, but ultimately sighed in resignation and, together with Lin Ze, assisted Shin Shixia out of the bar. Let's have her stay at my place tonight, she suggested, providing Lin Ze with an address. Could you take us both there? Lin Ze naturally agreed. Not only would this assist a damsel in distress, but it would also pose no detriment to him. Additionally, he hoped to glean more valuable information from Li Xingyue during the ride. The atmosphere in the car was tense until Lin Ze broke the silence. Do you know what is going on with her today? Through the rearview mirror, he discreetly observed the two women behind him. Shin Shixia had succumbed to her intoxication, soundly asleep, though her expression remained troubled. Meanwhile, Li Xingyue wore a worried look as she gazed at Shin Shixia. It was likely related to her family. Lin Ze recalled hearing Li Xingyue mention that Shin Shixia's family had once been affluent. However, he had never had the opportunity to inquire further. What was her family like? He genuinely wished to pursue Shin Shixia. Unexpectedly, Li Xingyue has suddenly become quite astute in this regard. She glanced up at the rearview mirror, and to her surprise, their eyes met in the reflection. Lin Ze's smile faltered awkwardly. Even if my intentions are pure, we are friends now, aren't we? Seeing her like this, I felt a twinge of concern. Chapter 73. The beauty invites me to the hotel. Is it truly just concern? Li Xingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone laced with caution. In truth, your qualities are indeed more reliable than many of the men I've encountered before. However, it seems that Shixia is currently not considering matters of the heart. If you genuinely wish to pursue her, I might be able to assist you. As she spoke, a hint of amusement flickered in Li Xingyue's eyes, though she added, of course, it won't be without charge. Lin Ze recognized that her statement was likely a jest. To him, the prey was not solely Shin Shixia. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ze's ostentatious vehicle arrived in front of a residential complex. Although the environment was marginally better than the dilapidated place he had previously rented, it was only a slight improvement. As Lin Ze parked by the roadside, the surrounding residents instinctively cast curious glances in their direction, their expressions inscrutable. Thank you, Li Xingyue said to Lin Ze as she assisted Shin Shixia out of the car. Wait a moment, Lin Ze called out as he saw Li Xingyue about to leave. The power of those words still held considerable weight. especially with Lin Ze clutching a check for 100,000 yuan. Li Xingyue, unreserved, muttered under her breath, "What is this? A token of gratitude for taking care of Xixia?" Just as Lin Ze was about to explain, Li Xingyue smiled sweetly. "Nevertheless, thank you for your kindness." In an instant, she tucked the check away. During the strategy period, spending 100,000 yuan grants a 20-fold return of 2 million yuan. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 2 million yuan. Current balance. Listening to the system's notification, Lin Ze felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. Li Xingyue was indeed a beauty, evidently more amenable than Shen Xixia. If she were to attribute her fondness for him solely to Shen Xixia, would it not complicate future pursuits? Just as Lin Ze was contemplating his next steps, the system chimed again. Li Xingyue's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 38. Lin Ze was taken aback. Watching Li Xingyue's silhouette, a smile crept onto his lips. Today had indeed been fortunate, he mused. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket buzzed. He hastily answered the call without glancing at the caller ID. Hello? The next moment, Suyu's voice came through. Lin Ze, where have you been all day? I haven't seen you. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, Lin Ze slapped his forehead. He had been so preoccupied with orchestrating an accidental encounter with Shen Xixia that he completely forgot he still had work today. The humility of a worker instinctively resurfaced. I'm terribly sorry, Manager Su. I promise it won't happen again. Just give me another chance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ze wished he could slap himself. Clearly, he had said such things too often in his previous role as a subordinate. This habit needed to be corrected promptly. Suyu seemed momentarily taken aback by Lin Ze's candid apology. The reprimand she had intended to deliver faded, replaced by a resigned sigh. All right, just remember to give me a heads up next time you're out, so I can find you to sign documents in the afternoon. Seeing that Suyu was not angry, Lin Ze's anxious heart finally settled. Okay, no problem. I assure you this won't happen again. Lin Ze, Suyu suddenly called his name, and before he could respond, she continued, never mind. It's better to discuss this in person. Where are you now? Lin Ze was astonished. You want to come find me now? Without hesitation, Suyu replied, yes, there is something I need your help with. Lin Ze quickly shifted his approach. How about I come to you instead? Fortunately, Suyu's priority was to meet him rather than ascertain his precise location. Room 303 at the Jinsheng Hotel. I'll be waiting for you. With that, she hung up. Lin Ze stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, even questioning whether he had misheard. His young and attractive boss was inviting him to a hotel at night, and she had already booked a room? Considering their previous encounter, Lin Ze's thoughts wandered to strange places. Thankfully, he managed to keep his composure. Suyu did not strike him as that kind of person. However, to uncover the reason for her summons, he would need to see her in person. He promptly turned his car around and headed straight for the Jinsheng Hotel. In the room upstairs, when Lin Ze knocked on the door, footsteps soon echoed from within. Just from the sound, he could envision the scene to come. He wondered what Suyu was wearing and whether she truly meant to summon him for. You're here. The door swung open, revealing Suyu, dressed in the same professional fitted dress she had worn during the day, looking impeccably serious. Lin Ze felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It seemed he ought to limit his consumption of questionable literature. Thankfully, he had not made a fool of himself in front of Suyu. Maintaining his composure, he said, Manager Su, is there something you needed at this late hour? Come in, she replied. Inside the suite, the ambience was quite pleasant, spacious enough to enjoy the beautiful view from the bedside. However, Suyu did not seem to appreciate the lovely surroundings. Instead, she pulled out various company documents and began meticulously working through them. Seeing the tedious paperwork, Lin Ze's lips twitched slightly. Manager Su, you didn't come here just to handle work matters, did you? Sort of, Suyu replied calmly. These tasks are quite routine for me. This afternoon, the company underwent some new arrangements, and there are a few documents that require your signature. That's why I had to trouble you to come here. It turned out she had indeed summoned him solely for work. Lin Ze felt a pang of disappointment, but nonetheless picked up a pen and began signing his name. Chapter 74, Be My Boyfriend. Manager Su. Next time there's something like this, just let me know over the phone. You had me worried, thinking something was wrong. Lin Ze said half jokingly, half seriously. However, after confirming the documents were in order, Suyu's gaze turned serious as she looked at Lin Ze. Who said I called you over just for one matter? Lin Ze was taken aback. What else could it be for? Lin Ze, are you seeing anyone? The question caught him off guard. Lin Ze stared at Suyu. Are we conducting a survey on this at the company? A hint of shyness crept onto Suyu's face, yet she remained composed before Lin Ze. This isn't work-related. I'm asking from a personal perspective. Lin Ze shook his head. I've dated before, but it ended a long time ago. For some reason. Hearing his answer seemed to relieve Suyu. That's good. Huh. Manager Su, you're not hoping I remain single for life, are you? In the next moment, Suyu's gaze suddenly became exceptionally serious. Since you don't have a girlfriend at the moment, how about I become your girlfriend? As soon as these words left her lips, Lin Ze nearly choked on his own saliva. He immediately summoned the system to check Suyu's favorability level. Target, Suyu, appearance, 85 points, favorability, 40. The favorability had not yet reached its peak. This implied that Suyu's statement suggested a certain understanding from her side regarding Lin Ze's feelings. Don't misunderstand. it's merely a superficial relationship. My family is pressuring me to find a suitable person to pose as my boyfriend. Once the matter is resolved, I won't bother you again. So that was it. Pretending to be a couple presented a wonderful opportunity. However, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel curious. Miss Su, you have quite a few admirers around you. Why not choose one of them? He mused that he was indeed not in a bad position, but having just come into wealth, he had little social capital. Why would you choose him under such circumstances? Those who approach me have ulterior motives, mostly for business reasons. You, on the other hand, haven't received substantial benefits from the company, yet you have already contributed billions. Listening to Suyu's analysis, Lin Ze felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it merely about commercial value? His brows knitted together in confusion. Suyu faltered, her gaze instinctively shifting elsewhere. It's not solely about commercial value. I've considered various aspects. Your character must surpass theirs. So you dared not meet his eyes? Was she shy? Naturally, it was normal to feel a bit flustered. Given that his favorability was nearing half, he needed to step up his game. Pretending to be a couple is fine, but during this charade, shouldn't we also appear like a genuine couple? As he spoke, Lin Ze stepped closer to Suyu, his voice carrying a hint of flirtation. As long as your behavior isn't too excessive, I can accept it. Suyu's face flushed, unable to conceal her embarrassment. Even her tone took on a delicate softness. Lin Ze was quite pleased with this outcome. So when do we start? Tomorrow morning. Lin Ze deliberately emphasized the last 3 words in front of Suyu. She seemed a bit unprepared. All right, let us go. I still have documents to handle. Suyu's favorability, 10, current favorability, 50, it had increased. Observing Suyu's calm demeanor, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was truly one who spoke harshly but felt differently inside. Her outward calm belied the tempest within. It was merely a matter of pretending to be a boyfriend. He was confident he could fulfill the task. The next morning, Lin Ze donned a suitable suit from his collection and drove his luxury car straight to the company. After the morning meeting, Suyu was already waiting for him, though she had reminded him to dress appropriately the night before. When Lin Ze appeared before her in his suit, her heart skipped a beat. Suyu's favorability, 3, current favorability, 53, Lin Ze felt elated. Just a glance had earned him an additional 3 points in favorability. It seemed he had indeed carved out a place in Suyu's heart. Once the initial barrier was broken, gaining favorability thereafter would become significantly easier. Under the envious gazes of others in the company, Suyu entered Lin Ze's passenger seat. This is my home address. Just drive straight there. Lin Ze promptly agreed, then discreetly assessed her. On the surface, Suyu appeared unchanged, yet with careful observation. One could discern subtle differences. She seemed to have dressed with particular care today. A light touch of makeup elevated her complexion immensely, and her aura was undeniable. You'll naturally find out soon enough. Lin Ze frowned. We are, after all, supposed to be a couple. Can't you share this with me? Suyu clearly hadn't yet adjusted to the idea of Lin Ze being her boyfriend. Despite the pretense, her heart fluttered at the sound of those words. She struggled to maintain her composure. My family. Suyu's expression became grave. The Su family's business primarily operated out of town. Her parents had initially intended for her to stay there and develop her career, but she did not wish to rely on them, which led her to establish her own company. However, the family business had encountered numerous issues, necessitating the selection of a reliable person to take over completely. As she paused in her explanation, her gaze subconsciously shifted towards Lin Ze, her expression earnest. A suitable partner is part of the evaluation. One must choose the right person to share a life with. If you can't even choose a partner wisely, it reflects poorly on your discernment. Indeed, dealing with a large family could be quite troublesome. Lin Ze, however, appeared confident. I understand. Don't worry, I will perform admirably in front of others, ensuring that this position remains yours. Suyu was momentarily amused by Lin Ze's words, but her gaze quickly fell upon her family's villa. The smile that had graced her lips faded as her eyes grew deep with thought. Let us hope so. Chapter 75, a direct kiss inside the Su family villa. As soon as they entered, a woman's voice laced with sarcasm rang out. Suyu recognized it as her aunt's and chose to ignore it. At that moment, her parents arrived as well. Ayu, your grandfather's health is deteriorating, and the Su family needs a suitable person to uphold the entire company. We've come to seek your opinion. Yang Meiji grasped her daughter's hand gently, her voice soft. However, her words sparked discontent among the others present. Sister-in-law, your words imply that the Su family's power is to be handed to your daughter. Exactly, who truly holds the CEO position is still uncertain. At her age, shouldn't she be looking for a boyfriend? I think she should resolve her personal matters before concerning herself with anything else. The remarks were blunt and unyielding. Yang Meiji's expression darkened. Su Yuanshan placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, signaling her to remain silent. At that moment, Suyu introduced Lin Ze to everyone. Since we're all here, I'll be direct. I have a boyfriend. This is Lin Ze, the vice president of the company. If the family business is entrusted to me, I will manage both companies together with his assistance, ensuring the family enterprise thrives. In essence, she was adamant about competing for her position. What? Su Yuanshan looked stunned at Suyu. You have a boyfriend? When did this happen? Lin Ze could no longer contain himself. After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Suyu's waist. Suyu was taken aback, but feeling the pressure of family She leaned into his embrace. Suyu, is this person really your boyfriend? The other elders of the Su family regarded Suyu with a mixture of skepticism. Some approached Lin Ze, questioning if this was all an act. An act? Lin Ze chuckled, then lifted Suyu's chin. Before Suyu could react, he kissed her directly. In an instant, the room fell silent. Suyu's eyes widened in shock, but with so many people present, she could not resist. She endeavored to appear calm, though her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Ze was filled with exhilaration. This was indeed a significant gain. After parting ways, Suyu's gaze towards Lin Ze carried a hint of ambiguity. Sometimes, a bold move could yield unexpected rewards. Just moments ago, the woman who had harbored doubts about the two of them was beginning to feel anxious. Even if you truly found a boyfriend, what does it matter? Your company was still in the red last month. We cannot entrust the company to you. After saying this, she promptly produced news articles from a few days prior. Now our company has turned a profit, and not only that, we have secured a project with the Xia Group, boasting a financial reserve of 3.5 billion. The mention of such a staggering figure caused everyone in the room to gasp in astonishment. This amount surpassed even the financial resources of the Su family's enterprise. Originally skeptical of Lin Ze, Su Yuanshan's expression towards him had shifted considerably. Are you serious? Lin Ze nodded affirmatively. Of course, I would not lie about such matters. If you don't believe me, simply check the bank statements, and you will see for yourselves. At this point, Suyu's situation was abundantly clear. Not only had she found a boyfriend, but she was also thriving independently. Moreover, Lin Ze's credentials were not lacking either. If all factors were considered, entrusting the family business to Suyu seemed like a commendable choice. I believe we can finalize this matter now. Can the Su family find another individual as accomplished as Suyu? Lin Ze did not hesitate to speak in her favor. In light of such a comparison of abilities, the other relatives of the Su family felt a mix of jealousy and resentment. Witnessing such an opportunity fall into Suyu's hands, they could hardly contain their dissatisfaction. Soon, someone could no longer remain seated and promptly stood up to leave. With one leading the way, the others naturally followed suit, rising to depart. Ultimately, the vast villa was left with only Suyu's parents and the two of them. I didn't expect you to be so capable now. You must be exhausted from managing the business, right? Yang Meiji gently grasped Suyu's hand, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Lin Ze. Indeed, Lin Ze was quite handsome. Standing alongside Suyu, they appeared well matched. However, she had never heard Suyu mention Lin Ze before, which left Yang Meiji feeling somewhat concerned. As for Su Yuanshan, his attitude softened considerably. Lin Ze, I didn't realize you were so accomplished at such a young age, able to help my daughter achieve so much. Ayu was previously quite spoiled by us. If there is anything she has done well, please be understanding. Lin Ze smiled. I certainly will. However, the family business matters have yet to be resolved. This is significant, and we must be meticulous. Your grandfather's birthday is next week, and by then, the position of the person in charge should be determined. As Su Yuanshan spoke, he turned to Lin Ze and added, Lin Ze, you should come as well. Suyu was somewhat surprised. Her parents had so readily accepted Lin Ze. Nevertheless, thinking of the relatives at home, Suyu decided to speak in Lin Ze's favor. All right, no problem. With that, Suyu's parents felt reassured and took their leave. I thought your relatives would be difficult to handle, but it turned out to be so simple. Lin Ze shrugged lightly. Suyu turned to Lin Ze, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness. Perhaps she was recalling the kiss they had shared moments ago, which made her feel bashful. The usually decisive female CEO was indeed capable of blushing like a young girl because of a single kiss. Lin Ze felt an immense thrill. Yet he endeavored to suppress his joy, maintaining a facade of seriousness. I did this to assist you. You wouldn't want them to continue doubting you, would you? Lin Ze spoke with utmost seriousness, as if suggesting that Suyu had been overly concerned. Chapter 76, Trouble Approaches. But you can't. Suyu felt both shy and excited. Observing her awkward demeanor, Lin Ze boldly leaned in closer. Suyu was further flustered by his words. Forget it. Who else is brazen as you? Suyu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ze, deliberately avoiding his gaze. What, do you want to stay over? Lin Ze was taken aback but quickly realized the implications. The Su family was not local, and new problems were on the horizon. Does that mean we will be living together? This statement seemed to strike a chord with Suyu, who lightly pushed Lin Ze away. What nonsense are you thinking? Given Suyu's reaction, Lin Ze knew that further teasing might diminish the hard-earned goodwill he had accumulated. It was best to relent. I was merely inquiring. With no ulterior motives. I am not the kind of person to take advantage of others in precarious situations. So you believe this to be true? If Lin Ze truly intended anything untoward, he had ample opportunity during their previous encounter in the same room. Suyu's demeanor became considerably more serious. In any case, I must thank you for today's events. Just as she finished speaking, Suyu's phone suddenly rang. What did you say? It was unclear what the person on the other end conveyed, but Suyu's expression turned grave, as if she had encountered a challenging situation. I understand. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Suyu could hardly afford to delay. Lin Ze took the initiative to offer his services as her driver. Once in the car, Lin Ze remembered to inquire, what happened? Suyu's expression was tense. Do you remember Lu Jin? Lin Ze nodded. He recalled vividly how he had humiliated Lu Jin, whose expression had been quite entertaining. However, since he had become the vice president, Lu Zhen had hardly been seen at the company. Why was Suyu bringing him up now? Lu Zhen has come with people. He intends to terminate our previous cooperation. As she spoke, Suyu felt as if she had been holding her breath. She had long known that Lu Zhen was no good, but she hadn't expected him to take such drastic measures, waiting all this time to spring this on her. Noticing Suyu's distress, Lin Ze spoke calmly. Don't worry, I'm here. If I could deal with Lu Zhen once, I can certainly do it again. He refused to believe that someone who only engaged in despicable acts could maintain perpetual good fortune. Suyu's favorability rating, 2, current favorability, 70. It has increased again. Could it be that his earlier words had instilled a sense of security in Suyu? Lin Ze was curious, but now was not the time for verification. Soon, Lin Ze's luxurious car arrived at the company entrance. Following Suyu inside, Lin Ze entered the office building. Suyu's secretary was already waiting and hurriedly approached upon seeing Suyu. Without beating around the bush, Suyu asked, "Where is he?" "In the guest room upstairs." The secretary's expression was somewhat delicate. "Mr. Zhao from the Yuanyang Group is also present. This project was originally negotiated by Lu Zhen as a shareholder representing Yuanyang Group. If we terminate our cooperation now, our partnership with Yuanyang Group will be over as well." As the company president, Suyu understood the implications of this. Clearly, she needed to devise a solution. However, the immediate priority was to meet the other party. Speaking face-to-face was far better than speculating behind their backs. In the guest room, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, his expression somewhat troubled. "Lu Zhen, can this truly work? Are you certain that Hongye Group has agreed?" Elchin smiled and nodded, reassuring Zhao Peng that he had already discussed matters with General Manager Shin of Hongye Group. As long as their collaboration with Su Group was terminated, they could sign the contract immediately, and the price would only rise, not fall. Elchin's words provided some comfort to Zhao Peng, solidifying his resolve to end the partnership. In the next moment, the door opened, revealing Suyu's face. "I heard you two are here to discuss the project," she stated directly, avoiding any unnecessary preamble. Zhao Peng cleared his throat, affirming, "Yes, we find the previous terms unfeasible, and our company has found a better option, so we must terminate the collaboration." He quickly added, "Of course, we will still honor the penalty clause. You need not worry about that." This statement elicited a faint smile from Lin Ze. The penalty fee, when compared to actual losses, was but a trifling matter. "Did you not know this price before signing?" he remarked, deeming their excuses to be insincere. Lin Ze's gaze fell upon Elchin, revealing the underlying truth. They were merely unable to meet certain and scrupulous demands, hence their need to withdraw. Feeling displeased upon seeing Lin Ze, Elchin's expression grew noticeably colder. "Don't bring discomfort upon yourself, Lin Ze. The primary reason for this termination is your involvement. A company that allows someone like you to be a deputy general manager is unworthy of our collaboration." With that, he slammed the documents onto the table, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Spare me the pleasantries. Let us sign the contract immediately. I have an appointment with General Manager Shin of Hongye Group." Seeing his smug demeanor, Lin Ze initially felt uncertain, but those words struck a chord within him. "Did you just mention Hongye Group?" "Surely, I misheard." Elchin's expression darkened. "This is none of your concern. With your capabilities, you will never have the opportunity to collaborate with such a prominent company." He urged Suyu to finalize the signing. At that moment, Suyu detected an underlying tension. A smirk of disdain curled her lips. "It seems you were quite out of the loop. Do you not know that Hongye Group has already reached a further collaboration with us? Suyu, it appears that spending time with this fool has dulled your wits. Would Hongye Group ever consider partnering with someone like you?" Elchin dismissed her words as mere fabrications. Chapter 77. Opportunity knocks. Lin Ze, however, was disinclined to waste words on him. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, Shen Shui answered. "Why are you calling me at this hour?" "What is the matter?" Lin Ze switched the call to speaker mode. "I would like to inquire whether Hongye Group is truly planning to sign a contract with Yuanyang Group." On the other end, Shen Shui sounded surprised. "How did you know we just finalized the negotiation? The head of Yuanyang Group is currently at our office." Lin Ze's tone grew icy. "The project you are about to sign was originally with Su Group. They intend to terminate the contract only to latch onto you afterward. I believe you should be informed to prevent any disruption in our company's collaboration." Upon hearing this, Shen Shui panicked. "This project is overseen by my father. He is likely unaware of this situation. I will inform him immediately. Yuanyang Group will not be able to collaborate with us, not on my watch." With that, she hung up abruptly. Beside him, Zhao Peng was already restless. Was that truly someone from Hongye Group? After receiving confirmation, Zhao Peng's anger flared. He turned to Elchin. "I can't believe I was foolish enough to trust you." The situation had become clear. Hongye Group indeed had a partnership with Su Group, and even from Shen Shui's tone, it was evident that Hongye Group was actively courting Suyu. If they were to shamelessly persist, it would be tantamount to throwing money away. Elchin stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. This cannot be. How could someone so inept possibly have any ties to Hongye Group? That person might have been a plant. Convincing him that Lin Ze was capable was an impossible feat, yet reality soon delivered a harsh blow. A phone call came through to Elchin's mobile. From General Manager Su of Hongye Group, Shen Shui's father. "You previously mentioned wanting to collaborate with our company, but failed to disclose that this project had already been assigned to Su Group. We have significant cooperation on both sides. I cannot betray my partner. Please seek another opportunity. The other party's stance was unwavering, showing no leniency towards Elchin. The current situation was clear, the disparity evident. Zhao Peng shot a furious glare at Elchin before turning to Su Yu. General Manager Su, I must have been bewitched to agree to this matter. Our companies have collaborated for some time, and I hope you can overlook my involvement today. Su Yu sighed deeply. The conflict between the two companies had indeed become quite ugly. However, to terminate the collaboration would result in substantial losses for herself. Su Yu was not naive. She understood the stakes. Zhao General, I am aware. As long as the contract remains unsigned, we will not reach that point. A look of joy spread across Zhao Peng's face. That is reassuring. I thank you. As the matter seemed to resolve, Lin Ze seized the opportunity to retaliate. Zhao General, you appear to be a genuine and honest individual. I trust you would not commit such a morally reprehensible act. Perhaps it would be wise to review your company's internal members to avoid similar troubles in the future. Elchin's face turned a shade of pale. Rendered speechless as he walked out, Zhao Peng understood the implication and could only nod in agreement. Regarding Elchin, Zhao Peng was filled with grievances. I am in the transportation industry and have only just begun to expand into other areas. I truly need this person. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's interest peaked. Are you saying Yuanyang Group has a transportation division? Is there a possibility for passenger service? Zhao Peng was puzzled by Lin Ze's inquiry, but nodded nonetheless. I originally built my fortune in transportation and have dabbled in passenger services. However, the local market is limited, and there is no need for further expansion. This was quite the serendipity. Lin Ze had just promised Xiaqing to assist in connecting with a passenger service company, and now Zhao General had conveniently offered himself. In the presence of Su Yu, some matters were better left unsaid, so Lin Ze exchanged contact details with him. After Zhao General departed, Su Yu curiously inquired, why were you asking about the passenger service? Our company has no plans in that area. To this, Lin Ze simply smiled. It never hurts to know a few more people. One never knows when such connections may come in handy. Observing Lin Ze's demeanor, Su Yu could not help but express, you have indeed changed. Are you becoming more likable? Lin Ze deliberately leaned closer to her, a mischievous smile dancing in his eyes. He aimed to bridge the distance between them. Now, Su Yu's fondness for him had risen to 70%. As long as one exerts a little more effort, it is certain that a higher level of affection can be garnered from Su Yu. Mr. Su, how are matters resolved? However, at that moment, the door to the reception room was abruptly pushed open from the outside. The secretary entered, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she immediately understood and quickly turned away. I apologize, I was unaware of your presence. Su Yu was also taken aback and hurriedly pushed Lin Ze aside. The level of affection remained unchanged. Please do not misunderstand. There is nothing between us. Su Yu lightly cleared her throat and, within a mere second, regained her composure. Mr. Zhao has already departed, and our business has not been affected, so there is no need for concern. After speaking, Su Yu cast a glance at Lin Ze. I merely lost my balance earlier. Vice President Lin was only assisting me, nothing more. The secretary, naturally, did not inquire further. Soon, the two of them departed. Lin Ze remained in the classroom, feeling quite awkward. What a splendid opportunity, only to be disrupted by others. A subtle unease stirred within him. Yet, he refrained from voicing any complaints. Acknowledging that he had already gained enough and should not be too greedy, he soon recalled the task entrusted to him by Xiaqing. As evening fell, they found themselves at a seaside restaurant. Zhao Peng walked alongside Lin Ze, his expression filled with astonishment. President Lin, you must be joking. Who isn't aware of the Xia family's project? Zhao Peng had previously considered the opportunity. Chapter 78. Has she truly developed feelings? Lin Ze had only mentioned there was business, and Zhao Peng had come with the expectation of making a profit. Now, upon realizing it was the Xia family's project, a sense of regret washed over him. Lin Ze seemed to discern Zhao Peng's thoughts. However, Lin Ze's confidence in the project was unwavering. Noticing the worry etched on Zhao Peng's face, Lin Ze decided to reassure him. As long as you are willing to facilitate this, if the project fails, I will compensate you 300 million. That should suffice, correct? How much? Zhao Peng's eyes widened in surprise. You cannot be serious. Lin Ze shot him a glance. Do I appear to be the kind of person who would jest? Upon reflection, it made sense. Lin Ze had previously engaged in business deals worth billions. If he promised something, it would undoubtedly be substantial. A smile quickly returned to Zhao Peng's face. No problem. As long as the Xia family agrees, I guarantee we will sign the contract. With Zhao Peng secured, the remaining matters would be straightforward. Soon, Lin Ze arrived in the lobby. Miss Xia has already reserved a private room upstairs. Please follow me. The manager personally escorted them to the entrance of the private room. Upon entering, Lin Ze discovered that he was not the only guest present. Xia Hongtian was also there. Upon seeing Lin Ze, a hint of a smile graced Xia Hongtian's expression. Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Upon Lin Ze's entrance, Xia Hongtian spoke first. Truly a seasoned businessman. Even amidst the crisis facing his own enterprise, Xia Hongtian's demeanor remained unruffled, exuding an air of calmness. Lin Ze took a moment to compose himself, shook hands with the other man, and remarked, I did not expect you to be here today. Xiaqing has always performed admirably in her studies, but this being her first investment, she lacks experience and has been outmaneuvered, resulting in the current predicament. Xia Hongtian said, raising his gaze to meet Lin Ze's. I trust that Mr. Lin is a person of integrity and would not engage in such unscrupulous behavior, would you agree? Truly astute. This compliment not only flattered himself, but also subtly alluded to the potential for future conflicts over financial matters between Xia Qing and himself. However, he seemed to overlook one crucial detail, Lin Ze's capabilities. He was never short of funds. This is Mr. Zhao from Oceanic Group. I have briefly discussed the situation with him, and he has agreed to collaborate. Xia Qing looked at Lin Ze with surprise. On one hand, she did not anticipate Lin Ze possessing such capabilities. On the other, she felt a tinge of unease. The Oceanic Group's standing in the local market was not particularly high. It could only be considered a second-tier company. Entrusting her family's business to a second-tier enterprise was truly a gamble. Yet, at this moment, revitalizing the project was of utmost importance. Xia Qing had no choice but to acquiesce. Shortly thereafter, laughter erupted from within the private room. Zhao Peng was beaming with delight. Not only due to the Xia family's project, but also because of Lin Ze's 300 million safety net. Who wouldn't desire such an opportunity in business? Zhao Peng left first, leaving only the three of them in the room. If it had been just Xia Qing, Lin Ze might have hesitated to depart. However, with Xia Hongtuan's presence, he felt somewhat out of place. Lin Ze promptly stood up. Now that the matters have been discussed, I believe I should take my leave. Just as he prepared to exit, Xia Hongtian called out to him. Mr. Lin, there's no rush. I came not only to facilitate this collaboration for Xiaoqing, but also to have a conversation with you. With me? Lin Ze was taken aback. Instinctively glancing at Xiaoqing. For some reason, a rosy hue had graced her cheeks. The affection level had not increased. It was unlikely she had developed feelings for him. Lin Ze pondered internally. For now, he could only remain. My daughter has been raised in luxury and lacks experience in this regard. She will likely need to learn from Mr. Lin. Your previous collaboration with the Su Group has already pleasantly surprised me, and I had not anticipated that you would assist Xiaoqing so much. I truly have no words to express my gratitude. Xiao Hongtian looked up, his eyes sparkling as they met Lin Ze's. Mr. Lin, do you have a girlfriend? This question caused Lin Ze to feel a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Why was this question surfacing again? Just days prior, Suyu had posed the same inquiry. However, now that he had agreed to act as Suyu's boyfriend, he found himself at a loss when confronted with this question again. Please do not misunderstand. I mean no offense. I merely believe our families share a connection, and you and Xiaoqing might start as friends. Dad, before Xia Hongtian could finish his thought, a deeper shade of red appeared on Xiaoqing's face. Why must you inquire about such private matters? Wasn't it agreed that today was to discuss business? I am merely considering your future. You have reached an age where marriage is on the horizon. The blush on Xiaoqing's face intensified, and she ceased her objections. Xiaoqing affection level 5. Current affection level 40. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Ze was momentarily stunned. Had Xiaoqing truly developed feelings for him? Otherwise, why would her affection level rise so rapidly? As long as his relationship with Suyu is not genuine, engaging normally with Xiaoqing would not be a detrimental affair. Miss Xia is indeed charming. Anyone would treat her well. If you do not mind, we could begin as friends. Xia Hongtian was elated, promptly instructing the waiter to bring fine wine. Regardless of the business aspect or your attentiveness to Xiaoqing, I must express my sincere gratitude. Xia Hongtian raised his glass in a toast, and Lin Ze, feeling unable to refuse, lifted his glass in return. Before long, a hint of warmth crept to Lin Ze's cheeks as the scene before him began to blur. Xia Hongtian was thoroughly enjoying himself. As he watched Lin Ze's figure fade into the distance, the previous haze of inebriation vanished. Xiaoqing, I must say, this Lin Ze appears quite promising. What do you think? Chapter 79. A familiar encounter. Xiaoqing fell into a moment of silence, yet she refrained from outright rejection, which spoke volumes. Xia Hongtian discerned his daughter's thoughts. If you truly end up with Lin Ze, it would be beneficial for both you and the company. I have a premonition that if Lin Ze can be of service to us, the Xia family will swiftly reclaim our former glory. After saying this, Xia Hongtian seemed to have a sudden realization. However, if he still possesses substantial financial resources, we might ascend even higher. Initially, Xiaoqing harbored a flicker of sentiment, but Xia Hongtian's words extinguished her thoughts entirely. Dad, feelings are feelings, and business is business. I do not wish to conflate the two. Observing his daughter's resolute stance, Xia Hongtian chose not to press her further. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, and Lin Ze finally regained consciousness. The effects of alcohol had largely dissipated. He never imagined he would one day find himself inebriated from red wine. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Upon answering, he quickly recognized Suyu's voice. Where are you? Perhaps still under the influence of alcohol, Lin Ze detected a hint of tenderness in her tone, albeit faint. It was understandable, for Suyu was the one with whom he had the highest rapport among all his pursuits. I'm still at home resting. What is up? His voice carried traces of fatigue. To avoid incurring Suyu's ire, he even glanced at the clock. There was still an hour until work commenced. Send me your location. I'll come pick you up, she said. Lin Ze was taken aback. You're coming to get me? Suyu wished to clarify that she did not want Lin Ze to misunderstand. The Xia Group had already signed the contract, and construction at the World Trade Center was set to commence. They could not afford to keep others waiting. He promptly sent her his location. After hanging up, he changed into clean clothes and descended to wait. Siyu arrived remarkably quickly, driving the very car he had gifted her. Clad in work attire, she exuded an air of a formidable woman. However, upon entering the vehicle, Suyu's inquiries began. Have you turned the hotel into your home? There was a hint of skepticism in her gaze. One cannot falter, Lin Ze thought. Anyone would react in such a manner upon hearing this news. Previously, I shared an apartment with someone else. Now that I have funds, it would be impractical to remain in such a place. I have yet to choose my residence, so I'm making do for now. After all, his bank account was quite healthy. Suyu's expression shifted subtly, as if she had her own opinions regarding Lin Ze's explanation. In the next moment, she pressed the accelerator and sped off. We'll head to the Xia Group first and meet with their staff before inspecting the site. Suyu's decisiveness was commendable. She had already formulated a plan of action in such a short time. Lin Ze nodded, recognizing that following Suyu's lead was indeed the wisest choice. Having visited the Xia Group several times, Lin Ze was quite familiar with the environment. Upon entering, Siyu encountered Xia Hongtian's secretary. Mr. Su, you've arrived. Mr. Xia is currently in a meeting upstairs. The project manager will join us shortly. Would you like to wait in the reception area? Siyu accepted the secretary's invitation, but Lin Ze had no intention of moving from the lobby. I dislike the trivial pleasantries that follow introductions. I'll remain here. The primary reason was his desire to avoid encountering Xia Hongtian, who had recently shown an inclination to entrust his daughter to Lin Ze. Should Xia Hongtian witness him and Siyu in close proximity, it would undoubtedly lead to unwarranted speculation. He had yet to successfully pursue any woman and needed to exercise utmost caution. You truly want to join me? Siyu was taken aback. No. I'll wait here for you. We'll all depart shortly. Fortunately, Siyu did not harbor doubts and promptly ascended with the secretary. Meanwhile, Lin Ze sat on a bench, musing. I have garnered affection from many yet have failed to win over any. At this rate, when will I earn the System S rewards? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a figure stepped through the entrance. A man, dressed in simple attire, spoke with a tone of ingratiation. In stark contrast, his companion was impeccably suited, clearly a member of the company's management. Zhang Hao, I must say, at your age, how can you lack ambition? Your mind is filled with thoughts of women. If you were truly accomplished, what kind of woman wouldn't you attract? Zhang Hao, is this not the former roommate who looked down upon me? Lin Ze had intended to part amicably before moving out, but Zhang Hao seemed intent on making life difficult for him. Lin Ze had not indulged him, having dealt with him thoroughly through their landlord. What had become of Zhang Hao thereafter was unknown to Lin Ze. Unexpectedly, their paths crossed again here. Zhang Hao was preoccupied with his own affairs, completely unaware of Lin Ze's presence nearby. Yes, cousin, you were right. But this girlfriend is genuinely different from the last. We are planning to marry. She said as long as I buy a house and secure a stable job, she will marry me. He spoke with a sycophantic smile. Who doesn't he know the Xia Group offers high salaries? If you could arrange a job for me, I would be eternally grateful. Observing his ineffectual cousin, Zhang Yang could only sigh. All right, you wait here. With that, Zhang Yang headed upstairs. To arrange employment for someone, he would need to consult the HR department beforehand. Moreover, Zhang Hao was lacking in qualifications. Without prior groundwork, the Xia Group would never consider hiring such a useless individual. At that moment, Zhang Hao was in high spirits. Now that I have a stable job, Ting Ting and I can finally marry. A wave of joy surged within him. Chapter 80. How dare you speak to me? The previous animosities between the two men flooded Zhang Hao's mind. Remembering the night he had awkwardly moved out with his girlfriend from their rental, a surge of anger ignited within him. He could not believe Lin Ze was present here. Zhang Hao strode forward. I can't believe you're here. What are you doing? Surely, you're not seeking employment? Lin Ze merely glanced at him, choosing to ignore his presence. Zhang Hao assumed his guess was correct, and his tone turned condescending. With your current state, do you even look in the mirror? How could the Xia Group tolerate someone as useless as you? Upon finishing, he seemed to realize something and laughed. But if you're applying for a position as a security guard or cleaner, that might be a different story. With your capabilities, that's all you could manage. From your words, it seems you wouldn't even qualify for the cleaning staff here, considering they don't accept garbage. What did you say? At Lin Ze's retort, Zhang Hao's eyes flared with anger, his fists clenching tightly. I shall be candid with you. My cousin holds a leadership position here, and I aspire to work in this establishment. A mere word from me could secure that. You ought to kneel and plead with me immediately, for I could persuade him to arrange a security position for you. Otherwise, your job search today will be futile. Observing Zhang Hao's arrogant demeanor, Lin Ze found it utterly laughable. He had anticipated that, following their previous encounter, this individual might exhibit some growth. To his dismay, he remained as foolish as ever. How dare you, a mere waste, presume to converse with me? Lin Ze scoffed. If you do not kneel and apologize today, you shall not remain. As Zhang Hao continued to escalate his insolence, Lin Ze could not help but let out a cold laugh. It seems you lack the capability to enforce such threats. Were it not for your apparent incompetence, I would be intrigued to witness your supposed authority. Just then, Zhang Yang descended the stairs, holding personnel forms in his hand. This is what I specifically requested for you. You shall commence in the sales position. This role offers considerable bonuses, and if you perform well, earning 10,000 a month is quite attainable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a rush of excitement. This essentially meant he had secured the position. His gaze toward Lin Ze now bore a hint of arrogance. You chose to forfeit this opportunity, so do not blame me. With that, he promptly leveraged his connections. His cousin had previously been his roommate, and their relationship had never been amicable. He had even attempted to undermine Lin Ze in front of their landlord. Now, the audacity of this fool to seek employment here was intolerable. Upon learning that his cousin had been bullied, Zhang Yang's expression darkened significantly. Rest assured, anyone who wrongs you shall face consequences, he began, but his words faltered as he met Lin Ze's piercing gaze. The man's eyes widened in shock. Vice President Lin? Zhang Yang could scarcely believe that the trash his cousin spoke of was indeed Lin Ze. This was the vice president of the Su Group, a newly secured partner. If he were to expel Lin Ze, his own future would be uncertain. Regrettably, Zhang Hao's intellect failed him, for he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Instead, he arrogantly assumed that his cousin's position afforded him superiority over Lin Ze. What did I tell you, Lin Ze? If you do not apologize, this will be your outcome. Yet, in the next moment, he received a resounding slap to the back of his head. Cousin, why did you hit me? I strike you for your utter ignorance. Zhang Yang then hastily approached Lin Ze, his voice dripping with sycophancy. His smile was more grotesque than sorrowful. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. My cousin is rather dim-witted and must have mistaken you for someone else. Please do not hold it against him. He shot a fierce glare at Zhang Hao. If your eyesight is faulty, seek a doctor. This is Vice President Lin of the Su Group. Someone of his stature would never share a residence with you. Do not entertain such foolish notions. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Lin Ze, but failing to articulate a single word. What nonsense. If he is truly Mr. Lin, then I am Zhang the Great. Zhang Yang's eyes bulged with exasperation, his frustration palpable. Given his limited intellect, accepting this new reality was likely beyond him. Zhang Yang now had no choice but to appease Lin Ze. He proceeded to tear the personnel forms into shreds before Zhang Hao's eyes. Seeing his opportunity vanish, Zhang Hao panicked. Cousin, did you not say you would arrange a job for me? Why have you torn up my application? You have offended Mr. Lin. How can I possibly safeguard your interests? Witnessing his cousin's fear, Zhang Hao began to grasp that Lin Ze might genuinely be a significant figure. His gaze shifted to Lin Ze with a mixture of astonishment. Mr. Lin, is this true? He felt as if he were still ensnared in a dream. Meanwhile, Lin Ze chuckled coldly. I trust one need not elaborate on my connections with the Xia Group. You must extend me some courtesy next week. I never anticipated that a mere supervisor would condone such insolence from his brother. At that moment, Zhang Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Ze had no inclination to waste further words. You desire employment, do you not? I can offer you that chance, but you must begin at the janitorial level. Should you refuse, you shall depart with him. He had already invested considerably in the Xia Group's project. Maintaining a semblance of authority and dismissing an individual was still within his means. Zhang Yang immediately acquiesced, dragging Zhang Hao away. This cannot be happening. How can this be? Zhang Hao struggled to comprehend the situation. Just then, Su Yu descended the stairs and approached Lin Ze. Shall we? Lin Ze nodded, deliberately wrapping an arm around Su Yu's waist in front of Zhang Hao. A blush crept across Su Yu's cheeks. What are you doing? There are others present. Though she protested, Lin Ze heard the system's notification. Su Yu's affection level 2, current affection level 72. Chapter 81. Spare me the pretense. Women often indulge in contradictions. Though her heart brimmed with affection for him, her words belied her feelings. What, is that unacceptable? Lin Ze murmured. Su Yu's blush deepened. Yet she showed no inclination to push him away. Perhaps through their recent interactions, her heart had indeed been swayed by Lin Ze. Now, when gazing upon him, she felt no revulsion, but rather a fluttering sensation within. This intimate moment did not escape Zhang Hao's notice. Witnessing Lin Ze embrace such a stunning beauty, he could not deny a twinge of envy. Zhang Yang's mood soured further. Had it not been for his troublesome cousin, he would not have nearly offended a significant figure like Lin Ze. His tone turned icy. Who else could it be? Let me inform you. The person you just offended wields considerable influence. 2 projects of the Xia Group are tied to Lin Ze. You have truly landed us in hot water today. What influence? Did you not see how he interacted with Su Yu? Perhaps Lin Ze is just a pretty face riding on the coattails of the wealthy. Zhang Hao stubbornly clung to the belief that Lin Ze's wealth derived from Su Yu. He refused to acknowledge Lin Ze's true capabilities. Although Zhang Yang was also perplexed by Lin Ze's affluence, he understood one thing. The latter's status far surpassed his own. If he did not heed Lin Ze's words, retaining his position as a supervisor would be precarious. Zhang Hao, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Cousin, you truly expect me to clean toilets? What other option is there? If you refuse to clean, it is I who will be unemployed. Zhang Hao seethed internally, cursing Lin Ze vehemently, wishing he could retaliate immediately. Yet, the very person he scorned was already heading to the construction site, accompanied by Su Yu. The Xia Group's ambitions were grand, standing on the expansive land. Lin Ze finally comprehended the magnitude of the project. Such a vast area was to be developed by them. Presently, financial concerns were the least of Lin Ze's worries. He merely pondered how long it would take to complete the construction of such a large expanse. When do you anticipate this site will be completed? A secretary of Xia Hongtian inquired promptly. Based on our calculations, it should be finished by next summer. The speed of progress was indeed commendable. Lin Ze murmured to himself. So, does this mean we can start reaping profits by summer? Indeed, but the project has yet to commence. These are merely tentative plans that will ultimately depend on actual circumstances. No sooner had he finished speaking than a man's voice echoed from a distance. I thought my brother was capable, but I never imagined he'd be collaborating with a second-rate company. Isn't that just handing over our money? The tone was laced with disdain. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Who is this person? They are, after all, partners in this project. Even if respect is not warranted, derision is unwarranted. Following the sound, Lin Ze spotted a man in a suit, exuding an air of arrogance, likely in his 40s. Though he bore some resemblance to Xia Hongtian, his demeanor was entirely different. Noticing Lin Ze's gaze, Xia Guangchuan sneered. What? Did I say something wrong? The secretary's expression soured, yet she suppressed her displeasure. The project partners have been selected. As personally determined by President Xia, it would be prudent for you to refrain from further comments, lest they negatively impact the company. Don't try to intimidate me. Xia Guangchuan scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. I am a member of the Xia family. This is our business. Am I not allowed to express my opinion? The secretary's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Xia Guangchuan stepped closer to Suyu. You seem quite young and likely unaware of the complexities of the Xia family. Now, while the investment is still minimal, it would be wise for you to withdraw. If you hinder my profits, don't blame me for taking action. His gaze remained condescending. Many of the Xia family's previous partners had been deterred by his demeanor. Judging by Su Yu's appearance, persuading her to withdraw should not be a difficult task. From the implications of your words, it seems you would not mind if I called President Xia to discuss this matter in person? Lin Ze interjected suddenly, irritation flashing in his eyes. His tone was resolute. Regardless of the outcome, he was an investor in this project. It was naive to think he could be dismissed with mere words. Lin Ze's voice was firm as he fixed his gaze on Xia Guangchuan. Xia Guangchuan had not anticipated anyone would dare to challenge him, let alone a young man. His eyes narrowed, glinting with menace. You truly are unaware of your own limitations. Do you even know who you're speaking to? Does it matter who you are? All I know is my project. I don't need others meddling. With that, Lin Ze turned to the secretary. I believe it's time to clear the area. Having this man here will only dampen my spirits. The secretary nodded in agreement and gestured to Xia Guangchuan. Please leave. You are hindering our business. You dare to dismiss me? Am I hearing you correctly? Xia Guangchuan looked as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Yet, seeing their seriousness, the coldness in his expression intensified. Your name is Lin Ze, right? You better watch yourself. If you oppose me, you shall not fare well. Lin Ze, however, remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of disdain. Do you not understand? I am allowing you to leave. Must I summon President Xia to resolve this? Just as Lin Ze had anticipated, this tactic proved effective. Chapter 82. Temporary Experience Package received. Xia Guangchuan's gaze remained fierce, but he had no intention of lingering. I genuinely thought this fellow was formidable. Yet it took just a few words to settle him. Lin Ze observed Xia Guangchuan's retreating figure, an air of contempt in his voice. President Xia, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The secretary hurried to Lin Ze's side, offering quiet reassurance. The Xia family has had internal strife for years. President Xia has been quite troubled by this situation. It would be wise not to stoop to his level. She then swiftly organized matters. Lin Ze dismissed the earlier incident as a minor interruption, believing it would soon be forgotten. However, Siyu appeared anxious, her expression grave, as if lost in thought. Once the car door closed, Siyu could no longer contain herself. You really shouldn't have stood up for me. I am, after all, the primary responsible party. He wouldn't dare to act against me. Siyu was evidently still contemplating Xia Guangchuan's words. I've heard whispers of discord within the Xia family. Many partners have been inexplicably threatened, leading to premature termination of collaborations. As she spoke, her expression shifted subtly. Xia Guangchuan must possess some genuine ability to act so brazenly. Lin Ze, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Who invited him to provoke trouble? Besides, how could I tolerate such insults directed at you? Siyu had become the woman with whom Lin Ze felt the strongest connection. He sensed that with just a bit more effort, Siyu would soon relent. At that moment, not only would he receive system rewards, but he would also have a beautiful companion by his side. For any man, this was an irresistible allure. At this critical juncture, anyone who dared to disrupt his plans would be considered an adversary, and Lin Ze would never allow that. Look at you. What harm can a few words do? Siyu remarked, though her mood evidently brightened. Lin Ze replied earnestly, rest assured, you need not concern yourself with this matter. If he dares to trouble you, I will be the first to deal with him. Siyu's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 82. Siyu has entered the ambiguous phase. Subsequent affection levels will double. System reward, a piece of warrior's biscuit. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. So, entering the ambiguous phase comes with rewards. Just then, the car came to a stop at the curb. Lin Ze checked his pocket and indeed found an additional biscuit. What purpose does this warrior's biscuit serve? Lin Ze silently inquired. Soon, the system's voice resonated once more. Warrior's biscuit. The user will possess heightened combat prowess for 10 minutes. allowing them to evade all harm. Wow, this biscuit holds such power. Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement, but he quickly realized his premature joy. This was no reward. It was merely a temporary ability experience package. It could only provide a brief thrill for 10 minutes, and with only one biscuit in his possession, it was clear that he could not use it carelessly. Lin Ze murmured to himself. "See you curious," inquired. "What did you just say?" "Nothing much." Just then, the traffic light turned green, and Lin Ze pressed the accelerator, driving straight to the company. Meanwhile, at the company entrance, Li Xingyue stood by the door, overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the impressive building. Truly, it was a grand company. Even the office building exuded magnificence. From a distance, she spotted Lin Ze's car approaching, her eyes lighting up. Once they both exited their vehicles, she eagerly approached. "Long time no see." Upon hearing Li Xingyue's voice, Lin Ze was taken aback. "What brings you here?" The last time he saw Li Xingyue was outside her apartment. With all the company matters weighing heavily on him, he hadn't expected her to seek him out. Li Xingyue wore a warm smile. "Of course, I came here to discuss something with you." As she spoke, her gaze swiftly landed on Suyu in the passenger seat. Li Xingyue's smile faded slightly. "This is Suyu, my boss," Lin Ze introduced naturally, aware that it was not the right time to disturb. Suyu merely nodded at Li Xingyue as a form of greeting. "You two carry on. I must head upstairs now." Once Suyu left, Li Xingyue couldn't help but admire. "I didn't expect your female boss to be quite stunning. You mentioned you had something to discuss with me? Speak quickly then." It wasn't that Lin Ze lacked patience. He simply wished to avoid any misunderstanding from Suyu. This was the prime moment for his own strategy. If Suyu misconstrued his intentions as being flirtatious with another woman, it would complicate his efforts to gain her favor. Fortunately, Li Xingyue was genuinely anxious at that moment. "Could you assist me in securing a position at your company?" "What?" For a brief moment, Lin Ze thought he had misheard. "You must be joking." He was well aware that Li Xingyue had previously held a job. A look of helplessness quickly crossed her face. "I'm not joking. I might soon find myself unemployed." Seeing the pitiful expression on her face stirred Lin Ze's curiosity. Li Xingyue sighed in resignation, prompting Lin Ze to lead her to a nearby CAF where they could converse more freely and, importantly, without being seen by Suyu. After taking a sip of her coffee, Li Xingyue's frustration surged again, her eyes nearly blazing with indignation. "It's truly unfortunate for me. Our business partner has taken a liking to me. Despite my attempts to decline, he insisted on my company during his visits to the company. Last time, he even crossed the line with me. Just thinking about it makes me feel utterly revolted, as though I need to disinfect myself with alcohol. Today he approached me again, even more brazenly, under the guise of business, inviting me to dinner and even bringing a room key. It's no wonder I'm in such a bind. Any woman would be distressed in this situation. I have no other options, that's why I sought your help. If you truly are the vice president of the Su Group, you could surely arrange a reliable position for me." Li Xingyue's tone carried an almost pleading note. However, Lin Ze declined without a moment's hesitation. "That's not appropriate. When I first took office, I already arranged a position for Su Xiaoyu, even giving her a team leader role. That incident even reached Suyu's ears. But I managed to smooth things over. If I were to arrange another person in the company, I couldn't be certain Suyu would be pleased. Besides, Li Xingyue's status presents its own complications. She is also a target of my affections. Having all my targets in one place could lead to inevitable troubles." Lin Ze clenched his teeth, resolutely refusing to assist. "I have a good education and work experience. I wouldn't be a burden to the company." Li Xingyue was still fighting for her opportunity, but Lin Ze remained steadfast in his refusal. "Forget it. If you want help, I'll just pretend I never approached you." Her tone turned cold, and her expression was one of distress. Lin Ze felt a twinge of unease. If Li Xingyue were to misunderstand him, it could lead to a significant drop in her affections, rendering all his previous efforts futile. Thankfully, his mind worked quickly, and he devised a plan. "It's not that I doubt your capabilities, but the Su Group is currently overwhelmed with its own matters. The original team may need to be restructured, which would complicate things if you join now." Noticing Li Xingyue was about to interject, Lin Ze swiftly redirected the conversation. "Aren't you looking to avoid harassment? I can resolve that for you, ensuring you can work at the company without worry." A flicker of surprise crossed Li Xingyue's eyes. "You have that ability?" Lin Ze shot her a glance. "What, do you doubt me?" "No," she smiled. "It's not that I doubt you. I just worry about whether you can handle it." "How could this be difficult?" With Lin Ze's confidence, Li Xingyue felt considerably reassured. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, her manager's voice came through, reprimanding her without preamble. "Li Xingyue, where have you been?" Her expression soured, and she retorted, "I didn't want to see him at the company, so I stepped out for some fresh air. Do you understand who he is? If he is interested in you, consider it your good fortune. Don't be ungrateful." The manager's harsh words were infuriating, even to Lin Ze, who found it quite displeasing to hear. "Enough with the games. Just give me a straight answer. Are you going to this dinner or not?" Li Xingyue felt like she might explode from the frustration, her grip on the phone trembling as she fought the urge to hang up. Fortunately, Lin Ze was watching her closely and gave her a knowing look. She forced herself to suppress her anger. Now was not the time to blow up. Resolving the issue was paramount. When she spoke again, her tone was noticeably calmer. "I understand. You just want me to accompany you to dinner. I'll go. Upon hearing her agree, the man's voice softened significantly. That's more like it. Don't worry. Once the contract is signed, you won't have to deal with this again. Just think of it as doing a favor for the company. Li Xingyue said nothing further and asked for the address. After hanging up, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She looked up at Lin Ze, a hint of worry in her eyes. What now? Lin Ze smiled. What else can we do? We go, of course. Are you really going to let me go? Li Xingyue's eyes widened with disbelief. I thought you might have a better idea. Seeing her about to get angry, Lin Ze quickly reassured her. Don't worry. I'll accompany you. Now that he was the vice president of the Su Group and had just secured a partnership with the Xia family, he had earned a bit of a reputation. As long as he was by Li Xingyue's side, the issue should resolve itself quickly. After all, the other party was in the wrong. How could they possibly make things difficult for him? Seeing Lin Ze willing to accompany her, Li Xingyue finally felt relieved. That's more like it. With her mood slightly improved, Lin Ze seized the moment. This counts as me helping you, right? I can't do this for free. You want to offer me some benefits in return. As he spoke, he intentionally closed the distance between them, his hand almost brushing against hers. She responded with a knowing smile. Rest assured, I will definitely repay you for your assistance. With that, she retrieved some cash from her bag and jotted down an address. Lin Ze was taken aback. What is this? Your compensation. Examining the address, Lin Ze noticed it was not local but rather in the neighboring city of Fanqing. Leaving him puzzled. Xia will be here on a business trip next week. If you truly wish to pursue her, this presents an excellent opportunity. With a playful wink, Li Xingyue remarked, how about that? Not bad intel, huh? Observing Li Xingyue's demeanor, Lin Ze felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. It was rather evident that Li Xingyue was somewhat oblivious, as she had seemingly positioned herself as the sole admirer of Xia. After all, she herself was also an object of pursuit. However, Lin Ze found himself at a loss for words, reluctantly accepting the information. Regardless, he had managed to glean some advantage, making his subsequent pursuit of Xia somewhat easier. As night fell, Lin Ze parked his car in front of a local hotel, examining the structure with a slight frown. Are you certain this is where we are dining? He questioned, unable to suppress his sarcasm. It feels more like a place for rest than a meal. At his comment, Li Xingyue's face flushed a bright red, memories of a previous unsavory encounter flooding her mind. You must help me out later. I do not wish to attract the attention of such a person. In Lin Ze's recollection, Li Xingyue had always been cheerful and optimistic. Witnessing her current state was rather surprising. Chapter 84. I present you with two choices. Lin Ze found the situation somewhat humorous and readily agreed. What is the fuss? It's merely a greasy man who fancies young girls. Given my current status, a simple introduction should suffice to resolve this matter. Shortly thereafter, the pair ascended to the upper floor, where Li Xingyue's team leader had already arrived, charming a manager who was lavishing attention on a singular individual. Please wait a moment. She will be here shortly. This project has been in the works for quite some time, but your company's attitude is pivotal. We cannot proceed without everyone present. The manager nodded in understanding, while the team leader hastily retrieved her phone to call Li Xingyue, spotting her from a distance. The leader approached with a mixture of relief and urgency. You finally made it. I was just about to call you, she said in a hushed tone that only they could hear. The success of today's project hinges on you. Please do not act petulantly. Li Xingyue's expression darkened. Is it not the case that a company of your stature can manage a project without sacrificing a young woman's dignity? Lin Ze interjected. The team leader frowned, glancing between Lin Ze and Li Xingyue before letting out a sigh. I understand you are young and beautiful, with a bit of a temper, but consider the circumstances. Bringing your boyfriend to a business meeting is hardly appropriate. Li Xingyue was about to defend herself when Lin Ze stepped in front of her, his gaze resolute. Isn't the essence of business negotiation to engage in dialogue? I intend to uncover just what the obstacle is. With that, he strode toward the man seated at the table. Hello, I am. Upon seeing the man before him, Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Xia Guangchuan. The world truly is small. He had just sparred verbally with him that morning, and now they found themselves face to face again. Xia Guangchuan's expression was equally displeased. Lin Ze, your connections are quite extensive, are they not? This morning, you approached me as the representative of the Su Group about a collaboration. And now you find yourself here engaged in a different sort of business? Lin Ze's demeanor shifted, darkening with displeasure. Who are you calling a mere entertainer? That would be you, Xia Guangchuan retorted, dismissively glancing at Lin Ze. Miss Li, you previously declined my invitation for drinks, yet now you have someone else representing you. I have no interest in men. It would be far better if you came to me directly. With that, he placed a room key on the table, his voice devoid of warmth. I initially wished to be discreet, but given your company's dismissive attitude, I must be forthright. Either you accompany me upstairs tonight, and I will sign the contract, or I shall leave now, ensuring that your company no longer wastes time on such matters. Li Xingyue's complexion paled. The manager continued to offer pleasantries, while the team leader attempted to coax her. What is there to deliberate? Mr. Xia's interest in you is a favor. Do not be ungrateful. Clenching her fists, tears welled in Li Xingyue's eyes. I refuse. What if she chooses neither option? Lin Ze's voice cut through the tension. Xia Guangchuan furrowed his brows. This is not your place to speak. Yet Lin Ze remained unyielding. You are not so young yourself. How can you stoop to prey upon such a youthful girl? Considering your connection to Uncle Xia Qing, sign the contract quietly, and I will refrain from discussing this with President Xia. Otherwise, Lin Ze had expected that invoking Xia Hongtian's name would intimidate him, as it had that morning. However, the moment the words left his lips, he realized he had crossed a line. Xia Guangchuan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes aflame with anger. Do not bring that man into this. Do you truly think I fear him? That morning, Xia Guangchuan had been obliged to show deference to his elder brother over a project. Now, Lin Ze's attempt to leverage that connection against him was a fatal miscalculation. Xia Guangchuan quickly commanded his subordinates, teach this kid a lesson. He then directed a pointed gaze at Li Xingyue. This person is your guest. If I leave him battered and bruised, you will bear the consequences. His meaning was unmistakable. Either Li Xingyue accompanied him upstairs, ensuring a happy resolution, or Lin Ze would pay a steep price. Before Lin Ze could react, two burly men advanced toward him, delivering a punch to his chest. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He coughed several times, feeling as if the very air had been knocked from his lungs. Lin Ze, Li Xingyue panicked. I agree. Is that not sufficient? How much easier it would have been to agree sooner, sparing this boy from such suffering, Xia Guangchuan scoffed, grabbing Li Xingyue's hand as he began to lead her upstairs. Regret flooded Li Xingyue's heart. Had she known, she would have resigned immediately to avoid dragging Lin Ze into this mess. Do not touch her. Lin Ze's voice rang out once more. Xia Guangchuan's expression darkened as he instructed his men. This kid truly does not understand the gravity of his situation. I was prepared to let him go, but since he insists on challenging me, it seems I must teach him a proper lesson. The two men, emboldened by their orders, raised their fists, aiming for Lin Ze's face. Should the blow land, losing a couple of teeth would be the least of his worries. A concussion was a real possibility. Li Xingyue squeezed her eyes shut, too terrified to look. Almost simultaneously, a cry of agony echoed nearby. Yet, the voice did not seem to belong to Lin Ze. Li Xingyue cautiously opened her eyes, gasping at the scene before her. In Chapter 85, the once arrogant brute now lay defeated at Lin Ze's feet. His arm contorted in an exceedingly unnatural position, dislocated. Li Xingyue was taken aback. Who else could have brought him down besides Lin Ze? Hadn't Lin Ze just taken a solid punch from him moments ago? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, another figure nearby let out a mournful wail. Xia Guangchuan frowned deeply. Are you all completely useless? 2 against 1, and you still can't prevail? The two burly men, reprimanded by their boss, could only muster the strength to continue their assault on Lin Ze. Unfortunately, Lin Ze was no longer the same man he had been. At that very moment, as the two brutes prepared to strike, he consumed the cookie rewarded by the system. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, rendering their movement sluggish and filled with openings. This was the absolute might of a martial god. Lin Ze felt a rush of exhilaration. If only this strength could be his permanently. The experience would last a mere 10 minutes, meaning he had to incapacitate these two within that time frame. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground soon enough. With this thought in mind, Lin Ze launched his next attack with unrelenting ferocity. In the eyes of ordinary people, these bodyguards possessed some skill, yet before the absolute power of a martial god, they were but mere ants. It didn't take 10 minutes. Within 3, both men lay defeated, utterly incapable of resistance. Xia Guangchuan stood stunned, unable to utter a word. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, Lin Ze had clearly taken a punch from one of his subordinates. Based on his previous performance, he seemed like an ordinary person. How could he suddenly possess such immense strength? Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Ze had already approached him directly. Lin Ze's expression was devoid of emotion, but his piercing gaze bore down on Xia Guangchuan. Just the intensity of his stare was enough to terrify Xia Guangchuan. He lacked the skill of the bodyguards. If Lin Ze truly struck him, he feared he would not withstand even a couple of blows. Xia Guangchuan struggled to suppress his rising panic, though his voice lacked the confidence it had moments ago. Lin Ze, what do you want? I warn you, I am Xia. Without the Xia family. What are you? Lin Ze had seen through him. This man was driven solely by profit. He could resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, but in a face-to-face confrontation, he was no match for Lin Ze. I offer you 2 choices. Either sign the contract right now, or I will make an example of you. Allowing the media to spread the news of the Xia Group's president's younger brother embroiled in a scandal. Do you think President Xia would let you off the hook? At that moment, Lin Ze exuded a formidable presence. Xia Guangchuan, meeting his gaze, found himself rendered speechless. Lin Ze, you dare to threaten me? And what if I do? Lin Ze's eyes seemed to blaze with intensity. Choose quickly. Despite his displeasure, Xia Guangchuan had no choice but to relent. Fine, I understand. Suppressing his own frustration, Xia Guangchuan ultimately retrieved the contract and hastily signed his name. Lin Ze mimicked Xia Guangchuan's earlier tone. If only you had done this sooner. It would have spared your men from suffering. With matters having escalated to this point, dining together was no longer an option. Xia Guangchuan quickly led his men away. As they reached the door, he couldn't resist casting a fierce glare at Lin Ze. Just you wait. However, he lacked the ability to confront Lin Ze directly and could only retreat. What a waste, Lin Ze scoffed. Lin Ze, are you all right? At that moment, Lin Ze appeared completely unscathed, even exuding a hint of vitality. What could possibly be wrong with me? Seeing Lin Ze had not been harmed, Li Xingyue let out a sigh of relief, her heart swelling with unspoken gratitude. Li Xingyue's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 50. Lin Ze felt invigorated. It seemed his efforts were not in vain. He had garnered quite a bit of goodwill from Li Xingyue. This sensation was truly delightful. So, this contract is signed just like that? If he hadn't spoken up, he might have forgotten about it entirely. His gaze turned fierce, fixing on the manager. How could you, as the manager, allow your female employees to entertain clients in such a manner? You truly are foolish. He then pulled Li Xingyue closer. Let me be clear. I am Lin Ze, the vice president of the Su Group. Surely you've heard of us. Li Xingyue is my friend. If you dare to make her uncomfortable again, you will have to answer to me. I won't let her suffer any more indignities. The Su Group's standing had risen significantly in recent days. The manager had not anticipated that Li Xingyue's companion held such an esteemed position. He could only nod hastily, assuring Lin Ze that such incidents would not recur. Yes, I promise this will not happen again. However, a troubled expression soon crossed the manager's face. But you are aware of Mr. Xia's influence. A small company like ours cannot afford to offend him. What is there to fear? Lin Ze, filled with confidence, replied. If he dares to cause trouble, let him contact me directly. Above all, I will not allow Li Xingyue to suffer any more grievances. Li Xingyue felt deeply touched. Li Xingyue's affection level, 5. Current affection level, 55. Lin Ze's spirit soared, and his smile became increasingly prominent. Excuse me. The hotel manager soon approached the group. Though he wore a smile, a hint of displeasure was evident in his eyes. May I ask who is in charge? Fighting is strictly prohibited in this hotel. And given the damage caused, I must ask you to settle the bill. Naturally, Lin Ze would not let anyone else handle the situation. This was the perfect opportunity to win Li Xingyue's favor. He couldn't very well defeat someone and then leave the mess for others to clean up. Lin Ze quickly followed the manager to the front desk to settle the payment. As he walked forward, Lin Ze felt his energy waning. The 10 minutes were up. His strength had been completely expended, and the pain in his chest intensified. Chapter 86. Misunderstood good intentions. Those two men had indeed been ruthless. Fortunately, his bones were intact. A couple of days of rest would suffice for recovery. Lin Ze swiftly handed over his card. Let's go. Li Xingyue nodded, with the intention of helping others thoroughly. Lin Ze offered her a ride in his car. Lin Ze, I truly appreciate your actions today. Li Xingyue's voice was gentle. It was rare to witness a soft expression on her face. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. Don't think too much of it, Lin Ze interjected. I merely found that fellow's disgusting demeanor intolerable. He truly believed himself to be a deity, daring to harbor ill intentions towards young women. Lin Ze intended to alleviate any guilt Li Xingyue might feel. Yet he failed to realize that the light in her eyes gradually dimmed as she sat in the passenger seat. Regardless, I must thank you. You are a true friend. Rest assured, when you pursue Shi Xia, I will certainly assist you. Lin Ze was taken aback, unaware of her recent verbal misstep. The vehicle soon arrived near Li Xingyue's residence. If you encounter any trouble next time, simply call me. What if I'm not at the office? You'd be left in vain, she remarked, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Are you concerned about me? Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback by Li Xingyue's unexpected comment. I was just joking, she added, pushing open the car door to leave. This woman always seems to misconstrue my good intentions, Lin Ze thought, feeling somewhat disheartened as he sat in the car. Nevertheless, he had successfully raised Li Xingyue's affection level to 55. Although she continuously misinterpreted his feelings for her, the affection level had remained unaffected. Overall, it could be considered a positive outcome. After being struck in the chest by someone from Xia Guangchuan earlier that day, Lin Ze still felt a sharp pain. As for Xia Guangchuan, Lin Ze was unconcerned. He had already offended him, and he was indifferent to the other's thoughts. Once I receive my system rewards, dealing with such individuals will be a trivial matter. With this in mind, Lin Ze lay in bed and drifted into slumber. The gentle sunlight warmed his body, lifting his spirits considerably. In an upscale villa district, Lin Ze's car stopped at the entrance where he leaned against it, patiently waiting. Before long, a striking figure appeared before him, clad in an eye-catching red dress and carrying a suitcase. Clearly, Suyu had made a special effort to dress up today. Her vibrant beauty was almost mesmerizing, making it difficult for Lin Ze to divert his gaze. Normally, Suyu donned work attire at the office, which, while still attractive, paled in comparison to her current ensemble. Lin Ze found himself nearly drooling. Why are you waiting for me here? Suyu asked, her brow slightly furrowed. Lin Ze smiled and quickly took the suitcase from her, placing it in his trunk. I was concerned that waiting directly at your doorstep might lead the neighbors to misunderstand. He replied, you actually care about such things? Without further ado, they both entered the car and headed towards Fan City. Suyu's mood today was hardly cheerful. It felt more akin to encountering troublesome individuals. Is your relationship with your family really that strained? Lin Ze couldn't help but inquire. It's not that simple, Suyu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. They seem intent on making things difficult for me. Observing Suyu's expression, Lin Ze sensed she had much to say but was unsure how to articulate it. Rest assured, if any trouble arises, I will protect you, he assured her. Suyu burst into laughter at his words. You needn't be so anxious. They wouldn't dare confront me at the Su family home. However, as she spoke, Her expression grew serious. If they truly wish to make things difficult for me, your assistance would be of little use. Upon recalling the attitude of Suyu's relatives from their last encounter, Lin Ze empathized with her frustration. If his own relatives behaved as poorly as the Su family, he would certainly dread seeing them. Now, all Lin Ze hoped for was that the head of the Su family would be somewhat amicable. Living in such an environment would inevitably lead to psychological distress. As evening approached, they finally arrived at the Su family's old residence, where several luxury cars were parked outside, indicating that Suyu's relatives had arrived early. Once we go inside, keep your words to a minimum. I know how to handle them, so you advised Lin Ze. She recalled how his previous comments had been rather harsh, which had displeased the Su family. She had refrained from intervening then because it had been on her home turf. With her grandfather still present, it was best to avoid any conflict. Don't worry, I won't initiate any disputes, Lin Ze reassured her. But if they overstep their bounds, I cannot remain passive. This declaration warmed Suyu's heart. As they stepped into the courtyard, the moment they entered the house, a sycophantic voice could be heard. A bespectacled young man was seated before the elder, fawning over him. Beside him was Suyu's aunt, unable to stifle her smile. Look, Ziping is really making progress. His academic performance has been quite good lately. Once he joins the company, he will be a great help, she said. Before she could finish, another voice chimed in with dissent. Sister-in-law, if I recall correctly, Zicheng was at the bottom of his class. If it weren't for you and my brother's willingness to spend money, would he even have made it to university? If he truly joins the company, won't our Su family go bankrupt? Hearing her son being belittled, the woman shot a fierce glare towards the speaker. Suchen, if my memory serves me right, you have your own issues, don't you? How much did you take from the family business for your own ventures? Should I tally it up for you? Don't slander me. Just as the room quieted down for a moment, another argument erupted. Silence. Elder Su shouted, striking the floor with his cane in frustration. Seeing the elder was about to lose his temper, the room fell silent. Look at you all, bickering like this. What kind of behavior is this? The elder's expression turned grave, and the atmosphere became awkward. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to claim any credit in front of him, and even more reluctant to cast blame upon one another. As Siyu stepped through the doorway, her eyes still bore a hint of warmth and a smile. Upon seeing her, the elder's expression softened. Has it always been like this at home? Everyone is just fixated on my meager wealth, he remarked, his tone growing sharper. Meanwhile, the rest of the Su family began to mock Suyu from the sidelines. Lin Ze's expression darkened considerably, although Suyu had warned him beforehand about the family dynamics. Witnessing their scheming firsthand was still disheartening. Who is this lady, Ayu? The elder's gaze landed on Lin Ze, curiosity piqued. I almost forgot to introduce you, Suyu said, her smile unwavering as she pulled Lin Ze closer to the elder. This is my new boyfriend, Lin Ze, who is currently the vice president of our company. Lin Ze maintained a respectful demeanor before the elder. I have heard much about you from Ayu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, he said, his smile exuding the charm of a dutiful young man eager to please the elder. He quickly turned his attention back to Suyu, who appeared somewhat troubled. 3 days, the elder said, seemingly calculating something in his mind before nodding. Suyu agreed. And Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement. Their relationship, while outwardly that of a couple, was more akin to a partnership. The elder was, in essence, providing Lin Ze with an opportunity. Soon, they delivered their luggage to the room, which was impeccably clean. The decor seemed more suited for a young girl. A surprising find in such an old residence. Lin Ze placed the items down, unable to restrain his admiration. Suyu spoke with a calm demeanor. And there was nothing particularly strange about it. This was merely the room where I once resided. I was taken aback to discover that Suyu had such a youthful heart. The walls still bore a few posters, fulfilling my fantasies of a teenage girl. As soon as the door closed, only the two of them remained in the room. A hint of amusement flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. I never imagined the old man would be so open-minded, allowing us to stay together tonight. Suyu cast him a disapproving glance, thinking that he presumed she was his girlfriend. Otherwise, such an arrangement would be impossible. But there was only one bed in this room. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to sleep on the floor, would you? A layer of unnatural crimson suddenly appeared on Suyu's fair face. Lin Ze maintained his cheerful demeanor. After all, I am not accustomed to sleeping on the floor. If it comes to that, they should arrange another room for me. You call that taking advantage of the situation? Well, perhaps it is. Lin Ze seized the opportunity to draw closer to Suyu, his hand naturally resting on her waist. You are now my girlfriend, and it is the old man who arranged for us to sleep together. You don't intend to backtrack, do you? In an instant, the distance between them was diminished. Suyu found herself nestled in Lin Ze's embrace, gazing into his eyes, and an indescribable feeling welled up within her. Stop joking around. Suyu pushed Lin Ze away, saying, I must clarify that we are only temporarily living together for these 2 days. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Her words were serious, yet the telltale blush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Lin Ze chose not to say anything further and soon released her. Just then, a commotion erupted downstairs. The noise was quite significant. Not only did Suyu hear it, but Lin Ze also caught the sound distinctly. His eyes narrowed immediately. Who could that be? Setting aside the issue of whether such ruckus was appropriate at home, it was evident from their conversation that they were directed towards Suyu. Keep your voice down. Must you let her hear this? The remarks from outside grew increasingly unpleasant. Although Suyu was striving to control her temper and not stoop to their level, she could no longer contain herself. She opened the door and descended the stairs, with Lin Ze hurriedly following. While it was unlikely that the Su family would resort to physical confrontation if they uttered some unkind words that upset Suyu, he would have to stand up for her, wouldn't he? In the hall downstairs, a woman sat on the sofa, her expression quite displeased. Upon hearing footsteps from above, she instinctively looked up. Upon realizing it was Suyu, a hint of sarcasm crept into her tone. "Oh, it's you. We were just talking about you." Suyu, recognizing that the woman was her aunt, could only suppress her anger. The man beside her attempted to ease the tension. Chapter 88. Join me for a meal. What nonsense are you spouting? Suyu clenched her fists tightly. Yet, Zhang Fang continued unabated. Am I mistaken? Don't think I don't know. You and this little white-collar worker have been together for only a short time, perhaps pretending to be together just to stake a claim on the family fortune. You couldn't even manage your own company. What makes you think you can take over the family business? You would be better off letting someone else take the position. A girl should focus on preparing for marriage instead. Suyu was infuriated by her words. This was indeed excessive. Even Lin Ze could not remain indifferent. Managing a company should involve a capable person. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fang's arrogance grew. I didn't realize that the little white face you found was quite sensible. Even your own people say so. However, Lin Ze's next remark struck her like a slap. When I entered just now, I heard that your son seems to have only gotten into school through financial means. With his capabilities, can he manage the company's internal affairs? Don't make a fuss and let everyone suffer. Hearing someone dare to belittle her son made Zhang Fang quite furious. Who do you think you are to meddle in our family affairs? You is now my girlfriend, and we are to be married. We will soon be family. Furthermore, aren't you also an outsider? How dare you point fingers here? In the art of argument, Lin Ze certainly had some skill. As expected, just a few sentences left Zhang Fang red-faced. I see you two are truly a nest of snakes and rats. Not a single good person among you. Tomorrow is the old man's birthday. I will settle this score in front of everyone. The man beside her genuinely did not wish to witness his wife humiliate herself further. The old man might not even be asleep yet. If he hears this and punishes us, we will gain nothing. Although Zhang Fang had a fiery temperament, she still needed to consider her son. It seems your earlier concerns were valid. Not many of the Su family members are easy to deal with. Lin Ze couldn't help but express his feelings. At the same time, a twinge of regret settled in his heart. He had been overly optimistic too soon. Given the dire state of relations within the Su family, he should have stayed outside with Suyu. Even sleeping in separate rooms would be preferable to enduring such indignities. He truly wished to avoid them. Suyu took a considerable time to compose herself before turning to Lin Ze with an air of resignation. I am truly sorry for causing you to witness this. It's nothing. Since I am here with you, I am not afraid of trouble. Suyu's anxious heart gradually calmed. Tomorrow is grandfather's birthday. I still need to prepare a gift for him. With that, she made to leave. Lin Ze promptly followed suit. I will accompany you. No. I am visiting an old friend of grandfather's. Grandpa Chun prefers tranquility, and the fewer people, the better. Since it is inconvenient, Lin Ze did not press further. However, shortly after Suyu departed, she went out again. The atmosphere in the Su residence was exceedingly peculiar. As an outsider, it was perhaps best not to get involved. Instead of wasting time observing others' expressions, he would rather find a nearby place to enjoy a hearty meal. Lin Ze quickly drove his flashy car to the city center of Fan City. Along the way, many people cast envious glances his way. Lin Ze affectionately caressed the steering wheel, a smile gracing his eyes. Purchasing this car was undoubtedly one of the best decisions he had ever made. Suddenly, a striking figure caught Lin Ze's attention, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was not that the person was extraordinarily beautiful, but rather that he recognized her. Wasn't that Shen Shixia? What was she doing here in Fan City? As Lin Ze pondered, a series of honks erupted from behind. Fortunately, Shen Shixia had not walked far. She was now striding into a hotel, dragging a suitcase behind her. Oh, right. During his previous meeting with the Xingyue, she had mentioned that Shen Shixia would be going on a business trip, with the destination somewhere in Fan City. At that time, he had been too preoccupied with his own agenda to pay attention. He had even tossed the address into his pocket without a second thought. Thankfully, he encountered her here. Otherwise, he would have missed out on a prime opportunity. With that realization, Lin Ze hurried into the hotel. At that moment, Shen Shixia was checking in at the front desk. The staff examined her identification and then inquired, Miss, would you like a double bedroom? Shen Shixia shook her head. No, just give me the most basic single room. A single room? But you too. The staff looked at them with a hint of skepticism. Two. Shen Shixia was somewhat taken aback. Upon encountering Lin Ze, Shen Shixia was somewhat taken aback. Lin Ze? What brings you here? Of course. I saw you and thought I'd come over to say hello. As he spoke, Lin Ze surveyed the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. The environment here is rather ordinary. Living alone must be inconvenient for you. Perhaps I could help you secure a better room? Shen Shixia quickly realized that he had misunderstood her words and pressed further. I meant, what brings you to Fan City? Having relocated to a different city, the idea of running into him seemed improbable. Lin Ze smiled. You might not believe it, but I'm technically on a business trip. I happened to drive by and thought I'd stop by to greet you. A business trip, indeed. And also to Fan City. Shen Shixia was uncertain whether to consider their frequent encounters as mere coincidence or to question Lin Ze's motives. Miss, are you certain you want a single room? The front desk staff urged. Let me take your luggage upstairs, Lin Ze offered, picking up Shen Shixia's bag and heading up the stairs. Thank you. As she expressed her gratitude, Lin Ze's smile deepened. You don't need to be so polite with me. If you truly wish to thank me, how about joining me for a meal later? Chapter 89. Generosity only towards beauties. Shen Shixia furrowed her brow slightly. Is that how you express gratitude? Lin Ze chuckled. Just a jest. But I genuinely want to treat you to dinner. Observing the playful expression on Lin Ze's face, Shen Shixia found it amusing. After all, they were acquaintances. Being in an unfamiliar city, having a friend to share a meal with seemed quite pleasant. The choice of venue, of course, was left to Lin Ze. In an upscale restaurant, as the waiter presented their meals, Shen Shixia's curiosity about Lin Ze grew. Are you this generous with everyone? She recalled that during their previous dining experiences, Lin Ze had always opted for the most expensive establishments nearby, as if money were of no consequence. Not at all. Lin Ze replied, his smile unwavering. I am only generous towards beauties. This statement, while amusing, held a grain of truth. After all, spending on beautiful women often yielded favorable returns. You are quite an interesting person, Shen Shixia remarked, her mood evidently lifted, a charming smile gracing her lips. I speak the truth, Lin Ze responded earnestly. Who wouldn't appreciate beauty? Now, with the system's enhancements, he could only interact with those of high attractiveness to earn greater rewards. Spending on lovely women was only natural. By the way, you haven't mentioned how long your business trip here will last, Lin Ze inquired with genuine concern. About a week, she replied. A week seemed lengthy. Yet he only had 3 days. Lin Ze pondered how he could manage to win Shen Shixia's favor while not neglecting Suyu. And you? Shen Shixia countered suddenly. 3 days. Such a short time? She raised an eyebrow. Are you genuinely here to handle business matters? It was remarkable how perceptive women could be in such situations. Lin Ze had barely exchanged a few words with Shen Shixia before she almost detected something amiss. If she were to learn that he had come with Suyu and intended to stay with her, he could only imagine her reaction. For the sake of his meager rapport, Lin Ze opted to keep that information to himself. This was also a matter of utmost importance to him. If he could assist Shen Shixia, perhaps he could enhance his favorability further. That should be the case, but the other party is rather difficult to deal with. I sense that progress may not be smooth, Lin Ze noted with excitement, seizing the opportunity. Yet, before he could speak further, Shen Shixia seemed to read his thoughts and half-jokingly said, You're not suggesting that this matter could be entrusted to you? Lin Ze, caught off guard by her insight, chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps you could share some details about the other party. I might have a few connections here. Hearing Lin Ze's inquiry, Shen Shixia could only sigh helplessly. I'm here to negotiate with General Zhang from Fong Yuan Group, but he has matters to attend to tomorrow. I initially intended to arrange a meeting, but now I must wait. What do you think you can do to help me? At her words, Lin Ze's smile faltered. He was unfamiliar with that company. In fact, he had never even heard of it. His acquaintances in Fan City were limited, with the only prominent family he had encountered being Suyu's. However, not knowing them now doesn't mean I want tea in the future. I will keep an eye out for you, he assured. Shen Shixia merely smiled at Lin Ze's response. Lifting her glass, she clinked it gently against his. Then I shall thank you in advance. Shen Shixia's favorability, offline. 3. Current favorability 23. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze felt a surge of satisfaction. If only he truly had some connections in this regard. If he could genuinely assist Shen Shixia, he would undoubtedly gain considerable favor in return. Alas, he was not quite there yet. After their meal, a hint of fatigue crept into Shen Shixia's eyes. During the strategy period, spent 4,000 yuan. Received a 50-fold return of 200,000 yuan. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 200,000 yuan. Current balance. Earning such a sum from a single meal felt like an incredible bargain. She held a suitcase carefully in her hands. Upon spotting Lin Ze, Suyu appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. What's inside? Lin Ze suddenly inquired, curious about what could compel Suyu to personally handle it. Forbidding others from following. It must contain something quite valuable. Suyu replied calmly, Tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. I will present it to him then. As for the contents, she chose not to elaborate. Lin Ze, not wanting to press further, followed her upstairs. The next day, as dawn broke, the Su family bustled with excitement. Members of the family arrived to pay their respects, each radiating joy and exchanging pleasantries. The elder sat amidst them, his gaze sweeping lightly over the crowd. Truly, he embodied the essence of a family patriarch, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Soon after, business associates began to arrive. Mr. Su, here is a birthday gift for you. A man in his 30s presented a pair of golden Qilin statues to the elder. Yet, the elder merely glanced at them, signaling for them to be accepted. Though he wore a smile, it was evident to all that it was merely a superficial relationship. Thank you. That is very thoughtful. Mr. Su, have you considered our company's proposal? The suited man's face was filled with eagerness. However, before he could finish, the secretary intervened. Today is Mr. Su's birthday. Let us not discuss business matters. Manager Liu, please take a seat. With that, he gestured for the man to sit. Not receiving the response he sought, The suited man awkwardly smiled and retreated to the side. Chapter 90, Absolute Trust. The elder's birthday celebration was attended by distinguished guests. Yet, the elder found few among them worthy of his regard. He instructed his secretary, "That should be enough. Let us avoid letting in representatives of ordinary enterprises." As he spoke, the elder gently pressed his temples. After all, he was advanced in age and had recently undergone surgery. Merely being able to partake in the festivities was a feat in itself. The secretary nodded in understanding. The number of guests continued to swell, filling the room with a vibrant atmosphere. As the time approached, Su took down the items she had prepared the day before. "Grandfather, this is a special gift I prepared for you. I hope you will like it." With that, she personally delivered the box to the esteemed elder, Su Azizi. At that moment, Su Azizi's gaze shifted toward Lin Ze, who found himself at a loss for how to respond, merely managing an awkward smile while standing stiffly upright. "I have accepted the gift. As for the subsequent matters, I am well aware of how to proceed," Su Azizi stated, a rare expression of affection gracing his features. Su promptly nodded and handed the box to her grandfather's secretary. However, before it could reach him, another hand intercepted it. "Su, what exactly is in the box you are giving to grandfather? Why are you so reluctant to reveal it to everyone?" Zhang Fang's tone dripped with sarcasm. "This is a gift for grandfather. If he likes it, that is sufficient. Others have no right to criticize," Su retorted, her voice cooling noticeably. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fang immediately placed her hands on her hips, her expression growing colder. How does grandfather know whether he likes it or not when he hasn't even seen what's inside? Besides, the gifts from everyone else are clearly displayed. Does your gift not measure up? Zhang Fang raised her voice deliberately, drawing the attention of many present. Upon hearing the commotion, several guests gathered around. Su's expression darkened. Today is grandfather's birthday. We are all family. Must you make this difficult for me on such an occasion? Who is making it difficult for you? I simply suggested you open the box. What is wrong with that?" Zhang Fang, refusing to relent, called for her son. "Zicheng, bring out the congratulatory gift you prepared for grandfather." Moments later, a young man emerged from the crowd. Su Zicheng, cradling a box in his arms, approached and opened it before everyone. "This is a pair of vases I specially sought out for grandfather, handcrafted by Master Zhang Qianshan." Upon hearing this, the crowd surged closer, buzzing with excitement. "Is it true? Are these really handcrafted by Master Zhang Qianshan? It can't be wrong. Look at the marks on them. This is not something an ordinary person could replicate. This pair of vases must be worth at least 1 million. Su Zicheng felt a swell of pride, while Zhang Fang beamed with satisfaction. For grandfather's birthday, she had truly spared no expense. After all, it was common knowledge that grandfather would be stepping down soon, even if her son couldn't secure the position of CEO. This would still present an opportunity for him within the company. She had calculated the stakes with clarity. Seeing the favorable reaction to Su Zicheng's gift, Su's expression shifted noticeably. As Zhang Fang reveled in her triumph, her gaze turned towards Su, now tinged with mockery. "Su, it's not that I, as your aunt, look down on you. But if you truly had something valuable in that box, why are you so hesitant to reveal it to everyone?" At Zhang Fang's remark, other guests immediately turned their attention to Su's box, curious about what could possibly warrant such caution. Unbeknownst to them, Su's hands had unconsciously clenched into fists. Lin Ze, unable to bear the tension any longer, stepped forward. "My dear, why not open the box for everyone to see? Otherwise, she won't let this go." The situation had become painfully clear. If Su continued to hold onto the box without revealing its contents, she would undoubtedly lose to Zhang Fang. With defeat looming, it was better to unveil the contents and perhaps even turn the tide in her favor. After a moment of contemplation, Su nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand." She promptly placed the box on the table and opened it before the gathered crowd. To their astonishment, a pair of porcelain vases emerged. Su Zicheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su's gift would be of the same category. However, his confidence swiftly returned. His vases were crafted by a renowned master, truly priceless. In contrast, the vases Su presented appeared worn and tattered, with a dull hue and numerous cracks adorning their surface, clearly rendering them inferior. Zhang Fang, eager to seize the opportunity to berate Su, exclaimed, "Su, you have some nerve. On your grandfather's birthday, you claim to present a good gift, yet bring such a shabby item. Don't tell me you consider this a masterpiece. How audacious of you." At that moment, even Lin Ze was taken aback. Although the company had faced difficulties recently, and Su had been unable to afford even a jade bracelet, an item he had gifted her, her circumstances had improved considerably. She should not have made such a blunder. Yet, Lin Ze could see from Su's expression that the vase held deeper significance. "Who says this is worthless?" Lin Ze's voice drew everyone's gaze toward him. Zhang Fang had always dismissed Lin Ze, viewing him merely as Su's trophy. Now, witnessing him defend Su only fueled her disdain. "Then tell me, if this isn't trash, what is it?" Though Lin Ze could not articulate a detailed explanation, he understood that he must not allow Su to be bullied. Chapter 91. The elder's unexpected intervention. Lin Ze's words struck Zhang Fang as sheer folly, prompting a cold laugh from her. "Su, I never realized you found such a protector. I've heard your company was in dire straits. I wondered how you managed to turn a profit. It seems your new project is nothing but a fabrication. And as for this Lin Ze, I've learned he was merely a grassroots employee under your command. Now he is somehow the vice president? How ridiculous. A fraud and a failure. What a perfect match you two make. Take your trash and leave. Don't ruin the celebration. Before she could finish, Sule Azizi, who had been silent until now, suddenly erupted with anger. He slammed his hand on the table, his expression shifting dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Fang, momentarily stunned, attempted to probe Suyu, a smug look plastered on her face. Look, you've incited grandfather's anger. Shouldn't you hurry and take your people away? I'm talking about you. Sule Azizi's eyes blazed with fury. Zhang Fang, bewildered, stammered. Grandfather, you must be mistaken. I merely, don't bring your worthless items before me. Do you think I've never encountered fine treasures? Only someone like you would consider a pair of vases worthy of admiration. As he spoke, Sule Azizi's gaze fell upon the gift from Suyu, his expression softening. This was a dowry brought by my late wife when we married. For many years it has remained in my study. I never expected that in my old age. I would break it last year, thinking I would never see it again. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Despite being the head of the Su family, Sule Azizi had always remained steadfast in matters of the heart. After the passing of the matriarch, the patriarch has spent the years bearing the weight of the entire Su family alone. It is no wonder that this face holds such value in his eyes. The other guests present, like reeds swaying in the wind, quickly shifted their allegiance towards Suyu. It appears that the only gift from the Su family that bears any semblance of worth is this item presented by Suyu. After all, the old patriarch is a prominent figure in the locality. He has encountered many precious treasures and truly believed that presenting a pair of vases worth $1 million would earn him some favor. To not even recognize an item belonging to the late matriarch and dismiss it as trash shows Zhang Fang's audacity. Just moments ago, she was brimming with pride. But now she is flustered, hastily trying to explain her earlier behavior. Please don't be angry. I simply failed to recognize its significance. Enough. What more do you have to say? The old patriarch frowned deeply. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fang felt an acute sense of urgency. She had invested considerable effort into acquiring these vases, all to ensure her son could shine on the old man's birthday. Grandfather. A voice filled with resentment murmured as it approached Zhang Fang, only for the two to hear. Mother, look at what you've done. Now, there is nothing to gain. With the disappointing guest departing, the old patriarch lifted his gaze to Suyu, his eyes filled with affection. I initially thought you had prepared a grand gift for me. How thoughtful of you. It validates my fondness for you over the years. Suyu respectfully bowed to the old man. This pair of vases is your favorite. Now that grandmother is no longer with us, I hope they can remain by your side as a cherished memory. The old patriarch nodded and then turned his attention to Lin Ze. Lin Ze, your recent actions reflect your manhood. You know how to protect your woman. Lin Ze smiled humbly, his words both carefree and natural, unbeknownst to him how deeply they resonated with Suyu. CUS affection level, 10, current affection level, 93. Lin Ze was instantly elated. So soon? With a little more effort, I might fully win over Suyu. Thanks to the old patriarch's timely support. A smile spread across Lin Ze's face. Rest assured, I will treat Suyu well moving forward. He then embraced her. Suyu's affection level, 2. Current affection level, 95. Lin Ze glanced at Suyu's face, already flushed with a rosy hue. The sensation was exhilarating. Lin Ze felt a sense of buoyancy. The old patriarch, visibly pleased, nodded repeatedly. In that case, I can rest easy. I entrust the Su family's affairs to you both. I will be much more at ease. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only her, but the other guests in the room also stirred with excitement. When the old patriarch had fallen ill, many had their eyes on this position. Everyone was aware that he could not remain in his role for long. But no one knew to whom he would pass the mantle. Now, with his words, it was evident he planned to hand over this position to Suyu. My goodness. The old man's words are not to be taken lightly. Are we not witnessing history? Suyu had been managing her own company quite successfully. And with such an outstanding partner by her side, she was certain to oversee the family business well. From now on, we must be on our best behavior. Trembling lips. Her eyes fixed on the old patriarch, she felt an indescribable thrill. The elders of the Su family, however, were now far from composed. They hurriedly approached. Old patriarch. Perhaps you should reconsider this. Suyu is still quite young, and she rarely comes to Fan City. After all, she is a girl, once married. Would not the family fortune be divided? They were concerned that they might end up with nothing. The old patriarch's expression grew serious. And with a wave of his hand, he silenced them. Is this position mine or yours? Must I seek your permission for such matters? His words instantly hushed the crowd. It was clear he was genuinely angry. It is settled. I will delegate all family affairs to Suyu. Whether she chooses to remain in Fan City or relocate the company is entirely her decision. The old patriarch, being of advanced age, managed to calm himself and promptly instructed the family steward. After a brief cough, he ascended the stairs. Downstairs, discussions erupted. Grandfather, is this true? Suyu felt an indescribable mix of emotions. For a long moment, she could not articulate a coherent thought. Lin Ze, noticing her state, approached with a smile. Is this not a good thing? The old patriarch wishes to entrust the family business to you, which speaks volumes of his trust. Others would not receive such a privilege. Hearing Lin Ze's words stirred something within Suyu, and tears welled in her beautiful eyes. In the next moment, She threw herself into Lin Ze's embrace. Taken aback by the sudden affection, Lin Ze felt a rush of warmth as her softness pressed against him. This was undeniably tempting. I must maintain my composure. I cannot lose my poise in front of others. Everyone wore smiles that sought to ingratiate themselves. From now on, the Su family's business will be yours. And we shall have many opportunities to interact. Wishing you smooth sailing ahead. If you manage your own affairs well, you will surely stabilize the Su family's business. The old patriarch has made the right decision. The guests praised lavishly, their flattery learned from who knows where. Meanwhile, the other members of the Su family seethed with jealousy, their eyes blazing with resentment, quickly finding excuses to leave. With the old patriarch absent, the gathering soon dispersed. In the upstairs room, Siyu stared at the pile of documents just delivered by her secretary, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Is all of this truly to be entrusted to me? She murmured, her slender fingers clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms without her noticing. Seeing her excitement, Lin Ze gently pulled Siyu closer, speaking softly. He took the documents from her grasp and placed them aside, soothingly stroking her back. Since the old patriarch has entrusted you with this project, you must have confidence in yourself. Moreover, these matters cannot be resolved overnight. Allow yourself some time. Listening to Lin Ze's words eased Siyu's heart significantly. Lin Ze, I am grateful to have you by my side. In that moment earlier, I truly did not know how to handle it. A glimmer of gratitude sparkled in her eyes as she regarded the man before her. Just a month ago, Lin Ze had merely been a junior employee in her eyes. She had even contemplated letting him go due to performance issues. Unexpectedly, in just a span of a few short weeks, Lin Ze had brought her an abundance of surprises. Siyu felt as if all her words were lodged in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. As long as you need me, I can remain by your side indefinitely. At this juncture, Siyu had already granted herself the chance. If he did not seize it promptly, he would indeed be considered thoughtless. Lin Ze's hand gently rested on Suyu's shoulder, and unbeknownst to them, the distance between them had diminished significantly. His voice was calm and soothing, akin to the warm breeze of a summer night that enveloped Suyu's heart. Her heart raced uncontrollably, yet the words lingered on her lips, unuttered. She even found herself unable to meet Lin Ze's fervent gaze. Suddenly, a firm hand cupped her chin, compelling Siyu to lift her head. In the next moment, a kiss landed directly on her lips. The delicate gleam in her eyes widened in shock, momentarily leaving her unresponsive. Yet, Lin Ze offered her no respite, deepening the kiss and placing his hands around her waist. Siyu's breaths grew heavier as she succumbed to the enchantment of Lin Ze's kiss. Siyu's affection level, 5. Current affection level, 100. Suyu's affection level is maxed out, strategy complete. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with realization. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Finally, he had achieved his goal. He suppressed his excitement, affirming his inner thoughts. Congratulations, host, for completing Suyu's strategy. System reward, Divine Warrior Power. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze nearly pushed the person beside him away in his exhilaration. He had previously experienced the prowess of this divine power, which could incapacitate an opponent in under 3 minutes. The astonishment on the faces of those burly men was a memory he would never forget. To his surprise, the system had indeed granted him this divine strength. With this power, he would no longer fear being bullied. Reflecting on the grievances he had endured, Lin Ze felt a sense of injustice. Now, he could rely solely on his physical prowess to vanquish his adversaries. His mood soared immensely. It was not until the woman in his arms had completely succumbed to fatigue and collapsed against him that Lin Ze finally released her. To his astonishment, a flicker of light passed through Suyu's eyes. Her slender hand rested against Lin Ze's chest. Lin Ze, it seems I have truly fallen for you. How about we turn our pretense into reality? Gazing into Suyu's captivating eyes, Lin Ze found himself no longer resisting. Very well. With a swift motion, he lifted Suyu and carried her to the bed. Soon, the room was filled with sounds of joy. At this moment, Lin Ze could distinctly sense an unusual vitality coursing through his body. Strength surged within him, and he noticed his physique transforming imperceptibly, with his muscle definition becoming increasingly pronounced. Lin Ze's heart brimmed with delight. The revelry continued deep into the night. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window. Chapter 93. They just deserved to be scolded. Lin Ze yawned, waking from his slumber. The sensation was quite delightful. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy surging within him, yearning to unleash his prowess. Why are you up so early? Came a soft voice from beside him. Siyu lay on the bed, her face still adorned with a delicate blush. The memories of the previous night were so enchanting that Lin Ze was reluctant to forget them. He carefully covered her with a blanket. You worked hard last night. You should rest well. This remark only intensified the flush on Suyu's cheeks, as if reminding her of the events that transpired. Why don't you stay a little longer? Suyu's warm voice stirred something within Lin Ze. Were it not for the fact that they were still in the Su family ancestral home, he would have relished the opportunity for another encounter. Now that I'm awake, I find it hard to stay in bed. If you're tired, you should sleep a bit longer. Having said this, Lin Ze intended to leave when a thought struck him. Is there a Fanyuan group in Fan City? I promised Shin Shixia I would help her deal with them. He was curious about the identity of the group's leader. Why are you asking about them? Siyu inquired, somewhat surprised, but she answered truthfully. This company holds considerable influence locally, but it cannot compare to the Su family. By the way, their manager came by yesterday, the one who presented the golden Qilin. Lin Ze's mind immediately conjured the image of a face brimming with sycophancy. He had not remembered most of the gifts from yesterday, but the pair of golden Qilins had been so striking that he could not easily forget them. So you continued. Logically, I should handle this matter, but my grandfather just entrusted the Su family's business to me, so I should go to the company today. Both out of duty and propriety. Returning those items is not my forte, especially since the other party is a seasoned businessman. Dealing with such individuals is quite unpleasant. Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement crossed Lin Ze's face. Suyu's reluctance to go provided him with an excellent opportunity. He could approach the matter under the guise of being the Su family's son-in-law. Assisting Shin Shixia would be a simple task. Where are the items? Since I'm feeling restless, I might as well deliver them myself. Suyu was taken aback. Do you think you can handle it? What? You doubt my ability to manage such a trivial matter? Suyu hesitated. It's not that I don't trust you. I fear they may make things difficult for you. These people are only being accommodating because of my grandfather's reputation. I can't imagine what they would do if the situation were different. Rest assured, I guarantee that I won't be at a disadvantage. After acquiring the address from Suyu, Lin Ze set off. At 9 in the morning, the company was bustling with activity. In the office lobby, a woman clutched her documents, her brow furrowed in determination. I've already come twice. Today, I must see President Qi, however. The receptionist exhibited an indifferent demeanor and seemed disinclined to engage further. Shin Shixia's heart raced with frustration. She had been in Fan City for 2 days, and yesterday, she was turned away under the pretext of being busy. She had hoped that a return visit today would yield positive results, but she found herself rebuffed once more, a most unpleasant experience. Could you please speak with President Qi again? I came all the way from Wenwei. Noticing Shin Shixia's agitation, the receptionist's attitude worsened. President Qi won't see you today. You should leave, or I will have to call security. Shin Shixia's frustration mounted, her grip on the documents tightening until they crumpled in her hands. Yet, even in her eagerness to enter, she knew she could not force her way in. If she were thrown out, future attempts would only meet with greater resistance. Then when will President Qi be available? That's hard to say. You might as well come back another day. Shin Shixia's expression darkened. Before she could voice her discontent, a man's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. With business practices like yours, your company will inevitably fail. The receptionist's expression soured. What did you say? I believe you heard me quite clearly. Lin Ze stepped forward, positioning himself beside Shin Shixia. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Shin Shixia was taken aback. Lowering her voice, she asked, what brings you here? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, of course, I am here to assist you. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. Shin Shixia felt a surge of anxiety. Please, don't act recklessly. We are in their company. If this negotiation fails, I will lose my opportunity. In contrast, Lin Ze maintained a relaxed demeanor. Indeed, he appeared quite at ease, even chuckling as he patted Shin Shixia's shoulder. Rest assured, I know how to handle this. Besides, this company deserves criticism. If you continue to grovel before them, they will only bully you more. Despite his words, Shin Shixia was sent by the higher-ups of her company and felt incapable of standing her ground. Security, there are people causing a disturbance here. Seeing that Lin Ze and his companion did not leave and even spoke disrespectfully, the receptionist had already picked up the phone to summon security. Wait, don't call them. We're leaving now, Shin Shixia exclaimed, pulling Lin Ze to exit. However, Lin Ze couldn't help but laugh heartily. Fortune had smiled upon him. As he had just received a formidable power from the system, his body had been thoroughly enhanced, and he had been seeking an opportunity to test his abilities. How could he let this chance slip away? Let the security come. I am eager to see how many of them dare to lay a hand on someone from another company. He scoffed. Then just wait and see. As if on cue, 7 or 8 security personnel burst in. It's him. He has the audacity to cause trouble in our company. The receptionist pointed at Lin Ze, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. Such individuals must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what chaos they might provoke. The security guards swiftly approached. Shin Shixia gasped. Lin Ze, in her imagination, Lin Ze would be easily subdued by these guards, and she could scarcely envision the predicament he would find himself in. Don't touch him. We're leaving now. Just as Shin Shixia reached out to grasp one guard's arm, he effortlessly pushed her away, causing her to nearly stumble. Suddenly, a hand encircled her waist, pulling her into a protective embrace. Shin Shixia's heart skipped a beat, her eyes wide with astonishment as Lin Ze shielded her from the encroaching guards. You fool. Why did you come over? These guys are no match for me. While safeguarding Shin Shixia, Lin Ze retreated, ensuring her safety before unleashing a punch on one of the guards, leaving a bruise on his face. Damn, this kid is tougher than he looks. One of the guards exclaimed, hastily reaching for his walkie-talkie. Gather everyone in the hall. Panic surged through Shin Shixia. The entire security department of Fong Yuan Group comprised over 20 individuals. If they all convened, Lin Ze would undoubtedly be in trouble. Yet, Lin Ze displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a smirk of confidence graced his face. How was he still smiling at this moment? For a fleeting instant, Shin Shixia felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Was Lin Ze truly that powerful? Bring it on, Lin Ze asserted, still exuding arrogance. At that moment, as he engaged with the guards, He sensed a surge of potent energy coursing through him. The rewards from the system were indeed impressive. Now, even if 20 more arrived, he would not be fazed. Stop! A man's voice suddenly rang out from behind. The guards, prepared to swarm Lin Ze, halted in their tracks. The receptionist's expression shifted upon seeing the newcomer. Manager Liu, this person intentionally came here to provoke us. He was disrespectful, and when I tried to intervene, I had no choice but to call security to expel him. She promptly shifted all blame onto Lin Ze, her eyes flashing with displeasure. The audacity of this individual was remarkable. Not only had he clashed with their staff, but he had also caused an injury. Who instructed you to engage with him? Manager Liu felt a cold sweat break out. Others were unaware of Lin Ze's identity. But he had attended the Su family banquet the previous day. He was Su Yu's boyfriend. And now everyone knew that the Su family's influence had passed to Su Yu. Offending this individual was tantamount to offending the entire Su family. It was as if one had willingly sought their own demise. Manager Liu attempted to compose himself, asking, "Who called security?" The woman, once so confident, now stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and Manager Liu grasped the gravity of the situation. "I want to say much more. You are not suited to stay in this company, nor are you fit for this position. I suggest you leave promptly." "What?" The woman's eyes widened in shock. Manager Liu had anticipated her plea for leniency, but his gaze burned with intensity. "Did you not hear what I just said?" The remaining words were unnecessary. Although she felt a twinge of resentment, she could only lower her head in submission, her eyes betraying her astonishment at Lin Ze's identity. Curious as to why Manager Liu would be so deferential towards him. Once the receptionist was dealt with, Manager Liu turned to face Lin Ze. His expression transformed into one of warmth. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. It is my failure to properly manage my subordinates that has led to this embarrassment." Manager Liu proved to be perceptive, treating Lin Ze with utmost respect. However, Lin Ze remained unappreciative, surveying his surroundings. "Are you apologizing to me, or to the Su family?" The question left Manager Liu momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend the implications of Lin Ze's words. Was it the company's style to fawn over the powerful while ignoring the less influential? Manager Liu's heart raced with uncertainty. "Mr. Lin, where is this coming from?" Lin Ze offered no pretense, directly pulling Shen Xixia closer. "This friend of mine has come to Fan City specifically for business negotiations with your Fongyuan group. However, after 2 days, the reasons provided have been inconsistent, and no resolution has been offered. All she has received is an endless wait. Do you find this reasonable?" Manager Liu struggled to formulate a response, his silence betraying the truth. When compared to the Su family, Fongyuan group appeared rather insignificant. If this were their modus operandi, could the Su family not also choose to disregard your request in the future? In any case, casting a shadow of blame upon the other party was a surefire tactic. As expected, the moment Lin Ze finished speaking, Manager Liu hurried over to Shen Xixia. "I sincerely apologize for our staff's shortcomings that caused you to wait. Please accept my sincerest apologies." His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, demonstrating marked improvement in both attitude and approach. Shen Xixia felt bewildered. Was this truly the same Fongyuan group that had previously shut her out? The current attitude towards oneself has certainly improved significantly. However, Shen Xixia is aware that this is largely due to the favor of Lin Ze, which is why others are treating her with such courtesy. A subtle warmth fills her heart as she glances at the person beside her. Shen Xixia's favorability, offline, 5, current favorability 28, in that moment. Lin Ze's smile became even more pronounced. The strategy of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress invariably brings him benefits, yet within just a second. Lin Ze managed to calm his emotions. When he spoke again, his tone was imbued with a seriousness that could not be ignored. Chapter 95. Helping a beautiful lady, we need not discuss anything further. If my friend fails to secure a deal today, we may as well cease negotiations between our families altogether. Lin Ze's words caused Manager Liu to break into a cold sweat. What a joke. This is a collaboration with the Su family. If we were to sever ties over such a trivial matter, I would undoubtedly become a sinner in the company. Mr. Lin, please don't be angry. It's merely a matter of cooperation. I will take you upstairs to meet the president right away. Lin Ze snorted coldly, indicating that had they arranged this sooner, they wouldn't have had to take such a convoluted route. With a glance at Shen Xixia, she immediately understood and obediently followed Lin Ze upstairs, files in hand. Manager Liu did not disappoint Lin Ze. After consulting with his superiors, he successfully arranged a meeting with President Qi, who, as it turned out, was indeed in the office. Lin Ze's voice dripped with sarcasm. My friend has come here twice, and the outcome has been the same each time. I had thought President Qi was a person of great significance. How could it be so difficult to even meet? The expression on Manager Liu's face was exceedingly awkward. Had he not feared offending the Su family, he would never have allowed Lin Ze to demean the head of his own company. Yet, what could he do now? He couldn't possibly let a few words jeopardize their business. Please overlook the previous incident. I assure you it won't happen again. By this time, they had arrived at the reception room. To their surprise, President Qi was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Lin Ze and Shen Xixia, a friendly smile immediately graced his face. I apologize. It was a lapse in my staff's reception procedures. I assure you, I will rectify this within the company. His demeanor mirrored that of Manager Liu. Clearly having received advance notice, Lin Ze was unperturbed and directly brought Shun Shixia to the forefront. I have no pressing matters, but my friend has invested considerable time to meet you. She is a young lady who has come all the way from another city. How can you treat her this way? Not at all, President Xi replied, his mood lifting upon seeing Shun Shixia. He could not help but internally lament how his staff had mishandled the situation. How could they keep a beautiful lady waiting? Lin Ze had already gone to great lengths for her, and Shun Shixia was quick to understand. She promptly presented the document in her hand. President Xi, this is a project proposal our company has just drafted regarding the Wahai construction issue. Please take a look. With delicate fingers, she extended the file, adding a gentle reminder. Our company is quite confident in securing this project, provided your esteemed company grants us this opportunity. Upon seeing Ms. Shin's demeanor, I can tell your company is reliable. This matter is settled. President Xi scarcely glanced at the document before swiftly signing it. Whether this was an act of favor towards Lin Ze remained uncertain. Upon receiving the signed document, Shun Xixia's eyes widened in astonishment. This had been a source of considerable frustration for her. Previously, merely meeting President Xi had proven arduous. And now he had signed off so easily? Thank you for your trust, President Xi. We certainly shall not disappoint your expectations. A beautiful smile finally illuminated her exquisite features. Not only did President Xi notice, but even Lin Ze couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Shun Shixia. Their essay saying that beauty is a feast for the eyes. Lin Ze had never fully understood it until he witnessed Shun Xixia's smile, which illuminated the room. Turning to Lin Ze, she inquired with a hint of curiosity, Mr. Lin, now that Ms. Shin's matters are settled, do you have any news from the Su family to convey to me? As President Xi spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. I am indeed here on behalf of the Su family. Lin Ze no longer played coy. He retrieved a pair of golden chelins from his bag and placed them on the table, his expression taking on a more awkward hue. The elder's intention is for you to dispose of these as you see fit. My girlfriend has just taken charge of the Su family, and receiving benefits so early could easily lead to gossip. These items cannot remain. With the return of the items, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief wash over him. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two before him, he felt a surge of clarity. Thankfully, he had been astute enough to ensure Shun Xixia's matters were handled first. Had it been the other way around, it was uncertain how they might have used that to leverage against him. Now that the contract was signed and the items returned, they were left with no debts to each other. I shall take my leave now, and I hope we can collaborate again in the future. With this parting remark, Lin Ze swiftly grasped Shun Xixia's hand and headed downstairs, the fire of indignation burning in his eyes. We have been played. President Xi's fists clenched in anger. Manager Liu had suddenly become his prime target for venting. Liu, too, was flustered. President Xi had no intention of listening further. With a grand gesture of his hand, he declared, let us treat this as a lesson learned. We mustn't allow others to exploit our weaknesses next time. The memory of Lin Ze's self-satisfied demeanor as he returned the items gnawed at President Xi. Not only had they lost a project, but they had also failed to curry favor with those they should have. The feeling was far from pleasant. Should I contact the Su family now? You fool. President Xi slammed the table in frustration. Lin Ze is Su Yu's boyfriend. Offending him means we can forget about future collaborations with the Su family. The situation had become starkly clear. Whether they advanced or retreated, there were no benefits to be had. With a long sigh, he resigned himself to the notion that this time, they would have to swallow their pride and be more cautious in the future. Lin Ze was not as easy to deal with as he appeared. Chapter 96, caught in the act upon exiting the office building of Fogyuan Group. Shun Xixia's smile remained radiant. She carefully stowed the documents away, feeling as though a significant weight had finally lifted from her heart. Turning to Lin Ze, her gaze softened with warmth. Thank you so much for today. Without your abilities, I might have struggled to even reach the upper floors, let alone secure the contract. Lin Ze merely chuckled in response. When he inquired further, Shun Xixia sighed. In the past, I might have had the luxury of time to linger here. But the company is eagerly awaiting this document. Moreover, President Xi's reluctance was quite evident. He likely regrets it by now. In just a few seconds, Shun Xixia devised a strategy, showcasing her acumen in such matters. With her insightful analysis, Lin Ze chose to remain silent, allowing her to contemplate her next steps. After all, it is prudent to act cautiously while working for the company. Moreover, leaving Shun Xixia alone here indeed makes me uneasy. It would be wiser to keep all my potential targets within Wahai. In this way, I can monitor them at any time, which is far better than being unable to assist when needed. I believe I have done you a favor this time. Shouldn't you grant me some benefits in return? Lin Ze suddenly stepped closer, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly, glimmering with a hint of mischief. Shun Xixia felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. What do you want? Lin Ze, being a man of means, had already showcased his wealth in their previous encounters. If he sought something more from her, she certainly could not provide it at this moment. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Lin Ze burst into laughter. I haven't quite decided yet. Let us just leave it as a debt for now. I'll come to you once I've figured it out. Shun Xixia found his attitude amusing and readily agreed. No problem. As long as your requests are reasonable, I will do my best to accommodate you. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere between them turned noticeably more intimate. Suddenly, a woman's voice called from behind. Lin Ze? Upon hearing that voice, Lin Ze felt as though he had been dealt a sharp slap. Could it be? Is fate truly this ironic? Suyu was standing not far behind, watching him. At such a close distance, he could not possibly overlook Shinshisha beside him. Suyu was someone he had painstakingly won over. If this encounter were to jeopardize his previous rewards, would it all go to waste? The more he pondered, the more distressed he became. Had he known, he would have taken Shinshisha elsewhere. Yet, he could only brace himself and approach. What brings you here? Taking the initiative was the best strategy. He thought perhaps Siyu was not misunderstanding the situation. After Siyu finished speaking, her gaze swiftly swept over Shinshisha. And this is? Before Lin Ze could concoct an excuse, Shinshisha spoke first. Hello, I am Lin Ze's friend, Shinshisha. I just happened to be on a business trip to Fan City. As she spoke, she tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ears, her eyes softening with a gentle smile. He has been quite considerate of me. The moment those words left her lips, Lin Ze knew he was in trouble. Any woman would naturally interpret such a statement as a declaration of ownership. If Cuy's affection were to diminish because of this, how could he explain himself to regain it? Yet, to his surprise, a sweet smile appeared on Cuy's face. I see. Lin Ze is indeed a good person. It's not easy to be traveling alone. Should you need any assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to him. Lin Ze stood frozen, blinking in disbelief, hardly able to grasp the reality of what he had just heard. Was Suyu truly so generous? Could she really overlook such matters? As Lin Ze contemplated, Shinshisha had already begun to turn away. She chose not to linger further with Lin Ze and soon walked off, her vibrant figure gradually fading into the distance. Lin Ze felt an urgency akin to fire, hastily explaining to the person beside him. Dear, it's not as you think. You don't need to explain so much. I understand. Her beautiful eyes held a touch of tenderness. It's natural for someone as exceptional as you to have other women interested. As long as I have a place in your heart, I am already quite content. Lin Ze's eyes widened in astonishment. He discreetly pinched his thigh. Ouch. The pain was sharp. It seemed he was neither foolish nor dreaming. This was indeed happening to him. Are you serious? He asked, excitement bubbling within him. Of course, I am. Cuy's hand gently rested on Lin Ze's chest. I am already quite satisfied to be with you, even if just for a moment. Lin Ze's heart raced with exhilaration. Could this be the outcome of successfully winning someone over? The girls he had successfully courted wouldn't feel jealousy or see their affections wane. Before long, the cold voice of the system echoed in his mind. Once the host successfully courts a target, the target will remain devoted to the host for life. With loyalty and trust at maximum levels, Lin Ze felt a surge of elation, almost shouting out loud. The thought of unconditional loyalty and trust from those he had successfully courted filled him with excitement. If this were the case, embracing multiple partners might not be out of reach. Just imagining such a scenario made him chuckle. What's wrong? Suyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Nothing. Lin Ze's smile grew more pronounced. He pulled Suyu into an embrace. It's wonderful to have you by my side. Despite Cuy's usual demeanor as a commanding woman, encountering someone like Lin Ze inevitably revealed her softer side. Chapter 97, Truly Unwise. At this moment, Suyu nestled closer to Lin Ze. I feel the same way. The air around them became thick with flirtation. Lin Ze, unable to contain his eagerness, ushered Suyu into the car, driving straight to the Su family's ancestral home. I know you're eager, but not just yet, Suyu said. Her cheeks still flushed. She couldn't help but remind Lin Ze. Those words struck him like a bucket of cold water, dampening his spirits. Lin Ze frowned slightly. Why not? Noticing Suyu's reluctant expression, he didn't wish to press her. All right, I want to touch you for now. He quickly added, just for now. The blush on Suyu's face deepened at that moment, yet she still replied, understood. I'm completely yours now. Do you really think I would run away? Lin Ze chuckled. As they paused at a red light, he planted a kiss on Suyu's cheek. This was one of the reasons he cherished her so much. He couldn't wait to arrive at Wanhai. I can't wait to get there, Lin Ze mused. As the light turned green, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. Faced with such an extraordinary beauty, anyone would react similarly. Soon, Lin Ze's car came to a halt in front of the Su family's ancestral home. Despite Cuy's alluring demeanor in the car, once she stepped out, her aura transformed completely. The loose strands of hair were neatly tucked behind her ears, presenting herself as the epitome of a strong woman, starkly contrasting her previous appearance. It's no wonder Suyu could achieve great things. Few possess her capabilities. Inside the ancestral home, other members of the Su family were present. What a steal. You took that vase and gained so many benefits from the old man. Suyu, you're truly something. Is your mind only set on such matters? At this moment, the most aggrieved person was Zhang Fang. The old man had merely glanced at it. Now that the money was spent, he showed no gratitude, making her efforts seem futile. While the others in the Su family remained silent, they were all harboring resentment. Lin Ze's expression darkened. It seemed time to teach them a lesson. But before he could speak, Suyu swiftly interjected. Zhang Fang's expression suddenly changed. Who are you calling blind? Suyu remained unfazed. You know exactly who I am referring to. Yesterday, I spared you some courtesy because there were others present. However, the Su family will soon be mine. Should anyone dare to speak ill of this matter behind my back again, I assure you they will be the first to be expelled. You. Zhang Fang was infuriated. Yet, the atmosphere fell silent. After all, Suyu was now the head of the Su family. Even if she disliked Suyu, she would not risk the family's future for it. With no one opposing her, Su's mood lightened slightly as she ascended the stairs. Humph. What is there to be smug about? She only got this opportunity through underhanded means. Even after Su went upstairs, such remarks could still be heard. Lin Ze, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered how to describe them. Was it foolishness or lack of insight? They were still present and dared to disparage Suyu. Lin Ze chose silence. Shortly after, Suyu descended the stairs, accompanied by the elderly Mr. Su. He appeared in good spirits today, gently holding Suyu's hand. You. Managing a company is no easy task. The family business will soon be in your hands. Suyu nodded. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will not disappoint your goodwill. A hint of satisfaction glimmered in the old man's eyes. With you here, I can finally feel at ease. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ze, who had been quiet until now, suddenly stood up. Grandpa, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I must say that you is simply unfit for this role. The room erupted in shock. Even Su was taken aback. What was Lin Ze trying to achieve? Where did this come from? Mr. Su regarded Lin Ze thoughtfully. After spending the past few days together, he had developed a fondness for Lin Ze. He was not the type to cause trouble. If he spoke out now, there must be a reason. Lin Ze did not beat around the bush. Though you have appointed Su as the head, there are countless people eager to see her fail, and just moments ago, someone was even shouting. If she does not establish her authority within the family, she will certainly struggle in this position, rather than face your reprimand later. It would be better to address this issue now. Now Su understood. Lin Ze was advocating for her. There were still dissenters? Mr. Su's gaze swept across the room, assessing the Su family members who had just moments ago been filled with grievances. They fell silent. Whoever opposed Su earlier. Now is your chance to speak up. I offer you this opportunity. Mr. Su's hand struck the stair railing with force. If you don't speak now, you may as well remain silent forever. The Su family will carry on without you. He then turned to Suyu. You, from now on, you are the foremost authority in our family business. If you find anyone displeasing, you have my permission to expel them from the company. Remember, you are the rule. With Mr. Su's endorsement, even those who may have disapproved of Suyu dared not act out again. Suyu felt a surge of happiness. Her gaze turned towards Lin Ze. Had it not been for his intervention, she would undoubtedly face more troubles in the future. In the passenger seat, Suyu quickly planted a kiss on Lin Ze's cheek. Chapter 98. Purchasing a restaurant for prestige, thank you for your help earlier. A blush crept onto Suyu's cheeks, stirring a delightful sensation within Lin Ze. As they entered the hotel lobby, a man's voice echoed. Mr. Li's side may truly be unable to withstand this. Our hotel might not survive. Surely not? The manager interjected, rolling his eyes at his subordinate. Who said we would close? A change of ownership is possible. But we must prepare ourselves. If someone wishes to acquire us, we may soon have a new owner. Lin Ze was taken aback. Darling, did you hear that? This hotel is about to change hands. Suyu nodded. Of course I heard, but it doesn't concern us. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, alluring enough to captivate Lin Ze. Yet, he managed to suppress his impulses. I'm merely curious. If such a large star-rated hotel were to be transferred, the cost, if only for the premises, it wouldn't be much, perhaps 2 to 3 billion, but if it includes the land, the price would soar. Suyu's expression grew serious. Conservatively estimating, it would be around 6 billion. Lin Ze's eyes widened in disbelief. So much? Previously, he could have easily accessed such funds, but after several investments, he clearly could not afford that sum now. He had once thought that a fortune of this magnitude would suffice for a lifetime of comfort. Little did he know that even 100 billion in assets could be exhausted. What, are you truly considering this hotel? Suyu's arms wrapped around Lin Ze's neck, compelling him to gaze into her eyes. You're not planning to talk about this all night, are you? Under Suyu's urging, Lin Ze could no longer contain himself and swept her into his arms, striding toward his suite. Soon, the room was filled with tender sounds, fading only with the dawn. Leaning against the bedside, Lin Ze watched Suyu peacefully slumbering beside him, his eyes filled with affection. The sensation of having a beautiful woman sleeping soundly by his side was truly delightful. Reflecting on their recent joy, Lin Ze felt a surge of contentment. This was the life he had long desired. Recalling the mundane existence before acquiring his system, he realized how utterly dull it had been. However, amidst his leisure, Lin Ze did not forget about the hotel situation. Since he had yet to decide where to settle, purchasing this hotel would save him the hassle of relocating. Moreover, and crucially, Lin Ze currently had money but lacked any notoriety. Almost everyone he encountered instinctively regarded him as Suyu's kept man. Despite being the one investing the most, the condescension was deeply frustrating. If he could truly amass such a fortune, surpassing the value of the Su family's assets, he would finally possess something of his own in this city and could leverage this opportunity to gain significant recognition. Initially, Lin Ze only contemplated this notion, but it gradually ignited a genuine desire for action. As sunlight streamed through the curtains, Suyu should have been up and preparing for work at this hour. Yet, after a night of indulgence with Lin Ze, she found herself utterly exhausted, still asleep. The sight was both amusing and heart-wrenching to Lin Ze. Unable to resist, he gently caressed her face. Let her rest today. Lin Ze then changed into a fresh outfit and headed downstairs. The manager was already busy organizing the accounts from the past month. The front desk staff was prepared to welcome guests. Upon seeing Lin Ze, The receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. How may I assist you today?" Lin Ze disregarded the pleasantries and maintained a serious demeanor. "I have heard that your hotel is about to be put on the market. Is that true?" The woman's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. It was rare to encounter someone so straightforward. "I am merely interested in this matter, as I am planning to invest here. Would it be possible to divulge some details?" Noticing Lin Ze's increasingly detailed inquiries, the manager quickly stepped forward. "Sir, may I have a word with you?" Lin Ze did not object. After all, he approached today with genuine intent to inquire about the price, and it was essential to reach a conclusion. Soon, he received a precise figure from the manager. 6.5 billion? Lin Ze stared at him in astonishment. The manager nodded. Indeed, considering the considerable sum spent on acquiring this land, the owner would not be willing to sell unless they were truly in distress. Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly. While he believed he could amass such funds with relative ease, determining the source and timeline for such earnings posed a significant challenge. When is the hotel expected to change hands? It should be within the next few days. Prospective buyers will likely be arriving soon. It seemed imperative for him to act swiftly, lest he be outpaced by others. "All right, I understand," Lin Ze said, casually picking up a pen and paper to inscribe his name. "I am Lin Ze, and if possible, I would like to meet with the person in charge. I genuinely admire this hotel." With that, Lin Ze ascended the stairs promptly. Can this person truly succeed? The manager pondered, albeit with some skepticism. However, upon reflection, it seemed inconsequential to him. Lin Ze's temperament appeared quite agreeable. If he were to find himself under the leadership of such a congenial boss, it might be beneficial. It appeared that Su Yu was conversing with her secretary. After ending the call, her gaze immediately fell upon Lin Ze as he entered. "Where have you been?" Despite her earlier stern demeanor, her countenance transformed into that of a gentle lady upon seeing Lin Ze. She wore only one of Lin Ze's shirts, her fair legs swaying enticingly before him. Chapter 99. Seeking opportunities for profit. Lin Ze felt the impulse he had so painstakingly subdued rise once more within him. He wrapped an arm around Su's waist, his eyes glinting with mischievous delight. "What, are you already reluctant to part with me this early in the day?" Lin Ze's words were candid and unembellished. Their gazes locked, weaving an almost palpable connection. "It's not just about work," Su admitted, seizing the moment to indulge in a bit of playful affection. "Are you coming to the office with me today?" After changing into her own clothes, she inquired. Lin Ze shook his head. "No. After I drop you off at the office, I have other matters to attend to." Su appeared somewhat disappointed but could only nod in response. After escorting Su to the office, Lin Ze swiftly drove towards Xia Qing. Aside from Su Yu, Xia Qing was the only other individual with a potential hundredfold reward. If Xia Qing accepted his goodwill, he would swiftly recoup his investment. At the dock, several passenger vessels had arrived. Zhao Peng, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Miss Xia, everything has been prepared according to your instructions. The passenger transportation issues have been resolved. Should we not proceed to the next phase?" Xia Qing stood at the dock, her expression calm, concealing the turmoil within her. With the transportation concerns addressed, her project was finally ready to commence, and profits would materialize within a month. Zhao Peng felt a wave of relief. "That is excellent. I can rest easy now." Although the Xia Corporation was substantial and unlikely to suffer losses on his account, and with Lin Ze as a guarantor, his mind would remain unsettled until the funds were securely in his possession. Xia Qing's words provided him with a semblance of confidence. "Have the passenger vessels arrived?" Suddenly, a man's voice emerged from behind Xia Qing. A flicker of surprise danced in her eyes, quickly followed by a glimmer of delight, though her demeanor remained composed. It was evident that she was not as indifferent as before. "What brings you here?" she asked. Lin Ze merely smiled. "As an investor in this project, I thought it prudent to come and see for myself." Xia Qing did not object. Observing her expression, Lin Ze smiled. "While I was away these past few days, did you miss me?" Coughing lightly, Zhao Peng realized that the conversation was becoming increasingly intimate. He understood he should excuse himself to avoid disrupting the pleasant atmosphere between them. He promptly departed, eager to avoid any interference. Xia Qing intended to call Zhao Peng back, but before she could speak, he had already vanished from sight. "Mr. Lin, we are merely business partners. Please refrain from making such ambiguous remarks," she feigned displeasure. Despite her attempt to distance their relationship verbally, her sentiments remained unchanged. She was clearly a person of mixed signals. Lin Ze chuckled. "Very well, if you prefer it that way, I shall refrain from such comments." He then turned his attention to the passenger vessels before him. The transportation arrangement was to be split evenly, in addition to a 5% share of the scenic area as profits. At first glance, this figure seemed modest, but when translated into actual profit, it represented a substantial sum. Lin Ze smiled knowingly. No wonder Zhao Peng had been grinning so broadly earlier. This was a lucrative venture that also offered an opportunity to establish ties with the Xia family. Zhao Peng must be overjoyed at the prospect. This arrangement benefits both sides. I can only imagine how many people will flock to this scenic area once it opens. As he spoke, Lin Ze's gaze returned to Xia Qing. "Do you require any assistance with funding?" Xia Qing waved her hand dismissively. "Not at the moment, thank you." Lin Ze felt a twinge of disappointment at her refusal. After all, Xia Qing was an object of a hundredfold reward, if she did not need his financial support. How could he amass the 65 billion required to purchase the restaurant he desired? Yet, Lin Ze remained undeterred. Please, do not hesitate to reach out if you encounter any difficulties. I am willing to offer any amount for you. Such words, though simple, possess the power to touch hearts. Xiaqing's lovely eyes softened momentarily. Thank you, but I truly have sufficient funds for now. As she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, the sunlight illuminated her face, rendering her even more enchanting. Lin Ze was taken aback by the figure she presented. He had initially intended to invest to win her trust, never anticipating that she would extend such generosity towards him. He had not even calculated how much profit he could potentially gain from the project. You need not feel obligated to repay me. Even if you offered nothing, I would not mind. That simply will not do, Xiaqing responded, interpreting Lin Ze's words as jest. Little did she know that the more courteous she was, the more uncomfortable he felt. From the very beginning, his intentions were not solely financial. He could easily have invested in other ventures that might yield significant returns. Ultimately, his true aim was Xiaqing herself. I must admit, it is somewhat touching. No wonder I was so swiftly cast aside. To put it bluntly, it appears you have simply found a wealthier benefactor. Chapter 100, The Pinnacle of Living Off Others. Before Lin Ze could utter a word, a man's sarcastic voice echoed from behind. Su Qing's eyes instantly turned icy as she glanced at the intruder. What brings you here? This project is no longer your concern. I ask you to leave immediately. It was rare to witness such a grim expression on Su Qing's face. Lin Ze felt the atmosphere shift palpably. He merely scoffed in response. Su Qing, although this project may be over, our matters are far from settled. He ignored Lin Ze entirely and advanced towards Su Qing step by step. Let us not forget. We were together for a full 5 years, during which I invested considerable time and effort in you. How do you intend to compensate me for that? Su Qing's expression darkened further. It was not merely others who could not endure this. Even Lin Ze felt compelled to interject, placing himself between the two. I must ask, are you out of your mind? Lin Ze's words were laced with disdain. He did not anticipate such boldness and furrowed his brow. What did you say? Lin Ze sneered. After 5 years of living off others, have you lost your wits? What capabilities does your He family possess to secure so many projects? Isn't it merely due to your connection with the Su family? How dare you come here demanding compensation? Do you fancy yourself a victim? His words were sharp and vindictive, akin to a needle piercing He Yun's heart. He Yun, feeling indignant, stepped forward and grabbed Lin Ze by the collar. Who do you think you are to shout at me like this? Lin Ze saw this as an opportunity. Ever since he had successfully wooed Su Yu and gained the strength of a martial god, he had longed for a chance to showcase his skills. Unfortunately, life had been too harmonious for him to find a reason to fight. Now, this man had unwittingly presented him with that opportunity. Lin Ze swiftly flipped He Yun's grip and, before he could react, executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. He Yun, who had just been so boastful, now appeared utterly disheveled. Lin Ze found his predicament amusing. He then delivered a forceful kick toward He Yun. Ah, the man on the ground exclaimed, instinctively shielding his head. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. He Yun slowly opened his eyes to find Lin Ze's foot hovering perilously close to his head. At such proximity, given Lin Ze's prowess, it was impossible for him to miss. Observing He Yun's panicked demeanor, Lin Ze couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant in troubling a woman. Why was he now cowering? Lin Ze, let him go. I do not wish to see him now. Su Qing interjected, her gaze toward He Yun now devoid of warmth and filled with disdain. Lin Ze nodded in agreement. Very well. He took a couple of steps back. For Su Qing's sake, I shall spare you today. Leave at once, and should you dare to trouble her again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Seeing that Lin Ze had indeed refrained from further violence, He Yun scrambled to his feet, his clothes now soiled. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes were still filled with malice as they bore into Su Qing. You've really got some nerve, allowing someone to lay hands on me. Su Qing's expression soured even more. Lin Ze positioned himself between the two. What? Do you wish for me to engage him further? In Lin Ze's presence, He Yun had little chance of victory. Engaging Lin Ze again would only lead to his own humiliation. We shall see about that. He Yun spat, retreating hastily. A mere coward who only knew how to harass women, yet he still dared to make a scene. Reflecting on He Yun's earlier remarks made Lin Ze feel nauseous. To live off others to such an extent could almost be considered a skill in itself. Do not worry, he has left. If he dares to trouble you again, I will ensure he cannot get back up. Lin Ze declared resolutely to Su Qing. Su Qing's affection level, 15, current affection level, 60. The system's unexpected notification took Lin Ze by surprise. Merely reprimanding He Yun had garnered such an increase in affection. It seemed Su Qing truly despised He Yun at present. Thank you so much for earlier, Su Qing said softly, her gaze toward Lin Ze now markedly different from before. She felt a peculiar warmth in her heart. It was no trouble at all. Besides, it has been a while since I encountered someone so shameless. Faced with her gratitude, Lin Ze felt somewhat flustered, managing only a sheepish smile. Mr. Lin, she began. Please, just call me Lin Ze or Ze. Preferably, hubby would be ideal, he thought to himself. Though he dared not voice it. Lin Ze, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. At times, It feels as though you appear out of nowhere to solve my problems. Su Qing, usually so proud, now spoke with a sincerity that left Lin Ze quite pleased. At this rate, winning her over would merely be a matter of time. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Although our Su family is facing difficulties, we still hold some influence in Wenhai. I shall assist you in any way I can. Her words resonated deeply with Lin Ze. Given such an offer from a beauty, it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. Is there truly anything I could ask of you? Su Qing seemed taken aback by Lin Ze's statement, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Yet, she hastily added, but it cannot be excessive, thus preserving a semblance of caution. Rest assured, my requests will remain reasonable. Lin Ze surveyed his surroundings, ensuring they were alone, then stepped closer to Su Qing, narrowing the distance between them. I actually do have a favor to ask of you. His voice was low, his eyes gleaming with intent. Su Qing appeared somewhat anxious at his sudden proximity, yet for some reason, she felt no inclination to pull away. Instead, she felt a surge of excitement. What is it? Chapter 101. When to sign the contract. Lin Ze retrieved a checkbook from his pocket, swiftly scribbling a series of numbers. You keep this money. Feel free to use it as you like, be it for cosmetics, handbags, or simply for travel. Just don't consider it an investment. He handed the check to Su Qing. She was momentarily taken aback by Lin Ze's unexpected gesture. Just moments ago, she thought he was moving closer for a different reason, only to discover that his need for her was merely to help him spend money. Upon glancing at the amount on the check, Su Qing was even more stunned. It was a staggering sum of 100 million. Having grown up in an affluent family, she had encountered many wealthy individuals throughout her life. She had seen extravagant spending to please certain individuals, yet she had never encountered anyone as generous as Lin Ze. Moreover, the nature of her relationship with him was not such that warranted this financial gesture. The money he offered was perplexing to Xia Qing, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Was this some excessive? And for what reason? Xia Qing found herself bewildered. If Lin Ze intended to invest further to acquire additional shares, she could comprehend that motive. Forget about it. Just consider it as me having excess funds and wanting to treat you, Lin Ze remarked with a nonchalant smile. He could not possibly divulge the intricacies of the system to Xia Qing. Should he do so, she would undoubtedly deem him insane. While his actions might seem somewhat mystifying, they weren't enough to label him as mentally unstable. Being perceived merely as a wealthy, Navi individual was rather agreeable. Xia Qing, however, was still conflicted. As a daughter of a wealthy family, accepting money from others felt rather inappropriate. Lin Ze feigned disappointment. Didn't you just say that as long as it was something you could agree to and it wasn't too excessive, you would help me? Why hesitate now? Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, Xia Qing seemed to resolve her inner turmoil. I understand. I will keep this money. She carefully tucked it away. Lin Ze smiled. That is more like it. Accepting this sum is already a significant help to me. Xia Qing couldn't help but laugh. You're quite peculiar. It's my first time hearing someone wanting others to spend their money. Lin Ze chose not to elaborate, merely gazing at her in silence. She was truly beautiful. The sea breeze tousled her hair, making her appear even more enchanting. Alas, such moments of tranquility were fleeting. Just as Lin Ze silently admired Xia Qing's exquisite features, a secretary approached, clutching a document. Miss, this just came in from the company. It requires your immediate attention. This interruption shattered the tender atmosphere. Not wishing to intrude further as Xia Qing became occupied, Lin Ze sought an excuse to take his leave. During the promotional period, spending 1 billion will yield a 100 billion return. Ding. Dear user, your account ending in 4835 has received a deposit of 100 billion. Current balance. Lin Ze had never found the system's notification so melodious. The money arrived swiftly. Now, he had enough funds to proceed with purchasing the hotel he had set his sights on. Pressing the accelerator, he drove out with determination. One individual among the group appeared to be in charge of the hotel. I believe everyone is aware of the previous value of this land. If it weren't for a genuine predicament, our general manager wouldn't resort to such measures. As he spoke, he glanced back at his companions. A hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Can we negotiate the price? Inquired a middle-aged man. His associates nodded in agreement. Indeed, under normal circumstances, this hotel is quite valuable, but presently, we cannot afford such a sum, at most, 5 billion. The secretary, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Isn't this price rather low? We invested significantly in renovations, and the land in the city center has appreciated considerably over the years. We are offering a fair price. Even if it's valuable, you won't find anyone in Wenhai willing to pay for it, will you? The secretary found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Secretary Wang, I believe this price is quite reasonable. If you disagree, you may have to seek out other buyers, one of the group members remarked. With Secretary Wang remaining silent, they decided to drop the pretense. Forget it. You seem unwilling. We cannot engage in a deal that requires borrowing. Let us call it off. Initially, Lin Ze worried about their early arrival, but seeing them unable to reach an agreement, he recognized an opportunity. What is your ideal price? Secretary Wang, noticing that the person addressing him was merely in his 20s, dismissed him, intending to negotiate with his colleagues instead. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Seeing that his words were disregarded, Lin Ze felt a surge of irritation. This was rather disrespectful. 65 billion. Upon hearing Lin Ze's persistent inquiry, Secretary Wang's tone turned condescending. He believed this sum was far beyond what a young man could muster, assuming Lin Ze was merely there to disrupt. The price has changed, Lin Ze retorted with a cold smirk, recognizing it to be the same figure the manager had previously mentioned. No problem. We'll agree on that price. When can we sign the contract? Secretary Wang scrutinized Lin Ze with a complex expression. What did you say? You can afford that? The group, poised to leave, halted at Secretary Wang's words, unable to suppress their laughter at Lin Ze's youth. Young man, you must have misheard. It's not 650,000, but 65 billion. I'm aware, Lin Ze replied indifferently. That price is quite reasonable. I am well aware of the land's value here. He couldn't help but glance at the men. Just because you can't produce this sum doesn't imply others can't. Turning to Secretary Wang, he pressed. I will ask you once more. When can we sign the contract? Chapter 102. The hotel is mine. Secretary Wang had never anticipated the young man's seriousness. The lobby manager, recognizing the shift, quickly intervened. The one who expressed interest in purchasing this hotel earlier is indeed this gentleman. Secretary Wang's gaze shifted, realizing Lin Ze was genuinely interested rather than merely causing trouble. I've already stated the price, but to acquire this hotel, you must prove your financial capability. In essence, Secretary Wang was still concerned about Lin Ze's financial standing. Lin Ze smiled. Proving my identity is hardly a challenge. Just check the bank statements for this card. You won't be disappointed. He handed over his card. Initially skeptical, Secretary Wang's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the staggering balance. The card's funds were astonishing, exceeding 100 billion. No wonder Lin Ze approached him so confidently regarding the 65 billion figure. Realizing this, Secretary Wang's demeanor shifted to one of deference. I apologize. Mr. Lin, it seems I underestimated your standing. Lin Ze chose not to dwell on it, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Now that I've proven my capabilities, what is the next step? Secretary Wang immediately understood. I will contact General Li right away. Lin Ze nodded, satisfied with this approach. He glanced back at the group who had previously underestimated him. Their expressions now reflected discomfort. It was not shameful to lack funds. The critical point was not to presume others were in the same predicament. Lin Ze's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. The others, though dissatisfied, dared not voice their discontent. After all, someone capable of casually offering 65 billion without negotiation surely possessed formidable strength. To confront such an individual was a daunting task they were ill-prepared for. It seems that we have truly encountered a significant figure this time. Never mind. This hotel was never meant to belong to us. Let us depart. As he observed those individuals leave, Lin Ze finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although those fellows had indeed lost out to him on price, should they have a change of heart, they could still pose a threat. Now that they had chosen to depart, he found himself with one less competitor. He awaited Secretary Wang's actions. President Li was still in a meeting and would naturally come to see him once it concluded. Lin Ze nodded, feeling no urgency on his part. He might as well wait here. Secretary Wang's attitude towards Lin Ze was exceedingly favorable. He promptly instructed, "What are you still doing? Quickly prepare some refreshments for Mr. Lin." What does it mean to receive VIP treatment? This sensation he experienced was likely just that. However, President Li was indeed taking his time. He had lost count of how many times his cup had been refilled when he finally heard footsteps approaching from outside. President Li, Mr. Lin has been waiting for you. Secretary Wang approached President Li and then glanced at Lin Ze. President Li immediately understood and took several steps towards Lin Ze. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I have indeed been preoccupied with some matters and kept you waiting. Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right, as long as you are here now. Through Secretary Wang's introduction, both parties managed to gain a preliminary understanding of each other's circumstances. Lin Ze had little to say on his end. Whether or not this place was profitable was irrelevant to him. He was not here for monetary gain. His primary concern was his reputation. Mr. Lin, let me confirm once more. You are indeed prepared to make a purchase? The transaction was progressing too swiftly. What other option is there? Lin Ze replied nonchalantly. Aren't you eager for the funds? I happen to find the hotel quite appealing. As long as it is convenient for you, we can finalize all the paperwork today. This was splendid news for President Li, who had not anticipated such smooth progress. Mr. Lin, with your lavish spending and straightforward demeanor, you will surely achieve great success in Wenhai in the future. After speaking, President Li hurriedly instructed his secretary to prepare the contract. A few minutes later, Lin Ze gazed at the transfer agreement in his hands, a smile gracing his face. Things had unfolded far more smoothly than he had imagined. You need not worry about the bank. I have already deposited the funds onto my card, and I will inform them to transfer it to you at the earliest opportunity. President Li nodded, then turned to the staff present. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and greet President Lin. As he heard the unified greetings, Lin Ze felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to be elevated to such heights. Lin Ze felt himself becoming somewhat euphoric. This system had indeed brought him considerable benefits. Oh, just as President Li was about to leave, Lin Ze suddenly recalled something. Regarding the announcement, I would appreciate your assistance. President Li, my reputation in Wenhai is still quite modest. President Li immediately understood and nodded in agreement. No problem. After bidding farewell to President Li, The lobby manager approached Lin Ze with the utmost respect. President Lin, I didn't expect you to be so generous. The hotel has changed ownership so swiftly. Previously, they had been concerned about how the new owner would be to work with, yet the situation was resolved so rapidly. Lin Ze chuckled. I am not one to enjoy waiting. When I desire something, I must acquire it in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, what is the point? Indeed, you are correct. The manager responded, noticing Lin Ze's demeanor. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Zhao Guangliang, he replied. Lin Ze nodded. To be honest, I am not particularly adept at management. I will be relying on you for this hotel moving forward. The manager likely assumed Lin Ze was merely being courteous and smiled broadly. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure our hotel thrives. Lin Ze smiled. Thriving is unnecessary. I only hope it does not incur losses. Zhao Guangliang was taken aback. He had never encountered a CEO who conducted business without the pursuit of profit. Yet, observing Lin Ze's relaxed demeanor, it seemed he truly lacked for nothing. This left Zhao Guangliang even more perplexed. Could it be that his boss was simply a pure-hearted, wealthy tycoon? Chapter 103. Just friends in any case. The operation of the hotel is in your capable hands. I have other matters to attend to, so please contact me if needed. With that, Lin Ze turned and departed. Zhao Guangliang stood there in a daze. What does it mean to be wealthy? Someone like this is the true embodiment of affluence, he mused. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, then promptly instructed the staff present. His subordinates nodded eagerly. Little did they know, Lin Ze had never intended to run the hotel successfully. Acquiring it was primarily for convenience and to gain some recognition in Wenhai. Soon, Lin Ze entered his car. Before he had even started the engine, a notification pinged. He glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle. President Li truly was reliable. The related announcement had already been swiftly released. The media was abuzz. This marked Lin Ze's third investment project locally, but the first two had been with partners, and the recognition had largely been attributed to them. Now, he finally had a project that belonged solely to him. It seemed it was time to establish his own company, to prevent others from overshadowing him as they had now. Lin Ze murmured to himself. The person he most wished to see now was Suyu. She was a formidable force in management. Entrusting tasks to Suyu would undoubtedly yield positive results. The mere thought of it filled Lin Ze with excitement as he drove away. In front of the Su Group's office building, as Lin Ze's car came to a halt, he noticed a flashy vehicle parked nearby. The door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out with a broad smile. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Could this be a business partner? He hadn't heard Suyu mention anyone. Just as he pondered this, the passenger door opened, revealing Su Xiaoyu. The man's face bore an expression of reluctance as he handed a small box to Su Xiaoyu's hands. Once I finish my family matters, I can finally be with you, he murmured. Su Xiaoyu wore a sweet smile, her lips curving into a charming expression. I am with you for your character, not for anything else. Your kindness is sufficient. No man could resist such a declaration. A glimmer of joy lit up the man's face as he pulled Su Xiaoyu into an embrace. You are truly wonderful. You are unlike any other woman I have encountered. Rest assured, once I resolve everything, I will definitely marry you. A gentle smile graced the woman's face. Lin Ze had initially intended to exit the vehicle, but as he witnessed their intimate exchange, he found himself at a loss. It was not his intention to eavesdrop. Their proximity simply made it unavoidable. Fortunately, the man had pressing matters to attend to. Their flirtatious atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. The man's tone turned cold as he glanced at Su Xiaoyu before getting into the car and driving away. Su Xiaoyu then proceeded towards the company. What a splendid performance right before my eyes, Lin Ze murmured to himself. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Xiaoyu was undeniably one of his targets. If she were to be taken away by that man just now, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Contemplating this, Lin Ze immediately followed her. Inside the elevator, Su Xiaoyu opened the box in her hand, revealing a finely crafted necklace. Yet, the material was rather ordinary, were it not for the brand label. It would scarcely be worth a few thousand. After a mere glance, Su Xiaoyu intended to put it away. As the elevator doors slowly closed, someone abruptly halted them. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback, only to see Lin Ze stepping inside moments later. President Lin, she called sweetly, a charming smile gracing her face. Had he not witnessed her parting with that man outside, Lin Ze might have indeed been captivated by her smile. Is this a gift from your boyfriend? Lin Ze immediately noticed the box in her hand, which she had yet to conceal. Su Xiaoyu offered an embarrassed smile, tucking a few loose strands of hair behind her ears. It's merely a gift from a friend. A friend? Ordinary friends would not bestow such an extravagant gift, nor would they embrace publicly. Su Xiaoyu was clearly reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Lin Ze had no intention of piercing that veil. He certainly did not wish to alienate her after his prior efforts. Oh, merely a friend? How unfortunate. A girl as wonderful as you should have many suitors. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed at his words. President Lin, please refrain from flattering me. I simply enjoy pleasant interactions. I have yet to meet anyone genuinely pursuing me. Her words were refreshingly sincere. Yet, Lin Ze found himself drawn to Su Xiaoyu's materialistic nature, as it allowed him to derive greater benefits. Recalling his previous failures with her, he felt a renewed itch for another opportunity. Surely, it must have been his prior approach that faltered. Given another chance, he would surely win her over. Unfortunately, reality seldom aligns with one's aspirations. Before Lin Ze could devise a reason to invite Su Xiaoyu out, the elevator doors had already opened. She stepped out first, leaving Lin Ze alone to ascend to the top floor. It seemed he would have to seek another opportunity to ask her out. I must find another chance. Lin Ze murmured as he headed towards the president's office. Suyu was likely still at her desk. Pushing the door open, he found her engrossed in paperwork, seemingly quite busy. Not wishing to disturb her, Lin Ze approached quietly. President Lin, your spending is quite extravagant, isn't it? 5 billion, just like that. At this. Suyu slowly lifted her gaze to meet Lin Ze's. An awkward smile spread across his face. How did you know? Suyu slid her phone across the desk. I'm not blind. The news has already reached me. She stood and walked a few steps closer to him. There was a glint of depth in her eyes as she gently tugged at his tie. How many secrets do you still harbor from me? The proximity between them was palpable, and Lin Ze could feel her breath against his face, carrying a subtle fragrance. In that moment, he embraced her, pressing her against the desk. I will reveal everything to you in due time. The mischief in his gaze became evident as his lips brushed against her neck. In an instant, Suyu's face turned crimson, and she attempted to push him away, but Lin Ze's strength was overwhelming. Would you do me a favor? As the atmosphere grew charged, Lin Ze whispered in her ear. Suyu, now completely swept up in emotion, felt a thrill at his words. What is it? I want to establish my own company, and I need your assistance. Suyu smiled. Of course, I'll take care of it. Seeing her delightful demeanor, Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement. He had indeed chosen the right ally in her. Without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her. Her delicate skin flushed a lovely pink under his touch, igniting Lin Ze's desire. He had no objections to indulging in a more intimate encounter here, provided they remained undisturbed. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Ze had already undone 2 buttons of his shirt, and the unexpected sound caused his expression to darken. Why are you still dawdling? Answer the phone. Suyu urged, unable to mask her impatience. We can continue after you finish the call. A hint of amusement danced in her eyes, momentarily easing Lin Ze's agitation. He playfully pinched her waist before answering the call. In the next moment, a voice brimming with excitement came through the line. Lin Ze, how much money do you have in your pocket? Did you really manage to take out that much? Shen Shui's enthusiasm was palpable, and she seemed eager to rush to Lin Ze's side to clarify the situation. Lin Ze chuckled. Did you see the news online and rush to contact me? Although Shen Shui exhibited some spoiled rich girl tendencies, reaching out without a word felt a bit improper. To be honest, I was quite surprised when I heard the news, but even more so by my family's reaction. Her tone grew serious. I had previously mentioned your situation to my father, including your assistance in securing the project. He is very interested in you, and upon seeing the news, he insisted I introduce you to him. There was an unmistakable note of flattery in her voice. I really have no choice, Lin Ze. You must come tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. A beautiful woman pleading for him to visit her family? He doubted the Shin family was genuinely interested in him as a talent. They were likely after the benefits he could provide. Yet, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He had only recently begun to make strides in his field, and it was inevitable that others would want to leverage that connection. Besides, the Shin family had considerable influence. Collaborating with them wouldn't be a setback. All right, I'll come. Lin Ze's acceptance caught Shin Shui off guard. She had anticipated a more challenging negotiation, possibly facing some resistance from him. To her surprise, it was much simpler than she had imagined. A sweet smile crept onto her lips. I'll be waiting for you at home. With that, Shin Shui hung up. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ze heard the system notification. Shin Shui's affection level 3, current affection 20. Just agreeing to attend her family gathering had raised her spirits so much? Lin Ze chuckled softly and ended the call. Who was that? It sounded like a woman. Suyu teased, lightly caressing Lin Ze's chin, her gaze filled with allure. The Shin family has invited me to their home tomorrow for a gathering. Lin Ze leaned in closer, his smile becoming more pronounced. What fun is there in going alone? You should accompany me. I think not. Suyu replied without a moment's hesitation, dismissing the idea outright. The invitation was extended to you, Vice President Lin, not to me. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring about her plans for the next day. As he had never heard her mention them before, Suyu discreetly rolled her eyes. Isn't it for your sake? Didn't you say you wanted to establish your own company in Winaway? Site inspections and project investigations require both personnel and time. Having just discussed this with Suyu, Lin Ze was surprised to see her already paving the way for him. A wave of excitement surged through Lin Ze's heart, prompting him to kiss Suyu softly. His gaze filled with affection. However, Suyu gently pushed him away, reminding him that they were still at the office and that restraint would be prudent. It seemed that the recent phone call had indeed disrupted the atmosphere in the room. Noticing Suyu's reluctance to continue, Lin Ze did not press the matter further. The phone call from Shin Shui was merely the beginning. For the next hour, Lin Ze's phone rang incessantly, with calls from other companies and acquaintances seeking to curry favor. The news of his investment of 5 billion had become a significant headline. Even former classmates reached out, expressing their admiration. Lin Ze, the person mentioned in the news is you, right? I thought so. It's rare to find someone with the same name and such accomplishments in this city. Their tone was laced with flattery. Throughout his 4 years in university, Lin Ze had never received such respect from his peers. Now, within a month, Their attitude had undergone a dramatic transformation. Ultimately, these individuals were driven by monetary interests. To be honest, my girlfriend has been struggling to find a job lately. Could you possibly help her? Before the caller could finish, Lin Ze hung up, well aware of their ulterior motives. He was disinclined to entertain such requests. The news of Lin Ze successfully acquiring a hotel swiftly spread among his classmates, but he chose to ignore it. Instead, looking forward to the evident activities of the Shin family. The next morning, Lin Ze dressed in a suitably elegant outfit. Though he still resided in a luxurious hotel suite, the entire hotel now belonged to him, and the experience felt entirely different. Descending from the upper floors, the hotel staff greeted Lin Ze with exceptional courtesy. We should consider changing the hotel name, he suggested to Zhao Guangliang, to Lin's Hotel. Wenwei had never had a wealthy individual with the surname Lin before, and Lin Ze was determined to create his own legacy in the city. Zhao Guangliang promptly agreed. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Having settled these matters, Lin Ze set off towards the Shun residence. Upon arrival, he was struck by the grandeur of the Shun family's house. As he approached, Shin Shui was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Ze, her beautiful eyes widened with delight, and she hurried over to him. I thought you would arrive much later. You're just in time. There aren't many people here yet. Let me introduce you to my father. Shin Shui's exquisite face radiated joy. My father has always held your company in high regard since our previous collaboration. He mentioned that someone like you should venture out independently and not rely on others. Lin Ze was taken aback by Shin Shui's words, feeling a surge of curiosity towards her father, whose thoughts aligned perfectly with his own ambitions. Inside the Shin villa, several guests had already arrived, though their statuses seemed modest, as they sought to ingratiate themselves with the Shin family. Upon seeing Shin Shui, they all wore eager smiles. But she paid them no mind, instead stopping the butler to inquire about her father. Where's my father? The butler glanced upstairs, responding, the master is currently resting. He will be down shortly, he added with a smile, recognizing the significance of this guest. Noting that Shin Shui seemed to be personally introducing someone to her father for the first time, Shin Shui merely smiled in response, leading Lin Ze directly to her father's study. Inside, the man was seated at his desk, buried in a mountain of paperwork, even during a family gathering. The room was enveloped in silence, only interrupted by the ticking of the clock. Suddenly, the door swung open, breaking the stillness. Shun Shui entered cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shun Guoxiong, noticing his daughter's enthusiasm, smiled indulgently. You never knock before entering, do you? Such recklessness makes me worry about you when you go out to work. Shin Shui chuckled at her father's admonishment, then introduced Lin Ze. This is Lin Ze, the one I mentioned to you before. Shun Guoxiong immediately shifted his attention to Lin Ze, his gaze filled with appreciation. Hello, Mr. Lin, he said, extending his hand. Lin Ze, recognizing the man's superior age and experience, graciously accepted the handshake. Mr. Shin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your daughter has spoken highly of you. Shin Guoxiong's eyes glimmered with warmth. I have a keen sensitivity to financial matters. Upon hearing that you invested over $1 billion and secured the project, I have longed to meet you, not for any other reason, but to discuss future collaborations for our companies. Today, I finally have the opportunity. Lin Ze was intrigued by Shun Guoxiong's invitation. It appeared that purchasing the hotel was indeed a wise decision, not only elevating his reputation, but also presenting lucrative opportunities. Of course, I welcome the prospect of collaboration, but it may take some time, Lin Ze replied, maintaining his smile. Shin Guoxiong was taken aback. What do you mean by that? He chuckled. You have a long-term vision. That is admirable. The atmosphere in the room was pleasant. Shin Guoxiong then turned his gaze to his daughter. My daughter is young and inexperienced. Her capabilities are mostly theoretical. If she has offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive her. He quickly added, if you don't mind, we should become closer moving forward. The implication was unmistakable. Lin Ze smiled, recognizing the warmth in their approach. It would be only natural to look after someone as intelligent and charming as Miss Shin. Upon hearing this, Shin Shui's cheeks flushed with an unexpected hue, and she softly murmured, wasn't this supposed to be about business? Why is it turning into a discussion about me? The two men exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own intentions. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and upon receiving permission, the butler opened the door. A hint of anxiety lingered on her face. Upon hearing this, both Shin Shui and Shin Guoxiong were taken aback. Are you serious? Shin Shui was the first to react. Hastening towards the butler, her eyes gleaming with excitement. In stark contrast, the butler's complexion was far from favorable, and he could only nod helplessly. Without delay, Shin Shui rushed downstairs, while behind her, Shin Guoxiong's expression was rather complex. Shin Shui has a sister? Lin Ze was somewhat surprised, but immediately followed suit. Meanwhile, the other guests in the hall had already stepped aside, observing the woman in the center with whispered comments. We truly have a full house today. Both the expected and unexpected have arrived. Miss Shun has always had a strained relationship with her family. Just look at her expression, it's likely to escalate. The atmosphere in the hall shifted palpably, piquing Lin Ze's curiosity. Could this be what they referred to as the entanglements of aristocratic families? Chapter 106. Do not disturb my pursuit of beauty. Simultaneously, he felt a growing intrigue towards Miss Shun. Who was she, to command such an imposing presence upon entering? From the corner of the second floor, Lin Ze gazed downwards, only to be startled by the sight. Wasn't he that Shen Shixia? Perhaps his gaze was too intense. Shen Shixia seemed to sense something. She looked up, locking eyes with Lin Ze, and a flicker of surprise crossed her features. However, she quickly composed herself. And when she glanced at Lin Ze again, her expression bore a hint of displeasure, as if she perceived a deeper connection between him and the Shen family. At that moment, Shen Shui descended from the stairs, her face adorned with a smile. Yet, when faced with Shen Shui, Shen Shixia merely cast a cold glance. Her demeanor far from that of a caring sister. Just then, Madame Shen, having heard the news, stepped down from the stairs. Shen Shixia, must you be so ignorant of etiquette? Your sister greets you, and you pretend not to hear? I don't require your lessons on propriety. Shen Shixia retorted with a chilling attitude. A mere glance at her mother sent a shiver through the air. Shen Shui felt a pang of embarrassment at her sister's treatment of their mother. She had intended to say more, but the words seemed to lodge in her throat, utterly unspoken. Finally, Shen Guoxiong made his way downstairs, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his daughter. He had anticipated a warmer reception from Shen Shixia, but to his dismay, her expression darkened further upon seeing him. I have no interest in your gatherings, and I did not come here to associate with you. With that, Shen Shixia tossed a card from her pocket onto the table. I am here to repay you. After your divorce from my mother, I ceased to be a member of the Shen family. Please keep your distance and refrain from sending me money in the future. At these words, Madame Shen's countenance turned icy, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Shen Guoxiong. Though she remained silent, her displeasure was palpable. Meanwhile, Shen Guoxiong appeared unfazed, adopting a tone of earnestness. Yet Shen Shixia merely scoffed. You need not pity me. I have long been disconnected from you. Please do not disturb my life any further. The guests exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. This is your beloved daughter. Madame Shen shot an irritated look at Shen Guoxiong before turning to ascend the stairs. Shen Guoxiong's expression darkened significantly. Lin Ze had remained silent throughout, unsure of how to interject. Now, seeing Shen Shixia storm out, he felt a flicker of concern. He had anticipated that Shen Shixia and Shen Shui were sisters. Without further contemplation, he dashed after her. At that moment, Shen Shixia had not strayed far. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lin Ze intercepted her. Don't touch me. Shen Shixia shrugged off his hand, her eyes filled with disdain. Lin Ze understood she was still agitated. So he softened his tone. I didn't know you and Shen Shui were sisters. Was your earlier distress related to the Shen family? He regarded her with concern, eager to comprehend her situation. But the next moment, he was met with her frigid gaze. You seem to have a good relationship with the Shen family. Why seek me out? Lin Ze wished to pursue the conversation, but simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Shen Shixia's affection level offline. 3. Current affection level 25. The thought of pursuing her dissipated as Lin Ze realized Shen Shixia firmly believed in a close bond between him and the Shen family. If he were to chase after her now, it might lead to misunderstandings. With his affection points already diminished, it would be wiser not to press further. Lin Ze sighed, taken aback by the unfolding events. Consequently, his interest in the gathering waned. After bidding farewell to Shen Shui, he intended to leave. I'm truly sorry for today's events. I hope it didn't amuse you. Shen Shui accompanied Lin Ze to the parking lot, her expression somewhat grave. Although he initially hesitated to inquire, the absence of others and his relatively good rapport with Shen Shui compelled him to seek clarity. He couldn't allow his affection points to dwindle inexplicably. To speak of family scandals, my mother was originally Shen's secretary, and it was a relationship shrouded in secrecy. After the divorce, Aunt Yang took my sister and me out of the Shen household. As she spoke, Shen Shui handed Lin Ze a check. I didn't realize you knew my sister. If you are friends, please deliver this to her. Perhaps it's best to refrain. She likely wouldn't accept it. If Shen Shixia could embrace the Shen family's kindness, she wouldn't have come to return the card today. The feuds of affluent families were beyond Lin Ze's concern. But he was determined that they should not interfere with his pursuit of beauty. Contemplating this, he gazed at Shen Shui with newfound warmth. Hearing Lin Ze's comforting words, Shen Shui felt a sense of calm wash over her, her eyes brightening with a hint of a smile. Thank you for today. Shen Shui's affection level 3. Current affection level 25. One gained, one lost. It was not a total loss for him. After parting with Shen Shui, Lin Ze hurriedly drove off in pursuit of Shen Shixia. Chapter 107. What brings him here? A gentle breeze wafted through, and the sun shone warmly. The streets of the villa district were exceptionally tranquil, a haven for the affluent. From here, one would have to traverse a considerable distance to reach the nearest bus stop. Shen Shixia, in a foul mood, wore a particularly grim expression. Suddenly, the sound of a vehicle approached from behind. Lin Ze soon pulled up alongside her. Get in. I'll give you a ride. His voice was calm, with a touch of gentle warmth. However, the more tender Lin Ze appeared, the more irksome he became in Shen Shixia's eyes. What do you want? Aren't you a guest of the Shen family today? Lin Ze found her remark both amusing and exasperating. Shen Shixia was genuinely angry now. Even the words spoken seemed to carry thorns. Even when it came to oneself, interacting with her required a certain finesse. My feelings for them are not particularly profound. It is merely a company arrangement. Moreover, you have not mentioned your relationship with the Shen family. Seeing that Shen Shixia was still reluctant to get into the car, Lin Ze decided to pull over to the roadside. He then exited the vehicle and walked alongside Shin Shixia. What are you doing? Shin Shixia cast a disapproving glance at Lin Ze. In response, Lin Ze maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor. Since you refuse to get in the car, I cannot force you. However, given the sweltering heat, I cannot bear to let you walk away in anger. I shall accompany you to the bus station. Observing Lin Ze's earnest expression, Shin Shixia halted her steps, perhaps having calmed down. Lin Ze quickly offered her an alternative. Why don't we get in the car? You're wearing high heels, and such a long walk will surely be painful for your feet. Initially, Shin Shixia had not noticed anything amiss. However, upon hearing Lin Ze's words, she did indeed feel a bit of discomfort in her feet. Fine. Though still somewhat reluctant, she eventually stepped into Lin Ze's car. At that moment, Lin Ze's smile became notably pronounced. Shin Shixia's expression turned serious. There is a meeting at the company this afternoon. I must attend. Lin Ze was taken aback. What? Are you specifically taking time out of your lunch break to come here to deliver money? Shin Shixia crossed her arms. What, is that not allowed? I never said it wasn't. Lin Ze's smile exhibited a hint of awkwardness. Yet, at this moment, Lin Ze began to realize that Shin Shixia's resentment towards the Shin family was not something that had accumulated overnight. To completely resolve their conflicts would indeed require some effort. However, this was of no concern to Lin Ze. Their matters should be resolved by themselves, as long as it did not affect his relationship with Shin Shixia. Just a moment ago, I overheard a bit inside. If it were me, I would have likely exploded with anger by now and ceased all interactions with them. However, as he turned a corner, Lin Ze discreetly observed Shin Shixia's face. Once he confirmed that she was no longer as agitated as before, he proceeded with his remarks. That Shin Shui seems to have a genuine concern for you. Shin Shixia remained silent, her thoughts unknown to him. Lin Ze's heart sank. Had he inadvertently said something wrong? The double reward Shin Shixia had promised him was something he had long coveted. He could not afford to torment himself further. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if attempting to see through him completely. You have mentioned Shin Shui several times already. Have you truly developed feelings for her? Lin Ze was caught off guard by her sudden question and hurriedly attempted to clarify. Did I not tell you? The Su group has a cooperative relationship with the Shin family. It is only natural for me to know her. I cannot say that I have feelings for her. Consider it a business relationship. Seeing Lin Ze's hurried explanation, Shin Shixia let out a soft laugh. I was merely asking casually, why are you so flustered? Lin Ze felt speechless, as if he had been ensnared in a trap. Nevertheless, Shin Shixia's laughter indicated that her mood had significantly improved. Lin Ze now had to contemplate how to seize an opportunity to draw Shin Shixia closer. Is it imperative that you go to work today? Shin Shixia looked at Lin Ze with suspicion. What do you intend to do? Since you are feeling down today, why not skip work? How about I take you out for a stroll? As he spoke, Lin Ze's smile became exceedingly pronounced. The beach from last time was quite lovely. The sun, the sea, the sand, such a picturesque scene. Lin Ze could even envision how delightful it would be for them to walk and converse along the shore. Unfortunately, while the imagination was appealing, reality was not as idyllic. A sweet smile appeared on Shin Shixia's face. What transpired earlier was my fault. I should not have lost my temper without thorough investigation. Yet, a hint of helplessness crossed her features. But today truly won't work for me, and I lack the mood for the beach. Lin Ze felt somewhat awkward. Had he failed in his attempt to make plans? However, if you are interested, I have made plans with friends to go hiking next weekend. You're welcome to join me. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze instantly perked up. This was indeed an opportunity presented to him. How could he refuse an invitation from such a captivating woman? No problem. I will come to pick you up. The glimmer of delight in Shin Shixia's eyes became evident at that moment. Shin Shixia's affection level, offline, 5, current affection level 30, Lin Ze's spirits soared, realizing that he had not merely salvaged the situation but had also turned it to his advantage. Before long, Lin Ze's car came to a halt in front of Shin Shixia's company. Watching her elegantly exit the vehicle and stride into the office building, Lin Ze felt as though his heart was following her. The smile in his eyes shone brighter than ever, regardless of the circumstances. He had managed to secure an opportunity today. He hoped that the subsequent endeavors would unfold more smoothly. Lin Ze murmured to himself. Suddenly, a man emerged from within the building, nearly brushing shoulders with Shin Shixia. Upon seeing that figure, Lin Ze's expression turned considerably colder. Wasn't that Xia Guangchuan? Their previous encounters had not been particularly pleasant, as Xia Guangchuan always attempted to assert his dominance due to his family status. Yet, Lin Ze had managed to counter him each time. What was this fellow doing here?